You say you saw the curvature of the Earth. Who wants to listen to you from there?
Obviously, not people who are bigoted and dogmatic towards the flat Earth.
Obviously, you're a liar because you say you saw the curvature of the Earth,
And you
so
said you
you're
didn't want to see
lying.
it. So what's your point?
Where is it? In your imagination? How can I look in
No,
your
it's a
imagination?
video.
How can I look into your mind? I can't. Can I
You
do that?
can't. You can't even apparently look into a book, let alone my mind.
Are you saying like you draw a curvature and that is the curvature of the Earth or
No,
something?
we observe obstruction via the curvature of the Earth over water.
Have you ever drawn the solar system yourself? Have you ever drew the sun?
Completely irrelevant.
Have you ever drawn
Completely
the
irrelevant. Have you ever
when you draw
drawn a
the
big-tittied anime babe?
when you draw the Earth, do you do like a
When you draw
circle?
big-tittied anime babes, do you draw them with flat chests or round chests?
Um, do you draw like the Earth like a circle?
Do you draw a round ass or a flat ass?
Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
He
I
thinks
accept
it's a
the fact
cartoon
that the
in
Earth
his
is an oblate
imagination.
spheroid,
You
and a
He
globe
thinks the Earth
is
is
a
a cartoon
model,
in his
is a
mind.
recreation of that.
You think the Earth is a cartoon in your mind. That's what you think it is.
I know the Earth is flat.
So then, how do we observe obstruction over water if it's flat?
I know it's flat because it's measured flat.
So how do we observe obstruction over water of the water if it's flat?
Oh, that's the way it works, bro. Don't you know that? Reality. Your vision is being obstructed, bro. Come on, now you playing
So
dumb.
for some reason in your world, the water
No,
on
in
the lake
reality, in
will
yeah, my world, because it's my world. I'm the king of the world. So yeah, in this world, that's the way it works.
so
Yes.
in your world, the water
Yeah,
bulges out
in
at
my
the
world,
center
it's the
of the
same
lake
world you
to
live in, bro.
obscure. Why? I
Do we
thought
live in a
water was
different
supposed
world?
to be level.
He
Do we
does live.
live like in a different one? Is this a different world that we live in or something?
Well, see, the funny thing is, there's a word you probably aren't
Funny.
familiar with called
What's funny?
interpretation, and this
Who's
is
laughing?
a.
Funny how?
I'm laughing
Funny.
inside. Ha
How
ha!
is it
Funny.
funny? How is it funny? How?
Funny like a
Because
clown?
you
Can you
seem to think
repeat?
that
Can you
your
repeat it so I?
perception, yeah, I am, your perception and interpretation of what you call reality is just that, your subjective interpretation of
No,
reality.
I told you I know it's flat because it's measured flat. It's
No, it's
navigated
not.
flat.
How can it be
It's
measured
built on
flat
flat.
if water is
It's
not level?
obviously flat. It's
How
observably
how is
flat.
that the case if we observe obstruction over water that is supposed to be level?
Water is your surface. The water is a plane of reference. What are you
Well,
talking
it's a
about?
bulging plane. Can you explain how
A
lakes bulge?
bulging plane. Where's this bulge?
In the water.
In your
Where?
It
imagination.
obstructs the other side of the lake.
Oh, you mean a wave, bro? The wave is
No,
just water
no,
A
because.
no.
wave?
If it
Yeah,
was a
wave is.
wave, it
Yeah, it's
wouldn't be a
water.
constant amount of the shore disappearing. It would be uh, varied because the waves are the things that are blocking the shore
You
and
mean
not
you
the
can't?
actual curvature
You
of
mean you don't
water.
have Superman's vision? You can't see forever? That's what you mean?
I love how the people who say you only believe things on your TV and then they go, "You have Superman vision?" Like
You love
so
that?
fucking
You love when
stupid.
people doing that? Why?
So
Here's a
That's kind of weird.
demonstration to what's being said. I've got a demonstration for what's being said, right? Here you go. In chat. Now, this is my black swan of globe, right? With two ships, one's 8 miles away, one's 12 miles away. So 4 miles between them. And you notice if that's a wave, now I've seen waves, I can see them from there to the boat. That's a darn pretty impressive wave since it's not moving anywhere, right?
That's a wave?
And when you zoom into
that's
the
your
wave, alleged wave,
explanation.
the hump, when you zoom into
Hump?
the hump of water, you notice that it doesn't come into resolution no matter how far you zoom in. So this obstruction does exist in reality. It can't be requisitioned by zooming in, and it certainly isn't a wave because it has none of the properties we would describe a wave as having.
Oh,
And if there was a wave, then the boat that's 4 miles away from the other boat, the farther boat, the one that's sinking, would be able to see a huge wave between them and the other boat, which I suspect they wouldn't.
Is that a wave?
QED.
Is that a
No,
wave?
obviously not. It's a fucking obstruction.
Oh, so it's not a wave. Okay, so it's not a wave. What is it? The curvature of the
Obstruction.
Earth?
I'd say that's an
Obstruction.
effect of the curvature, not the curvature.
So the boat behind the other boat, it's being covered by the curvature of the Earth. It's basically on the side of the Earth. One
By
is
the
on the
effect.
top.
We're all on
So
a
so the one
side.
in the closest one to you is on top of the ball, and the one further
No.
is on the side of the ball.
No, it's an
What?
effect of the. It's an effect of the curve. It's not the curve.
Oh,
And
so it's
two,
like the train tracks.
and two-
It's an effect. It's not something that is
it's
actually
like the
happening.
concept
like
of
the
a
train
Euclidean
tracks.
limit, right? It's like the concept of a Euclidean limit, where where you are located, everything will appear to look reasonably horizontal and reasonably Euclidean.
Joey,
But when
Joey,
you
have you
look
ever
at
been
it-
on a boat that, when you're in the water and the water goes up and down, like the swells?
Yeah, does it go up like that? Does it go up like that? Like
It
between
doesn't
4
do that.
miles, between two
The waters
boats?
don't do that. The water don't do that.
Between 4
It doesn't
miles,
do that. Between
4
4
miles
miles, it
between two
doesn't do
boats.
it.
You would observe an
So
obstruction
between
those two
4
boats.
miles, the water doesn't move. It doesn't go up and down. It doesn't, right?
How tall would that obstruction have to be between those two boats, 4 miles
Hey,
apart?
Joey,
Why did no
if
one?
that boat
Why
was
did
on
no
the
one?
side of the
So I've been on
ball,
boats
it
before.
wouldn't be
I've never
90
seen that
degrees.
before.
It wouldn't be horizontally, and then like it wouldn't look like that. You see how it's
It would-
not sideways, like you
horizontal?
remember on the side of the ball.
Horizontal.
Well, it's sideways, right? You see the horizon
well,
there. We
consider
can see
the
the
idea that
horizon.
in a
We can look
360
at left and right,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then we
okay.
can see that both ships
Yeah,
are
it's
90
retardation. Because
degrees
if you move,
up.
if you
Look,
turn 360 degrees, no matter which way you're going to look, if you're in the middle
look.
of the ocean,
One
you would
of the
see the
boats
curve dipping
is
away
on
from
the
you in every
side of the
single time.
ball, and it's not sideways. Can you believe that, Joey? One
but
of the
if you turn
boats is on the
360
side of the
degrees,
curving
the
ball,
curve will be
and
going
it's
in
not
every which way
sideways.
direction.
That's a paradox, Joey. It's like a
No,
paradox, bro.
because if you move 360 degrees, you turn 360 degrees, the curve is going every which way.
Yes, and you believe in a paradox.
Does it sound paradoxical to
How
you?
could you agree with that and then say it's a paradox?
So he's saying that boat is behind the curvature, and
No,
it's not
I said the
sideways
effect
on the
of the
curvature.
curvature is represented there, not the curvature.
So this is an illusion, like you see the train tracks, right? They're
Well,
not
no,
converging.
it's not an illusion.
So like
It's an
this one,
effect.
right? It's an
It's an
effect,
effect.
right? Okay, so the effect, like the train tracks. So you see, they look like they're converging,
Yeah,
but they
like
are parallel.
Can you just
So in
explain
here,
what you think it is?
you see like
Because
it's
you're just
going
being incorrect.
behind
You
the
haven't
curvature,
told
but
me
it's
what it
not.
is yet.
It's pretty simple.
Will you tell me what it is, or are you just going to bloviate?
It's on the water, and
I think he
water
said
So what
it's a
is
train
that
track.
and
obstruction?
go up
What
and
is the
go up and
obstruction?
down, and
What is the obstruction? Have you ever
Cherry,
seen
what
a
is the
wave before?
obstruction? Maybe it's water. The obstruction.
Yeah, but what's the
maybe.
water doing there? What's it doing? Is it
The
not
water
being
is
level?
doing what water does. Is being
Yeah, is it not being
water.
level? Because it looks like if what you're describing sounds like water not being level.
You're the one claiming that
Curious.
this water is doing something that water doesn't do in reality. You're claiming that
Wait,
this water is attached
you're
to
doing that. You think it's a hump, right? You think it's a hump of water
the
that's
hump of
randomly
water.
raised up in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the ocean.
No,
What's wrong with you?
to be fair, Jekyll, he didn't say anything like that. He hasn't provided
Exactly.
any kind of explanation. He hasn't
Well,
demonstrated
yeah, I
that
mean
he
that's the
have
best he could possibly give.
any idea
Oh,
what's
yeah.
going on in the actual world.
Look,
Oh yeah.
there's two situations here, Dempsey, right? You got the Globers who say, "Look, I can demonstrate the fracture."
Stop
Well,
it.
hold on. Let me just.
No, hold on. You're saying that this water is doing something
I'll
that
say
water
what I'm
doesn't
saying.
do in reality. You're
I'll say
claiming
what I'm saying.
something that is impossible.
Yeah, I'll explain what I'm
You're
saying.
claiming
Right?
impossible.
I'll tell you what I'm explaining,
impossibilities.
Dempsey.
You're
I'll
making
tell you
a
what I'm saying.
falsehood claim that doesn't happen
Don't
in
need you to do it
reality,
for me.
and you're saying, "Look, we see something that
It's a
doesn't
bad
happen in
rhetoric.
reality happening."
Nobody's
That's what you're
falling for the
saying.
rhetoric. Anyway, so
Okay, so since
there's
you interrupted me,
there's
I'm gonna
two
mute you.
observations.
Since you didn't
Oh,
let me
the
finish my
crybaby.
sentence. Since you
You're just
didn't
telling
let
me
me
what I'm
finish.
saying.
Okay.
You're just
So
telling me what I'm saying. I can speak for myself. I'm all right, thank you.
so
Anyway.
you're making claims about
Oh.
water that water doesn't do in reality. It's pretty
Right,
simple.
I'll explain. We'll get to the level water thing because that's way of thinking.
Okay. So are you gonna say that water attached to the outside of a spinning ball? Are you gonna make that claim?
No, I'm going to say something slightly different.
Okay,
Water
so it's not happening.
except-
You see how you backtrack?
Here
This is not happening.
Hold on.
The water is not on the outside of a
Well,
spinning
this is the
ball. There
worst
you go.
rhetoric ever. What are you doing?
There you go.
Right. Water is level except for when, Gempsy? When?
That's your claim. Go ahead.
No. So you think water's always level? Because I could debunk that really quickly.
Well, go ahead.
Do you think water's
Go ahead.
always level?
Say it. Yeah, go ahead. Say it.
Is water always at level?
That's your claim. Go ahead.
Is it?
Go ahead. Say it. Explain it.
You're asserting it. Look, now you're scared to make any claims. You're scared. What happened?
Scared, yeah.
You were
Why
brave
did your
two
voice
minutes
get
ago.
so
high?
You were so brave 2 minutes ago. What happened?
Yeah.
What happened?
It's
What happened? That
weird.
you're making a claim away from reality.
So Glober
Outside of reality,
can demonstrate
we have
refraction
this boat
in
on
reality.
the outside of a spinning ball.
Glober can
and-
demonstrate
yeah,
refraction in reality,
because
and they can demonstrate
so.
what that curve is, or what that obstruction is. You, on the other hand, can't. You say that the natural state of affairs is looking too far, and you can't even conceptualize what that obstruction is, because every attempt you make falls flat on its face.
Uh-huh.
Now, water
Yeah.
is level, is what you said earlier.
You said you could demonstrate refraction in reality. Please do so.
Yeah, do you want to see a demonstration? I can post it for you in chat.
Just tell me about it.
Okay. So if you get a laser and you put an obstruction between you and the laser so you can't see the light from the laser, and you spray between you and the laser, change the density of air between you and the laser, then you will see an effect where you can suddenly see the entire over the obstruction, right? And you can do that in your bedroom. Do you want to do that right now?
What's the definition of what is refraction?
Well, refraction is a concept. The definition of refraction
is an effect that causes balls to look flat and horizontal and not curving. That's what refraction is. Refraction.
So that photo of the boat looks
when you are
flat.
on a ball, when you are on a ball, refraction causes everything to look not like a ball. That's refraction.
Yeah, this is garbage rhetoric. Anyway, so level is water.
He was summing up your point of view. He was just giving some clarity of what you just said.
If that's what you think, how I articulate views, I mean, like, fine.
Refraction causes the ball
midwit behavior,
look like a ball.
Midwit behavior.
Everybody knows that.
Wait, so do you believe it's a ball again?
No, this is not refraction. You're hijacking refraction.
What's happened. Refraction always exists.
On the fantasy, remember, because Joe is speaking from the fantasy. He's speaking from fantasy land. So in fantasy land, in the bowl that he's saying that has water, and the bowl.
You mock it, but you don't know what it is. You just look at that obstruction and you can't explain it.
So really in the fantasy that Joe is trying
it's an
to
alien
explain,
thing, an anomaly.
Refraction
you see almost all the time.
is this thing that causes balls to look not like balls. You see?
Well, no, that's not true. The Euclidean limit will explain the Euclid. That's not refraction, though, is it? A Euclidean limit will explain why things look flat around you on a sphere. But the refraction will explain why you can see further than what a presupposed curve distance would be because you have an atmosphere and light.
There you go.
Right?
Refraction causes balls to not look like balls. Exactly what I said.
Well, I think the Euclidean limit will do that for you anyway. But
as soon as you start
refraction just allows you to see
you're
further.
Invoking a flat plane.
No,
when
refraction
you say
will do it further.
Euclid, you're invoking a flat plane. Why is that?
What do you think I mean when I say Euclidean limit? You know?
Euclid, right?
You don't know.
Euclid.
It's fine if you don't know. I mean, I thought you would know if you.
Hey, well, I don't know. I'm able to state my
Euclid. You're invoking a flat plane. You're going to need a flat plane for the
no. So what I mean, I take Euclidean limit to mean. No, I'll explain what I mean. So if you take a triangle, 3 points, or on a surface of a sphere, you connect them with arcs or whatever.
You can't do it.
The closer you can't connect 3 points with an arc.
You can't do it. That's not a triangle.
Is your mind that broken?
Is yours? That's not a triangle.
You can't connect 3 points with an arc. Are you disabled? Did you ever study geometry? You can connect 3 points with 3 arcs, right?
It's not a triangle. It's not a triangle.
Oh well, let's call it a triangle.
Nowhere in geometry you're gonna have water attached to a spinning ball. Nowhere in geometry.
Dude, try and stay on one point for longer than a minute.
Nowhere in geometry they ever told me that I can have water attached to a spinning ball. They never told me that.
That's not what geometry talks about.
Exactly. So that's what he's claiming.
Imagine this triangle is getting smaller and smaller and smaller on the ball, getting closer and closer to 180 degrees as it happens.
And in this ball,
then it's getting
is attached to it on the outside
to almost
of the
identical,
ball,
indiscernible
while
from the Euclidean
ball is spinning, and the water is not fucking off the ball, right?
That's what I take Euclidean limit to mean in that context. Does that make sense, just Bill? Do you need me to spell it out for you?
You're
honestly, you were getting talked over by what sounded like a parrot.
By nonsense, right? Nonsense, like the ball
nonsense, mumbling
with water
over
is nonsense.
Well, I mean, Gemsy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's like the brainlet of flat Earth.
So when the water is on the outside of the
whole
sphere,
brain trust
geometry,
too, no one's stepping in to help him.
The water doesn't stay attached to the sphere. Everybody knows that in reality. But on
How do you know
your
that?
claim,
How do you know that?
on your claim, on your fantasy claim, your imagination, you're saying
you really
that
don't want to defend any of your claims, do you? You just want to make claims. You don't like to defend them, do you?
Attached to the outside of it. Imagine.
You're still just rambling.
Actually, we have found water sticking to the side of a ball. It's called oceans.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you can't replicate it in your bedroom, Gemsy, because you'd have to then.
It doesn't matter.
When you say water is level, you always like to forget the end of that sentence, except when there's an intervening force. When there's an intervening force, water doesn't coincide. Water finds its level except when there's an intervening force.
Don't you know that, bro?
So
water is water.
When it's the case, Gemsy, there's an intervening force that could be any kind of force that keeps water along the surface of a spheroidal object. You would have to demonstrate how you know that's not true. That's your claim.
Because you measure.
Because we observe water not being level. Sometimes.
We already told you we measure the Earth flat.
Clouds, surface tension. We know water sometimes isn't level. So, what it could be? Are you saying there's no intervening force? Then you'd have to demonstrate it. How do you know there's no intervening force creating water curving around a ball in the vacuum of space? How would you know?
Clouds are water.
Clouds have water in them, believe it or not.
You say clouds are water.
There's
clouds
water droplets in clouds. Did you know that? It's not just gas.
Oh, no. Also, when it turns into water, it falls, right? But it's not the cloud. When it's the cloud, it's up in the air.
We actually talked about this recently, about the updraft in a cloud. Water can stay in a cloud for a period of time.
But aren't clouds like crystals?
There's a force applying to inside the cloud, keeping water in stasis in the cloud for a period of time.
So
water gas.
Why would you lie like
water
that?
Gas.
You want to look at an
you got Britnat using Dallas Dave. Britnat,
you want to look at the updraft of a cloud? You want to look at the updraft of a cloud?
Britnat, you've turned into Dallas Dave right now.
I have. Anyway,
you're talking about water gas. Show me the water gas.
Well, mist exists, but that's also.
You're talking about water gas.
Anyway, yeah. The point is, just Bill. You have to demonstrate that there's no intervening force on the surface of the water creating any possible curvature around a ball or any other curved object.
I don't have to demonstrate a non-force.
Yeah, because you can't.
You have to demonstrate your claim. You're claiming there is a force.
You're the one saying water is
always level. Are the man. Who's what?
No, the one with the claim here is you making a claim that the water is attached to the outside of the ball while the ball is spinning in the vacuum of space. That's your claim, man. That's nonsense.
I can debunk that claim by saying, well, surface tension exists, so water is not always level.
Just say
water is level.
Britnat, say water gas.
Water gas. Okay,
water gas. Give me some water gas.
If there's an example of water not being level because of an intervening force, you would then have to amend your statement to saying water is level except for when there's an intervening force.
Don't you know that? Water is water.
Then you'd have to demonstrate how you know there is no intervening force. Do you understand, just Bill?
It's water.
At no point in your incoherent
water
did you approach anything symbolizing or rational thought.
Yeah, you just can't think. You just can't think.
Is now dumber for having listened.
Really? Well,
Literally, all he has is rhetoric from Billy Madison.
Wait, so you're just all you can do is mock him? Okay, makes sense.
Garbage rhetoric. That's all he's got.
Yeah, that's kind of.
You know why you're a flat earther?
You're the one with the rhetoric. You have all the rhetoric. You haven't shut up. Like
I'm the king of rhetoric. Listen up. You don't know why you're a flat earther. You're not a critical thinker.
You're
you have
the
no
queen.
justification for a flat earth.
I know.
All
you have the
is
belief.
garbage rhetoric.
You have the belief. I told you the Earth is measured
You
flat.
don't know why.
That's
you
it.
have no
He's admitting he
justification for
doesn't
why you
believe
know it's
anything,
meant to be
Jekyll.
enforced. You know, it's easy to attack a belief, just Bill, but when you're confronted with the idea you have to defend your own belief,
I didn't
you struggle
talk about
like this.
belief. I don't
struggle to defend flat Earth worse than a globalist struggles to defend the globe.
Signifies serious femininity.
Weird. It's weird.
Belief. I told you I know it's flat because it's measured flat.
Okay, demonstrate that. Oh, it's measured.
You
Can you give me a
flat?
measurement, please?
Yes.
Can you give me a measurement? Can you define flat for me and give me a measurement for that?
The elevation angles. When you measure. Hello? Do you want to listen? You don't want to listen. When you measure an elevation angle, you're measuring
water gas
distance. Yeah. What can you do with an angle? You can do fuck all with an angle. You have to develop that a bit first.
There it is. There it is.
You fuck all with an angle.
What can you do with an angle?
Fuck all.
It could save your life at sea.
All right, tell me how.
Yeah, you can catch onto a protractor floating in the sea.
Tell me what you're doing with this angle.
Sir, your globe argument is logically...
It's Bev's argument, actually. It's not even my argument. It's a flat earther argument. You can do fuck all with an angle.
No, Bev's not a flat earther.
No, your argument...
It's a level earther argument.
It was not being level.
It's not a flat earther. You are a homo, so... Come on.
Hi, Mishu. Do you want to go on a date later?
We need Gregory back in here.
On voice chat.
Gregory's not going to come back. He's moved on to different topics.
Because it was hilarious how he was trying to explain how the sun would go below the planar disk, but then also somehow be lighting up some other part of the world. Hilarious.
Below.
How do you explain Coriolis effect?
How do you explain it?
How do you explain?
Got him.
It's real.
It's easy.
Listen,
the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, it's
the spin of the Earth. Yeah.
No,
okay, 1% at a time.
The rotation and the spin of the Earth is the answer to the question. It's the spin of the Earth.
Okay, you said the spin of the Earth like 4 times in a row. What do you think that accomplished? We just trying to simulate what the Earth does? And just spin around the circles?
What the Coriolis
effect.
Wait, what if
okay, 1% at a time. Who wants to
Coriolis?
Shooting north, south, east, or west, you correct for Coriolis effect. Or you miss.
Coriolis?
Yeah, okay, he bricked it.
He was the only one talking. Why did you mute him?
It's
well, he kept on saying over and again.
It's when you're on a non-inertial spinning reference frame, viewing an object appearing to deviate in the non-inertial spinning reference frame, or appearing to deviate from straight.
You should recite your rhetoric in the mirror. It'll help you get it down better.
Okay.
So I can sound better to you homosexuals? Is there a homosexual in here?
Okay. Bummer. Okay, so...
That's pretty funny that you said bummer.
Yeah, because it's the idea of that we're not going to invoke people's identities, okay? This is a safe space for all people, all identities. Homosexuals are welcome. Heterosexuals are welcome. Pansexuals or whatever.
All I thought this was a strict no heteros.
Okay, what if I identify as a cannibal?
You can do that. You can identify as a cannibal, but the best thing is you can't act on that because people have rights.
Jesus.
So if, you could just be a non-practicing cannibal if you want.
Can you be a non-practicing cannibal?
You don't need people.
It's called being Catholic.
Oh, there's a good one. Yeah. Okay, that's a good framework.
Like you can be the only way you can be a non-practicing cannibal.
Okay, let's get back to the topics. Okay, we got a little red herring there about what identities are welcome. All identities are welcome. Okay, so what globalist has a good explanation for how you can know the Earth is rotating? Because I've got some citations from experts that will tell you quite the opposite. In some experiments done by flat earthers that demonstrate the Earth is not spinning at 15.04.
Let's see those.
Dude, I need to go to university for like 10 years and learn all this shit. and come back. That's what I got to do.
Okay, so I think it was it in Joyous. You got something you want to say? That you have to, when you shoot for bullets, long range shot, you're shooting the bullet, you have to adjust for Coriolis. Have you ever tried to do it from a hot air balloon or a helicopter?
From a helicopter, I have one of my most famous kills was from a helicopter in Somalia.
Wait, are you famous?
No, it's a LARP.
He said most famous.
Bummer.
Is he like known to like?
No, it's a LARP. Don't take the bait. The one thing too, like if you feed the troll, you're trolling yourself at that point. Is no longer you can't be a victim. Okay, once you've identified a guy who's a troll, who's just like acting like an idiot, and you continue to engage with them, it's like your fault at that point, not their fault.
What is the Coriolis effect? What is that?
Yeah, who wants to talk about it?
You don't want to, Crit?
No,
if you want to know what the Coriolis effect is, any answer you need to explain it, and that's fine. Any answer you need.
I've looked it up, but I'm just wondering, like, what, like for like a flat earther, like, what is it to you?
Oh, it's a fictitious. Yeah, it's a fictitious force, not actual. What you see is like an apparent deflection that isn't real and is really unrepeatable. And when you test the claim, see, the best part is once they made a claim this is proof of the Earth rotating, they've got proof inside the inertial reference frame of being outside the inertial reference frame at the same time. And then you can also say inside, if you do an internal critique, you can say, okay, certainly, well, which direction does the storm on Jupiter turn? Well, it turns the wrong way if Coriolis is in play. It's south of the equator. It's south of the equator, but spins clockwise.
Certainly.
Yeah. So what you got there is like, well, why would it do that? You can look at all the variables. They say, what variables make up the Coriolis force? Number one, you got rotation and speed of rotation. Jupiter is larger and spins faster than Earth, but yet it's a direct inverse relation to how the storms spin on Jupiter. The next thing you can look at is if Coriolis is true, that you have this like demarcation line between the north and the south. There's storms that have spun up the wrong direction, according to Coriolis, and have passed the equator. You can look these storms up. NASA's recognized them and said these storms are a product of meteorology, topography, all these other things other than the rotation of the Earth. Then you've got the experiment done by Bob, God rest his soul. He proved using a ring laser gyroscope that about the weighted average detected by ring laser gyroscope is about 14 degrees per hour. That's not enough. That's not fast enough. No, 15.04 would be the globe result.
As far as I watched that documentary, and I'm pretty sure he got 15.
No, he didn't. He dropped the data. He was, God rest his soul, a pillar of the flat Earth community. They had their own website, the Globebusters. They got their own Discord, the Globebusters. He was a mod on our channel, and he showed all his data. He had a full spreadsheet, complete printout, and people ran the numbers. And there's the best you can do, because the best result you can get using weighted averages of how long the machine was spun up at ground level, you can get the best, closest result to 15.04 was like 14 point something, like 14.2. I have to pull up. I remember I screen capped and everything. So it shows you.
Okay, but what does a 14-degree rotation show on a flat Earth?
Yeah, it shows
that
this
tell us about our flat Earth.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you anything about flat Earth. What tells you that as soon as
because flat Earth isn't a concept that we can actually base any kind of predictions.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that. I'll hold you to that. If that's your worldview, tell me right now. Is that what you're going to
say? It's not.
He can't. He's saying he can't base anything on.
Well, that's obviously not my worldview. That's a position that I.
Okay. Well, I was about to say because you almost like sunk your own battleship there, because it would demonstrate that you don't belong in this conversation. Because at that point, I'd say, show me your flat Earth. and then you would have been sunk. You would have been like up the creek without a paddle.
Disqualified even.
Yeah, because he demonstrated this. He talked about it inside, even in the Netflix documentary. He explained what his hypothesis was, and then he demonstrated that by going up in elevation and getting a different result that came in and out. So what you're looking at here is that this, as soon as you invoke sky magic, you're gonna the model's gonna crumble apart. Which
I
is
did
why
not
flat
invoke the
earthers.
Bible whatsoever.
No, sky magic, not the Bible.
Yeah. Oh, wait, sorry, what's the difference?
Well, the difference would be like if you believe in sky magic, they went to the moon, they dropped the Bible off on the moon. Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, because he believed that if anything happened to the Earth, he wanted to be damn sure that if aliens found this civilization, the crumbles or the ruins, they would find a Bible completely intact on the moon to demonstrate that the Christians had the ability and the technology to preserve their most cherished book, the most cherished book written by humanity. Apollo 8 stopped the mission, just abruptly stops. They turn off the engines, spin completely around, look back at Earth for Christmas Day, and broadcast a reading of the Bible. They read Genesis, the first chapter of Genesis. And this is documented on NASA, too, why they're so entwined in that. And then you talk about cannibalism earlier. Apollo 11, the first people supposedly landing on the moon, took communion on the moon. They wanted to make sure that Earth is part of the moon.
Fine.
Is part of the Earth. But even better than that, Nixon, the shot caller.
You're really rambling, Chris.
Yeah, the shot.
Like,
I'm telling you about. You want to know what the difference is here, right? Because without your sky magic, you don't have sky magic if sky magic.
You seem to be using sky magic as a pejorative when I honestly think it might be something that you hold to more so than I do.
Wait.
Okay. Are we still talking about the Coriolis effect, or?
Yeah, we went into why it's important not to invoke sky magic.
Sky magic?
Sky magic?
What about sky magic?
So if you divert from the ground, okay, the surface of the Earth, a flat Earth, a curved Earth, adjective noun. If you divert from that and start invoking sky magic, you're going to end up in a logically contradictory worldview. A supernatural worldview that invokes the firmament, Copernicus, that invokes perfect orbits, mathematically perfect orbits, created by a god, Newton, or an Apollo program for peace, as directed by God, because God loves capitalism, according to Nixon. Nixon said America is going to win the space race because God told Nixon that God loves capitalism and hates communism. Communism is against the word of God. So God said, you will win the space race. Or if you want something more contemporary, the current director of Bill Nelson said he's personally spoken to God, and Bill Nelson wanted to retire. He wanted to retire from public life.
Okay,
but God told him,
rambling right now. What does this got to do with the Coriolis?
Sky magic.
Didn't you hear him? Sky magic.
Yeah,
you're saying sky magic, and then you go on a ramble about Nixon saying that God loves capitalism.
Communion on the moon.
I don't understand what the connection is there.
Because this was the explanation that Bob used to explain why you got different results at different elevations with a ring laser gyroscope. He invoked sky magic.
Ring laser gyroscope.
Yeah, if you're not following along, I just invite you to put yourself on mute and listen.
I just came back and I'm just... Okay, my bad. I'm so sorry. I was just asking.
No, I mean, it's quite easy.
I asked if we're talking about the Coriolis effect, and then you went on a giant ramble.
No, I didn't. I was right on topic, talking about why it was an error for Bob to invoke sky magic to try to explain why a ring laser gyroscope gets different answers at different elevations.
Okay, and that reason is because Nixon said that God loves capitalism.
No, the reason was because Evans had said that his version of sky magic is God of the Bible. So I said, certainly, Toby, let's look into that. Okay, what type of other sky magics do you now reject or accept? Do you accept Sky Magic Bible on the moon? And he said yes. Do you? I think he said yes, right? Or did you say no? Just let me double check here. Were you all in on Sky Magic Bible on the moon?
You bricked, correct? You don't even remember.
No, I think he said yes, but I don't want to like misrepresent. Or maybe he just said yeah to like he was following along. Just to make sure, because with this idea is that Tim Tam is unsure as to why the topic went into Sky Magic. Because somebody watched a documentary that said flat earthers proved the earth is rotating. And they proved this by not getting the result that demonstrates a globe earth, a heliocentric worldview.
All right.
It cleared up, or it clears mud, or you got it?
It's something.
It's a little something or a big something? Something to chew on, something to bounce around your head for a little bit, figure out how it works?
I'm just trying to absorb everything you just said. Trying to make sense of it.
Okay. That's a good place to be. So now that you know that, we don't even have to bring up Brian Cox talking to conspiracy theorist, anti-flat earther Joe Rogan about why you can't demonstrate the Coriolis force inside the reference frame. Because everything done inside the reference frame will also reference a reference frame. You'd have to be outside the inertial reference frame, viewing an object inside the inertial reference frame to notice a deflection.
Yeah, and that's what the effect is.
But you wouldn't see the effect on Earth. You have to see the effect outside of the Earth.
No, I think you would. Because I'm imagining it kind of like if you're like spinning on a disc. Obviously, if you're on the disc and you like throw a ball out, to you it's gonna look like it's curved, even though it's like from the outside perspective, it's like a what?
So it's curved or not curved?
If you're on a disc and it's spinning around, and you throw it from what you perceive as like forward, the ball toward like from your point of view, it's going to curve out to whatever direction, like left or right. But from the outsider's perspective, or is it going
straight?
It's curving from that person's point of view, but from an outsider's point of view, it'll be going straight. There's two different reference frames.
What is it actually doing?
Yeah, that's the point. It's fictitious.
What is it actually doing? It depends on your reference frame.
So you don't know then.
Right.
Well, it depends.
It's observer dependent. So you have an observer
if you're on the desk, then it's going to be curved. It's going to look like it's curved from your point of view. But if you're on the outside, it's going to look like it's straight.
So the merry-go-round represents a flat Earth or represents a globe Earth?
You know what? I don't know, man.
You don't know?
That's tough.
That's rough, man. Like, holy shit. I'm not sure what to do with that. That's going to take a while to bounce in my head. I said, here's a merry-go-round. Is that a ball? Or is that like a disc? And he doesn't know.
Obviously the merry-go-round is a disc, right?
Okay. So you're demonstrating...
You can get
Tim, hold on a second, okay? So your thought experiment is to demonstrate Coriolis effect or fictitious force using observer dependency on the disk. Then your backswing is like, it can't work on the disk. Like, what the fuck, homie?
What I'm explaining to you is that it's easier to go down one dimension into like a two-dimensional plane to explain an effect that is happening than to just do it from like the three-dimensional point of view. Like I like that's just like an example to like wrap your head around what it kind of is. And then if you were to look more into it, then you can get sort of like the 3-dimensional kind of explanation for it. Like you'll understand that better. Like it's just a simplifier.
Yeah, it's simplified to the point where it caused you to not understand what a merry-go-round is. That's not simplifying. That's like literally open your head and taking your brain now and just dropping it on the floor.
Can you engage with what I said, or?
Yeah, dude, I have. I've broke it down multiple different ways. I explained to you Bob. I explained to you using the heliocentric model and inside an internal critique, you should be able to predict which way storms turn on other planets. So the same physics should apply. I don't know why someone would say somehow Jupiter physics is, a different physics. I mean, they call it astrophysics.
I think we can make approximations, but we don't know for certain because we're not then we can't get truly accurate measurements, right?
Just observation. That's all you can do.
Yeah, because we're on Earth, hanging out, relaxing, chilling.
Yeah, in the closed system, you cannot leave.
In a what?
It's a closed system. The Earth is a closed system.
I think technically it's open because we get energy from the sun, but yeah, it's closed for I think for the mass.
No, that'd be isolated. An isolated system would not get, would have no energy in or out.
Have a closed system that have energy in and out.
An isolated system?
Yeah,
you can have a closed system that can have energy introduced into it or can leave the system. It still can be a closed system.
Is the Earth system? Let's look it up.
Yeah, Google it.
Okay.
Put down the noodle and just use the Google.
Put down the noodle. Yeah, exactly.
Put your brain on the floor and put a computer in your skull.
Yeah, I'm gonna trust the consensus of.
Yeah. Drop the noodle.
Whatever Google it.
Google.
I'm gonna trust these scientists. Yes.
Trust the science is the most anti-science thing you can say.
Yep.
Science has a built-in distrust. That's why you verify it. You look.
Yeah, and the people who verify it are the specialists in the field.
No, science
right?
is for everyone. Even you.
Even science. So I could get into science, but for you to sit there and say that you could critique a study.
I'm standing. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm actually standing.
For you to sorry, sir. For you to stand there and say you can critique any sort of study and have any actual foot in the door to any of them is ludicrous.
No, because science is a verb. It's an action. You're doing something. It's not a noun. That's what they want you to think. Where they got some doctor. Dr. Ouchie said that
Wait, if I send you a study, could you critique it in any meaningful way?
Yeah, certainly.
Really?
They purposely write out their methods and practices.
Okay.
So if they didn't do that, they gave you no way of critiquing it, then they didn't really do a study. All they did was some sort of meth fueled symposium. They just wrote some shit on the paper and said, huh. That's why the news of today was talking about how a new study has determined that megalodons, that giant shark, prehistoric shark, was actually more torpedo-shaped than this big tank shaped.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you critique that? Well, you'd have to see how they did their studies.
How would I critique that? I don't know. I'm not a specialist in the field. I don't know how you.
They'd have to show you how they made that. How did they draw those conclusions? What did they look at? What demonstrations did they do?
I'm not a scientist, so I don't really know.
Well, how about you? So you've got a giant jaw. That's all you got. A giant jaw.
I got a giant jaw.
Yeah, because that's the only part of the megalodon that's preserved. The rest of the body is cartilage. I don't know if you know this. Sharks don't actually have bones. Their whole body is cartilage. And only their mouth is jaw. Their jaw is a bone. So they find a giant jaw. Now, how would you think? What type of creature could have such a giant jaw? You look at it, you said it's very similar to a shark, and it's very similar. And also, fossils found in the general area are also all aquatic. So now you're thinking it must have been a giant shark or shark-like creature. So what you do next is you're like, what would be the methods and practices you could do to say, what would the rest of the body look like? Like, would you look at, hey, maybe test torpedoes, how different types of torpedoes move through the water? You could see, like, hey, what type of muscle structure would need to support a jaw that large? You could compare.
I mean, you could look at that,
sharks.
but you could also look at like aquatic life that we have right now, because it's the only sort of like reference.
Yeah, that's what they did. That's the error that they. So the first study said, hey, this must have been a super predator shark. The closest thing would be a great white shark. It's like a big tank. It's like built like solid muscle, big tank. It shoots from the ground, from the bottom of the ocean, and flies upward and gets the prey from underneath. I don't know if you know that's how great white sharks, how they attack. They attack from below. Yeah. So they said, well, wait a minute, but that doesn't really work, because how deep of water would you need just for this shark to be able to do that? Because it's too big. It's like 40 fucking feet, or more than maybe. I don't know. I'm not even sure. It's big. They're really big. Okay, so they would need of very, very, very deep water to do the same attack pattern. They go, what if they weren't like that? What if they were slimmer and narrower, like a torpedo, and they just kind of almost filter feed, but they didn't. It was like a filter feed type of attack, where they just opened their large jaws, and as soon as they got enough prey inside the mouth, moving quick, bang, snap. What if it was more like that? What if it was more like a snapping turtle or something like that? And then they ran the numbers, and they said, hey, check this out. We've done this demonstration, and we think now the Megalodon was actually thin and slender with a very large mouth, like almost like those, you see those deep sea fish who have a very large jaw and a very slender body. They're thinking it was more in line with that than a great white shark. And you could critique it, right? Because now you know what they're talking about. Check or hold. See, I feel like someone told you that you are disqualified from science, and you just took their word for it, when you should have never taken their word on that. You can use science. Science is for everybody. Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the few things he said that's actually insightful and useful, said children are the best scientists. Children. They don't have any master's degrees or doctorates. They haven't written any papers. They're just doing science at the purest level. Observer dependency. Going through what happens, they do something, what happens next, and going step by step through the scientific method, determining what the world is. That's where you should be. Don't be thinking like, you know what, I can't think through how this would work, so I'm going to just open a Google and fuck it. Because what happens now if Google changes their answer? You just today.
I feel like we collect, we gather knowledge, or collect what we think is right at the current time with what we know. And we try to get the best answers for currently. And
so you're talking about different
science. What's really cool about science is you can get it wrong.
You're talking about scientia, knowledge. You're not talking about science.
Oh,
so you're just talking about knowledge.
No idea about. Okay.
Yeah, you're not talking about the scientific method. You're talking about scientia, knowledge, which is much different than the scientific method.
Okay.
Using experimentation, determining cause and effect. See, you cross the wires there. So just parse those out. Knowledge and science are two different things. You can think you know something or have a good explanation, but it's not proven. See, science proves things. Science will either prove the hypothesis or disprove the hypothesis by proving the null. Where you're in this idea that somehow it's crossed. Like once you know something, you really don't know it if you know it. You see how that it ended up in a sort of a logical contradiction?
No.
Okay, so if you know for sure the great white shark hunts like
I don't think you can ever truly know for sure. I think that's probably the disconnect between you and I. You just you have a certain amount of knowledge at the current time, and you make predictions based off of that. But there could be
This is tough, dude.
There could be more things that you learn about like further along.
So you can't. What? So are you saying you can never know something 100%?
Yeah,
Nothing at all.
I just said, yeah.
So like, are you on Discord right now?
I am on Discord.
Is
Is it
100%?
How likely is it that I'm a brain in the vat? It's very unlikely from all my experiences, but I believe that I am.
Oh
here.
my god!
Yes.
What's the point in talking to you if you could never know anything? You never get any conclusions because at the end of the day, there will always
What do you
be
mean
a
I get
question
no
mark.
conclusions? I'm just here to chat. Just here to hear what you think.
Okay, so just for talking, okay, that works. That framework works. It may seem like at first you're trying to figure out some sort of information.
Tim Tam, have you ever made love to a man?
Have I ever made love to a man?
Don't answer that. It's not
I have
part of
made
the
love
topic.
to your dad. Yes.
Why are you gay for Jesus?
I'm gay
Bride
for
of
your dad's big black lips. Okay, that's what I'm gay for.
Yeah, we're not going to do this dumb shit. Okay, like you can take that to another channel.
I'm so sick of this. Oh, you could never know anything 100%. It renders all discussion null and void for the sake of pragmatism. Just, Jesus. I can't.
Yeah, it's really tough because if I know going into a conversation with someone that they're I can't remember the term for that, with someone who they can never know anything. It's like a special phrase. I'm drawing a blank. Someone help me out.
Well, I mean, like, I go into any conversation with what's most likely. That's what I do. Like, what's the most likely reason why this thing exists, or like why this thing happens? And from like our current understanding of like what things are, then I would like build off of that.
But yeah, it ends with a question mark, though.
What ends with a question mark?
Your full logical conclusion, when you get all the way to the end of your argument or your discussion, is it going to be you really don't know?
That's what I think is the most likely. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that as long as you're framing it in that. But you see, like a lot of the people come in here, make it seem like they have knowledge, they have 100% confidence in their role, and then when you get down to the end of the conversation, you're like, well, they actually didn't know. It's like 51%. Like everything is really 51%. Like you seem like you're a little bit higher than that. Like you go up to like 99.999 or whatever. There's some people come in here that they're only 51% sure the Earth is a globe, and you're like, wow, that's tough, dude.
My bad.
Yeah, man. I mean, shit. Sucks to suck, I guess. Holy fucking shit! Is that Banlight?
Yes.
What's up, my little Pookie?
What's up, my fellow flat earther?
Do you think that do you think like do you think you can know something 100%?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's the only way to stay logically consistent. Someone, okay, like the royal you, if a person says they can never know something 100%, you're like, well, do you know that 100%? And they're like, well, no. Okay, so you just contradicted then, because your statement suggests that you know for sure that you could not know.
Wait, Tim, are you saying you can't know if something's 100%?
The idea would be is that you could have knowledge that is hidden from you.
Who was that person?
Like the actualized you. Just saying.
Thank you.
It's not.
Thank
it's
you.
Not
I'm retarded. I thank you. I appreciate you.
Tim.
Wait, are you calling me I am retarded?
No, I am retarded. You're explaining it way better than I ever could in my entire lifespan. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
Tim.
I don't know if I'm sounding sarcastic or not. Sorry.
Tim.
That person, I feel like explains it quite well. Like there is like knowledge that could be hidden to you that you don't know about. And that's kind of what I live my life by.
Tim.
What?
It's the problem you guys have is that you're like half skeptics, right? So you're skeptical of science, but you don't follow skepticism to its logical conclusion. So it's almost like you're copping out before you get to the final hurdle.
Right, who is speaking?
Dude, who the fuck is streaming Genshin Impact on a flat Earth server?
Shut up, dude. What is wrong with
That's
you?
me. My name's Mi.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. I don't know if I'm sounding like I might be sounding sarcastic. I do appreciate it. You explain it way better than I could.
Yeah, I think that relativists, people who your percent or anything.
I guess like my question would be like, let's say you 100% believed in something, then the next day you find out you're wrong. Was that like 100%? Like, what is that like 100% that you believed? Like, what would that be?
So inherently, beliefs don't actually have to be true, right? They're not. You don't define those as knowledge, right? Knowledge would be is defined as a true justified belief, right? So a true justified belief that hinges on the true part. So something is either true or not true, right? If you know Darth Dawkins, you know law of the excluded middle, right? So you in order for you to have real knowledge, it must be true.
So then why is it a belief?
Here's an example.
It's a true justified belief. They're qualifiers, right? So a belief just on its own it isn't qualified as justified or true. Lecture. Well, somebody asked a question.
No, if it's a belief, then it can't be true, right? If it's true, then it's knowledge, right? Then you know it.
Yeah, so was it the words that I use when I said like you like a belief? Like it's what you believe to be true at that moment. Like what? Where's that?
Where's what?
Well, I don't know.
Give an example.
Give an example. Let me try to think something.
Yeah, let's talk about the really is level.
To believe something is to say that you think it's true, like inherently, right? So, knowledge. The only difference between truth and knowledge. Sorry, not truth and knowledge. The difference between like belief and knowing, right? Knowing extends beyond belief because it's not just you think it's true. You can't challenge this. This is just the way things are. This is a statement of reality, right? Whereas a belief is something that you think is true. So it's contained to you.
Give an example. This is all heady word games. Come on.
Okay, yeah, I can give you an example. So say, for instance, I say I believe in God, right? I'm saying that God, like I believe that God is real. I believe God is true, right? The existence of God is true. Whereas if I say I know God is real, right? I'm saying that there's something that goes beyond me that confirms the existence of God.
Is that scary for you to know something?
No.
Good. So what do you know?
Let's not get into that.
Why not?
It's not a good idea.
Dude, what do you know? Well, hold on. You're hiding some secrets, bro.
No, I'm not having this conversation because every time I get into it, the flat earthers get upset with me and I don't want to upset anyone, so...
No, do you know that you know some stuff, or do you just believe that you know some stuff?
Right, Jerry, are you a flat earther?
No.
Oh, okay, so you believe in the globe earth?
No.
What do you believe in?
I believe pizza is good. I believe...
no, about the nature of the earth.
He's a flat earther in denial. That's what he is.
Well, what do you believe about the nature of the shape of the earth?
I don't believe there is a shape of the earth.
There's no shape?
Okay. Well, given that this is 24/7 flat earth and you don't want to talk about the nature of the shape of the earth, I don't want to have a conversation, thank you.
I didn't say that. I asked you what you knew, then you asked what I think, and now you don't want to talk.
But flat is not
Well, I
a
only
shape, lady,
talk about
right?
flat Earth.
Flat is not a shape. Why were you attributing flat to a shape? Flat is not a shape.
You're probably true. I probably could have used better wording, but the point stands is I only want to talk about whether the Earth is flat or not, and what those knots could be. I don't want to talk about anything else.
Right, Earth is Earth.
Because the whole point of this channel is to combat like what the shape of the Earth is. So even if it is like flat, is like it doesn't necessarily mean like it is a shape. Like
yeah, but flat is not a shape.
You're no fucking shit. It's not a shape.
Exactly,
You're arguing over what the shape is. Is like right? Or are you just saying that there is no shape to the Earth?
No, there is a claim on the table. There is a claim saying the Earth is a certain shape, a sphere or of a certain dimension, and then people go out there and test for that claim, and it's nowhere to be found in reality.
Whose reality?
Wow.
So this is actually something I had an issue with yesterday. So are any of you making the positive claim that you know the shape of the Earth, right? In the sense of anything beyond just
the Globers are making the positive claim.
Am I the onus of proof is on you? Okay, my friend.
Okay, so something that I figured out listening to you guys and then kind of absorbing, right, was and from what people have confirmed to me is that essentially if we lived on a big Earth, right, like a big Earth in a sphere shape, right, it could present the same qualities as a flat Earth in terms of these calculations that the globe Earthers give all fucking up, right? So then that, to me, presents that the globe Earthers with their calculations and stuff, if everything is right under that conception, are wrong, right? But you guys can't confidently say, for instance, like people have presented to me that there's an end, right? Like there's an end. We live on a flat plane and there is an end. They wouldn't actually be able to confidently say that. So it kind of becomes, it isn't the purposes of this room, but it does become the question of like, what shape is the Earth? If not the globe that we is currently propagated to be like what it is. Does that make sense?
No.
No, because it's not curving. The globe is supposed to be curving, but reality is not curving, so it can be a globe. It's impossible.
Okay, so the idea is that the curvature with the giant globe Earth, right, is that the curvature is so little between one distance and another that we can't notice it, like using a conventional experiment. So practically flat.
There will be a nonsensical claim.
Why?
So how would all these people coming in here telling us it's flat know that it's flat if none of them can detect, or know that it's curved if none of them can
No, I'm saying they would be wrong. They would be wrong because their conception of the globe Earth would be wrong.
Yeah. Well, that's irrelevant. I mean, we've got the calculators, right? We know what the model says we should expect in terms of obstruction and drop over a distance due to curvature, so that can be tested.
So then because the whole point is that you guys do have a claim. You have a claim that the Earth is flat, right? But it could...
No, not necessarily. I'd say it's more that we're pointing out that observable reality doesn't match the globe model, so it can't be a globe. That doesn't mean we're making a positive assertion as to exactly what it is, what shape, what size, how it got here. You know, we're not really claiming those things.
I feel like you guys switch between the two, but I'll leave it at that.
Wait, if you don't think if you're against like the whole globe thing, do you have like any thought as to what it could be, like the shape of the Earth?
Well, I wouldn't make a claim to a shape, but what it appears to be, what the evidence points to, is a stationary topographical plane that is physically contained by some manner.
You say matter?
Yeah,
it's physically contained in some way, right? Whatever that
actually the full
container
phrase
might be.
is a horizontal stationary topographical plane Earth. It's the
Something like
HSTPE. The HSTPE. That's what I've narrowed down as you guys' actual claim, is that we live on a horizontal stationary topographical plane Earth.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, the phrase flat Earth and flat earther, it's not something that we came up with, right? It's like a media buzzword when they want to give something a term, but it's essentially just, not accepting the heliocentric globe belief that we're given because observable reality doesn't support it. So whatever it is, it's not that. But they've given us this term flat Earth, which makes people lose their minds.
Also, the claims for the globe goes contrary to what we experience, what we observe, what we can test. And it's, imagine a water ball that is spinning and the water is attached to the outside of it. That's outside of reality. So the globe claim is nonsense.
Wait, which thing?
Okay, your observation of the sun moving across the sky and the ground being motionless, that's the immediate experience that we are experiencing. But the globe claim is the opposite of your experience and what we observe.
Mm-hmm.
So nonsense, because your senses, your vision, you observe the sun moving with your eyes, one of your senses. Your vestibular system doesn't detect the ground spinning or moving, and the globe claims the opposite of what your senses are telling you, making the globe claim nonsense by definition.
So because you don't experience it on a day-to-day basis, it means it's wait, what did you say?
Not just that, with what we experience, what we observe, we can extend that and verify that with, let's say we observe the observations that we do, you can test, and you can't test for the movement of the ground. So we can test for the movement. There is no movement, right? There is no motion, no spin of the ground. So claiming that the ground is moving or spinning, it's nonsense by definition. Because what you're experiencing, your senses, you can extend that. Okay, let me test my experience. The ground is not moving. Let me test if the ground is moving. Do you have any test that is showing you that the ground is moving? No. So your senses are correct when they tell you the ground is not moving. Claiming the opposite is nonsense.
Okay.
You observe the sun moving with your eyes, when your vision, one of your senses, the luminaries are moving. Everybody's observing that, but Globers are claiming the opposite. Nonsense.
Okay. If I'm on the back of a speeding truck, right, or like I don't know what you would call it, a ute, like in the back, like it's like open air, and if I were to jump, what would happen?
So the truck is moving, right?
The truck is moving, yes, it's going very fast. If I were to jump, what would happen?
You don't know.
Well, I'm asking you.
Well, I know what would happen. Why are you asking this?
What I'm pointing towards is like, what would be the explanation to that in the flat Earth or the non the heliocentric model? Like, what would be the explanation to that?
Well, you're on the truck and the truck's moving, and you jump. You're gonna move with the truck, right?
Yeah.
So what does that have to do with the Earth?
Well, that would be the same with the Earth. The Earth's moving, so you'd move with the Earth.
No.
With the
How do you know
inertia.
that the truck is moving?
Oh shit. That's so true. It's not big, is it? How do I know the truck's moving? I can see it, I guess.
Yeah.
I can
Do you
see
want
it
to know
moving.
how I know when the Earth is moving?
I can feel the Earth moving right now.
Right. When there's an earthquake, right? So if there's no earthquake,
right now I can feel it moving.
you can feel the Earth moving, and there's not an earthquake. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Wow.
I can feel the tiny vibrations that are happening right now. As we
Wow.
speak.
Okay. Anybody else?
Anybody else what?
Anybody else want to talk? Or
sure.
Tried Tim Tam. He was going for something.
Tim Tam, do you want to be my friend?
Pardon?
Do you want to be my friend, Tim Tam?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he sounds like
use
he's
a
right
friend.
up your alley. With not being
Well,
able to
I mean,
discuss.
it's kind of like I don't know. I guess I just buy into trusting people. You know, that's what I do.
Yeah.
Is it possible that those people are
Yeah,
telling you
something.
something that isn't true?
Yeah, but then I would hope that the organization that is large enough to where there are people who like go against it or can critique it, so we can get to like the absolute truth. That's kind of what I hope for.
Do you think an organization that's getting $60 million a day for telling their story are going to turn around and say, "Nah, that was all bullshit"?
Wait, hold on. Which scientific field gets that much funding?
NASA.
Which other ones?
Well, I was talking about NASA.
Oh.
So if NASA are making $60 million a day, even if
some
of the people there figured out that that wasn't true, you think they're going to turn around and be like, "Nah"?
I would be like, damn, that is like
It's a good reason to lie, no?
That is a good conflict of interest. But if there are other organizations around the world which can criticize NASA for how they conduct their things,
Well, what if they're doing the same thing, right? Because they're all getting millions of dollars as well in the same way that NASA do, but in their respective countries.
Oh well, fuck, man. I guess I'm lucky, dude.
Yeah. So believing what
if they're getting paid that way, who's getting paid all of
that?
that money? Who do you think is getting paid all that money?
Well, that's just the amount allocated to NASA in their government budget, right? So it's taxpayer money, and then it gets given to NASA to produce cartoons.
Yeah, but how much of that do you think they? Well, how much of that do you think they actually like keep?
Well, exactly. How would you even know? No one's auditing NASA. You know what I mean? They could be doing whatever the fuck they want with that money.
Yeah.
Military slush. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah,
What
true.
should they keep? All of it, bro. All of it.
Yeah, they're keeping all of it. Yeah, they're not spending that money anywhere. True.
Yeah.
Why
it's
would
not
they?
expensive to send out some cartoons and stories.
Yeah,
A lot of the NASA
Popular,
stuff is like
How many
contracts.
employees
Like
does NASA have? How many?
a lot of the NASA stuff is like contracts by companies, and so companies have to build a switch here, a screw over here. I don't know, and a motor for something. So they're making a lot of money. They put it all together. Cash in.
So there's 1,800 civilians working for, or civil servants, sorry, working for NASA. Wait, hold on. Right.
Yeah, there's the guy that cleans the toilet. The security guy at the gate that opens and closes the gate. The guys that.
Okay, so wait, what
all these
percentage of that would
people-
you say is like actually towards like beneficial people?
Well, listen, I mean, even if they find out, right, anyone in academia or NASA or whatever, you think even if they did have a suspicion or found out that they would jeopardize their career, their livelihood, their life to go and tell someone and get themselves ridiculed in society? I mean, they'd just be like, no academic's going to be like, we're all wrong, and have everything that they've been teaching for years just be discarded. They'd look like fools. So, a lot of personal and professional reasons why these people wouldn't come out and say anything, even if they did know, which isn't necessarily the case. Most of them just believe it too.
The best part too is in the 90s the Congress passed a No Fear Act. This is something you can Google. Okay, what topic you should Google. The other thing you Googled was dumb to Google that. This is smart because it tells you all the details. That there were problems inside the federal executive branch of whistleblowers being retaliated against. So they did this No Fear Act that basically put them into this almost like a witness protection program, that they could blow the whistle and then get protected by a agency that was going to have oversight. on keeping whistleblowers free from retaliation. But there's a few agencies that are exempt from no fear. Like CIA, for example. Okay, and NASA is one of them. So why would NASA need, if NASA's always above board, it's one of the only agencies that's doing all the hard science for the betterment of humanity, why the fuck do they need to be exempt from no fear? Would they, they would be like, they'd welcome whistleblowers. They'd open their books. Like, here you go. This is everything we found out. All the greatness, all the inspiring stuff that you can use to improve your life and improve the betterment of humanity. But that's all we're going to show you. All this stuff behind the screen, behind the curtain, that stuff's not for the public. And if anyone who has access to it whistleblows, they are not protected. You are on your own. The full power and wrath of the federal government will come down on their shoulders. So what's easier? Just keeping your mouth shut, collecting your paycheck, getting your federal benefits and your federal retirement? Or going against the system that won't change anyway? Even if you're able to disseminate the information and prove that they're full of shit, they're lying, it's all weapons programs, it's all black ops, it's not going to change it, dude. Who's going to be held to account? The only way to have something change is to have something held to account. Someone's got to be the fall guy. Even if they do, let's say the best case scenario, the whistleblower blows a whistle, everyone's outraged, they demand accountability. There'll just be some fall guy. There'll be a patsy who didn't really give a fuck anyway. And then they'll just keep doing what they're doing. This is why why a toilet costs $2,000 or a hammer costs $2,000 and a toilet costs like $66 million. Because no one's going to hold. They're completely unaccountable. There's zero civilian oversight or accountability. And think about that. Now, this is something you can't Google.
Damn, I guess we should just kill ourselves then. Jesus.
No, not point. Kill yourself. Just
you're never going to be able to change the system. Oh shit,
no,
man.
Dude, this is where
It's like a defeatist kind of mentality.
Exactly the opposite. Now that you know, there's power in knowing. It's power in knowing.
What power if you don't? Well, what power?
Basically, George Carlin said it best. I don't believe anything the government tells me. Nothing. Zero. Once you know that they are full of shit, then you have the ability to resist said shit.
Yeah, I mean, you personally, but you kind of have to get everyone else on board, right? For there to be actual change. So how do you do that, or do you just not bother?
Did someone boot Fox out? He's doing this homophobe thing. I don't know, does he need a break?
Oh wow, guys! Good, beautiful morning on this fucking pancake, huh? Fucking dumb fucking nerd.
Oh, he's almost got the N-word out. Good catch. He tried.
Just so triggered. So triggered.
He tried to get the N-word out.
Such pussies, man. Pathetic.
I think that was the same account. The two there, that Dick Cord and the other guy, is the same person.
Double retard. Come on, Tim Tam, save us. Give us some topic of the earth. What's confusing you? What makes you believe Earth's a ball? Other than people telling you that's what it is. Anything you've seen for yourself?
I see that curve, baby. Whenever I go out to the beach, I see it.
Oh, what does it look like?
Oh, like a curve.
A Curve of what?
It's a little curve.
Of the horizon.
I think that's what it's more commonly known as.
But the horizon
but
is
don't you know that
horizontal.
if the horizon was horizontal, yeah, I understand that's that it derives from there, but like it can take different meanings from it, right? As time goes on.
So the horizon isn't horizontal.
That's what I mean. I don't believe it is. But it's but why would it be
Could
called
you
a
show us?
horizon?
Could you show me the non-horizontal horizon from the beach?
You want me to go take a picture and send it to you?
Yeah, of that curved horizon. Because I mean, I live next to a beach, and I don't see the horizon curve. It just looks horizontal to me. But maybe
The
you've
next
got
time I go to the
some kind of
beach, I'll
different
take a
view.
photo just for you, okay? And I'll show you the horizon. I'll paint it out for you.
Cool. You do that.
I will.
Bros think they see a curved horizon. Wow, from the beach. Amazing.
Yeah.
Must be a pretty tiny ball that we're living on.
No, it's just
Strange, 'cause
you gotta take a large
other
enough.
answers
You gotta
was,
take a large enough picture, and then you'll be able to see it. It's very minuscule.
Because according to the official globe story, they say we can't see curve because it's too big. So that's weird. You should maybe get in touch with NASA. Tell them that you can see the curve.
Did NASA
It's not
say
that big after
Wait,
all.
hold on.
It's only
Can
like
you-
100-mile
hold on,
radius
hold
or
on,
something.
hold on. I'm gonna ask you for a link on that. Can you link me to where NASA said that you can't see the curve because the Earth is too big? That's the claim you just made. I just need to see it.
Well, that's the globe story, right?
That's the globe story. Okay, so NASA
It
didn't
looks
actually say
flat
that.
and motionless.
Wait,
It
hold
looks
on.
flat and
I just want you
motionless
to
'cause it's a big ball.
acknowledge that you just that you just like made something up. You said that
What?
NASA
No, that's
said
what they
that.
say. Well, NASA, the mainstream academics, whatever. They say you can't see curve.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, it is. I can feel the Earth moving right now. I can feel it.
Oh my god, who are we talking to? And why are we wasting our time?
Scraping the barrel, Jedi.
Yes, yeah. I can feel the earth moving right now. From that point onwards, no one's going to take you seriously.
I mean, I can.
But we will make fun of you. What does it feel like?
Like you're like you guys are like it's like your own like personal experience. Like that's where you should like derive your like.
Yeah, what does
science
it feel
from.
like? What does the Earth moving
What does
feel
it
like?
feel like? What does
Yeah,
it
describe
feel
it.
like to like feel like a pillow?
So when you go
Like, what does it mean?
outside,
What does it mean to be like soft? It's kind of like that sort of feeling.
what
like,
are you
like
experiencing?
I couldn't ever describe it to you. I can just feel it.
Okay, so you don't feel the ground moving then.
I can feel the earth. I don't feel the ground moving. I can feel the entire earth moving.
The entire earth.
Yeah, all of it. I can feel.
Which isn't so the ground's not part of the earth then.
Going on.
No, I don't just feel the earth, the ground moving. Sorry, I feel the entire.
So you don't
earth.
feel the ground moving.
I don't feel just the ground moving. I feel everything moving.
Okay,
Do you understand that?
Yes. So
what would that be? I just feel it. I can feel it.
That's
Back
fine.
of my spine.
That's fine. I've got a question. This is phenomenal shit. I'm like pleased to meet you. How do you distinguish between the different movements on the earth? How do you do that?
Wait, what different movements? What do you mean?
There's different movements on the earth, right? For example, the tidal flow of all of that water on the earth. How do you distinguish feeling that motion as opposed to the rotation on the earth's axis? Do you feel more rotation when you get closer to the equator?
I just feel everything all at once, and I just know
yeah.
happening currently at every point in there.
Okay. You experience the acceleration and deacceleration as well, do you?
I experience everything.
Wow.
I'm feeling right now. Yeah.
Have you been able to do that since a child, or have you learned to do that?
Yeah, I think it was just something I was born with. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And how did your parents feel about this? Did you tell them? Because this is quite amazing.
Why would I share that with them? They would never understand.
Well, again, this is an experience that, let's put it like this, no one else has, apart from you.
Well, I want to share. I want to share this with more open-minded individuals like yourself.
Well, but you didn't go to
You
your
would
parents.
consider yourself open-minded, right?
You don't have to talk through me. I know this is going to make you spiral. I mean, I'll play along, but
You'll play
I'll fuck you
along.
up. Yeah,
Am I
I'll
not
play
allowed
along.
to just like talk a little bit? I'm not
It's,
allowed to do
well,
that. Sorry,
do you remember the bit where I came in and said, "Fucking hell, what's going on? Why are we wasting our time?" No one's taking you seriously, mate, and definitely not me.
Okay. I don't think anyone's taking anyone seriously.
Oh, they definitely
But
do.
it's cute that you think that.
You don't need to talk. You made a statement. Very much do we
Well,
take
hold on.
people.
Hold on, sir. I didn't finish my statement there. Okay. So I'm going to cut you off right now just to explain that to you because obviously you don't understand that. Okay. Go ahead. I will allow you to speak right now. Go ahead.
Mate, obviously you want to get in. Dude, you want to get in. Make your point.
I've just allowed you to speak. Did you not hear me, or do you not speak English?
You don't.
Or do you not understand that? Sorry.
You don't. Permission.
You can say word now.
When it comes down to permission around here, sunshine, that's going to come down to me. Like I said, I'm not taking you seriously, so I'm not going to treat you with the respect of taking somebody seriously. Until you act serious, then I will treat you seriously. How about that?
I'm giving you back what you're dishing out, okay, man?
No. Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Strange coping mechanism that you've got.
I am coping, but
You are. You most definitely are.
You are coping as well. So
if you want to get back to this, you feel the Earth moving shit.
Obviously, it's a fucking joke. What do you know? You don't know what a joke is? No, I can actually feel the rotation of the Earth, and in the back of my spine, I can feel every single movement.
Okay, so we're agreed. Earth's rotation is a joke. So why'd you believe in the globe again?
No, it's a joke to claim that you feel the rotation of it.
Okay, so you just imagine it.
Do you know what a joke is, or
we have to joke?
So something you think isn't true.
Because you just said like, do you just imagine it? I don't actually just imagine it.
But you don't feel it.
I do feel it, 100%, man. I do
You
feel
just
it
said you didn't.
on
You
a
were
day-to-day
joking, remember?
basis.
So you do just imagine it, yeah.
I don't imagine it. I know it. I can feel it.
No,
it's a tingle.
feel it. You just said you
It's a
don't feel
tingle
it.
in the
You just
back
said
of
that
my
was a joke.
spine, bro.
Yeah, see, I mean, you can't, you're trying, I don't know. I mean, you're obviously just being a bit of a melt about it, but you obviously know that you don't have any experience with
I feel like it's
motion.
pretty obvious now I'm being a dickhead about it, right?
Yeah.
I think it's like funny.
How does it feel?
It's fine. So yeah, you just imagine it because you've been told it. That's fine. Just, that's what it is.
Whoa, hold on. Just to be clear, I don't feel it because I've been told to feel it.
No, you don't feel it at all.
No, I do feel it. I've
imagine
known it since birth. Ever since I came into my mum's womb,
imagine
I
it
felt
because you
it.
were told
I felt the
about it.
magnetic force field.
See how
that's been
quickly you
taken over.
spiral in between like your emotional outbursts, and then you get hold of yourself and you say, "Oh, I was just joking. I'll give it a day." Oh my, I feel it. You're like all over the place, man.
Do you not see
You
the
just get
irony
frustrated
behind
yourself.
all of this? Or
No, you didn't come
we see.
clever
We
or
see the, we see the emotional fragility in you from it.
Oh yes,
That's what we
I'm
can
having
see.
an emotional outburst right now. Yes, sir.
You
I
are
apologize.
because you can't even confront what you experience in reality without
I don't.
spiraling
Oh,
out.
hold on. Just to be clear, I don't actually feel the rotation in the back of
Yeah,
my
no
spine.
shit.
I don't.
We know.
Okay,
you
well, you're
dildo.
saying no shit
So
now,
yeah,
but you're
you
like
imagine
arguing
it.
against me. Like I
So
actually
yeah,
do
you
feel
imagine
that.
it. No, we're not arguing. We're getting you to
You
embarrass
are
yourself
arguing. You
by
absolutely are.
claiming. No, we
You can
coax
say
you
that you're
along so that
arguing.
you keep saying it. No, we coax you along so that you keep saying it to embarrass yourself, so that the wider audience can see how retarded the globe belief is, and it works very well. So yeah, we're not arguing. We know you don't feel the spin of the Earth or see curvature, you dildo. That's why we get you to address those things, and then we ask you once you control yourself enough to acknowledge that you don't feel or detect those things, why you believe them. What's made you believe the things that you never experience? It's just a story that you imagine. So
Hold on.
yeah.
If I experience the feel of the rotation of the Earth, does that mean it actually exists? Like if I just like experience that on a day-to-day basis?
No, bro, you're a brain in a jar. You're not even on Discord right now.
Oh, okay. But thank you. I appreciate that.
So do we have anyone who does have control of their emotions that wants to discuss
I
the
have
Earth?
psychosis right now. I'm going insane.
Yeah, we know. We can hear it. It's okay. Pop yourself on mute, bro.
No, I'm just waiting for you to get mad enough to mute me again because you can't handle me.
Okay.
Can't handle you.
Yeah, you can never handle me.
Yeah, we can't handle you embarrassing yourself repeatedly. No, we see that every day. So there you go. Someone else can pick that up if they want. But, yeah. Another brick to Lobby.
Another one. Oh well. Are there any more? Lots of names in the server. Who have we got in here? We're not on YouTube. Oh, we are on YouTube now. That's stunning. So remember, everyone, we are live streaming on YouTube at the moment. If you want the link to the server, ask someone else. I can't be bothered to find it. Who have we got in here, though? Got a couple of people that deafened. We've got Amishes in the house. What's up, my friend? Hope you're doing well. That was Cyclone just a moment ago. Hope you're doing well, Cyclone, man. Who else we got in here?
Yeah, doing good, man. How are you?
Yeah, really well, thank you, mate. Really well. So we've got Benny in here. Clay under seal is deafened at the moment, so is Crit. Freakachu's in the house. What's up, Freakachu? Heretic's deafened as well. Vlad's in the house. Jekyll, what's up, Jekyll? Kathos is here. Who else we got? Kathos7 and Kotax. Kotax, what's up, my friend? Little G and Lupus. Hello, Lupus. We're all looking forward to Nathan Oakley coming on Friday. I see Man of Fact Totem has joined us as well. Mark J. Hopefully you guys will be here on Friday when Nathan pops in. Mark's in the house. Me's joined us as well. I miss you. Morvis. Lots of people in the house. Pond Scum. Like I said, Cyclone. Seesaw. What's up, Seesaw?
Who's
Timbo.
that Oakley person
Okay.
that you mentioned?
So Nathan Oakley is a flat earth YouTuber who broadcasts daily debate shows from 2 until 3 p.m. Monday to Friday UK time, and then he has an after show which you can get hold of and joining these servers and whatnot. But yeah, he's been doing these debates for bloody hell 2018, I think, maybe even 2007, somewhere around there anyway. And it's been very constant within the flat Earth debate arena, and a bit of a personality. Some people kind of look up to him. Some people hate him. But yeah, he's been on a few other Discord servers. He's going to pop over to this one as well on Friday. So it should be a good event. If you want to find out any of his or look into any of the debates that have happened before, it's Nathan Oakley 1980 on YouTube, FED. But just Nathan Oakley 1980 if you want to look into that.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Yeah, as you stick around in the flat Earth, you'll find who the personalities are, or the people that have been around for a while. They've got a little bit of I don't know kudos about them. I don't know what a good word for it is. Nathan might come with some of that. There's a guy called Quantum Eraser. He comes with a bit of that. Outspoken people within the community. There's quite a few of them. But a few of them frequent this Discord server. Witsit from Witsit gets it. He comes here quite a bit.
Do you guys ever talk to Brenda?
She was in the other day.
Okay, yes. I'm really excited because I know Brenda from a different community and she's nuts. So I really want to hear her talk to someone.
Okay, well, stick around.
Maybe that I can link you a few videos of Brenda interacting with people in the community.
Yeah, Brenda's got.
I've seen one before where she's like, she's screaming because somebody's called her a he. I think I haven't seen anything else.
Yeah,
anything apart from that would be fantastic.
She even made it in a few music videos. Some people in the community did.
That's very true.
A few mixes.
Yeah, link me.
The guy Quantum Eraser has done a few special videos about our Brenda. So it's quite interesting. She's a bit of a personality. I mean,
yeah, she's nuts.
Yeah, she's a fucking idiot, but
She used to debate like politics and stuff, and she was considered nuts there too. Like I miss her.
Yeah, she said some interesting things. Dog bones are clocks, I think, is one of them that springs to mind.
Why did she say that? What's the context?
Trying to define what time is and if time is physical. I would only hope that that's what the conversation was about. And yeah, saying that.
Do you guys have like a unique belief about how time works then?
Oh, how would
I was
you?
assumed it was like carbon dating that he was speaking about. Or
That's what I was going to get to, man. It's carbon dating. So, but dog bones are clocks because they tell time.
Yeah, also,
Is the belief something like she said that something is X old because of these dog bones that they've got hold of, and so therefore dog bones are clocks.
As a tool for measuring time, so they can be clocks or something like that. Just wild, wacky fantasy imagination land as usual. The hole in a donut is space time.
Oh, I heard that one. Yui sent that to me like 6 months ago. That was really funny.
We need to send the clip. We had a good clip of a guy who was talking about how he can't know anything to be true, and it was someone brought up the example if he came home one day and his wife was sleeping with the neighbor and he saw them, and he was going on about how it could be a sex robot that looks like his wife, and he wouldn't actually know that it's his wife. We've got a great clip of it. Let me find.
I don't know why, even as a philosophical skepticist, you would do that. Why would you engage in that at all? This makes you sound dumb as fuck.
Me, it feels like you're degrading kind of over the day. Are you running out of coffee or what?
Sorry, I'm not degrading. What's wrong?
Well, I mean, you started off kind of rational a couple hours ago, and now you're like.
I think that's just you agreed with me a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, I know. I'll say yesterday too. I never got a chance to say that. I was kind of mischaracterizing the conversation earlier, but it was more for a comic effect than actual like steel man.
Oh man, who's got the Pagus video? Because I'm looking at it now and it's been set to private.
Not me, mate.
Which one?
The Pagus video where he's talking about his wife being a sex robot.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure which one that is.
Guy set his video to private. I can't remember what his name was that made it so good. Oh no, that's annoying.
Just quickly, guys. Me, is it pronounced me or is it my?
That's whatever you want it to be.
Oh, okay. So, me. Have you managed to piss anybody off since you come back this morning or this afternoon?
I annoyed someone this morning, but it was a Glober, I think. Because he's going to be back at some point to explain Glober to me. Okay. I think, did anyone else get irritated? Oh, somebody started to get irritated with me as well because they were talking about epistemology again, unrelated to me, and I interrupted. And then in a different channel, which is the Theist Experience, I started pissing them off. Not intentionally, but they have a bad history with me.
Whatever. No, that's fine. It makes me laugh when you piss people off. I don't know why. I think it's amusing. Can't seem to get through your worldview or how you look at things. Makes me laugh.
Because it's a superior worldview.
Yeah.
No one can defeat me.
Like I was saying yesterday, we've met lots and lots of people, obviously, in these Discord servers and these chats about Flat Earth over the years that we've been doing them. And obviously there's many different epistemologies and ways that people have knowledge or truth and how they believe in things, in their mindset. You definitely... coming into this subject, like I was saying yesterday, where it is basically based as much as we can be on empiricism, and we try to avoid the speculation and also understand that there's a lot of things that we actually do not know, and we can't know because we can't experience these things. I'm glad that you've pissed a globe earther off. It makes me smile, just because I think that the way that you speak and the way that you look at things and you put your arguments across is going to be as frustrating for people on either side of the fence, either way, when they're trying to prove a point beyond a shadow of a doubt, whilst walking a logical or trying to walk down the logical framework with you. You're going to piss both sides off. I'm glad you pissed the ball off.
Well, I don't know how to take that because I feel like you're just spiting your enemies. But I mean, if they're wrong, they're wrong.
It's not an enemy thing. It's a way of looking at things and coming to understandings and acceptance and realizations of truth, and how you can demonstrate those to yourself and to others. And people have completely different ways of looking at things. And when firstly confronted with this question about the flat Earth and globe Earth, and they don't realize how logically it is based from the offset, and how the misuse of arguments and logic can very easily get people into situations that they start defending without any real knowledge themselves, dying on hills for things that they haven't even really made a claim to.
Yeah, definitely, I can see that. I'll just be 1 second because I'm going to watch these Brenda videos.
Yeah, man. They're hilarious. Somebody down the bottom of the server called Whip Spider. I like the name. Have we spoken before, Whip? Maybe we have, maybe we haven't. Tim Tam is still muted. I might unmute you, Tim Tam. Yeah. Tim Tam, what brought you to our server anyway in the first place? Not our server, our channel in the server.
I think it's pretty interesting that there are still people who believe in certain things, even if the consensus points towards the opposite.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. That's true. It is interesting that there are people that have very different ideas about what reality is and what the Earth is and where we are and how we come to learn knowledge about that question. Yeah, that's true.
I find that, yeah, that's what I like. That's why I like coming into this Discord, hearing other people's ideas and stuff.
How long have you been in this channel?
How long have I been in this channel? I think I've been here for maybe an hour.
Oh wow! So you're super new.
Oh, like if I have been here before a few times.
Okay.
I could probably count it on my hands how many times I've been in here. So I just I go in between channels. That's all. That's what I do.
Yeah, no, that's fine. What questions do you have, or do you get left with things that you'd like answered, or are there things when you're not here you think, oh, I should probably ask the flat earthers when I get to speak to them?
Nothing that comes to the top of my mind right now. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm kind of
you're fine.
on the spot kind of thing. I really just can't think of anything.
No, you're fine. Do you even know why flat earthers say the things that we do?
I think they probably have a distrust towards what would I say?
Authority.
Government type things or organizations kind of things. When their sense of reality is of the opposite of that. That's what it kind of feels like to me.
Okay. So a distrust for authority figures. Do you think that distrust is founded on anything? Do you think it's just
I know it's because of how they, because obviously when you look around, you're not. It doesn't really feel like you're on a globe. Like it feels pretty flat from like your like personal experience, and I can understand like why you would think like that's the thing. And then there's obviously governments and like high level shit. Like there's a bunch of fuck shit that happens within them. So I feel like it just kind of like builds on that. Yeah.
Okay. I'd say flat earthers really only make 3 claims, and that's because the globe Earth model makes 3 primary claims. There are other ones that you can spin off, but there are 3 ones that are the main kind of foundation. I think we'd say with these 3 claims that there isn't actually any direct measurable evidence or demonstration of these things to be true. They're just taken for granted. Those 3 physical claims is the first one, the shape of the Earth. It is a ball, sphere, globe, oblate, spheroid, however you want to determine it. It's a great big circle-shaped planet thing. It is a ball. So the surface of the Earth should curve. We don't seem to be able to observe or measure any curvature. And there's a lot of industries and way that we use the world that rely on treating the Earth as level and stationary. Aviation, for example, engineering, these types of things. So first claim is the Earth's a ball. Second, obviously, we spoke about this earlier, the Earth's moving. Spinning on its axis, and remembering we're begging the question about the Earth being a ball, but the Earth, if it was a planet, we're told that it's spinning on its axis, orbiting around the sun, and flying around the galaxy, through the universe, blah, blah, blah. So the Earth is in motion. 2 claims, it's a ball in motion. Third claim, third physical claim about reality, is that the ball that spins does this in the vacuum of space. Now, the problem with this one is there's no physical barrier separating the 2 dynamically different pressures. That's a better word. The high atmospheric pressure that we're breathing compared to the low vacuum pressure of outer space. According to laws of nature, if the Earth is an open system, so no physical boundary separating the 2, then the gas would be able to disperse into that space. That's just the law of nature. Gas likes to do that. It exists in confined volumes. And if there isn't a confined volume, then that's the entire universe. So nowhere to get pressure. The second, along that second claim is to have gas pressure, you need the volume for the gas to press upon in a limited space, which gives you pressure. If you don't have a physical boundary, you won't have pressure for the gas because it can't exert any force on the container. So those are the 3 physical claims. There isn't any demonstration for one.
I'd love to talk about that third one.
Let's disco. Unless our friend.
So does pressure change as you get higher in altitude?
Yes.
And does a difference in pressure require a container?
Nope.
But then all your entire claim's bunk then.
That's not true.
Yeah, because no one's purporting a perfect vacuum of space.
You 10 to negative 17 torr in deep space, 10 to negative 8 or 9. Sorry, 16, I think. I don't know.
How close is deep space to the Earth?
Out there in the solar system. And if you want to talk about...
So the answer is very, very, very far,
around where the
right?
moon is? Around where the moon is?
Well, that's where you're incorrect.
Okay, so the atmosphere goes around the moon now, does it?
Correct. That's what NASA has recently found.
But yeah, you don't need to spring that on me. That was years ago when they made that claim. I get you.
Still recent in the scientific mindset.
That's fine, but let's get back down to earth in your graduated pressure system and how you think that violates the second law of thermodynamics, because you're forgetting quite a few things.
So you're saying there's low pressure above the high pressure. Why doesn't all of the high pressure gas just go to the low pressure?
Okay, so are you aware of gas laws?
Yes.
Cool. So you should understand that within PV equals nRT, what T stands for? What's T stand for in PV equals nRT?
Yeah, you caught me there. I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Cool. So we're talking about the ideal gas law formula.
So what's
PV
T?
equals temperature.
Okay.
So if you're aware of gas laws, then you'll understand that you need gas, you need a container, and you can vary and manipulate the pressure and the temperature. You can only vary and manipulate the pressure with a container, an amount of gas in an available volume, and you vary and manipulate temperature.
So why is there a pressure? Why is there a temperature differential between the altitudes?
I'm telling you. So the reason within the globe Earth model, because of PV equals nRT, it's temperature, the reason why you have a pressure gradient. Is there anything else that you're forgetting?
So why on a flat Earth is it that as you get higher, it gets colder?
Temperature.
I'm asking why it gets colder.
Yeah. Where do you think that energy comes from?
Does heat not rise?
What happens when it rises? Does it stay hot?
It cools down.
It gets cooler. Yeah, it gets cooler. So where do you
But
think?
it's also getting much closer to the sun, right?
So where do you think the energy is coming from?
On the flat Earth model, it would be a local close sun.
Yeah, the sun doesn't
Like
matter.
a local,
doesn't matter
very
about
close
what.
by.
It doesn't matter about what model. We
Yeah,
have
it
a
does.
sun.
It absolutely matters.
No, flat Earth, globe Earth. We have a sun. The sun heats the Earth. Do you know what radiant heat is?
Does it not heat the atmosphere?
Yes, but do you think
Infrared
that
light.
do you think that the solid matter of the Earth is going to be heated by the sun more or less than the gas?
Well, obviously, solid matter is more dense.
Okay, so you understand radiant heat from the surface of the Earth. Good. Where's the gas produced?
What gas? It depends on the gas.
Oxygen, nitrogen.
Well,
Carbon
oxygen is
dioxide
created by plants
Yeah, you go. Chemical and
in the
biological
ocean.
Yes, chemical and biological cycles that take place on and within the surface of the Earth. That being the muddy bit and the wet bit.
Yeah.
So, being as we have an evaporation cycle, just for one example, where the sun comes out, heats the water turns to gas and rises into the space above the water. The reason why we have a gradient is because we live within a dynamic system. One of the main reasons is because of temperature. Another one is where the gas is produced and cycled, the surface of the Earth where we are.
But as you love to point out, gas pressure is the amount of pressure being placed upon the container.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
does the gas pressure get higher as you get closer to the firmament?
Don't know. I can only go on the information that we're given about the atmosphere. And the atmospheric temperature with altitude works like this. Gets colder, gets warmer, gets colder, gets fucking hotter. Would you like me to give you the graph? It's your model. Maybe you should know it before you
Yes,
come in.
at high altitude where there is lower pressure, the gases already lose their energy, therefore they cool and they come down to the ground to absorb energy. It's a convection cycle. Prove it. And gas pressure gradient is always dependent on gas pressure. So there is no gas pressure without gas pressure gradient. According to altitude, the gas molecules, they have a certain energy levels. The higher in altitude, the higher energy.
Well, let's try and plug all this into that equation that FE Jedi got there. What's the volume of the firmament?
I don't know. I don't know what the volume of the Earth is. If
Nobody measured it.
Why not?
I'm going to answer. If you're going to start playing around with the volume with PV equals nRT and say that you don't have one, then we've got a problem, because we're going to have a problem with the pressure bit. Pressure is defined as the force the gas exerts upon the walls of the container. That's what the volume bit's in there for.
Right, but you don't have a calculation to show
No,
that
I
there's
don't.
the
No.
pressure.
I don't.
Measurements are not calculations.
I don't know how hard the start is.
Yeah.
What do you want from me?
His question was, what are the measurements of the container? But what's the biggest measurements that you ever took? Like taking a ruler
Could you
or a
not
measuring instrument?
calculate for the volume?
No, I mean, have you ever measured the dimensions of the country you live in? Because those measurements are actually quite
I'm not
small
making a
in
claim about the
comparison.
size of the country I'm living in.
Those measurements are quite small in comparison to the measurements you are asking us to perform.
Yeah, just because it's hard doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it.
At the moment, you're going to have a problem. At the moment, you're going to have a problem with solving for that without what's going to be missing. What do you think it is? PV equals the amount of substance in space, the gas constant, temperature.
So, are you gonna?
I'm go somewhere, dude.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm literally asking him a question. He's got an open container.
You could fill all of those variables. I don't know what. Yeah, why wouldn't you be able to?
Okay. So pressure times pressure times volume.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have one.
You have. Yeah. I'm saying if you have every other.
The amount
every
of
other figure, then you can solve for V.
Amount of substance in a space. Do we know that? Of the atmosphere.
Is that impossible to measure?
At the moment, we don't have a container.
Sorry, we don't have a container?
No, you don't have a container. That's your problem.
I thought your claim is that we're always in a container.
No. Yes.
So if you measure...
I don't have this problem. You're asking me to do something that I don't need to do.
He's asking us to
do because you don't need to do anything, right? You don't need to do anything, right? You could just sit on TikTok live and act like an NPC for the rest of your life and never do anything scientific for the rest of your life. But if you want to go, you could do this. That's all I'm pointing out. Is that if you really wanted to devote your life to the flat Earth, you could go out and find all of these things and prove your case correct. You guys are too lazy.
Hold on. He wants the volume of the Earth. The fuck?
What's the volume of the Earth? We can under the globe model. I can calculate that for you, no problem.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. The fuck? I thought you wanted it from a flat Earth point of view. Shit.
Well, you asked me a question, dumbass.
Yes, I did. How do you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Yeah.
Like a bomb going off.
Yeah, you told me about
a shitload of pressure.
You told me about gradients and stuff. That's why we started talking about the ideal gas law.
I know you want to get away from making the claim of a container because it makes you seem a bit like a bitch for not demonstrating it or calculating it.
I've already got the formula that depends on the volume of the container.
Volume.
And nuke will create.
Volume is 108.321 times 10 to the power of 10 kilometers cubed.
No, you guys are
not knowing the volume won't change anything, right?
You guys are bricked on this because
they asked me what it was, so I provided them the answer because I'm an honest interlocutor and I don't just move to back.
You're not being honest because
you're saying that you asked them the question, right, and then they didn't answer it, and it makes them a bitch. They did answer it. They told you they don't know, and you just
you also
no.
the globe
I'm
model
talking. I called them a bitch
Okay, dude, the globe model claims a container. We have to go through the drama, okay? Just let it go. The next thing is that you guys claim a container. Either A, gravity as a law, the law of gravity, mass attracts mass, is pulling the mass of gas down to the center of the Earth, or B, the theory of gravity, the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, creating a well where all the gas is trapped inside. You have two containers that are contradictory, but yet you say no container at the same time. This is the problem you have. Because the flat Earth is telling you that
gravity is a container.
Say again?
Because it's not.
He said you don't think?
Yeah, I asked why do you think gravity is a container, and then someone said because it's not. If you're not going to listen to the question, I wouldn't answer.
Okay, so you said that gravity is not a container.
No.
Okay, what's stopping gas from fucking off then?
Is gravity a solid wall which gas molecules can bounce off kinetically from it?
Obviously not.
Obviously not. There
so
you
you
go.
got the warping, you got a gravity or a well of space-time that all the gas is trapped inside. It can't escape this well of the fabric of space-time. That would be your container then. Your container is a well. So how can you say no container then? See, the issue is that you want to run away from your claim of container.
It's because it doesn't align colloquially with what we would call a container. When we say container, everyone thinks Tupperware. Right?
No, we know. So ideal gas laws, non-ideal gas laws take place within containers. Because without the container, you don't have a volume. Without the volume, you don't have the very thing that the gas is going to press upon in that fixed space. What do you think is going to happen if we've got a container of gas? The gas is occupying that space, and we put more gas into that space. Do you think there's going to be more pressure? Question, dude. If we put more gas into a fixed volume, is there going to be more pressure?
Let me answer a different question.
No, let's stay on
in a bomb.
Yeah.
No,
Grim, don't
just
throw a life
joking.
jacket.
I'm joking.
Go ahead, Evan. Clear the airway for Evan here. He's got a claim on the table that we got to look at here. Did we lose contact?
No, maybe.
All right, go ahead, Grim. Tell your joke.
That's not a joke. So when a bomb goes off, this bomb will create like gas pressure, right? Right?
No.
Okay.
So window panes will be shattering, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, bombs do not create gas pressure. Bombs actually makes solid matter jump into plasma.
You have two types of explosions. You got an implosion and an explosion. If you know about warfare, which I think you're probably going down that line there, the Russians developed a device called a thermobaric, which basically they fire it into a cave, and instead of exploding, it implodes. That way they kill all the people, but don't collapse.
I'm talking about a bomb going off like 2 miles away from a window pane, right? And then the window pane shattering. So what is actually pushing against the window pane? Plasma? No. It's just air molecules, right?
The shock waves.
Yes. And what is a shock wave? A shock wave is just fucking air molecules
gas pressure.
moving very, very fucking fast, right? Oh,
why?
Fucking air is not gas? Holy shit, bro.
Excuse me. What did you need to do to cause
gas?
that? Excuse me. What did you need to do to cause that to happen?
Well, can I tell you something?
No,
Can I tell you something? Air is gas, man.
Oh, okay. So you make that statement, you don't want to be challenged on your fucking statement. Okay, Sunshine. What else do you want to talk about then that we can't talk about?
That's all, man. QED, man. The Earth is a globe, obviously.
No, what did you need to do to make
We got
that
it.
happen?
We can rip it off, guys. We're done.
What did you need to do to make that happen? What did you need to do to make
demonstrate
that happen?
to you that there is like gas pressure,
It doesn't
right?
know.
Yeah. So we're going to be talking about laws of thermodynamics, right? How you've imparted energy into the system and
Laws
caused
of
something to happen. And after a while, because it hasn't continued for a long time, it's reached an equilibrium. Everything's better again. So for a short time, when you impart energy into a system, you can cause things to happen.
Yes.
Well done, Sunshine. That's not a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
So wait. Is this wait? What is destroying the window?
The pressure.
Yes, maybe. Yes. Pressure?
No,
The
no,
pressure
the
of magic,
shockwave.
or what?
The
The
shockwave
pressure of
destroys the
imagination.
window.
I'm going with letting you say pressure, but you've imparted energy into a pressurized system.
Yeah. That's
Wait.
kinetic energy.
What exactly is pushing against the window? Right? Nothing
The
abstract, right? We're talking about
shockwave.
real physical stuff.
Sorry, dude. It's
Okay,
like
buddy.
dude,
But what is
you don't need to
a
interrupt me. I can
shockwave?
just fucking mute you. You don't need to interrupt me.
Well, I'm
You
talking
could
to
have
two different
simply
guys at the
have
same time.
said. You could have simply have said, well, what about aeroplanes then? You got a wing and the gas is pressing against the wing. It's a dynamic pressure. You can do lots of things with that.
I don't know
That's
about.
fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know about that, bro.
We're asking you this
No
question.
idea.
Dude, excuse me. We're asking you this question. How do you achieve pressure in the first place without a container? In the first place.
You just take some fucking TNT and blow it off.
You're
There you
an
go.
idiot. Okay, so do you know the ideal gas laws?
Oh, you are a genius.
Yes. Do you know the ideal gas laws?
Yes.
Good.
And you're also very humble.
So you understand PV equals nRT. Why is this all that's going to happen for me today? Is this all we're going to talk about?
Do you understand that it's not magic pushing against the window, right? But something else.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's the
like
gas.
air molecules,
Yeah. Do you understand?
right?
Listen,
You
you're the one
understand?
who said. Listen,
Fuck me.
you're the one who said that gas pressure destroyed the window, and that's
pressure.
not correct.
Yes.
Well,
What is destroying the window?
I had
Wait,
to
can we
correct
just
you, and I
can I
told
just
you
talk
the
to this
shockwave.
fucking guy?
I told you
Guys,
what
one at a
destroys
time.
the window.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Go ahead.
Guys, what is this
Okay, you guys, calm
ingenuity?
down. Okay,
He's talking about
Grim, hold
shockwave.
on for a second. Hold on. Okay, let's just go back and forth. Okay,
Talking to
Grim,
two guys.
go ahead, Grim. Okay, but no one cut in. Okay, no one let Grim get to his full logical conclusion, then respond.
Yeah. So the problem is this guy is saying that it's not air destroying the window, but it's shockwaves. What the fuck? Can I ask you? What the fuck is a shockwave?
Kinetic energy.
Magic?
Kinetic
Energy? What the fuck is energy, man?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, define it.
I think that's what I was asking you to do.
Bro,
Is it gas? Is
you
it
tell
gas?
me.
Is it gas?
I don't know, man. No one knows.
Is gas energy?
Well,
I guess
bro, you
we'll
understand
never
that you have like
know.
nitrogen, oxygen, argon.
Yeah,
You have
is
all of
that
this
energy?
fucking
Is
stuff
that
floating
kinetic
around, right?
energy? Is gas
Yes,
a
kinetic
shockwave?
energy
Is
of
gas
oxygen
sound?
molecules, for example.
No, shockwaves are like fundamental things,
There you
like
have it,
quantum
guys.
waves. That's what they are.
What are shockwaves composed of?
They're fundamental.
There you go again.
It's so
funny.
Come on.
It's so
Oh
funny.
my god.
This is the craziest little red herring for a while.
Okay, that's all I got, guys. I'm sorry, that's all I got. I
Okay,
think
well, it's not.
I'm very reasonable.
How do you smell farts? Like when they come like out of your butt, like a jet propulsion.
Brilliant.
You don't think there's any like
Shockwave,
increased pressure? Yeah, you don't think there's any increased pressure in your anus when a fart happens?
Why?
Well, in the anus, yeah, but there's the container, right?
Yeah.
My arse is so loose that it just leaks out.
Okay, so is this how the conversation is now going to devolve?
But the pressure wave continues.
This is going. Let's go back to the.
I'm sorry, was
explosion
this a
thing.
serious question, or was this a
Gloobies
serious
for science, and they
conversation?
tell
Like,
us that they're sitting about sniffing their own farts.
yeah,
but,
like what?
okay, this is why it's really hard to talk to globalists because they always go degenerate. They start talking about bodily functions and organs and reproductive organs. Okay, right now the topic Grim raised is inside an explosion. What is doing the damage?
Well, there are different factors. It's like heat. It can be material. It can be air molecules.
And
so what you got here is this is one of the things I wanted to bring up is how do you know how not that I'm quizzing you, okay? Because I know the answer. I'm just curious if you know, so I know how to frame the conversation. Do you know how underwater mines work?
Under mines?
An underwater mine. How does an underwater mine sink a ship?
You say shockwave.
No.
It will go under the keel of the ship, and create like a shockwave first, and then this will create like an implosion.
No.
Kind of stuff.
No. Yeah, it's incorrect. Okay.
It will create like a suction.
This
wave,
is the gas law that Jedi is talking about, and I'm talking about. So the mine is deep and under the water. It's on the bottom, and it detects the ship through different methods: magnetic, acoustic, seismic. By displacing water, like the boat is pushing the water down, the mine detects that much force can only be a surface vessel or a submarine, and the mine explodes. The mine creates a superheated ball of gas that's being contained by the water around it. And as that rises to the surface, it gets bigger and bigger because of an effect, Boyle's law. Boyle's law, the less pressure on the gas, it keeps expanding out. Till eventually when it hits the surface, that bubble is so large, it creates a spot on the ship where the water's no longer holding the ship. And the ship then cracks because it's no longer being supported correctly on the water. This cracking causes damage to the hull, then water comes in and the ship sinks.
So in this case, is water the container?
In that case,
or
yes.
is water being contained in something?
No, the water is containing the bubble until it gets too big and it escapes into the atmosphere.
The bubble? What is it made out of?
Superheated gas from the explosion.
Plasma.
Yeah, that's another good way of explaining it too.
Is there like
No
gas
plasma.
in this mine?
I want to be plasma.
Say again?
Is there gas in this mine that's being released?
No, the explosion.
After the detonation?
The explosion creates a ball of gas or plasma, as Get says.
Yeah, explosives when they detonate, when they ignite, they generate plasma, and when plasma cools, that goes into gas state, in gaseous state. So an explosion does release a very big quantity of gases, but the jump of matter from solid to is not straight to gas, but plasma and then gas.
This is called the Moreau effect. There's other effects called the Mézet-Chardin. I'm probably it's a French word. I'm pronouncing it wrong. That these different effects you create using the explosion as a force to shape projectiles, to deform things, to push, to shatter. All these explosions have one thing in common.
Yeah, explosions dislocate a large volume, a small volume into a large volume very fast.
There you go. See, gets it. Do you see what's going on here, Graham?
So, okay, buddy. So, do you believe that we have like gas molecules around us right now, like oxygen?
Yeah, the medium of air.
Yeah, right. And we have like a certain temperature, right? And temperature is like the average speed of molecules in a system moving. So
I'm
something
curious
like that,
to think. What do you think happens to surrounding air during the detonation? The oxygen part of the air.
Yeah, the air is being moved. It's just like
the oxygen part. So you have an explosion. Okay, you have an explosion. What happens to the oxygen part?
Yes, so the oxygen will be will get like a lot of kinetic energy, right? And then
Or
will move.
you ever see a giant fireball?
You see a fireball, yeah, sure.
Okay, that's what happens to the oxygen. The oxygen instantly burns.
Not to all of it, bro. The fireball is just a small radius. I'm talking about the shock wave, right?
Yeah, but how
like
quick
10
it
miles
is.
or whatever.
It's so quick, it pushes everything away from it. It's a push.
Yeah, dislocates everything.
So if I take my hands and clap my hands very strong in front of your face, you will feel like a air pressure thing, right?
Yeah, but if you do it in such a way that you ignite the oxygen, what happens next?
Well, just forget that. Just let's talk about clapping hands in front of your face, right? You will feel like a shock wave. Yeah?
Yeah, you can push gas.
Small
That's
one.
interesting.
Yeah, you can
Just ask
push
them how
gas,
a fart
right?
works.
And pushing
How do you
gas
smell
is
fart
called
across
air
the room?
pressure.
That's dynamic pressure.
Yeah, I'm pretty
It
sure
is
they
all
all did
dynamic, right?
explain.
One
Oh, go ahead.
cubic centimeter of gunpowder, when it ignites, it will generate like half cubic meter of gas. I don't know exactly precisely the numbers, but I'm giving you a comparison, yeah, of volumes. So
Okay.
1 cubic centimeter of matter instantly will occupy a volume exponentially bigger. So that's what happens in explosions. It's a dislocation of
It's the same thing, basically, bro.
space.
Just take an opera singer, right? You take an opera singer, and this opera singer can sing in a way that glass will shatter, right? Why is the glass being shattered, or why is it being destroyed, right? What is causing the glass
That
to be
is
destroyed?
listen.
I'm listening very carefully, sir.
The glass shattering from sound tones, yeah, that's called resonance.
But why is it vibrating? What is the connection?
Yeah,
What's
all
the connection between opera singer
all
and the glass?
solids, all elements and solids in nature, they have a resonating frequency, tone.
But how is the
And
opera singer
that
causing
is,
that?
Oh, dear me.
yeah, I was giving you an answer, but you keep asking irrelevant questions. So
Well, I mean,
obviously,
it is
even if I
relevant for
give you
me.
the
I'm
answer,
trying to make a point.
you don't care.
Ah, come on, bro. Stop crying.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Okay, here. How
I'm not
about
crying.
Grim?
I'm
Grim. The
speaking
idea.
the
This is
truth.
to go back and forth.
Блядь, сука, по-русски, давай, блядь. Okay, sorry.
Okay, you got sound weapons. You're familiar with this? That they've been able to weaponize sound?
Yeah, how does sound work, right?
Okay, so what
Isn't
they're
there, like, air
doing is
pressure?
that everything has a frequency that it's vibrating at. And if you can match or displace that frequency, you can get people to like this might sound kind of crude, but to puke and to shit themselves. That they lose control of their muscles because the external vibration is causing the electrical signal inside their body to become chaotic, to go haywire.
Yeah, I've seen it in South Park, man. It's the dark tone or whatever it's called.
The brown note.
No, it's
The
not
brown
just.
note. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's not just South Park. These weapons are actually developed. The problem is it requires a lot of energy, and they're not really man portable yet.
I don't give Flat Earth more credibility than South Park, so it's okay.
Well, here, let me get some out for you here. Let me show you.
Oh no, bro, Crit. Crit. But how, man? How does sound work, right? Are we not talking about waves, like air
vibration?
Waves, hitting.
Yeah. What's the vibration?
Yeah, but what is the
What is that?
What is causing
Energy.
the vibration? So do you have like the opera singer
Energy,
and then the glass, right?
whatever
How
it
is the
is.
opera singer causing the
Whatever.
glass to vibrate? I mean, they are not
The
connected
vocal
physically,
cords,
kinda, right?
the vocal cords, that causes the vibration.
Okay, how? But how?
They vibrate.
How?
They vibrate. So what are we hearing?
But if my vocal cords vibrate, okay, listen, bro. my vocal cords are vibrating right now, and there is a glass in front of me. What's the connection between my vocal cords and the glass? There must be something connecting them, right? What is it? Magic?
Here's a good citation for you guys to look at. This is the Wired magazine. They're going to kind of nerd out for you on this
It's
one.
called resonance. That's what it's called, and it's stupid that
Resonance of what?
50 people in here does not know this concept. This is so stupid.
Resonance of
How
what?
can you make something resonate?
Yeah, but this
frequency, obviously. So you have
Frequency of
different
what?
frequencies.
Frequency
The
of
voice,
today?
the voice that you're producing with your mouth.
Frequency
it
of going
has-
to the grocery store?
Okay,
Of
but
what?
what's the
Oh, Lord.
connection?
So
Like, are you
there
not
is
sending,
there
like,
is types
waves
of
to the
frequencies.
glass, right?
A sound, every single sound has a frequency. So if you raise your sound to a high vocal, then
Yeah,
you
okay,
produce
but this has no
high
relevance.
frequency.
This
Okay,
is-
does
This
that
has
make
no.
sense?
It has
This,
relevance because you
this has
call
no
It has
relevance.
this.
molecules in your
It has
cell.
every single relevance to this
argument.
topic. I just joined in
Right?
and
Put in kinetic
realized
energy.
that we have 50 guys that doesn't know anything about science. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
okay, how about this?
Well,
We'll
you're
clear the-
one of them, buddy.
Grim, don't take offense, okay? Just let I see Dal Cora. Go ahead, you got the floor. Tell.
But he's weaseling out, bro. He's weaseling out of this, right?
Okay, don't care. Okay, you don't need to.
Who is Weaseling? Who is
Just go
Weaseling?
ahead, Dal.
Yeah. So I just joined in, and you guys couldn't answer why a glass can break upon some sort of vocal chords, and the answer is very simple. We are producing frequencies whenever we make a noise, and some frequencies can hit what we call in physics resonance. And every single material has some sort of resonance. And if you hit that in enough, hold on, you didn't say anything when I joined in. You guys all shut up, okay? Shut the fuck up right now. So every single material has a resonance, okay? And if you hit it long enough time, you can even break a bridge.
Is he a digital for me, or is it just? I can't hear. It sounds like he's breaking up. Is it on my end?
He
or
was
is it
fine for me.
Okay, I'll jump
fine
back
for
in.
me too.
I think flat earthers are just scared of me. This happened last time as well. That's your fault. That's not my fault.
What you don't seem to understand there, Dole, is that we were trying to ask the Flurfs what exactly is vibrating, and they have yet to answer that.
Yes, because it's a red herring away from our fucking.
I already explained. Didn't I just explain?
No.
Yeah, you did.
Vibration occurs.
You did not explain. Shut the fuck up, bro. You didn't explain shit, bro. We're talking about vocal cords vibrating, and then we're talking about a glass vibrating.
No,
but there
this is
must
not
be
the
something
argument.
fucking
Listen.
in between the fucking glass and the
shut
fucking
up.
vocal cords. There must be something in
I
between.
know
right?
you guys can get this. You guys can get this.
Oh my lord.
Just think about it for
You
a second.
can do it, bro. You
This
can
is so
do
funny.
it if you really
Why
want.
are you muting me though? What's going on with you?
Oh, because you were disrespectful to me, so don't do that.
I
again,
wasn't
Rob.
disrespectful to anyone.
Yeah, this is a safe space.
So
This is funny.
basically, my friend, that was kind of
So,
elucidating.
do you want me to re-explain? Explain?
Yeah,
No,
go ahead,
not
Dal.
really.
Try again and see if they can get it this time.
Okay, so every single material. I'll give you a physics class. Every single
Holy
material.
shit! No, don't do that again, man.
Oh my
Don't do
god.
that again.
Okay,
We
Grim, if you
understand.
squawk one more time, you're gonna take a timeout.
Let me
Okay.
just ask it. Let
Seriously,
me ask it to
yourself,
Dole
bro.
this way. Let me ask it to Dole this way, okay?
I was
You have
going
the
to
opera
explain. You don't
singer.
have to explain.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was going to explain, right? Okay, so every single material, based on their shape and form, has a resonance. Okay, a resonance means that certain frequencies and amplitudes of frequencies can actually make this material vibrate in very intense manner. And this can break the material. And this goes from glasses to even bridges. If you don't have the suspension system in a bridge, you can actually hit the resonance of a bridge and you can vibrate it in such an extent that it will break. And this happened actually several times in history before because they didn't put the C factor with dampers. Okay, so just avoid the resonance and you're fine. And this goes to everything from motors to anything you can come in mind of. Yeah, this one. Yeah, Flat Lloyd. Good job. And that's
Awesome.
because there was no dampers to actually reduce the frequency and amplitudes. to hit the resonance. That's it.
Awesome.
So, bombs detonating shatter the windows because resonance, right?
No, that
Is
has
this what you guys
something to
saying?
do with. No. That's something else. This doesn't mean
It's
because.
something else.
It's very easy though. Is it?
Well,
It's not that hard.
I just told
Can I answer,
don't
or are you going
Yes,
to expand on your
yes,
question?
you can answer because this is the question you obviously didn't hear. This is the first question on the red herring trip away from what we're actually talking about. So yeah, you can answer this question.
Let me answer then. Thank you. So an explosion is causing a sound wave. Okay, a very brutal sound wave, in fact, and it has nothing to do with resonance. This has something to do with kinetic energy, and even sound waves has kinetic energies. And if you produce enough kinetic energy, you can break anything. So just because resonance is one way to break a thing doesn't mean that it is the only way of breaking thing. Okay, that's just, I'll not say the word, but yeah, you got me.
Cool. And that was said earlier too.
Are we finished here?
Yeah, both those questions were answered by you and by everybody else in pretty much the same way. Awesome.
All right, so let's.
You got any globe proof now? We get to that.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. I was gonna say if Grim has a counter or a rebuttal, or is he gonna?
Nah.
Okay.
Fuck that. Just go to the globe proof, globies. Let's hear it.
I think it's better for Grim to be muted. He's just making nuisance.
All right. Well, can you tell us your globe proof instead of the commentary?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, anything I show will not be something I think you'll
giving
accept.
up.
No, I'm not.
In such a big
You'll
game.
just
I come
say,
in
"Oh,
here,
that
they
is."
mute me. They're scared of me. What evidence of the globe are we scared of? Tell me.
You'll not accept hard proof. You'll say, "No, that is some media propaganda. No, that is NASA."
Okay,
that
so
is
is that what you would give us? Media propaganda?
No, but that is what
Okay,
you
well
will
then what would
accuse
you
me
give
of.
us?
So.
Okay, what would you give us then?
I have already dealt with you guys before, so I know.
Bro, you said we're scared of you. What's the evidence? What are we scared of? Come on.
You're scared of the answers, but someone let me actually answer, so I actually appreciate it.
I'm asking you to make an argument. That's how scared I am.
Yeah, don't tell us what we'll do.
Okay.
Just give us your best.
That's fine. I actually appreciate it, but I'll not go to satellite imagery or anything because you'll not believe in it anyways.
Okay. Yeah, try something verifiable.
Something verifiable that is also something that can be done actually. So in physics we have
so in reality something that we can do to prove a globe. What's that?
You can do it, but it'll be a little bit expensive. But you can do the thing I'm about to tell you. So you can actually measure gravitational acceleration, which is actually very easy to measure. If you have a...
What are we measuring?
Yeah, so I'll tell you how you measure it. So you have to have any object, actually, it doesn't matter. And you have to have something to record the time. And you have to know the exact height of the object that you are going to slip, so it will drop on the floor. And if you do this experiment in various locations of the world, in let's say one in equator and one more closer to the northern hemisphere, or in southern hemisphere, you will have different results. Because
and then we'll know how fast these things fall in these places. Okay, how do we get to a spinning ball?
To a spinning ball?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't claim that this will prove a spinning ball.
So it doesn't prove the globe. This is what you were asked for.
No, but this actually proves that it is not flat.
Why? What are you talking about? No, I'm not asking for you to prove what you think is or not flat. We asked for evidence that the Earth is a globe.
How does a change in the
Okay, this will actually prove that it is a globe if you expand the research. You can actually do that, and I'll tell you how. So if you go to, let's say, close to the northern hemisphere, and you make one experiment. Hold on, can I finish? Can I finish the experiment?
Hold on.
Is that
Let
fine?
Jedi's getting in just quickly.
All right, you did this when you made your first statement, and I've got to stop it because you've done it again. You're going to say that this proves the Earth is a globe, right? Because of the rate of fall of an object north and south of the equator in the north and southern hemisphere. What's an equator? What's a hemisphere?
Okay, so I thought this was basics for everyone, but obviously it is not.
Well, it means you're assuming a globe already in your argument.
Yes. Thank you.
No, but
within your
again,
argument, you're already
it doesn't
you said
matter if I'm assuming it or not. You already know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it does. You're assuming it. You're assuming a hemisphere. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you guys already know the globe theory. I'll call it a theory.
Yeah, we're asking for
because
evidence
we're
of it.
in this
You're
room, right?
saying, well, if I
So-
assume it and then drop things.
Can I though finish? Is that fine?
Yeah, okay, that's
Yeah.
fine.
So you
Because-
all know what the
friend,
equator is, right?
Okay, whatever. I won't be clear. Carry on.
It's a straight vertical line that goes through Ecuador and many other cities and countries around the globe. Okay.
The equator is a physical line that goes through Ecuador.
Yeah, it does. That's
What properties does the what properties does the equator have beyond that?
Will you guys just ask me, like, bombard me with questions before I actually address it first?
All right. He's still trying to. Okay, he's still trying to get through his globe proof. Let's.
Let's go with the globe proof, right? With the gravity, because it's not that hard to actually understand.
So, all right, my
if
friend,
you let me,
I'm trying to
do you
converse
let me?
with you. It's become
Okay,
really
just go
annoying
for it.
now.
Sorry, you're a little
Don't
bit quiet,
anybody else
Jedi. That
jumping
might
in.
be why.
Yeah, really don't care. So, my friend, are you saying that the rate of fall of an object in different locations of the Earth is going to prove the Earth to be a globe?
Yes, and I'll tell you how. Okay, is that okay? That I'll
Yeah,
tell you
as
how.
long as you don't beg the question, the Earth is a globe.
One experiment on equator. This is actually funny. Yeah, one experiment on equator, and if you want, go to the other side of the equator and produce the same experiment, and you'll get the same result. When you go, let's say, 1,000 kilometers north to the equator and produce the same experiment, and go to the opposite side, according to the globe theory, I'll call it a theory because we're in here, you'll actually get the same result. So this actually already proves, I don't know what's going on in the chat, this already proves that the Earth is globe because the gravity
No, it
is
doesn't. You've just
changing.
assumed it's a globe. You've just said you go on the other side, i.e., you assume you're on another side of a ball. You don't know that. You're just traveling over a level surface as far as you can tell. You're assuming a ball. That's not proof of anything. You're dropping objects. You need to be measuring curvature, measuring motion, not dropping objects and making declarations. Come on, bro.
He wants to affect the consequence. That's what he wants.
I understand what actually he wants, but the funny thing is, assuming that it is flat, it would be weird that you have like an X amount of gravity in location 1,000 kilometers, according to the globe theory. But when it is flat, I mean, the correlation would be very strange when you map it out flat and see that the results is actually holding.
That's because you're trying to apply gravity to the flat Earth. It's really weird. You think that your whatever idea of what gravity is.
Okay, so this is okay. Now this is funny, guys, and you have to acknowledge this. If you map out the world,
Not going to finish
the globe.
Sentence. Fair enough.
If you map out the world, like the globe world, into a flat map, and you try to draw the equator, do you have any such maps? Because I didn't dwell that much into flat Earth
Why are we
theory.
not talking about maps? What the fuck?
Do you have any map? Do you have any map? Hold on. It's not about changing the topic, though. It's actually not.
It is. Well, that's
I'll
what
tell
you've
you
just
how.
done.
No,
we
it's not.
still haven't figured out how dropping an object tells you the shape of the ground. You
Hold
still
on.
haven't shown us that. No,
Hold on.
that's the topic. You can go to this afterward.
No.
Yes.
This is about the topic. Okay. It is a tangent to the topic.
You're talking about dropping
he wants to build another straw man and give us a fucking flat Earth model to draw fucking circles around. Whilst trying to apply a gravity to the flat Earth idea, and that gravity's got fuck all to do with the mechanic of the Earth.
Okay.
Do you want to carry on?
Does it not appear for you strange that if you go to Antarctica and drop a ball there, and drop the same ball in, let's say, Greenland, northern part of Greenland, you will get the same acceleration. When they're, according to your map, hold on. No, it's not about falling down. It's about the acceleration, the rate of the speed that they are falling down.
So
doesn't it appear? Let me finish my statement. Doesn't it appear very strange that at the center of your flat map and at the edge of your flat map, the acceleration is the same? And according to the equator line, according to the globe, and if you try to map it out, the acceleration is increased, and it is also the same around the equator. Isn't that very strange according to your flat map?
I don't know. You've told me to go to Antarctica. Have you got any results or experiments that have been done where there's rate of change of fall of an object and gravity isn't a constant?
Gravity is not a constant, no. It's actually a variable depending on where you are on Earth.
It's also an agreed upon average because different elements fall at different rates.
Not necessarily. It depends on friction.
Yes, necessarily. It's an agreed upon average.
My friend, it depends on friction. Okay. And
no, that's why we do them in vacuum chambers. We drop different elements in vacuum chambers and they reach the
then you'll get the same result.
No, then you get a slight variation. That's why I said average.
You don't. You don't, actually.
Actually, you should.
You're literally just saying you'd go to one place, drop a ball, go to another place, drop a ball, and then declare that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
What's the equator again?
You can do that.
Well, Doll, are you
But you guys don't understand how it works,
This is
actually.
gobbledygook. Why are you guys engaging in this? What the fuck is going on?
This is what they do, man. This is what they all sound like. What do you expect us to do?
Doll, are you aware that you can
sounded less
experience
stupid than this.
me? Relax.
No, this is about average.
Doll, are you aware that
this woman
you can
didn't
actually have
understand the
different
words?
rates
That's
of,
why she thinks
of
it's stupid.
quote
Hold
unquote
on.
gravity?
Doll, Flat Lloyd is asking you a question.
What was the question, Lloyd?
Yeah, because you're basically saying that, okay, because I experience different rates of gravity at different regions of the Earth, therefore it must be a ball. But that doesn't change the shape of anything, right? That just means on this region, yeah, I'm experiencing this, and in this region I'm experiencing that. And did you realize that even with strong weather patterns and storms, have the ability to change those rates as well?
That's about friction, my friend. It's not about the rate of gravity. If you put it in a
Well, we're trying to
vacuum
say it has
chamber,
nothing to do with the geometry of a ball.
it does not. It does not. If you put it in a vacuum chamber, then the geometry doesn't actually matter.
Did they do this in
What in the world are you talking about? Is this your best globe proof? Is not globe proof?
No, like the shape has nothing to do with the proof. The proof that I'm trying to give you.
Well, that's
is
what we're
building...
trying to ask you. What is your proof for this?
I already told you my
ball
proof,
that you
but
think
you're jumping to another topic, my friend.
No, you did. We were on gravity. You started talking about maps and. Where's your globe proof, man?
Can I try again then? If you didn't understand.
You're gonna drop more.
So, according to the globe map, I'll take it slow with you guys. There's an equator line.
Again, not gravity, right?
You don't need to do that.
Do you even know how big the supposed ball is?
Yes, we do. And it's not hard to measure. It's not that hard to measure.
It? Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Who measured it?
You can literally take an airplane and go around the world.
That's a measurement of the globe?
No, this guy asked me the size of the world. That's how you measure.
Yeah, you said you can easily measure it. I said, who measured it? Well, first of all, you say you know the size. What is the size?
That's like, I don't. Do you want me to go on Google right now, or do you want me to rehearse?
Google what you're arguing. Yeah, you should know what it is you're trying to argue for. Why are you arguing for what you're arguing for?
No, hold on. Why are you asking me about the size of the world right now?
Because that's your claim.
And we also want to know what model you're applying when you're dropping shit.
These guys are hilarious, actually.
No, because there's different.
Yeah, you're hilarious.
Do you think, like, I have been
an argument for something that you don't even know what
conducting
you're
every
arguing
single scientific, physical experiment?
Dude,
or
at the moment, you're dropping things north or south of the equator in hemispheres without begging the question, apparently. But you've got different models to apply this to. There's many globe Earth models. Ones are a little bit flatter below the equator, so more mass down there. So I'm interested to see your results because that would disprove the WGS84 model. Well done for you for doing that. So which model are you applying your dropping shit to? Just ball, right? Just north or south of the equator, right? Which model? Which one?
I really couldn't catch up on you there.
Yeah,
What kind of flat?
There's different. I'll take it slow.
That was something new I heard there.
Yes, there's different globe Earth models. Right? One's a perfect sphere. There's another one that's an oblate spheroid. Some have flatter poles, so the radius isn't equal north and south to east to west, if that's the way you're going to do it. So which globe Earth model are you applying to your dropping shit north or south of the equator? Like I said, in one model, south of the equator, it's a little bit chubbier, so has a bigger circumference, so more mass. I'm interested. So which model are you using?
So the thing is, in science, when we have more tools at our disposal, like satellites and imagery
So not dropping
from
things
satellites. Hold on. Take it easy. We are actually becoming more precise on the shape of this world as well. So the first initial globe maps might have been an exact spherical ball-like shape, but we have figured out that it was not entirely like a ball, but close to one. And that's why, like, this Jedi is trying to act intelligent. Which globe model are you referring to? Kind of question, as if any scientist right now is claiming that the world is entirely spherical. There is no physicist that will claim in 2024 that the world is entirely spherical, like a ball. You can't find
You're
one.
gonna have to contact
physicist.
NASA and tell them to deduct.
So this is totally derailing the topic, and it just show you, I don't know, your intelligence, I guess.
Haha, this is funny. So
yeah, you're very funny, actually. You made me laugh, so thank
funny.
you.
That's funny.
It was funny. Thank you.
The gravitational model of the Earth. What does that look like? You must have seen that, right?
Gravitational model of the Earth.
Yeah, the gravitational displacement on the Earth, and how it's more or less in some places. Have you seen that one? That's the one.
I know how it works. I didn't know that there is a globe map, but it doesn't surprise me that there is. So what about it?
Okay, so that's the you're talking about dropping things. This is the gravitational map that you should be referring to because it's talking about dropping things. Gravity. So potato Earth then. It's also not. I'm gonna have to show it. Oh yeah, I'm not. I'm gonna have to show it to you. I think.
What's he talking about?
Following what you're saying, dude. It's like I said. What models are you using? Drop things. Earth's globe. In a vacuum. Did you drop things in Antarctica in a vacuum? Did you?
Sorry, what?
No. Did you drop things in the Arctic and Antarctica in a vacuum? Did you?
Not me personally, no.
Okay, have you got those results?
I can look for those.
Have you seen them before?
Not like I didn't study every single gravitational scientific literature, so no.
Okay, so
but I just know the basics, how it works, and that's what I try to explain to you.
Okay, have you seen the results at all?
On a mapping? No, not on a mapping.
Have you ever studied the results?
I know the basics of how it works, but I did not. Okay, so hold on.
God's sake, you don't like being questioned, do you? So you've explained the basics to us already?
My friend.
No, I'm not your friend right now. You've already been rude to me. So you've explained the basics to us already, yes? You've already explained the basics. Okay.
Yes,
so
the basics.
That didn't come with any results.
Can I expand though? Because you're trying to boil it down to a very elementary level, and then you'll say, "Oh, you said that."
See the papers. I want to see the results.
The thing is, when I'm like talking about the basics of how gravity works on Earth, it of course presupposes that the Earth shape is more uniform, okay, and there is no spikes or mountains or what is it called in English, like deep oceans. But if you include those, it will of course have an effect. So you will see a slight difference depending on the altitude.
Okay.
Because the mass is what actually reduces the level of gravity. But I was just making because we can't talk from a very detailed like initially we can't do that because nobody will catch up on it, right?
Have you seen the results at all, or are you just relaying the story?
Not on a mapping, because I know how it works generally, and that is what I tried to explain to you. I didn't see a mapping of gravitational acceleration around the globe. No, I don't know if there is any such. Can I finish? Okay, talk.
Dude, you've given us the basics, but you haven't seen the results for yourself. You've just said, "Hey, look, here's the story. If you do this, then gravity's more or less north or south of the equator." I want to see the results that you're referring to, where you came to the understanding that the prediction of the model was correct.
My friend, again, let me repeat my statement. So the gravity works on mass. Okay.
No shit. That's why I brought up the model.
The more mass, okay, there is from your location to the center of any object, the more gravity it will produce. Okay. And the mass can vary. If we go by like 100% accuracy, which will be a little bit like dishonest to actually expect, like then you will on a millimeter level expect that we have to do a measurement on every single millimeter on Earth, which would be like it would take 7 billion people working day and night to do such an exact mapping. So I was talking about a more holistic way of doing it, right?
I already tried to provide you with the map. The model I was speaking about earlier, I already tried to provide you with that to see if that's what you were referring to. The potato shape.
I'll have to. I'll. You know, I actually appreciate. Actually appreciate that you talked about the gravitational mapping. Maybe there is a study, and I'll be looking into it. But I need to study it, right? But that's actually a productive thing you said in here. So thank you for that. It's interesting if there is such a work that has been conducted.
So can we get some globe proof now?
Why not?
I'm very excited.
It's not your fault if you couldn't catch up on the things I said.
I don't think
you should just assume it in the first place, and there you go.
You should retake your physics. And if it's not enough,
you don't know what
go to
you're
university.
arguing for, though. Remember?
That's the argument.
Hold on.
The Earth is a ball because retake physics.
Well, we asked. Well, he doesn't know what the Earth is.
No, because you didn't understand what I said.
I did. I asked you what size of ball are you claiming, and you don't know. So how could you prove something that you don't know what it is you're trying to prove?
Oh Lord.
See, if you're trying to prove a globe, you should be saying, yes, I believe the Earth is a sphere of this shape, proven by these measurements of this shape. You didn't say any of that. You said, I don't know what size it is. So obviously you don't know what measurements exist for it.
This is getting funny.
Very funny. It's funny. You're trying to make arguments about a ball Earth that you don't know what the size of it even is supposed to be. So you don't know anything about it. So you don't know what it is you're trying to prove.
I know it. But I don't know the exact measurement in my head. It's strange for you to expect that I have to know.
Why do you believe it if you don't know anyone who's measured it? So if you don't know anyone who's measured it?
We have actually plenty of scientists that has measured.
You know what is, you know what is
who's measured
to
it?
expect? You know
Okay,
what is
tell us
strange
who's
to
measured it then.
expect?
I don't get why you're in here, like trying to prove globe Earth with like no evidence whatsoever. You're basically just telling a story and then expecting everybody to believe it.
It's very suspicious. It's
Well,
very
you keep
suspect,
saying there's
man.
loads of people who've measured it. Sorry, Clay, you're coming in a bit quiet. You basically say there's loads of people who've measured it, but when we ask you for a measurement, you say you don't know.
Yeah. He is very suspicious.
It's like to give you a parallel, right? It's like the Bible story, right? You've basically given us the story, but there's no actual evidence. I think you need to drop some evidence, please.
But the good thing is, for the Bible story, there is evidence, but not for the globe. That's very unfortunate. But the Bible also says the Earth is not a ball, so.
Well, he's trying to prove. At first, he was trying to prove a curved surface by dropping things, and then he was talking about maps. But you're saying in passing there's measurements. That's what we'd be interested in. Who's done the measurements? Could you show us?
I'll have to go to Google Scholar and look for scientific literature, but I'm not sure if my account works anymore. So, but there are literatures that you can
try and find a
look
measurement.
up yourself.
Yeah, try and find a measurement.
It's not really hocus pocus. It's not
You should probably try and have your measurements and evidence before you try and argue that you have a proof.
Yeah, if it's easy to do, it shouldn't take you long. We look forward to hearing about it.
Otherwise, you've just come in here to tell us a story.
I wasn't telling you a story.
You've just told a story.
That's your fault.
If you could
It's just a bunch of unconfirmed facts, right? That's a story. You've told me a lovely story, and you can't confirm any of it.
Okay. So, what do you like? If I give you some scientific
what I want you to do,
literatures, will you then say, okay, I believe in it? Is that what you're telling me?
What I want you to do is I want you to Google, or whatever search engine that you use, gravitational map of the Earth, and then come back with your prediction of more or less gravity with regards to equator. I want you to do that. Because there's the difference of mass on the Earth, so gravity goes up and down depending on the mass of the floor beneath. It's got fuck all to do with north or south of the equator. This is why I brought up your model earlier. Which one were you using? There's a gravitational one. Problem with your prediction.
And also the measurements of curve.
As I said, the model that I was using is a more generic one that encompasses some assumptions, some simplifications, because it doesn't entail the exact altitudes of every single square meter of this world. Okay.
So when we take the simplifications out, we understand that north or south of the equator, gravity changes a bit also. It goes up a bit. The rate of
yes, it goes down a bit actually when you go more north.
And it goes up a bit as well, depending on the mass, which is what I'm trying to point out.
Exactly. That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
You said go more north, and it'll do one thing or the other. I'm trying to tell you on the way.
No, you're missing it again. As I said, if you look generically how the gravity works, and if the world's shape was identical in altitude, okay, then you will have a decrease of gravitational acceleration in the poles compared to the equator. But since the Earth is not uniform, the altitude is changing, and also the masses are changing, the gravity can vary. And
Sometimes
about
there's
it.
more. Sorry,
Does it make sense?
Yeah, no. Sometimes there's.
Okay, that's your fault. I can't really deal with that. If it didn't make sense,
I understand
can't really
what you're
deal with
saying,
that.
dickhead. I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make any sense when I'm about to tell you what I'm going to tell you. And I've tried to tell you this for the last 5 minutes.
And I've told you how it works for the last 30 minutes.
There's more gravity out to sea than there is on land.
Sorry, what?
More gravity out to sea than there is on land. In certain circumstances, there's more gravity out to sea than there is on land. So, what are you talking about altitude?
Can you speak a little bit slower? What is this? There's more gravity on sea than on land. Is this what you're saying?
Yes.
On sea than on land.
Yes.
There's more gravity on sea than on land. Okay.
Yeah. So you keep pointing to everything being of an equal altitude.
What are you referring to? What study have you done?
We've let you talk a lot, and you keep interrupting me. It's becoming frustrating.
No, but what study are you referring to when you're saying there's more gravity?
I tried to give it to you. I've told you. If you wouldn't mind doing me a favour, could you Google the gravitational map of the Earth? I asked you to do that.
I did. The thing is, there are multiple maps, and I didn't really Google this one before, so I really need to check up on it before I throw a map on your face and say this is it. I need to do a background check, if you understand.
Yeah, that's
because they vary.
Yes.
And it depends on who made the study, right? So that's exactly why.
But within all of these predictions, all of these models, you have a change north or south of the equator. It fluctuates, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down.
As I said, it must be because of the mass, and which is caused by the altitudes mostly.
Okay, so we're already begging the question that mass is the reason why that things are accelerating down at different rates. Because
exactly.
I know.
This is basic gravitational physics.
No.
Yes, it is.
So again, what gravitational model are you using? I'm assuming you're talking about mass attracts mass, right? So we're not going to be talking about Einstein then. Okay. I thought we were using the latest.
This is Newtonian physics, actually.
Okay, so not Einsteinian. Okay, then we're not going to be going with the current model. Okay, then.
Einstein. I don't know what you're referring to about Einstein.
Gravity. The reason why shit goes down.
Einsteinian gravity. What was his model exactly there?
So the bending and warpature of space-time coordinate systems because of the displacement of mass.
And how does the model look like? Is there a formula you can provide?
You haven't looked into Einstein. Okay, so you don't know Einstein's gravity, right? The bending
not in specific. No, I'm more Newtonian. I'm an engineer, and we didn't really use Einsteinian gravitational. Maybe that's been used in space. I don't know, but not in when we design shapes that is used in the world.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know where to go from here then, Sunshine. I really don't.
You can share me and we can look into it.
Yeah, I've already done my work here. Your predictions of north or south of the equator. Sorry, dude.
No. You have to talk about the Einsteinian, how it varies from Newtonian.
Where it varies. It's a space-time coordinate system. 3 dimensions, height, width, length, and time. And how mass sits in that fabric of space and time and distorts it through mathematical equations. What more do you want from me?
Do you have any formula?
Not off the top of my head. Do you want me to go and get them for you? I've already asked you to do one thing for me.
No, yeah, and I'm doing it. Trust me, I'm doing it. And it is interesting. I already appreciate it that you actually brought it up. I think it's interesting, actually, so thank you.
Good.
And about Einsteinian, if you have any formula, I would gladly look into it.
Okay.
But I think I've seen it before. It's about space-time, right? So it's about the mass actually bending you could say, the frame or the dimension. But I think that's more relevant to travel. I'm not sure if it's about the rate of acceleration. I think that theory is more relevant to space travel
and orbits.
Yeah, and probably it has, of course, some relevance to gravity as well. But I'm not an astrophysicist to actually know how it works. I really need to study it before I say anything about it and how it correlates to Newtonian.
Einstein would tell us that when we drop the object to the Earth is actually the thing in motion and not the apple or the object. The Earth is in motion and comes up to meet the object. So with this prediction of where you're saying that gravity is not a constant, different areas on the Earth, gravity is, let's, for want of better words, faster or slower with the rate of descent of an object.
Can you repeat the former part where you defined it again?
So Einstein defines his gravity as the object does not fall, the Earth comes up to meet it.
The object does not fall, the Earth comes up to the object. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, I can find
that sounds crazy.
I know.
If that is what he said.
There's quite a few YouTube videos out there. I'll see if I can find you one.
No, but isn't that crazy for anyone?
Oh yeah, that's
so. The Earth should be bouncing, because when anyone is throwing anything, then the Earth should move towards it. But that's irrational.
That's fine because some of the formulas work out, so that's okay. I'm being facetious when I say that.
I think you're probably misunderstood what he said, so I need to study it before I actually comment on it.
Okay, that'd be interesting. So, being as I'm trying to explain it to you, you think that I misunderstood somehow, and you're going to go and wait and try and find out how.
I really never heard that the Earth is moving towards a smaller object, and this is what Einstein said. So, it's quite surprising to me.
Fair enough. But anyway, this isn't proof that the Earth is a ball either way. That's the main crescendo of this. Appreciate your time, buddy, but dropping things to the surface of the Earth can be mapped in different ways. You're just asserting that it's true because the causal mechanism is the Earth beneath your feet having mass, attracting the mass of an object at different rates. It's not measuring the curvature of the Earth, as we tried to point out to you. You already begged the question when you said the equator in northern southern hemisphere. But we understand within the model it makes this type of prediction. I just pointed out that the prediction you're using is probably a little bit more complicated, and I wouldn't stick with that point as proof that the Earth's a globe.
I need to look at the gravitational map, but that aside, if the Earth, again, this is an assumption, if the Earth was more uniform in altitude, then what I explained earlier would actually be a way to measure the differences and correlations between the accelerations around the globe, and you would see a good relation between the equator, acceleration around the equator, and acceleration more in the northern or southern hemisphere, in the circumference of the hemisphere as well. You would have the same acceleration. But again, this is you have to assume that the altitude is homogeneous, which I know is a huge assumption because you can have 10 kilometers and at some places 15 kilometers of variances, which can give a lot of difference in mass as well as the acceleration. So, but there are other ways to actually measure the curvature of the Earth. But yeah, I really not sure if you guys would be interested in discussing those.
Well, I know Cyclone would, and it was the kind of question about measurements of curvature of the Earth, and being as the gravity thing didn't really go anywhere, then yeah, shoot a shot.
But I really first need to look through my computer if I have this saved somewhere, because I did an experiment myself. Just hold on a minute. If I don't have it, I'll try to find it for another time.
Well, there's lots of flat earthers in here, mate, so take your time. We're always looking for that direct measurement of curvature of the Earth.
I once took a picture with my phone. This experiment was actually merely with my phone in a clear weather. But I'll need to look through my Discord messages to see if I can find this picture, because I actually shared it with a flat earther and then he blocked me. But let me see.
So, hello?
Yeah?
So, I left Neil deGrasse Tyson a voicemail, and then his press secretary marketing lady called me back and she wants me to send an email with whatever questions I have for him.
Be careful. He'll block you quicker than shit.
Send him the 3 questions.
I know. I'm trying to. I'm gonna write a very informative email. I'm gonna have bullet points and everything.
Who measured curve? Who measured motion? Demo of gas pressure without a container. Start with those 3.
Why is everyone silent?
I thought you were getting some measurements.
Yeah, but it's not a measurement, it's an experiment I did. But I might not be able to find it. So if anyone wants to talk, that's fine. But if I don't find it, I'll try to find something similar on the internet. But you can have a talk, guys.
Sounds good.
While he's getting his data or whatever, right? Cyclone, will you come to my trivia?
What?
Will you come to my trivia night?
Not really a massive trivia guy. But what time? When is it?
It'll probably be today or tomorrow at around about 8.
Unlikely, but I'll let you know.
Okay. Alright, thank you.
What do you think about the moon? Because I might not actually. I've been through my DMs, so it's not there, and that's tragic.
Rewind it. What was that
Sorry?
gravity talk? What did you want to know about gravity for? What was the discussion?
No, Turquoise. No.
This is
What do I think about the moon?
Yeah.
I like
the
it.
moon now.
What do you think about the moon?
It's up in the sky.
Is
a
it
good moon.
also flat or is it spherical?
It's up in the sky. Has nothing to do with the surface of the earth.
How would you verify a 3D shape of it?
No, but is it spherical or is it flat? What is your thoughts on that?
That has to do anything with the shape of the earth.
I can only
Oh, can I-
observe the moon.
Can I ask you some questions about the moon, Doll?
I asked the question, right? So I really want a genuine answer from you guys. What do you think about it? I'm not saying.
I would say that you can't verify shape, quote unquote, other than what you see, which is an odd circular light in the sky.
Why not?
Well, because you can't go to it and fly around it and all that, can you?
Have you never heard of telescopes?
Yeah, they're not going around the moon, they're just seeing it from here, same as we are.
Yeah, but if you can see the curvature, is that not enough proof that it is actually curving and it's not flat?
You might see something that you think indicates curvature of that surface that you can see, but you don't see a 3D physical ball.
How is the shadow of the moon making it look lunar then if it's not a sphere?
Well, the moon does what it does. It goes through its phases, right? I mean, you're told the story that, I mean, the moon's phases, it's not technically to do with the shadow of the Earth being cast on the moon. That's for lunar eclipses, as they tell us. But we actually don't have any evidence that it's the shadow of Earth being cast on the moon. So that's just a story, basically. The moon, if you ask me, is its own light. It's a lesser light, similar to the sun.
Do you think it's a light?
Yeah, it appears to be a light in the sky.
Is that really your final conclusion about the moon? It's just a lamp?
Well, I didn't say what it is. I said that what we observe, right?
So you believe that it's like a light, like a lamp, and it's
Well, that's
not
what we
rocky.
observe.
It's not.
No, I don't know that it's a rock.
Okay, because I have a telescope, and I can actually throw a few pictures for you.
Yeah, I've looked at the moon through a telescope. It doesn't tell you that it's a 3D spinning ball of rock in a vacuum.
It's not spinning. Nobody's claiming that it's spinning.
Oh, the moon isn't spinning?
No, it's not.
It's not totally
No,
locked.
it's
then?
stationary. It faces the Earth with the same face.
So the moon doesn't have any axial rotation.
It rotates.
It doesn't
spins around the
rotate.
Earth.
It doesn't.
Spins 28.
It doesn't spin around itself. If that is what you're assuming about axial
So then, why
rotation.
wouldn't you see why wouldn't you see both sides of the ball then?
Sorry, why?
Why wouldn't you see the other side of the ball then?
That's exactly why, right? Because it doesn't spin around itself. So you're
So if you get a ball, if you get a ball, and you put a mark on it in front of your head, put a circle on one side of it and a square on the other side of the ball, you spin that moon around your head without spinning it on its axis. When it's behind your head, the people who are looking at that side, they'll see the square face, not the circle one. You would see the other side of it. If it was a spinning ball. Well, a not spinning ball. An orbiting stationary ball.
Faces us and
See, you guys, that's not even the globe story, right? You guys don't understand what the globe story of the moon is. The globe story of the moon is that it is spinning. It's spinning at such a perfect rate that it just doesn't look like it's spinning. And we only ever see the one face of it. That's the story.
It was gravitationally locked. Like that's what
tidal locking is their story. So it does
it's
rotate
not spinning,
on
it's
its axis.
completely still.
No, it's spinning. The body is locked in its orbit, but the spin is occurring at the perfect rate so that we never get to see another side of it. That's their story.
As it orbits around the Earth, it does this in 28 days. It is tidally locked with us, so it appears to be facing us all the time. But because of that fact, it takes 28 days to go around on its axis. Otherwise, just listen to what Cyclone said about 2 minutes ago. It's facing us all the time. Try and do that experiment without rotating the moon.
That's fine. That makes sense, right? Dol, why do you think the moon is like a spherical object if you haven't seen both sides of it? I don't understand.
I'll tell you why. Because I have observed it multiple times with my own telescope.
I have a telescope too. Have you ever seen the dark side of the moon?
No, you don't have to, right? You can see the curvature.
In order to know that it's a 3D shape, you'd have to be able to witness its 3D-ness, right? You haven't witnessed its 3D-ness because you haven't seen it from any other perspective.
That's not true, actually. So you can know that a ball is a ball from looking at one side from it. You don't have to look at the ball from the other side. How?
Hey, Dole.
Because you can see the curvature.
Which one of those is a ball in the chat?
Okay, the shadow. The Krishan's shadow is only possible because it's a sphere.
What's a Krishan's shadow?
Hold on. Flatloyd in the chat has just posted a GIF. Doll? He asked you the question.
I get the point. I get the point.
Which one is the ball?
That's not relevant, though. I'll tell you
that's
why.
exactly what you just said. You said you can tell what it's a ball by looking at the 2D image. So which one's the ball out of what Flatloyd posted?
It's not relevant because the pixels are lacking here, and the moon has craters that makes it very clear that it is spherical.
So which? How do you know those are craters? You can tell by looking at a circle, basically, whether it's a ball, a 3D ball or not. So which one of Flatloyd's is the 3D ball? Or all of them?
Why do the craters tell you that it's a ball?
This is image down pixeling to the level that it can appear as ball, all of them. So it's
a demonstration.
It's not really relevant.
Okay, so all of them look like a ball. Do you think all of them are balls?
This one, it's not clear enough to actually tell. Okay.
I'll tell you which one's a ball. I mean, but you could. I mean, you said by just looking at it that you can just tell it's a ball.
Yeah.
So can you really do that? With the specular highlight, I'd ask you, where's the specular highlight of this supposed moon?
So, Dal, what type of telescope do you have?
What type of telescope?
Yeah, because presuming that the image that you see through your telescope is detailed enough that you can see this spectral highlight, therefore you think that the moon is a sphere, right? So I'm asking what telescope you have so that I know the quality of your telescope, so we can understand what quality we need to have of image.
It's not the ones with lenses. It's called a refractor telescope. It has a mirror inside, so it's like
that's a type, but they have strengths. So like when you set up your telescope, you're going to put a lens on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the lens? Paste it in chat.
I have various lenses.
Okay, so what lens do you think is sufficient for you to be able to tell?
Yeah, but I don't have my lenses with me right now. So, but they are
That's very convenient.
I have lenses that can zoom enough in to see Jupiter. Not very large, but for the moon, I'm using the lenses that is. Can't remember, some 1 to 9 or something, but I really can't remember the grades. I don't know why.
So do you have your telescope in your house?
Not in this one, no. It's my father's.
It's really
place.
Convenient that in almost every instance you've been unable to provide meaningful proof in any way, shape, or form. I'm not, by the way, not a flat earther here. I just think that this is a very poor performance. You can't provide anything.
I'm about to share the pictures. So
yeah, and he trusts his intuition.
What about your favorite brand of lenses? Surely you could tell us that.
What?
So many. I mean, you said you had so many lenses for your telescope. I mean, you could at least name maybe your favorite brand.
I don't know why you guys are Are you you don't believe that I have a telescope?
I've explained why I wanted to know about the lens, right? Because I wanted to know about what quality of image that you're seeing that you can confirm this, right? So in order to find the quality of the image, I want to know the lens, right? I didn't not believe you had a telescope. I just wanted to know the lens, right? Now
yeah, but why do you think? Hold on, why do you think that I have to rehearse the lenses, the grades of the lenses?
Just a question.
Excuse me?
No, but why do you expect me to rehearse it?
I don't expect you to rehearse it, right? But it feels like everything you've been asked to substantiate today, right? Not just this, but everything else you just haven't had, and it's starting to get sus.
Well, no, I literally shared my footages right now that I took with my own phone, with my own telescope.
Is this thing coming from Kane? Are you Kane?
Kane?
Oh, so this picture. So this is good enough quality for you to be able to tell that
easily.
This is
Yeah.
You
can actually. easily enough because you can see the shape of the craters, and it's more spherical when it's at the center, and it's more oval when you go to the northern part of the moon or the southern part.
Why couldn't it be a dome?
A dome? Yeah, you could
an imperfect dome.
You could expect it to be a dome as well, but it would be absurd.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Joel,
so
but can you
that's
go
not
there and
really a
verify
reason.
that?
So you're gonna say that there's no real reason for me to believe that that isn't a dome. So I'm just gonna go with dome moon now.
It's at least not flat. That is the conclusion we can draw here.
It's about as
It's
meaningful as like saying.
unverifiable.
Sorry?
The point is that it's unverifiable. All the shapes or anything that you see on this supposed luminary in the sky, some things are unverifiable. Now, things that are verifiable are, say, measuring the temperature of the light that comes off of it, right? We can vary and test that in different places in different regions, right? Those are objective things. Now, what you're talking about is subjective. You're saying craters. You're immediately bringing up a story that is involved with the
Why
moon,
do you think this
right?
is a story, though? I'm providing.
Because I was told the same one, man. And I can't verify that it's a crater just because I see circled dots. That also looks like, I don't know, if you've ever seen paint defects, kind of looks like that too. That's weird. I'm not going to say, oh, that's a paint defect, right? I'm not going to make claims about what I see on the surface of the moon, right? Yeah, it does look a little curvilinear. I'm not going to lie to you there. But it doesn't have a specular highlight like a ball would that is experiencing reflection of a sun.
I think it is very easy to tell for any sane person that around the center of the moon you can see the craters are much more spherical, and it is becoming more and more oval shape, and you can actually, if you zoom enough in, at least I can do it on my phone, but I think the pixels are reducing when I'm sharing on Discord. You can actually see shadows as well. That is formed by the craters.
Again, you're making more assumptions based on, yes, the same story I was told too, man.
Because a mountain,
that it's a rock,
like a crater
orbiting
on a moon is like a mountain, and it's easily like it's I know that it is an assumption, of course, but it would be strange to assume anything else if this was not a shadow, because you can see the direction of the light because of the moon that is like lighted up on the first left hand side of the moon, and then you can see the shadows that is being casted over to the right hand side from the craters. So it would be very strange to assume that these were not shadows.
The point at which you admit it's an assumption just means you don't know that, and I don't really think you can go any further with it.
I have not been there. I have not been there.
Yeah, there could be an alternative explanation that you're unaware of. You're just assuming it.
No, it's like some assumptions are very precise, as this one is.
That doesn't make any sense.
Because you can literally see it with your own eyes, but you're just telling me, how do you know this is a shadow?
Yeah,
and
you've already
alien had casted on it.
To be clear, you've already admitted that you don't know, right? Because you've said it's an assumption, so there could be an alternative explanation.
Yeah, some aliens would actually have put an ink behind the craters.
I wasn't finished though.
That is a possibility.
I wasn't finished.
Possibility is not even 0.00 infinitely 0.1.
Yeah, so if you're not sure of it in the sense that you don't know,
I don't need to be 100%.
Yes, you do.
No, he doesn't.
0.000%
Actually,
sure.
Yeah, he does.
that means he's not.
I don't have to. This is not
if
how
you want
I'm
to make a claim to know
because
something, if you want to say
I can actually deduce that this is the only reasonable thing to assume. But if you can't, that's your problem, right?
Can I finish a sentence, please? If you want to say that you know something, then it's got to be a true justified belief, right? So something can either be true or not true, right? and unless you disagree with that, which would be really weird, right? So yeah, it has to be a true justified belief, right? So you don't know whether this is true or not true. You're assuming it's true, right? So you don't have a true justified belief. Therefore, you don't have knowledge. Therefore, you don't know this.
Okay, wait. So are you telling me that because I'm not 100% sure, but I am 99.999% sure, then this is not enough proof? Is this what you're telling me?
Correct.
If that, okay, if that is the case,
you asked me a question. Let me answer it. You asked me a question. Let me answer it. Right. I explained to you the concept
or no question.
I explained to you the concept. I explained to you the concept, right, of not knowledge is. It's a true justified belief. Something is either true or not true. It's not 99.9%, right? It's either true or not true, right? And you don't know.
No, that's not true. What you're telling me. It's not about either true or not true. It's not about either true or not true, actually.
You say that 99% is possibly true.
Yeah,
it's
possibly true, but you can't say something is either true or not true.
Hold on.
Do you understand the law of the excluded middle?
Hold on. I don't care about the law of the excluded middle. So, are you telling me...
It doesn't change it.
Me. Can you give me any other explanation to the shadows in this picture?
I don't need to give you an alternative explanation.
So you don't have any?
You have a baked-in explanation.
I don't have to present you with an alternative model in order to say that your model isn't true.
Yeah, falsification doesn't require replacement.
That actually proves that any alternative would be very, very stupid to assume. That is why you don't have any alternative.
Assume it. I'm in the state of, so on this flat Earth, globe Earth thing, right? I'm an agnostic, right? Because I don't know. And so when I look at the moon, I say I don't know. But you're so sure, right? That's insane.
No, it's not. You can literally look at my
sure you're making truth claims. That's mental.
And see it for yourself that it is curving. But you're assuming, it is actually curving. But what if it is a dome? And I said, it could be a dome, but that is very, very strange shape. Why not a sphere?
Excuse me.
Yeah, so in that, you've already admitted that you don't actually know what shape it is, right? It could be a dome, it could be a sphere, even by your own logic, but you're stating confidently that it's a sphere.
Yeah, this is very
exactly. You don't know
sphere for me.
No,
it's enough for me to conclude that this is a sphere.
Believe you don't know.
I don't
you don't
actually
have
need more
justified belief, aka knowledge, right? You're trying to tell us to just believe your beliefs because you believe them. Okay. That's insane.
Let me just say that.
Because all other alternatives.
2 seconds. Right. You believe that the moon is a ball. That's fine. You can't actually observe that. What you observe is a circular disc of light. Now, I might grant you that when you observe the surface of it, it may look to you like it gives you a curved impression. But even then, your observation is only that you're observing a circular disc, one face of a circular disc with what appears to maybe be a curved surface. But even if we gave it to you, even if it is a ball, right, that doesn't mean that the ground beneath our feet is a ball. Do you agree with that or not?
I agree with that. I wasn't asking the moon question to you to prove that the Earth is a globe. I was just interested, actually, in your opinion.
You didn't bring up shadows on the moon, then?
I think that was another guy.
I did. Yeah.
Okay. So that's how we got onto
that's fine.
Discussing the moon because of shadows on it, or what are perceived to be shadows because, well, I say shadows because the assumption of light is being emanated by the sun onto the moon surface.
Guys, so the last... Can I just add something before you guys go on? The last picture I posted, if you download that one, it would be very easy for you, very convenient actually, to witness the craters. There is one particular crater in the very center of the moon, close to the entire dark, shadowy place.
Those are nice images of the moon. Who are those? Did you get those from the internet, or did you take those?
I took them. I have many more, actually.
They're very nice. They're very nice. Well done.
Thank you. It took me a lot of effort, actually, to take those.
I can tell it's not that easy to take good images of the moon.
It's not at all.
Sorry,
I have a good refractor telescope. Sorry, I couldn't remember the grades of the lenses, but I have them somewhere at my parents' place.
Good. What's this proof, by the way?
Wait, I thought you said you took those pictures with your phone, not your telescope.
It is with my telescope using my phone, obviously. The telescope does not have a camera, so you have to put your phone camera on the lens instead of your eyes. But it is a very hard thing to do. I bought a
Could I quickly
phone holder, actually, to do
I know
that.
Jedi.
I want to know
I know
what this
Jedi
proof.
wants to go.
I want to know.
I know
what this
Jedi
proof.
wants to go.
I mean, I
for
don't mind if unless we want to get back down to the surface of the Earth and leave the fucking moon alone. But I want to know what this proves. You've taken an image, and it's a nice one. I'm looking right at it. I can zoom in and everything. It's really cool. So, what is this proving?
I was genuinely interested what you thought about the moon, and there was a guy, I don't know which one, who said the moon is just a light. I said, is it a lamp? He said, it's just a light. Then I said, what about if it's a rock? Then he said, I don't know about that. I can't see that. It's just like a light. So, and I asked about the shape. So he didn't know anything, right? And that's why I brought this up. And I said, it is actually rocky and it has craters and it is actually spherical. And then this lady popped up and said, well, it's not, what about, okay, it is curving, but what if it is a dome? And I said, yeah, it could be, but it is a very strange thing to assume. It is more wise to assume that this is a spherical
Why is it
shape.
strange?
Is it a rock for you?
It's a rocky thing. Yeah, it's a rocky object.
Is it rocky? Why is not full?
Craters,
why is
right?
not full? Why is not full then every time during the day?
Sorry, why it's not full?
Why is not full? Yeah, every time during the day.
Why it is not full every time during the day?
If it's a rock, why is not full every time during the day?
I think it insinuates in like the crescent, basically.
I understand his question, but if you can see it during the day, you should be able to see it as a rocky hole.
Yeah, cool.
As a whole, like what is it called? Like a full moon. If you want to see, sorry,
in the day.
Yeah, if you can see it.
Okay.
In the day.
You're saying that according to the Globe Earth model, the model predicts that we should see a full moon during the day.
You should be able to see that it is a full moon if you can see it during the day, but it would be a very hard thing to do because of the lack of the light.
I thought you only saw full moons at night, according to the model. Because a new moon is when the moon is between the sun and the earth, so it's illuminated on the far side, and we don't see the moon according to the model. And then, as it starts to turn into a crescent, that's when it starts moving out between the path of light from the sun to the earth. And then, when it goes round the other side, so the earth is in the middle, we can see a fully illuminated 50% portion of the surface of the moon.
Exactly, it's about the illumination, but this guy was like, what about if we just neglect the illumination and we can see it during the day? Then what? And I'm telling him he should be able to see it. But it is a very hard thing to do, actually, even with the telescope. I didn't try it myself.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, I wasn't going anywhere, so that's fine. Go on, mate.
Like you really need to have a very, very clear sky. And a very good telescope to do that, actually.
I posted
I'm not
the picture
sure if
11.
it's possible.
I posted the picture 11 minutes after the hour. Do you see that picture?
You posted a picture at what?
11 minutes after the hour on voice text chat.
That's a while back.
Who is talking? Is that Kane?
It's not a while back. It's here. It's on. Scroll a little bit. You will see the moon.
It's the blue picture. Right.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If you take your telescope and zoom on that line, on that blue, do you can see the rock?
If I zoom on the blue?
Yeah, because that to finish that circle, because you said it is a sphere, but we cannot see the sphere because there is a blue thing. If you zoom with your telescope, can you see that rock on that blue thing?
Again, it's about the illumination. So
it's about the illumination of what? That is atmosphere.
No, it's about the illumination of the moon.
It's
otherwise,
atmosphere, man. That is during the day.
No, I get you, but still,
where
the sun is hitting.
Where is the rock during the day?
My friend, still the sun is hitting the moon, and it is making it more brighter so we can see. That is what causes.
And it's making shadow. Is that a shadow?
What is a shadow? What do you mean? Is that a shadow?
That blue thing, is that a shadow?
Like, okay, so everything behind what we can see is something that is unable for us because it's not illuminated. Okay?
Yeah, it's a day. It's not a night.
It's fine. The sun is still there, my friend.
Yeah, I don't think he's really getting this one. I don't think he's really getting.
Can I maybe get in on this one?
The sun is still there, my friend. That's the issue you're not getting. And the sun is obviously on the
rock. Something is rock. It must be full all day.
No. It depends.
Hold on. Let's go to the next. I'm going to quickly go, and then Crypto can go. But I just wanted to quickly ask you about the creators, as you're saying. So how do you think these creators came to be?
Like scientists would say, it is asteroids, right? And that is also what makes sense to me. So that would be my initial. That would be my initial assumption.
Think about this. This is just something for you to think about. I'm not going to ask you to respond or whatever, but if those are impacts from, let's say, rocks or objects coming from space, those would be coming from the backside of the moon that we don't see,
Those would be coming from the backside of the moon that we don't see. Why? Why would we assume that?
Well, because they're not going to be coming from the Earth to the moon, right? They're going to be coming from space towards the Earth and the moon, right? Or an angle.
I get your point, but that is something. It could have been happened before the moon became a satellite of the world.
Right. Okay. So that's what you could assume. That's what you could assume. But for our evidence, the moon, we've only ever documented the moon to be where it is, facing us the way that it is, and it wouldn't be possible for an asteroid or a meteor to come past the moon and then turn around and hit the side that faces us, or without doing some strange curved path to.
No, I get your point, but again,
and also the other thing I would just ask you. Just quickly, the other thing I'd ask you to consider is all of those craters are like 90-degree impacts, right? If those were just random rocks and stuff smashing off the moon, you would expect to see like scars, like lines where they've dragged across at an angle or something other than just straight top down 90-degree pop. Just something to think about.
Yeah, it's interesting actually that they look very like the impact has been very vertical on them with 90 degrees. But that is interesting. I'll give you that, but there might be an explanation. I need to think about it.
Just something to think about.
I guess if we're going to suggest what might be doing these things to the moon, it might be more reasonable to say that we can demonstrate that these type of impacts, if that's what they are, can be done with plasma arcing, where you do always get these type of prominences or craters in surfaces. Cyclone's pointing out if we've got omnidirectional, from all directions, meteors strike in the face of a sphere, then they're going to scar across the surface. Not all impact to 90 degrees, but we can demonstrate things that impact at 90 degrees. That's plasma arcing.
I have another footage. I'll try to find it for you guys, and it's actually a video footage. It's very interesting.
Very good. Let's let Crypto jump in because he was wanting to.
That's fine.
Just on the very simple point of the full moon during the day, right? You know that your ability to see a ball that is lit on one side and not on the other side is your point of view relative to that ball, correct?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Can you repeat the question, because I was really looking at the phone. I thought I was having a pause, so sorry about that.
Well, I was trying to.
What was relative to what? I really didn't hear.
You've got a ball, any ball, doesn't matter. The ball's lit on one side and not lit on the other side.
Yeah.
Your ability to see the entire lit side is relative to your point of view. You
Correct.
have to be okay.
Correct.
So
yeah.
Then, if it's day, you understand that the sun is meant to be much further than the moon, correct?
If it's day, the sun is further away from the moon.
No, the sun is always further than the moon in your model. This doesn't require much thought. That's a yes.
I really don't get your point. You're saying the sun is further away from the moon during the day. How did you come to this conclusion?
I'm not saying that.
This is literally what you said. Can you rephrase the question then?
Literally what I said.
What I said
was, is the sun always further than the moon in your model?
Yes. If you're asking about the distance of the sun,
that doesn't
compared
require
to
elaboration.
The moon.
Just that's the correct answer. Right.
Okay, what about it?
So now what we have is a moon that's much closer and a sun that's much further. Okay, so try and get that in your mind when you're thinking about, if you can see a fully lit moon, where must the sun be in relation to you?
The sun has to be at the back of the earth, more at the back of the earth. But since it's so large, it will still be able to give the moon, like it will still be able to shed light on the moon to every
let's
corner.
Just say I accept that. Let's just say
there will though be this.
Let's just say I accept that.
Okay.
Okay. You don't need to elaborate on that. Okay. I accept that.
No, it was for the audience, right? We have 50 people.
Okay, but the audience have already heard me say this 100 times, and you're not going to get my point anyway. But the point is, you're looking at the moon. The sun's behind the Earth, correct?
Mm.
So how is that
more behind? More behind, yeah.
How is that happening during the day?
How is that happening during the day? What do you mean? How is that happening during the day?
Well, the sun's behind the Earth. It's on the other side of the Earth, which is defined as the Earth's nighttime. But that's when the three balls line up in that way, so that you can see a full moon. But now we're talking about full moon during the day, so the sun has to be on the other side of the moon because it has to be daytime.
The thing is, the moon is spinning around the world.
Spinning
the Earth. Hold on. It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It
no,
does.
It doesn't. No, it
My
doesn't.
friend, it does.
This isn't about movement. This is about geometry.
Okay, wait. Can I paint somewhere?
If it's only about geometry, then the same
How do I paint?
mechanism it lights during the night is the same during the day. If it's purely geometry.
We're talking about lines of sight between objects. And we're talking about light going from one object to another and your ability to see the light coming back. It's got nothing to do with movement.
Okay, I'll paint it for you right now on Paint and explain it to you.
Yeah, the lit up part of the Earth can also be on the same side of the lit up part of the moon.
That's not my point.
That's not true.
No, I got his point.
Yeah, it's also not true, but it's
I'll paint
not
it for you.
relevant to my argument either.
Just give me a second. I'm
honestly,
painting
man,
it right now.
This is such a simple point. I feel like I'm saying 2 + 2 is 4. I don't know how you guys aren't getting this.
I did get it, and I'm painting
it's
it
a
for
visual medium, and you're trying to articulate it.
It's not that complicated, though.
I've already posted the video that explains.
I'm painting it for you.
I'm pretty sure there are videos, models explaining it for kids about.
Oh, you're pretty sure? Oh, well,
I'll look,
sure.
bro. I'll just look up YouTube too. Feel good about my logic.
Well, as long as you're sure, I mean, I'm sure you won't straw man my argument, seeing as you couldn't even repeat it.
Sorry, this was very quick, but do you see the paint? Please click on it.
Right.
So
where do you think you are on that ball?
Anywhere where I'm able to see the full moon.
So you're above the Earth, not on the ground.
Above the Earth? What do you mean above the
Because
Earth?
that's where the full moon would be.
Above the Earth. Why do you use such a term? What do you mean by above the Earth?
All right, let me take a screenshot. Give me a second.
Because the moon has to be on the side facing the lit up part of the Earth, man.
So,
you don't get it. Let me just do a quick.
If it was day, then you would be on the side facing the sun, according to this picture. Then you wouldn't be able to see the moon. So you have to put the moon in a place where it's day and there's full moon.
And that's also not a full moon in that position, according to the cycle. So less than full moon.
Exactly.
This is full moon for you guys. And if you can't understand it, I can't help you.
Dude.
Well, no, you're just wrong. I mean,
excuse me. So if you've got the moon, right? Let's imagine you're still drawing your picture, and we understand where 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock and 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock are. Let's say 9 o'clock is the position of the moon between the Earth and the sun. Now we can't see the far side of the moon that's being illuminated by the sun. Let's draw the moon at the 3 o'clock position. We understand that this is night time, and we understand that this is where the sun can illuminate the full portion of the moon so we can see it. This is also the place where eclipses happen. And what we're pointing out...
No, this is not the place where eclipse is happening. The thing
it's in the shadow of the Earth at night time, in the 3 o'clock position, not between the sun and the Earth. Sun, Earth, moon.
Yeah, if the moon was at 3 o'clock position, I agree with you.
Yes,
yeah,
that's why.
But that is not what I painted, right? I didn't want to dwell with the eclipse. That's why.
You're not
That's
listening.
unnecessary to talk about.
So that's a full moon there. You've drawn it at the 1:30, 2 o'clock position. So not a full moon. We're talking about an observation that is reverse to this on the day side of the Earth, where we can see the full moon.
You can still see it here, though.
No, that's not a full moon. You need to draw it in the 3 o'clock position. It's quite simple. You've got the concept.
I get your point.
You got the concept.
But I think you can get full moon without 3 o'clock position. I might be wrong on this. This is just rationally thinking.
Okay.
But I get your point. Yeah, I agree with you that it should be 3 o'clock should give you full moon right before and right after the eclipse.
Cool.
But yeah, I think you can get full moon also slightly before and after.
Okay.
That's why I draw it like that. Because I wanted to actually not talk about the eclipse, that's why.
And then that's fine. So you see where your Earth is. If you were to draw a vertical line down the axis to denote day side and night side, we need an observation of the full moon when you're on the day side. We also need an observation according to the model of a crescent moon, which is just after new moon, which is when the moon is between the sun of the Earth, observed on the night side of the Earth. The model doesn't predict that. And if I'm not mistaken, that's maybe what Crypto's trying to point out. If it's not, then I do apologise, Crypto.
I apologise. I was just trying to fix this guy's cartoon, so I'm just give me one more minute and I'll be with you guys. I didn't actually hear what you said, sorry.
Yeah, no worries, man.
I will be with you very soon with another Canva masterpiece.
Stunning.
For you all to ooh and ah over. Shall I draw some sun rays, or is that a bit too much?
You don't have to.
Depends how you're going to draw it. They're going to be divergent, parallel.
Oh no! Yeah, we're definitely going to add some sun rays. Right, here we go. These are beautiful.
We haven't spoken about the moon for ages, Crypto.
We haven't. Haven't had an opportunity to, really.
No.
Right. So I've taken your masterpiece and I've turned it into.
Why do you call it a masterpiece?
Because I draw shit like this all the time. I think this is my best Bob Ross. Right, do you see what I've done here, right? So you've got the sun with its beautiful rays, and then you've got the Earth, which is the bigger, I don't know, Othello piece, and then you've got the moon, which is the smaller Othello piece. Do you understand how, like, the full moon would only be observable from the longer line? That's the only place you could observe a full moon, is that if you were in that line of sight.
Longer line? No, the longer line is from what you have drawn is from the sun to the moon, right? Are you talking about the line from the Earth?
Because that's where the light comes from.
Yeah, but when you observe, you're observing what the light gives you capability to observe, so it is illuminating. So you can stand on other places on Earth,
light
actually.
Works, bro. That's not how light works. It doesn't just illuminate everything that you see. It only hits the parts that it hits, and you see bits that are illuminated. Yeah,
exactly.
So you would only see.
This is also what I'm saying.
So you're not understanding the problem. You would only see the full moon in that line.
No, that's not 2D. True.
Yes.
No, that's not true.
Yes, that is true.
My friend, no.
Dude, how are you not...
Hold on, can I explain? Because it's actually not that hard to understand. So, the moon...
Wow!
The moon...
You're incredible, dude.
Okay, can I explain or not?
Both.
So, the moon...
You're both stupid.
Let's assume... let's not assume, because you guys will just say, okay, this is your assumption. But objectively, the moon is receiving rays of sunlight, right? And it is being illuminated objectively. It is being illuminated objectively on the left-hand side of the moon on this picture.
No, stop for a second. You can
hold
talk
on.
about
Let me finish. Let me finish my explanation, though.
No, because you actually talk through everyone, so you can just wait for a second. Don't talk about this being objective. This is an idea. It's okay to discuss ideas whether you believe them or not. But if you're just going to start slipping in, oh, this is objectively true, bruv, this conversation's not going to go very far.
Okay, so this guy's suggesting that the moon is having a different illumination of sun ray depending on where you sit on Earth. And this is a very strange thinking. That is very strange of you. What's your name? This is the first time I heard such a strange thing. So you're saying the moon is illuminated differently. The moon is illuminated differently for you compared with me. This is actually what you're defending right now. Because you live in, let's say, America, I live in Turkey.
What you're saying is utterly crazy. You know that.
That is what you're saying, which is crazy, yes.
No,
and I'm saying no, the moon is objectively illuminated at the western hemisphere of the moon on this picture, so it is independent on where you are on Earth. As long as you can observe the moon, you will see that it is a full moon. Objectively,
you've actually got Globers in the chat face palming right now because of how badly you're getting this wrong. There's a guy
I think every flat earther are face palming at you right now because
I don't think they are. I think they will agree with me actually. That you've got breathing.
Does anyone agree with this guy? Because this is very strange.
Yeah,
phenomenon
go ahead, guys. Tell me if you agree with me on this, guys. Please go ahead, and tell me if you agree with Dull Carnian. If there's any Globo, because we've got Breathing Earth Enthusiast in the chat.
So
talking about
he doesn't agree with you.
Yeah, but Breathing Earth Enthusiast, is a Glober, and he's talking about how I know this better than you. So that's pretty embarrassing for you, dude.
Okay. Anyone agree with this guy?
Yeah, we've got everyone agreeing with me in the chat. Cool.
So the position...
I disagree with Unpop.
Yeah, but you also don't understand my argument, so...
I can tell you, and you can, tell me if I understand it or not. You're saying basically if someone has a flashlight behind you and something is in front of you, an object, how can this object have be lit up if you're getting in the way? Isn't that what the basic?
That's not the argument at all.
Then what are you alluding to?
The argument is that you can only see that full moon in the line of the long arrow as I've drawn it.
That's so stupid.
Because the Earth is not getting in the way.
So yeah, but then if you're not in that line, then you can't see a full moon.
I don't want to hear this.
That's just like what I said. That's my explanation of your analogy.
Then you don't agree with him, dude. Isn't
no, I'm telling you, your analogy is inadequate, insufficient, because this is a 2D. This is a 2D image. If it's 3D, the moon can be above the Earth, and the Earth, you can be at night at the Earth, and you can witness the moon getting the light over the Earth from around the Earth, because the sun is so big.
Dude, if you don't understand my argument, kindly just put yourself on mute, because it's really irritating to have to deal with someone who doesn't understand my argument and
you're the one who thinks,
Yeah, again, you're just trying to come up with some response because you've got an ego. The problem is that you didn't understand my argument. If you did,
it seems like you're the one with the ego failing to explain, and yet just telling me to mute myself, even though I'm trying to come to terms with you.
No, man, you're not just going to talk over me. I'm not going to allow that. I'm just going to finish what I was saying, right? If you don't understand what I'm saying, that's fine, but actually try to understand it. Don't just straw man me. It's really irritating.
I literally did.
So anyway, here we go. I've got another example here. This hopefully will help you.
You have a
guys
politician on your PvP and you can talk to your audience. You obviously fail.
Boring.
Yeah, dude, this is just rhetoric. I don't care about your rhetoric. I care about this argument. So, do you see the third arrow that I've had?
Really so stupid.
What do you think you would see from that third position?
Come on, guys.
Either of you. What do you think you would see from that third position? Do you think you see a full moon still?
Yeah, I love to stop.
Very strange.
No, it's not. He's pointing out different orientations. You're going to see a difference.
Do you think you see a full moon still from that orientation, guys?
Okay, so I have to explain something for the audience then, because here we are assuming something. We're making some huge distances and simplifying it. We are boiling it down to centimeters, which is not correct. Hold on.
What?
So in reality, due to the distance, can I speak, or do you just want to intervene? I can stop if you want to intervene. That's fine.
This is not a scale argument. It's a red herring. You're wasting everyone's time.
Just like me, bro. Yeah, you should mute too.
Just tell me when you're finished, because I can't.
Talking about scale is wasting everyone's time.
Quite a simple question. You've got 3 lines, and these 3 different lines, you're going to see the moon or the object illuminated differently depending on where you are.
Ooh. Are we gonna answer this still, or are you gonna just cry?
No, you don't let me answer, so it's better not to speak to you.
So for this third arrow here, what do you think you'd see?
That's what I was trying to address, but you are
scale is irrelevant. So answer the question.
To talk about the scale, so it's stupid to talk to you, actually.
Wow, you're just going to have a paddy, aren't you? Because you can't answer. Can anyone else tell me what you'd see from that third one?
Oh my god, this guy.
Oh, from the third position, you'd see what we would classify as a half moon, because 12
I agree. Yeah. Have you noticed, Dull, how FE Jedi didn't red herring about scale once?
He's a flat earthist.
No,
fantastic. Breathing Earth enthusiast. Can I get you off mute for a second, bro? I know he's listening, but I don't know if he can talk. Can you tell me what you would see from the third position in the chat? Yeah, he says it's a quarter moon. He means a half moon. So it's not a full moon. So you've got Globers in the chat confirming that no, you wouldn't see a full moon. Scale is irrelevant.
Okay, can I make an elaborate answer, or are you actually afraid?
Go ahead, just as long as you don't waste everyone's time with scale.
It has to do with scale, though. You have to breathe that one in. So there is no denial in... If this was the case, where you're looking from the third angle, as you're pointing out here, of course, you will have a half moon at your optics. But how it works on Earth, where we're very far away from the sun, and the moon is actually very closer to the Earth compared to the distance from the sun, it will actually allow you to see the full moon in a sense, because here it is not defined correctly, like the distances between the Earth and the moon, and the distance between the sun and the moon is like it's not very accurate. I don't know if I can draw it for you guys right now. I'll try, but I hope it will make sense that whoever is observing the moon when it is full moon, then they will actually have to see the full moon.
But actually makes it worse for you, by the way. You making this argument actually makes it worse for you.
It's not, but it's not easy to prove since the distances are astronomical. So it's not easy to draw, but let me see if I can do it.
Yeah, it makes the argument worse for you. This is actually easier for you to demonstrate the effect that you think is happening that isn't happening. You've got a couple of issues. The first one is that the horizons are different. So the astronomical horizon in the globe model is actually higher. The second issue you have here is that right on that line there, which is where you would have to actually be above in order to be in the line of sight for a full moon, that's twilight. That's not daytime. Okay, daytime would actually be much more like maybe 1 o'clock. No, sorry, 11 o'clock, maybe 10 o'clock on that clock face. And so for you to see a full moon there is utterly impossible. And yet we do it all the time.
I was speaking about clocks earlier, so I did get it right. Problems.
It's amazing that you wouldn't just answer that that's a half moon until a Glober had already said it.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is a simplified version of the issue. Okay.
But that's your diagram, bro.
I didn't answer your question because I said this is a simplified version. And yeah, in this case it would be a half moon. But in real case it is not as simple as we drew over here. So that's the problem actually we're facing.
But I mean, lit balls and lines of sight work exactly like this. The only thing that you're saying is that the scale's different, which doesn't help your argument.
It does, because the positioning of the moon is way different actually compared to our simplified drawing.
This just sounds like copium right now.
Copium? Is that a person?
Yeah. No, it's like you're coping. I promise it's different.
That's maybe what you're doing.
No, I'm demonstrating to you why your argument is wrong.
And I'm saying this is an oversimplification of the real case scenario. So
it was your diagram, bro.
I know, but again, this is an oversimplification.
Diagram.
This
is
an oversimplification. We were not even talking about.
Then why did you bring it? If you're not happy with this, why did you bring it in the first place?
Because we were talking about the full moon, how it is working, and I was just giving an example. Like it has to be on more behind of the sun, like between the earth and the sun, for it to happen. So that was the issue. It was not to demonstrate that the moon is full moon every place on the earth when it is full moon. That was not the purpose of this. That is another purpose, and that would require more sophisticated drawing, because we have to get the scaling correct. But you're not understanding this. You're like, no, let's show a simple diagram and what's going on here. Of course, like if you go, hold on, if you go to the opposite side of the moon, then it would, no, but let me finish, right? If you would go to the opposite side of the moon, you would have a complete eclipse. So, but this is not the scales, right? So if we're gonna like talk about this issue, then we have to get the scales correct.
Sure,
if I can find anything.
But again, you made this because you're not happy with this. You never stop talking, bro. You can't complain about people talking over you when you never shut up. You brought this to us. If this isn't good enough, throw it in the bin. Come back with something better, then we can continue.
As I said, what I brought up was just a demonstration of a full moon. I was not demonstrating the full moon
say that.
around the globe.
To what I said.
Okay. But you were carrying the conversation over there, and that is begging a more precise drawing. And I don't think even with a drawing it would be possible to explain, but I'll try to find something on the internet.
Brilliant. Please do.
Awesome.
Yeah, it doesn't actually help their argument at all, which is interesting.
I mean, I found something, but it's not really good enough, so I'll search a little bit more.
Please come back when you do.
Probably refraction. Probably the reason.
Oh, that's so stupid. Like, knowledge is disappearing from the internet. Everything is very simplified. But you can, in the meanwhile, carry on with another topic if you want.
There is a magic distance from which, if you observe an object, even if it's facing you with its backward side, you will start seeing it from the profile. And when it goes further away from you, then you will see its front side, despite that it's always facing you with the backward side of it, right? I mean, if you look at the moon from an angle, yeah, you still see a full moon, like from the whole world. Yeah, every point in the world, which is in nighttime, like almost 180 degrees of that ball. So anywhere on that anywhere you are on that surface, yeah, you will see a full moon from all angles. How can the moon be visible, a full moon, from all the places in the world? Yeah, because it's not a 3D object.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
But it's very hard for them to accept this because it demolishes this fanatic religion, and they need replacement.
Fanatic religion.
Yeah.
Why do you talk about religion now?
It's a blind belief religion. That's what you have. I
No,
mean,
but
you
why
said,
do you bring the
listen,
religion into this topic right now?
listen, you contradicted all the laws of light propagation, perspective, you name it. All the physics of nature, all the natural science.
I didn't go against anything. You are doing that,
You
actually.
you did. In like 3 hours that I'm listening in here, from bombs to gases to walls of containers and stuff. You missed everything.
I think you have a problem grasping actually the discussion we had earlier. That's your problem. I really can't help you with that.
Oh, your
And how you
incapacity.
arrive to religion, that's another mystery.
Listen, I refuse to believe that you are actually incapable of understanding. So that makes you an intentional clown. So you are very wicked. Yeah, you lie to people in their faces. So
That makes your day go easier. You can believe that about me. That's fine. Yeah, I hope you can sleep well.
do you live a happy life?
I do. What about you?
Yeah.
You don't sound very happy though.
This is well off the subject of the flat Earth. We waffled on about the moon for half hour, 45 minutes. We definitely haven't had any proof. I'm not saying evidence. We definitely had any proof for the last 3 hours.
I think I provided significant proof that the moon is a curving move.
And maybe this is a language barrier. You've given evidence. You haven't given proof. You might have been able to point for a few things, and we've had to go through it for a while and then demonstrate that this evidence that you've given doesn't in any way furnish proof. For you to claim that you've given proof, no, you haven't done that. You've just about managed to give us some evidence.
You can only prove things in mathematics. You can't.
I think that's a language barrier then, because I'm taking evidence as proof. This is generally what I do, at least.
Okay.
But if you think they are two different things, then
yeah, because say for example, if we go to court and I bring a particular piece of evidence, that evidence can be thrown out because it isn't relevant to the crime and doesn't furnish proof. Hasn't been demonstrated to be true. You bring evidence up what you fucking want.
I think you're misrepresenting what an evidence is.
Well, you haven't given proof. You've given evidence. We've gone through that evidence and it hasn't furnished proof.
Okay, I think you're misinterpreting what an evidence is actually.
He's using proof in the wrong way. You cannot prove these kinds of events. Proof is for math and philosophy, logic.
Math and philosophy. So math. So geometry.
Math and logic.
Okay, so the shape of the Earth then.
I'm just saying you cannot prove it's a proof is provided in mathematics or logic.
So we can't prove the shape of the Earth.
No, because it's not a proof.
Okay.
You understand what a proof is?
Yes.
What is it?
Okay, so something that is demonstrated to be true cannot be anything else.
That's not a proof. A proof is a specific term in mathematics and logic, where your conclusions can be shown validity and valid and soundly to be coming from your to follow from your premises. That's
okay.
A proof.
Well, we definitely haven't had that then.
You're not going to have that. It's impossible to have it. That's what I'm saying. You're using the word wrong.
Cool. So we haven't got proof that the Earth is a ball. That's fine.
Yeah, because you're using the word wrong. You don't understand what a proof is.
Okay. So we don't have proof that the Earth is a ball. Do we got evidence that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, evidence is a completely different thing, and that's what you were talking about with him. And he's right, and that's why he's right and you're wrong.
Okay, so have we got any more evidence that the Earth is a ball then? Because we've dismissed the other lot, not out of hand, but through demonstration. So the evidence hasn't furnished the proof. It hasn't gone towards demonstrating that thing to be true.
I still don't know what you mean by proof, because what you mean by proof is something completely different than what proof means.
Okay, that's fine. Evidence, proof, don't care. But we haven't had any demonstrable fact that the Earth is a ball.
Well, you were making a point about language with this guy, and I'm just saying that you're wrong about that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for educating me.
No problem.
Yeah, good. So can we get back to the evidence that furnishes proof that the Earth's a ball? Because like I said, we've been talking about the moon for almost an hour.
Yeah, Jedi, you're just using it in a more colloquial way, and that's fine as long as you acknowledge that.
Yeah, that's literally what I'm doing. So that's what I'm...
And that's fine. But you gotta acknowledge that. Don't make a point about language with this guy when you're using the word in a colloquial, not a specific way.
Okay, no, that's fine. Like I said, it might be a language issue. Gentleman's not English, so might not understand the colloquialism. So the interesting question there, and Breathing's asked it, how do you prove it's flat? Let's look at the colloquialism. Proof is a fact that can demonstrate something to be real or real or true. So a demonstration. So a measurement, I guess, would be a demonstration. Is that what you're asking for, dude? I don't know if you can get your microphone, mate. I don't usually like reading people's questions out, but thought measurements were more like evidence. So if they aren't evident, then what's the example of evidence? Evidence is information that might lead one to believe something is real or true, but this is just colloquialism. You might want to find a better definition.
Okay, I think this is the best picture I found. I'll just share it with you guys. Do you see this one? So the northern and southern hemispheres makes most difference, obviously. So this is the most extreme cases. And if there was a man in the northern and one man in the southern, and they were observing the full moon from their own perspectives, this is the phenomena that would be happening. On the right-hand side of the picture, you can see that they're seeing the same thing, but in opposite ways, because they're on opposite hemispheres. But they're still both able to see the full moon.
Same thing can happen on a plane.
Sorry?
Same thing can happen on a flat plane.
Well, plane doesn't really make a big difference, my friend. It's like 7, 8, let's say 9 kilometers above the
Not
ground.
an aeroplane. Not an aeroplane, dude. A flat plane. So the
Sorry?
Earth.
A flat plane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those guys is looking north, and one of those guys is looking south. You both see different not sides of the moon, but you see the moon from different direction. Exactly the same thing happens.
Sorry, I really didn't get the question here. So what do you mean by flat? No, you were saying flat plane. Are you talking about an airplane?
And there's a language barrier, a flat surface.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the Earth.
What about it? What about it?
Well, exactly the same thing happens on a flat surface.
No, but the guy was asking, like, how is it then possible to see the full moon if the Earth is a globe? And here's the answer. I'm not saying it's not possible with a flat Earth. I wasn't actually questioning that. I never accused you of that.
I just jumped in, so I thought you were explaining that.
No,
No.
He was particularly asking, why can you see a full moon during the day on the daylight side? And you're using this to whistle by that argument?
No, this wasn't about the daylight, my friend.
Okay.
That was another topic.
I've been listening the past 2 hours, but
no, there was. I don't know if this guy has disappeared. I think no, he's still here.
I think he's deafened right now. Maybe taking a call.
Yeah, it's Unpopped Zit that was asking, how is it then possible to see the full moon if you're on opposite hemispheres, according to the globe theory? He's calling it a theory. I'm not doing that. So
no,
here's
he was
the answer
specifically.
to that.
No, he was specifically asking, how come you can see it during the daylight, right? The full moon, if it's on the opposite side, right? If you can actually only see it during the dark, right? That's why we did all that diagramming. Remember?
No.
You don't remember, or
that's not what we talked about.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was.
No, the diagram was about
it's like
where
2 people. I even did a diagram.
Where you're stationed, like where you're stationed on the Earth and how you would be observing the full moon. That was the diagram's purpose. It's not about daytime. Yeah, we did talk about daytime earlier, but that is not relevant
you
to
did
the
talk
question.
about daytime.
Yeah, earlier, but
Just wanted to fill you in, Timbo.
That is not the final topic.
Get around that one.
This topic is relevant to this guy called Unpopped Zit or whatever his name was.
Exactly.
We already dealt with daytime, and I already explained. I don't know why you go back there. We were talking about you only see what the sun is letting you see. You can laugh all you want. So the sun is illuminating the moon in a particular fashion. If it was not, you would not be able to see it even in daylight.
Do you remember when we put the moon in 4 positions? 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 9 o'clock, where the 9 o'clock position was between the sun and the earth. So new moon, because we couldn't see the illuminated portion, as opposed to 3 o'clock on the night side of the earth, where we observe a full moon. One of the questions that was asked earlier that you said you've explained is how we can observe a full moon on the day side of the earth.
I mean, if the moon does not appear at the day side, you would not be able to see it. I was talking about illumination. So if it gets enough illumination, you can still see it during the day. But I think you're confusing two things here.
If it receives enough illumination, we can see the full moon during the day, where according to the heliocentric model, the moon is only in a position to be illuminated from our point of view of 50% on the night side of the earth. If the moon is between the sun and the earth, then the far side is illuminated at 50%, and we call that new moon. As the moon orbits around, it becomes a crescent, and then more of the moon is illuminated, half of the surface, from our point of view, and then the 3 o'clock position again, where it's a full moon. But if we're on the day side of the earth, say 12, 1, 2 o'clock, solar noon, how can we observe a full moon?
Okay, you're talking about the day side. The other guy was talking about during the day.
I know.
That is two different things, actually.
I know. No, yes, you admitted it was two different things. You said you had answered this question. You hadn't.
No, but now you're talking about day side of the moon, where when the moon is on 3 o'clock position behind the Earth, so at the farthest position from the sun. Am I correct? This is the question you're asking me right now. This is actually not the question. So in that regard, I don't hold on. I don't. Can I answer though? So in that regard, I don't think you can even observe the moon, right?
When?
Excuse me?
So, if you're on the day side of the Earth, and the moon is on 3 o'clock position behind the Earth, on the opposite side, right? This is what we're asking.
Yeah.
So how can we, from the day side of the Earth, observe?
What phase is that at 3 o'clock?
What phase?
Yes. Is that a full moon? Is that a full moon?
Yeah. That's what we were talking about. So yeah.
So that's where the moon has to be full, right? Good. So when we observe a full moon during the day, what's the problem?
Man, you do realize that the Earth is spinning. One full spin in 24 hours.
Think about the positions, man.
Right.
Think about the positions.
Do you realize that?
Yes.
Because you're going off on a non sequitur.
The moon has not moved a lot in 12 hours.
I know. The phases of the moon take place over 28 days. Yes, I get it.
Yeah. So I don't know what is so hard for you to understand that.
Oh, on
what
day
is really
14, so on day 14, when the moon is at the 3 o'clock position, full, we should be able to observe the full moon at the night time, because when we look up into the sky, there's the full moon. But when the Earth has rotated and it's daytime, we see a full moon. How do we see a full moon from the day side of the Earth? Where's the moon got to be a full moon? Where's the moon actually? We observe full moons during the day. Okay, where does the model tell us full moons are? 3 o'clock position. You look up in the night sky, there's the full moon.
That's where you're assuming that the moon is always at the 3 o'clock position behind the Earth.
It is for a day, because it takes 28 days for the moon to go around the Earth, according to the model. That's where we get the phases from. So new moon phase, 9 o'clock position. The sun is illuminating the far side of the moon from our vantage point. We can't see the moon, it's not lit up for us. As it moves next day, crescent starts to get bigger over the period of the week. So we don't see a crescent moon during the night time, because when we look up into our night sky, the moon's not there. It's in the day side. This is where we see crescent moons, right? The model's telling us when we should be able to see moons or not. We see full moons during the day.
I don't know why you're assuming that we can't see a crescent moon during the night time.
I'm not assuming. That is a strange assumption. Sorry, that's not an assumption. I've seen plenty of crescent moons during the night time. I've seen plenty of full moons. I've seen plenty of full moons during the daytime. The problem here is this contradicts the model. So is the model wrong?
I think I get your point. You're saying, how is it possible that during the daytime we can see a full moon when it is only supposed to be observed from the other side of the world, which is dark? This is your question, right?
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, okay, so this is a very theoretical question. I can't just put a logical argument and say, oh, there you go. Like, I need to make a little research, but initially I can tell you this. And I'm not sure about my answer right now, but you're probably going to see...
Don't say it then.
No, because it's...
Not sure about your answer.
I'm trying to be intuitive. Like, he's expecting me to be an astronomist right now. So these are not easy questions, actually, but it's a really interesting one.
I don't think he's expecting you to be anything.
It's a good question, though. It's a good question.
Maybe
from my intuition, my initial answer would be you're either very close to the night side of the world, so it's either at dawn or at nighttime, very close to nighttime. Then you would be able to. Again, this is my initial intuition. So it would either be during the dawn or the dusk, while it's still daytime that you would be observing. But again, I don't know if you can actually do that in midday. If so, then it is very interesting, and I'll have to look that one up. I don't have an initial response for that, if that is the case. I don't know if that's the case, though. It's possible to see the full moon during midday. Is that something that is possible? Does anyone know? Because this is allegedly
what you could do is draw it out. Okay, think of your model, draw it on paper, and show where you would be on the Earth, where the sun would be in the sky, and where the moon would be, and match the observation. It doesn't require you asking me anything or you asking flat earthers. Inside your worldview, this is an internal critique. Make the observation match the model. Namely, a full moon during the day or a crescent moon at night. It doesn't require any waffling. Just bust out the graph paper and get hot.
Why do you think I'm waffling, bro? What's wrong with you?
Because you still haven't done step one. Everyone told you step one was try to make it work. And you don't. You haven't done that yet. And now you're trying to say, well, you think I'm this? Do you think I'm that?
No, the thing is,
maybe did you stay? How about this? The only thing I'm thinking, did you stay at the Holiday Inn Express last night?
Crit.
That's it.
Okay.
Are you
when I came in here,
yeah, you
guys
about gas and explosions and all kinds of other shit.
You guys were trying to figure out how does resonance work. You didn't even know the term probably because I didn't hear anyone.
Yeah, you should go back and listen to the live stream. That's the first thing that was said.
Let me
moved way past
no
that.
one's ever heard of resonance before you got in here.
You should go back and listen to the live
Maybe
stream.
you have, but you didn't have it in your
you.
pocket. You didn't actually know.
Yeah, we had to mute the globalists because they were all clowning on you. We tried to make a space open so you could say what you wanted to say. And then when you got through saying what you were saying, you make it sound like you're the only one who said it. We're live streamed. We're live on the internet. You can go back to.
It might be the case. I can't know what was happening before me, but when I initially joined, the room was quite silent when a person was asking, "How does glass break during a vocal cord?" And the room was silent, and then I popped up.
Not
right?
true.
That is exactly what happened, and I'm happy to watch that live stream. So I have addressed that issue.
They were like, "So people discussing it. You're lying."
You got two things on your plate right now. Don't add any more. Okay, if you're going to eat shit, just take big bites. Don't nibble. So go. Number one, go listen to the live stream. Understand the full context of the conversation. Number two, bust out your graph paper and start drawing. Don't add more shit to your plate, dude.
It's really insincere what you're doing, Crit. But that's
okay. Sure, it's insincere what I'm doing. Now get hot. Get on your task. You adding more shit to your plate is not going to help you. Getting hot will.
Okay. If you guys are fine with this, Crit.
Get busy. Don't worry about me. It doesn't require a mic. All you do is go back and listen to the live stream so you've got full context of the conversation. The first thing was brought up was resonance by Get Be Get. And he talked about it. And they were all worried that somehow resonance inside the flat earth worldview, you have to have a container to have resonance. So they said there's no container between your vocal cords and the wine glass. That's where the conversation started. They were talking about gas pressure without the container. Now that you're caught up, you can now go listen to the live stream and double check that, or now start drawing. Start drawing the moon. You're all concerned about the moon. It's been like, what, an hour and a half of you talking about the moon. Now draw it out. You've got enough content. You've got your telescope. You've got some graph paper. Start drawing. Start drawing it out.
Okay. If you're afraid of...
Not afraid. Start. Come on. Draw it. Let's see it. Show, then tell. Your job is to show, then tell.
Can I just ask you a question, mate? Why
18 times you muted me in 5 minutes.
He's asking you, why don't you just draw it out and then you can confirm with yourself whether this could be the case or not? And then you're telling them that he's afraid. Why don't you just draw it out and show it?
Because that is where he wants to carry the conversation. But you guys have to. You guys, hold on. Let me finish.
Don't tell me to hold on.
This is so.
Not where he's carrying the conversation. The conversation would go further if you drew it out.
Yeah, correct? I think either draw it out or we'll move it along. To be fair to the guy, he did say it was an interesting question that he needs to go and think about, which is more than we get from a lot of the Gloobers. So if you want to draw it out and keep discussing it, then fair enough. But otherwise, let's move on to a different topic. It's been like an hour and a half, like the Prince said.
Okay, can I have 2 minutes to wrap everything up, and then I'll have to leave because I can't keep getting
muted here. You're going to talk about your drawing?
Yeah, it's good to talk about feelings and stuff. Just
hold on. As long as you're not going to try and talk about individuals and personalities, if it's to do with the Earth, then yeah, you can say your piece, but maybe not 2 minutes. You don't need to speak for 2 minutes. That's a long time.
It's nothing to do with my individual personality or anything like that. It's about what actually happened from my perspective, and whether you like it or not. But I'll just wrap it up, and then I'll leave because now I got muted 19 times in less than.
Well,
He's done. He's done.
Oh well. Come back soon, bro.
So
Yeah,
I know you
is
guys want to move on from the moon, but I had a question like an hour ago, and since you're still on it, can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, it's specifically for Cyclone because he stated it, right? So you kind of proposed that the moon was like it generated its own light or something. Do you understand how that might happen, or is that another? I don't know.
I said we observed the moon to be a light in the sky. That's what I said. I wouldn't presume anything other. Well, I wouldn't presume that it's reflecting light from the sun. So I would be left with the option that most likely it's generating its own light. Now, can I prove that? Can I explain a mechanism of it? No.
What makes that more likely than it's generating its own light? Sorry, that it's reflecting.
Well, because the reflecting of the sun requires the globe heliocentric paradigm, which is disproven. So it's not that.
Neither model is proven. Do you know what? Never mind. I'll just leave this.
The globe heliocentric one is.
Have you ever seen a rock reflect light like that?
How about a rock reflecting something?
Yeah, have you ever seen a rock reflect light like that?
So I would say that I don't know that the moon is a rock.
No,
okay,
but
that's what they claim it is.
Yeah. So under that
Yeah. No, I'm not defending the globe Earther's perspective. I just wanted to ask what he thought of the moon, like what he thought of the moon. So he thinks it's a self-generating, light-generating object.
I'm just taking you through what they think, and then you can go, okay, well, I've never seen a rock reflect like that, so maybe what they're telling me about it being a rock or it being a reflection is maybe not the case. Yeah?
Yeah, I've already said like neither seems more likely than the other, so I don't understand why he's chosen one over the other.
Well, so you've
that's where we were going
always
already.
seem to take this middle point where it's kind of weird because either it's a light or it's not a light. You can't be in the middle of that. Yeah?
Yes, either it's a light or it's not a light, but I don't know whether it's a light or not a light.
Yeah, but you said neither seems plausible. So what's the other
Neither
option?
seems more likely than the other, is what I said.
Okay, so what's the other option then? Because it can't be both.
I don't know. I could just not know.
Well, you don't seem to want to know anything.
Well, no, I do want to know things. I'm going to go do an experiment this weekend.
What, with the moon?
No, with the horizon. I'm going to the seaside.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you can't go and experiment on the moon and figure out what the moon is, unfortunately. So it's a great mystery, like it has been since the dawn of human time, where people have looked at the moon and speculated on what it is and how it works.
I agree.
We're carrying on the grand tradition of humanity instead of declaring it's a spinning ball of rock with no evidence.
What did you guys mean earlier that the rock? You've never seen a rock reflect anything. What do you mean by that?
Reflect like that. Don't mix words.
Well, that's what I'm just trying to understand what you said.
Well, have you ever seen a rock reflect like that?
Like that? You mean like bright?
Like the moon. Yeah.
Because everything's reflecting. That's the only reason you can see it, right?
Just get some rocks and shine lights on them and see which ones match.
Yeah, because the color of the moon, they claim the color to be a dull grey.
Dust, a dust-covered ball.
Yeah,
like
it doesn't
moon
look
dust.
like that to me, does it?
See, the thing too, when flat earthers say it looks like it's projecting its own light, that would also fit being the way it's reflecting off light from the sun. But the problem is the globalists in the backhand, the backswing, say it can't be projecting its own light. Well, isn't that the way it would look? Like, it's so unique. Its reflection is so unique that it appears like it's producing its own light. but it's not that. So what is it? See, they catch themselves. They're so worried about what flat earthers say that they don't really listen and understand that the flat earth explanation matches their explanation just without the sky magic. They sprinkle in sky magic and then debunk themselves. And they wonder why no one's buying their bullshit. They're saying their moon reflects light that's indistinguishable from the moon being its own light source, and then tell you it's not its own light source. Well, how do you know that? Oh, men went to the moon and they figured it out. They did they? Just that's all it took? It just took someone told you a story about going to the moon and that's it? And case solved? You know, like 1972, manned spaceflight abruptly ends and this giant leap forward for all humanity is actually a belly flop, and you don't really wonder what the fuck happened. See, this is why, like, the amount of people who believe the Apollo program happened is ever dwindling. Eventually it's going to get down to nothing. Okay, it's going to be like everyone's going to know. Like, it's going to be one of those conspiracy theories. Like, yeah, that was a doozy, wasn't it? You remember that time when America did, there was something like millennials, like 60% of millennials believe either A, the moon mission never happened, they faked it, and then went back at a different time in the future. Actually, they pulled it off. Or C, it was like some kind of like psyop that they went there once, but then it failed, so they just pretended like they did it. It's like, I'm trying to remember, like, I didn't word it as eloquently as the survey did. The survey gave people like a couple options. Like, the Apollo program happened exactly as the government said. The Apollo program the story was close, it's very close to what happened. And the other ones were, it never happened, it happened, but in a different way.
What makes me doubt the moon landing is that they've never been back. And then when you kind of like ask why they've never been back, they start talking about how there's knowledge that they've completely lost, which just seems implausible to me.
Yeah, they destroyed that technology. That's Don Patet, the spokesman for all the astronauts. He's the guy the astronauts elected to speak for them publicly. And they asked him, why won't you go back to the moon? He said, I'll go back to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is, we destroyed that technology. It's a painful process to rebuild it. And they're like, say, what? How the fuck do you destroy technology?
Yeah, it's funny. The only technology industry or engineering industry that seems to have regressed in the past 50 years. Everyone else seems to be advancing, but $60 million a day NASA can no longer do what it claims to do or have done in the 1960s and 70s. So it does make no sense at all, and is obviously just bullshit.
Yeah, the Artemis program is just a clusterfuck. And it's not even flat earthers who are making that claim. Okay, people in NASA are now calling out the Artemis as like the biggest, bridge to nowhere, highway to nowhere, right? That's ever been done. Like, they used to talk about bridges to nowhere and kind of these pejorative sort of like, make work projects that didn't really produce, that could have been done cheaper on the, by contractors. They're literally doing a bridge to nowhere. This is a bridge to nowhere. Like, it's billions and billions of dollars. They have no spacesuit, no heat shield, no flight plan, nothing. They got literally nothing to show for how much they spent, and they're already 6 years behind the original landing date. The 2018 was when they said they're going to put boots on the ground.
Wasn't there like a NASA guy who says that we first need to get through the Van Allen belt and get some technology that prevents all the radiation?
Because their deeds were evil. For everyone that doeth evil hateth the light, neither cometh to the
You're miking.
I wasn't sure if he was a hot mic or some sort of like, fuckery afoot, but yeah, he's muted.
Oh, I hope he's gonna look in biblical cosmology. Anyways, because some people with my faith kind of struggle with biblical cosmology. Anyways, the point is, wasn't there this NASA guy that says that we cannot surpass the Van Allen belt?
Yeah,
Kinda
he
like
did.
debunking the moon landings. Pretty crazy, isn't it? Ugh. So what did I miss the past 5 days? Was there any
All the
globe proof?
yeah, loads of it. We're all globe earthers now. I forgot to change my name to GE Jedi, but yeah, loads of globe.
I guess I really did.
Nah, you ain't missed shit, mate. Nah, you haven't missed anything. You're fine. A few new people have blown through. Usual type of stuff. Good to see you back there, mate.
Yeah, same, man. I hope you're doing well, man.
Yeah, not so bad.
That's good.
Just having a quick look through the server. Sorry, through the channel, see if we've got any new names that I don't recognise. See, Peter's in the house. From God, nice new PFP, Peter. That's awesome. Did you make that yourself? Or did somebody else make it for you?
Say good.
Did you make
Hello?
it? Or... Hello, mate.
Hey, how's it going? You mean the logo?
Yeah.
Yui made it.
Oh, did he? Wow.
Yeah, it's their official logo.
Is that the logo that tells everybody I'm not capable of critically thinking, so I'm just gonna make fun of everything?
That's the one.
No, it says we are a new radical wave of globers, and we know how to play your game, and we're coming after you.
No, you just surrendered. You just surrendered to the point that you are not capable of actually beating us in any debate. So now you need to just join the troll side to make it look like as if it's really not a big deal for you to always lose a debate. At least then you can, kind of feel better about yourself.
I'm curious.
Because
wanna try me?
If you're trolling, it doesn't matter if you lose a debate, right?
You want to try me? Which of the two proofs would you like to see? That gas falls and needs no container, or that the Earth measures curved?
No. There's one rule on the internet: we don't talk to trolls because they're time wasters.
Take from the menu, Fabian.
Are you going to show us? Are you going to show us gas going down?
Yes.
Yeah, because I wasn't around last night, and a couple of people are asking me.
That's why you didn't do it, because I was waiting for you.
Okay, I was just going to say, don't do it just yet. I'm busy for the next 20 minutes, half an hour or so, and a little bit later on I'm around. But I said, don't do it just yet. You can, by all means, do it now, but please don't wait for me when you're doing these things, man. I'm listening, I'm just not able to take part.
Well, I'm going to savor this one, so I need you to be available. And so I'll wait. I'll postpone it.
Okay. You'll probably have to end up doing it more than like once or twice anyway, mate. So
yeah, but I did this one just for you. So the premiere has to be for you.
Nah, for fuck's sake, man.
I know. I have a weakness.
Try your hardest not to get muted in the next half an hour, would you, please?
Well, but Jedi said he can't do it. He's busy, so.
Yeah, I do apologise, mate.
No worries. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm just saying. By the same token, I don't want anybody else to miss out on it just because I'm not fucking listening.
Well, they have seen plenty of globe proof, right? I'm sure there's more coming. They will be entertained either way. They can wait.
So I guess that answers your question a little bit better than I could, Clay under Seal. You've kind of missed Peter for the last couple of days. He's been throwing around globe proof left, right, and centre, apparently.
Yeah, we've changed our strategy. We no longer provide evidence for the globe. We provide proof.
Sorry, quick question, and then I've got to turn my mic off
So
for a
it's
bit.
the
But
same
listening in.
strategy as usual.
Yeah, why the 6 in the logo? Why is that there? Is there 6 of you?
No, it's kind of like a homage to SEAL Team 6.
Now I'm fully on board. All right, fair enough. No worries. All right, I'll leave you gentlemen to it.
What's SEAL Team 6?
You don't know who they are until it's too late.
They're the guys who are missing right now. There's people like SEALs who are missing in action. They fucked
missing,
around
but
and they
dead.
found out.
2 died boarding a ship yesterday.
They fucked around and then they found out.
Like you would know what that means.
Oh, sounds like a
So you've
disqualified.
named your group after like the some animals that have gone missing.
Yeah. Keep playing Call of Duty.
Call of Duty? What's that got to do with anything?
That's as much as you'll know about anything in life.
Whoa, that's some projection.
Why was that? Why are you being so rude? What the
They're
fuck?
not talking about seals as in the animals, Mike.
Oh, well, they're
Just so you're
talking
aware.
about them. What's the seal?
The
Like a seal of
the
approval
military.
or something?
It's C.
Navy SEAL.
Oh, okay.
Like, hey, why are you guys making fun of the missing seals? That's a shame.
I'm not making
It's
fun
like a
of them.
They're
military.
not missing, they're dead.
No. Dude. Yeah. This is they're talking about military.
Yeah.
These guys are like fanboying over, I don't know, American government death squad sent into poor countries to kill people, I guess.
You should make your logo like a cute little seal. I think that would be adorable.
Like save the
They did
seals
the
instead of
small.
clubbing them. So yeah, it's got seal.
But that's what we do. We club seals. TT6, that's what we do.
So it means Mia, whatever Maya. It's
you, for example.
Sea, air, and land teams. They're like the Navy, sort of like like how Cyclone had said, like a kill squad. They go into third world countries with like advanced technology, and they just turn up missing, and then it stops the presses. Everyone's wondering what happened to them. They fucked around and they found out.
It's very similar to what we do, because instead of like going around killing people with guns, we have globe proof, and the things that go missing are flat earthers. And they start becoming globe earthers, right?
Perfect.
So,
I haven't seen a single conversion yet.
Can you name one?
Tell me
Name
when
just
you
one.
managed that.
See, what
Can
they're
you
basically
name one?
saying, Mia, is that Carl Sagan is wrong. Because Carl Sagan said, hey, here's a pale blue dot. Here's a photo of Earth, and you all should believe it. And then he went on to tell you what exactly does it mean. What does the Earth mean if it's a heliocentric cosmology? And here, I'll get the quote here. Yep, 1 second.
I don't know.
Okay,
who Carl
it
Sagan
says,
is, by the way, I thought that was.
it
a
has
comedian,
been
but
said,
probably
here's
not in
Carl,
context.
Carl Sagan. It has been said that astronomy
Babyface.
is a humbling and character-building experience. So he tells you right off the bat that, hey, when you look at Earth from this far away, you see just how small you are, just how large the universe is, and also how you are here with everyone else. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. Your scruples and you getting beefing with people and you're mad that someone disagrees with your worldview, you should be able to let that go just by viewing your Earth from space.
You can smoke in here, man.
To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one
I don't
another.
smoke in the car either.
Hot mic.
Yeah, I think someone's hot micing.
Yeah.
Was that Timbo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never smoked in the car.
Timbo,
Yeah.
you're hot micing.
I'd like one Burger King, please. Big burger.
So to me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home you'll ever know. So you get Carl Sagan basically break this down in a poem, Big Bird and Barney style, to the education level of Peter or Brit. And Brit's like, nah, hold my beer. I'm going to get extremely upset that somebody disagrees with me because they have this huge inflated ego that should be quite the opposite. And then start beefing with people because they can't prove their own point. They can't actually articulate their position, which is Sabine Holzfeather said something very similar to this, why she enjoys talking to flat earthers, because they advocate for a position. They bring evidence, where a globalist doesn't even know why they believe the earth. They just believe it. But they shouldn't feel embarrassed for that, because in their worldview, they're standing on the shoulders of giants. So it should be a humbling experience. If you're standing on the shoulders of giants, you should be humble. That would be a humbling experience, because you are not a giant. You're just there because somebody else did the hard work that you can't do.
Absolutely. That's why we're standing on the shoulders of the giants, holding the...
Yeah, you're just tripping out now, dude. This is like the key word, where they hear a key word and they just spiral out of control. That's what Peter's in right now. He's in a low nutrient, high caloric diet, just triggering over words. Well, he could have addressed what Carl Sagan had said. Instead, he completely brain farted, completely bricked it, and then just went on to why my take is somehow his take, but not his take at the same time. See, this is why the globalist agenda. They are all basically like we, the Borg. They have a hive mind. It's hard to even get them to identify as an eye. It's like it's like those dolls where you pull a string and they say refraction, gravity. It's like everything they do is exactly the same doll. It's like you can double check. You just take a toy off the shelf, you pull the string. Men went to the moon. Humanity, like all these weird shit. And it's just one thing after another, and they think somehow that proves something about others who disagree. They're only demonstrating who they are. My agreement or disagreement shouldn't have anything to do with your proof. You should be able to present your ideas with or without me.
Yeah, so I think you're probably right about one thing in that thing, is that like I think they are trolling you, because I don't think they're actually upset. At least I can say that I don't think Yui's upset, because he's been telling me about this group for months, and he's never seemed like upset. He seemed more entertained than anything else. And they've even named themselves as trolls, right? So they are trolling you.
Peter is surely upset.
Yeah, Peter's had epic meltdowns. Peter has done some stuff where he's basically like went out of control, like spurging out. We got clips of it and everything.
Oh, can you send me?
Sure, I can post one.
Yeah.
Peter is perfect.
What, Peter is perfect? Are you fucking him?
No. He's still perfect.
Why are you licking his arsehole?
A heretic's also perfect, but one between my two great.
Nah, he let an arsehole mute me last night. That's not perfect. It's not fair. I was very upset.
But I also unbanned you. Don't forget.
Yeah, but I had to go the whole night without being able to get into Flat Earth. Do you know how much I cried?
There you go, MI.
It's just, you can just say it however you want, but MI sounds really weird.
Say me.
Yeah, it's me.
I say Michael India. There you go.
Embo threw up like a brick here. He did some sort of flat Earth bingo, but most of the shit is all inside the globe model. Like Tyson pear shape, that's globe, spinning ball Earth, globe, refraction, globe, horizon rises to eye level, that's a globe claim. Hiding God, that's globe. That's what they say. The atheists say that. That flat Earth is about, hiding God. NASA, they always talk about NASA.
Yes, because the entire
Is it
flat
taught
Earth
in
is based
school?
on
The
supposedly
vanishing
falsifying
point?
the globe.
Dude, you will bingo yourself here just in one conversation.
Bro, like one of the flat Earth mantras that is used here is that you don't make any claims by yourself. It's all based on falsifying the globe. So what's the problem
not at all.
in making flat Earth bingo by using
Yeah,
phrases used
no
against
one
the
here
globe?
tries to falsify the globe because the globe was never proven. You don't need to debunk something that's never been presented. How about this? Let's test it right now, real time. Slam in the globe model right there in the text chat. Just slam that in right now. Let's see what you got.
I think he is right in saying that you guys don't really present a model or like you don't really make any meaningful claims about the nature of the Earth. I don't think you have to, but I don't think you actually do.
So do you want
pretty much
a
every
photo
question
of
I've asked you guys, you don't know the answer to.
No, just slam in whatever model you think is proven that you got proof for, and let's just look at that.
Okay.
Just slam that model in right there, right in text chat. Let's go. Come on. Time's money. Let's go. Let's be today's the day, the 23rd of January. Let's finally get this like elusive model that the globalists say they got. That flat earthers just deny for no reason whatsoever. We're gonna, and then each of the flat earthers will get the fuck out of here.
This is the model.
Amazing.
Yes, if you define
dude,
the model as something physical that is
where's the
visually
moon?
sent and presented.
Where's the moon in this? Where's the stars, the moon, the sun? You always talk about sky magic, and flat earthers got to answer all the sky magic. Where's the moon here? Where's the sky?
None.
There's your model has no stars, no sky.
It has, but like this is a physical representation of only one aspect of the model.
Where's the lava core? Where's the this is like a cardboard ball. This is with paper mache. Where's the lava? I want to see lava. I want to crack that egg open. Let's see the core in there. What does
Bro,
it look like?
you know, like don't talk stupid on purpose.
You said this is your model of reality. It's going to demisgrate everything. Because I've heard Tyson.
It's like a set of knowledge.
Yeah, here's Tyson. Here's one for your bingo thing. Tyson said this is a misrepresentation of Earth. He goes, when you rub your hands over, if the Earth was really a model, if you made a model of Earth and you were a giant, like a space giant, and you rubbed your hands over the Earth, you wouldn't even be able to feel wet spots. You'd be at the depth. He said the depth of the highest mountain peak to the lowest part of the ocean, the Mariana Trench, wouldn't even fit in the ridges of your fingerprints. So right there, you're debunked. Not my globe, not Tyson's globe, your globe. Your globe you just presented right here is already in bullshit land internally. Because these elevations do not match. You've got no stars, you've got no sky, you've got no core, you've got no crust, you got no Coriolis force or effect. Nothing here is represented.
Because
all you got all you got here is basically like here. I'll use Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan said, I'll ram this one right in the chat so everyone else can see it. The other one was a text-based thing. So national boundaries are not evident when we view the Earth from space. Fanatical, ethical, religious, or national chauvinism are very difficult to maintain when we see our planet as a fragile blue crescent fading to become an unscrupulous point of light against a bastion and citadel of stars. Carl Sagan. So your model and his model are in direct contradiction. So who's right? You or Sagan. So if his model,
you're talking very much, but you don't say anything meaningful at the same time, because you're purposely
you're right. Yeah, because I'm quoting Sagan and you're quoting a home decor project you buy at Walmart.
Okay, can you explain what a model is in the first place, in the meaning of science?
Okay, so back to a question now. So you think this is a model based in science, representing a geographic boundaries? That's in science, is it?
Yes.
Political geographic boundaries. Is that political science, or is that where we're gonna go down?
No.
Political science. Okay, the Embo's globe proof is he's got political science, politics, geopolitical politics, and borders, national borders, is Embo's proof of the globe.
You're grasping at elements that aren't the actual
dude.
main
Yeah,
point
I'm looking
of the
at I'm looking at
discussion.
your model right now. I got it blown up right here, front and center of my screen. I'm looking at. I see China, Mongolia, Russia. All of it right here. It's all Asia.
But it also shows the geographic features at the same time.
It shows Asia and geopolitical.
Yes, and Asia is a
and also you could run your hands over it and you could feel like, oh, look at how tall Mount Everest is. You can feel with your fingers. These guys have topography on them.
Yes, because the model isn't supposed to be.
And it's also got a watermark. That's the best part too. You pick the one with a watermark on it.
Nobody cares.
What it says, like
it's completely irrelevant to the point.
Meme or M.
You're trying to overwhelm with much babble that doesn't make any sense and doesn't address the actual
babble.
Point
This is your model. Your model right here. This is your model, not my model.
You're just jumping from a globe photo to Carl Sagan in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, because you guys are in direct. I'm putting you in direct conversation with each other.
They don't even like if I say spinning wobbling to the space ball flying from every spinning world of darkness. They don't like that. They think that is, wrong to say.
No, I simply don't care. I find it funny personally, but I won't cry because
so you
say
globe
something
funny.
stupid on the
welcome
internet.
to the globe, bro. Welcome to the
No, I find your
That's why I say it all the time.
I found your need to use a kind of ridiculing, infantilizing language to convince yourself that the concept that is normal for the rest of the society is stupid.
Triggered. So you
the very reason why you acknowledge that it's ridiculing tells me that deep down you know it's trash. The heliocentric model is just trash.
No.
There's just some moral problem you have in your life where where for some reason you don't want to be held accountable or something. You're scared of a creator or something. I don't know.
No, I would say something completely
it sounds like
opposite.
That. It's the same with Dewey.
I would say something completely opposite. If you have that kind of need to use that kind of ridiculing language to describe some concept, that means that the actual concept that isn't like a strawman, the ridiculed version, is it's more stronger. That's the position you actually want to debunk.
What is wrong when I say spinning wobbling to the space ball flying from every spinning world of darkness? What about this is misinformation? Please help me.
I wouldn't say it's wrong, but rather deliberately using a kind of ridiculing language. It's
so it is or isn't describing your model?
Just describing it, but in a very weird and infantilizing way. So, as I already said, if you have a need to use wording like that, that means that the concept that isn't.
Means I'm describing your model, right? That's what it means.
No, it means that the actual scientific version of the globe with the proper scientific wording is too much for you to comprehend. It's too scientific for you to debunk. So you want it. Yes, it's ridiculing, absolutely.
Is real, bro.
So you want to create a more stupid version of it in your.
Yeah, okay, we're Embo. This TMZ BuzzFeed top 10 flat earthers #1 would surprise you. Not today, homie. Okay, you just every day you're on this kick about how entertaining flat earthers are and how much you just hate flat earthers. It's just time to either check it out. Okay, you joined the server specifically for this channel. Do you want to be here or do you not want to be here? It's time to make a decision. Because I can make the decision for you, or you can make it. What do you want to do?
It's like to make stories about people why they are muted and.
Okay.
Yeah, Embo, you should go back to Earth Awakenings. That's the safe haven for globals like you.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they argue with you all day long. For I don't know what reason. Doesn't make much sense to me, but kind of weird. I would have banned people like you a long time ago. To make space for people who are actually interested. That's kind of weird. There's like this majority, not a majority. So there is like this type of flat of people who just want to argue with the same old trolls all day. It's very weird. Why is a good question.
So far we got the SEAL teams, the SEAL Team 6, which is funny because that's the same they used to call back in the day the Gem Panda. They called them Troll Team 6, and later became Pinkertons. So they're over there trying to like organically got to the same answer that these other people did. And then he punts. It's like, dude, you can present your proof of gas pressure, or whatever, gases going down to the for gases, and get his Nobel Peace Prize, Nobel Prize, mind you. And he punts the ball because Jedi's busy. He can't do it without Jedi. And then you get Embo talking about flat earthers do this and they do that and they just repeat things. After I just told them that this is what you're doing. Your globalists are just basically like a string. You pull the string, they say the same things over and over again. Then he says he's got a model and he presents a geopolitic globe with national boundaries. I demonstrate to him, hey, Carl Sagan said quite the opposite. There are no boundaries in the heliocentric model. In the globe Earth, these are man-constructed imaginary lines that tribalize people into different groups. They don't actually exist. These are constructs. These are imaginary constructs.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead. It better be good because you can interrupt me for a question. This better be like the most insightful thing I've heard all day.
All right. What does air pressure keep water on the ground? What does that mean?
What do you mean air pressure keeps water on the ground?
Yeah, what the fuck is that, huh? I don't speak flat earth.
Yeah, me neither. Don't even know what that is.
Yeah, me neither.
Can you explain what flat earth is? How can I speak that?
Well, I don't know, like flat earth theoreticals people. I don't know about them. Like, I don't know their language. Air pressure.
It's very weird. I've never heard that before.
Air pressure keeps water on the ground. Like what? I don't speak.
That's
what?
True.
What the fuck is that, huh?
It's very simple. If you put like water into a vacuum, or into a container, and you suck out all the air, the water starts evaporating. That's interesting, isn't it?
Wait, evaporating, like go away?
Yeah.
For real?
Gas. Yeah, it turns to gas.
Yeah, okay. But there's still gas. There's still CO2 in the atmosphere type shit, like on the The thing I'm breathing right now, that's like water.
It's oxygen.
Well, this is the second. Look at water gas. We have Brett present water gas. I think that was Brett, right? Earlier, talking about water gas. And now you got this new guy talking about water gas. Like, do you guys talk to Dallas Dave, or you just all got to water gas somehow?
No, but like,
just say water. Hey, fat fish. We just say water gas for me.
Water gas?
Thank you.
Water gas.
You bullying me or what?
Gas.
Water gas. What?
Nigger gas.
Yeah, I agree with you, dude. Nigger gas.
Dude, Jewish
seriously.
The goy gas.
You can't be dropping N-word. We're live streamed on YouTube.
Oh shit. Oh, my apologies. Oh god. It's okay, I'm black, guys. I'm black and I BLM. Hashtag Black Power. Hashtag liberalism.
Hashtag come on, somebody socialism. Get this guy out of here. Come on, bro. Come on.
I'm serious, okay?
Come
How
on.
dare you?
Nah, knock it off.
Is that clueless moon zealot still here?
No, he fucked off. He wanted to cry about how much he hates flat earthers and how flat earthers mute opposition, and we're like, okay, time for you to go.
Is that why he didn't understand my argument?
I don't think he understood much of anything. He came in, his very first thing was that he didn't understand what was being said. The whole room. He's like, I can't believe there's 40 people in here and no one's ever heard of the term resonance. You're like, what?
Pretty sure everyone's heard that term.
It was the first thing that was brought up. He just joined the conversation late and accused us of not saying it.
He lied later anyway. He said that it was completely silent, when in reality there were like 4 people arguing over the top of each other.
He just got a different definition of the word silent. Alternative silent.
Is this like the whole level is curved thing?
Yeah, he went down that a little bit, not too much though. He kind of like, because he didn't know how big the globe is, so he said the globe is really big. It looks flat, but it's not flat. And that's all. That's about. I think if I got it right, that's about as far as he went down. I think Cyclone had asked him, "Hey, what is the size and shape of your globe?" He just didn't really know. I don't know. Like, I want to Google it. They're like, well, without Googling it, you know? Because his first claim was all of physics has demonstrated the size and shape of the globe. Oh, you're like, well, certainly. So what is it? No. Do you know what, Mia, what I'm talking about with environmental conditioning?
I haven't been able to read your last, if you responded since the last question I asked.
You know what I'm saying with globalist, right? You got that figured out, or is that still kind of confusing?
Oh, so it's just like some, I don't know the word for it, but you're doing wordplay, right? Because like the most common definition for globalist is to do with politics, right? So you're not accusing them of being that. You're accusing them.
Oh no, there's no
the word means something else.
No accusation at all. It's just a label for somebody who has an agenda-driven worldview, and their worldview is perpetuated through violence, coercion, manipulation. Not through logic, reason, or science. It's a forced-based. It's like an idea that's perpetuated through force.
Yeah, but what she's asking is, are you drawing a distinction between globers, i.e. people who believe in the globe, and globalists, i.e. people who want to dominate the world?
No, it's like the same thing. The ones that come in here anyway. The ones who come in...
Well, they might be the same people, but it's not the same thing.
Yeah, well, because the globalist agenda has to do with the destruction of flat Earth. They don't have room. Like, you have to think the Earth is a globe before you get to the globe.
Talking about?
I think like when most people accuse others of being a globalist, they're not talking about their conception of the flat Earth. That's what I mean by its wordplay.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to clarify that. I know that's what you meant. It doesn't matter. What Crit is saying is that the people with the mindset to try and force a worldview on you are similar to the people who would try and force wars on you, right? So I agree with him in that regard. But
definitionally, most people are globers, right? So I'll just be saying that most people are globalists, which would not be the case.
Okay, so globalists would probably all be globers. It would be how I would address that.
But he just refers to all the globers as globalists.
I know, but that's why I'm trying to get some clarity into this conversation.
No, a normie, I guess you could say, a normie globalist doesn't really care one way or the other if the Earth is a globe. They don't even know what that means. They don't even pay attention to it. Don't even advocate for it. Their biggest contribution to this conversation would be like, flat Earth, wasn't that debunked in like 200 BC? That's it. That's their full thought. Then if you go one step further and they're like the anti-flat earther, they come in here with like, we got photos from space. Why would they lie? And minority opinions are just stupid. See, what they're doing, they're ramping up their agenda based on their worldview. Instead of actually using, how do they know? When? Who figured it out? How? The who, when, where, and why, and how. How are these things done? They're using other types of tactics and techniques to get people to comply with ideas that they objectively know are wrong.
So you think that all the people that are globers objectively know they are wrong? So I feel like the way that you apply that globalist thing, right? It's just anybody who comes in here and...
Well, you're using feels. Like, how about drop back to feeling and start using thinking? Like,
I heard someone, listen, the thing is, I heard someone in this room the other day say the globe Earth model works, but the working model is not proof. Using those exact words, we were discussing whether or not maps are authentic. He agreed that the globe model was coherent and it works, but that's not evidence enough for me.
That sounds like the kind of thing I would say.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Sounds like brilliant. So that sounds like the kind of thing I would say, but I don't remember saying it to you.
No, you didn't say it to me. You said it yesterday, probably then to someone else. I was listening to the discussion, you know. It's pretty funny.
So you can have a model that is internally consistent but doesn't represent reality, right?
Could you give me an example of that? Another example?
Well, sure. A mathematical model.
Prove it.
Maths is its own proof.
Prove it.
Here, check this out.
Do you understand mathematical proofs?
Yes, prove it.
Prove it?
Prove it.
Maths is the proof.
Prove it. Can you see math? Can you show me it?
Yeah, you don't know what proof means. That's fine.
Show me the proof. Otherwise, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, you don't know what proof means.
Oh, so you can't. Oh, so you're running away.
No, you don't know what it means. So this conversation is pointless.
This feels genuinely dumb because, I presume, right, that when you try and prove flat Earth against globe Earth, right, you would use like maths and science to do so. And if you don't believe math is proven in any way, then then anything that you use math to do isn't proven in any way. So I think you're either being like disingenuous.
It's worse than that. Sorry to interrupt. It's worse than that, me, because proof comes from maths.
No, I know, but the point I'm trying to make is I'm making an appeal to the fact that you do make proofs of your own that are reliant on this thing that you're saying now isn't provable.
Right.
Did you know we have something called the gravitational constant, the uppercase G in my name? It's called the gravitational constant because it's constant wherever we look, every crevice of the universe that we have been able to observe. It's a constant phenomenon, right? It's a law of the universe. We can prove it on Earth, we can prove it in space, we can use it to get accurate predictions. It is literally true everywhere in real time, and you can prove it. Can you show me one place where the gravitational constant does not apply? Or can you disprove the gravitational constant and give an alternative for its for it being not offended?
Are you going to stop talking at
what has
some
this
point?
got to do with your math denial?
Like, you actually have to stop talking at some. If you ask a question, then you stop talking.
No, because the question wasn't done, right?
Yeah, but you asked about 4 questions. Now you're going to have to wait for about 5 minutes while people answer all of them.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I want.
But you're not going to.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Well, then shut up while someone does it.
I'm confused.
You interrupted my question.
What has any of that got to do with your math denial?
You're doing exactly the thing you said you wouldn't do. Shut up and wait for the answer.
Sorry, again, right? What has any of this constant stuff got to do with math denial? I'm confused.
Do I need to read out the Wikipedia definition for mathematical proof? Would that help, Crypto? Or, I mean, you said it already.
No, he's now gone on to assert that because G is in a formula, and because he's has a worldview that revolves around orbits, that therefore Newtonian gravity works everywhere, even though that's not what they say. That's cool. Whatever.
Kind of waiting for the answer.
Who are you asking that question to?
I said I understood my question. He said I would needed to be quiet for him to answer.
I said it wasn't true. You asserted that it worked everywhere in the universe, and I said it wasn't true, so there's no point.
Could you prove that to me?
Can you prove it is true?
Yes, I can actually. There's observable evidence. Can you prove that it is not true?
What is the observable evidence?
For example, if you drop something, what speed will it fall at?
Fantastic. So that's an observation of an effect that we agree on, but we're talking about you saying, yeah, but we don't disagree that things drop at a certain rate. So you haven't proved anything there, to use your colloquial terms. But you're saying that this happens everywhere in the universe. So can you show me this on Jupiter?
That we can observe. I can show you the effect on Jupiter. Yes, we know, for example, we know exactly where Jupiter is going to be at all times. For example, we know in the Middle East.
Show me this effect on Jupiter.
Yes, so if you look at the spherical Earth model using a spherical solar system, you're interrupting.
Not of Jupiter, on Jupiter.
You want me to go to Jupiter?
Well, you said it works there.
It has an effect on Jupiter itself. We can see Jupiter itself being affected by the gravitational constant.
You do understand that me dropping a thing on Earth is not the same as Earth moving?
No, but Earth having a gravitational pull similar to what we can observe in space. We know the exact position of Jupiter. Every single second, we know exactly where it's going to be because it follows the gravitational constant. Earth is following the gravitational constant because when you drop something,
I understand
it follows
that
the gravitational
this is your
constant.
argument.
That's why it's a constant.
But just stating the argument over and over again at length isn't evidence for the argument. You're just stating the argument again. So we have 2 separate phenomena. We have me dropping a thing, and then we have light in sky go across sky. There's no reason to think these are equivalents unless it's already part of your worldview that you're asserting and not providing evidence for. So we can draw an equivalent. So we can draw an equivalence between dropping things, say, on Earth and dropping things on Jupiter, right? To entertain your delusions. Have you dropped anything on Jupiter?
I'm not saying dropping anything on Jupiter. I never made.
Then where's the equivalence?
The equivalence, its effect on Jupiter. For example, Jupiter is pulled towards the
You
sun.
didn't listen to what I said. What did I say?
You're asking if I dropped anything on Jupiter, which the answer to is no.
No, what did I say before that? What was my rebuttal to your position?
You said it wasn't true because I haven't dropped anything on Jupiter.
No, what was my rebuttal to your position?
You said it's not. I mean, I don't know. Could you explain it again?
You don't know because you weren't fucking listening. I said that there is not an equivalence between light going across the sky and me dropping a thing on Earth.
What is the light going across the sky you're talking about? Jupiter. Do you not believe Jupiter exists?
That doesn't make sense considering what I just said. You know, when I pointed out that Jupiter is a light in the sky, how can you possibly interpret that as me thinking it doesn't exist?
Because it's a planet. We can see, we can observe. We have pictures.
Your answer didn't answer my question.
You can look at it with a telescope, and it's not a light in the
You
sky.
didn't answer my question, dude. Do you even understand English?
Yes, fluently. Actually.
Fantastic. Then actually answer the question
because you're being
in a way that makes any sense. No, you're not answering the question, bro. If I'm referring to a thing, there is no way that you can interpret that as me not thinking the thing exists when I've just referred to it.
That was a question.
But you did.
But the thing is, right, your rebuttal to a coherent mathematical equation that is proven to be constant everywhere we have looked. Now, I haven't gone to Jupiter and dropped something to prove it's constant on Jupiter, but we can see the effect on Jupiter following the sun's orbits.
Well, I'd say this is where
you didn't listen. And you don't
Wherever
care.
we look, it's constant. And your disproof to that is no, it's not. You're saying no. You're not providing anything. You're not
listening to the logical argument.
There's not a logical argument being made.
When crypto's using the demonstration of dropping something opposed to the orbit of something and showing that these two things aren't similar, he is right. Even within the idea, these are two different reasons, or there are other explanations as to orbit of thing and dropping of thing. Now, dropping of thing, Newtonian mechanics, that's fine. But when you started saying what you were saying about the orbit of things around Jupiter, or Jupiter orbiting, that's because it's distorting space-time. So again, these are things that are not equivalent.
Do you think it's a coincidence that both
follow
6.6743?
You said at the beginning of this that all of these laws were constant, but you haven't brought up something that you're doing here and over there. You're bringing up things that aren't really necessarily equivalent. I don't think you're demonstrating the point very well, though. That's the thing.
So
I do apologise. Sorry, I do apologise. It just
right. So
from a very simple point. I haven't finished. That's why I'm apologising. From a very simple point of view, it should be you doing the same thing everywhere to make that claim, right?
That's what we're doing.
You invented the mass of Jupiter, woven out of full cloth.
The fucking what now?
You invented the mass of Jupiter.
I invented the mass of Jupiter.
Yeah, you guys completely fabricated it to back it into a model.
Did I invent the size of the Earth as well? Or can we prove it?
Earth isn't a planet, unless you want to prove that.
But that's how you start your math off. Your math off. If you've got a radius, then you can say this radius contains a certain amount of mass, which is attributed to the phenomena of it going round.
We have the radius.
But there you go. So you have the radius of Jupiter. So how have you got the mass
Earth as well?
Okay, so it must be this because of how it moves.
Yes, because it moves accordingly to the gravitational constant, right? I've explained this. We can see where Jupiter is. We can see how it moves and revolves around the sun. We can track its position down to literal coordinates, right? The reason we can do that is because we understand how big it is. Using this formula that I posted in the side chat like 3 times, we can put in the approximate size of Jupiter. We can say, okay, Jupiter is here right now. In 1 hour, if this is the correct size, Jupiter should be over there. In 1 hour, it's going to magically appear at the predicted area using the gravitational constant as a foundation to make that prediction. And it's proven consistent on every single planet in our solar system, on Earth itself, and every other solar system we have ever observed.
Okay, that's lovely. Are you using, when you say gravitational constant, just to be clear for everybody, are you talking about big G or little g?
Is the little g the gravitational constant?
Cool.
It's not. It's the big G.
It's the big G. So when we drop something, that's which one?
What's the question, sorry?
When we drop something that, sorry, I should be probably more clear, I do apologise. When we drop something in the mathematics, is that big G or little g?
Big G, the gravitational constant, 6.6743.
Cool. And that's the same as attributed to orbits?
Yes, that's how we can calculate where planets are. We
Okay,
can predict their movement.
So what's the little g?
It's gravity itself. It's referring to the concept of gravity.
Okay.
It's gravity equals gravitational constant mass squared 2, or r squared, radius squared. That's how we calculate, the planets, or like how large the planet might be. According to Newton, at least.
Might be. What do you mean? How big the planet might be? Do you mean its mass?
Sure. I mean, I haven't went to Jupiter and gone down to this core with a ruler, so yeah, sure.
That's what I'm asking. When you say predict how big it might be, do you mean in radius or mass or both, or some ratio of the two?
It's mass.
Okay. So, how do you solve for mass?
What did you say?
How do you solve for mass?
You could reverse engineer it, right? So you can
You can reverse engineer it.
You can use gravitational constant to try out for how big something is, tracking its location since it's constant.
Yeah. You can figure
and
out.
we can prove it on Earth as well, so we already know it's authentic.
Can you define mass?
So did you know you can use the gravitational constant to look at a planet very, very far away, track its location, put it into the calculations, and run the numbers until you get an accurate prediction? That's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Can you define mass in a coherent way?
Yeah, it's mass.
Yeah, I know you can say it. Can you define it?
I can look at the definition for you. I do not know it on the top of my head now. So 1 second.
Gotta love it when they prepare for battle in the middle of battle.
I mean, the definition of mass is a large body of matter with no definite shape. Did anyone think we were talking about something else when we said mass? Yes or no? Did anyone think mass
With no definite shape, huh?
It doesn't need to have shape. It doesn't need to be a round planet.
I don't think that really works as a definition for mass. I mean, that the way you just described it, it seems like mass could literally be anything.
Yep, anything.
Yes.
Wow.
So you're defining mass as the amount of substance in the space.
A large body of matter with no definite shape. A large number of people or objects crowded together.
Okay. What about its resistance to inertia?
But the thing is, though, what I would like you to do, right? Because you think I'm making this up. You think that we have watched something happen, we've made up a phenomenon around it, and then the government is tricking us to believe that the math I'm using is authentic, correct? You don't believe it's an accurate representation. You believe it's an after construction, after a phenomenon which we have witnessed, correct?
You said it earlier, you can backwards engineer it, right?
Yeah, but you can also prove it. You can prove it. And then you can look at things very, very far away, and you can make a prediction on the size. You can get sizes from things we cannot observe physically.
The size of Jupiter. What's
So you can
Jupiter
also
made
look
of?
at Jupiter.
What's Jupiter made of? What's Jupiter made of?
Mostly gas.
Mostly gas. Okay. So the mass of the gas is stopping the mass of the gas dispersing into the vacuum. The mass of the gas is holding in a spherical shape because there's a lot of gas.
It's not only gas. What happens?
Okay.
What happens when you compress hydrogen?
Compress.
Oh, compress. Yes.
Yeah. When you add pressure, things change state.
So what does it change state into?
It could change into a liquid. It could change into a solid.
A liquid, you say?
Yeah, liquid. I say, yeah.
What is Jupiter known for?
Being a giant gas planet.
Yeah. What's the other thing?
It's got a storm on it called the red spot. It's orbited by a
Having the
lot of
largest oceans. That's pretty crazy. So it's not only gas.
So liquid as well.
Why do you think that gas? Why do you think that space would? Why do you think that gas from Jupiter would go into space? What makes you think that?
Because there's no thing physical stopping the gas dispersing into that space. It's uncontained, so the gas will fuck off.
Sorry, one more time.
It's uncontained. There is no container separating the high, really big gas giant of Jupiter from the vacuum of space. It's an uncontained ball of gas.
So you think you need a containment to make gas stay on a planet?
Do you think you need containment to make gas stay on a planet or to a surface? So
do you think you need containment to make gas stay on a planet faster than it disperses from it?
Yes,
Why?
by definition. By definition, that would be a closed system. Gas
By
would
what
be
definition?
By thermodynamic descriptions of containment and environment. So how energy moves. So isolated, closed, and open systems. So isolated systems do not let heat or energy go between the two, or physical matter. Closed system lets heat exchange but no physical matter. An open system lets heat exchange and physical matter. So to have gas stay somewhere, you need it to be a closed system. That's a physical container. Jupiter, like the Earth, is said to be an open system, so uncontained, so the gas would leave.
Yeah, I understand that, right? But the thing I would say, right, is, for example, very heavy gases tends to be held down by gravity. The gravitational force is stronger than that of this vacuum that you would say. Not space isn't, sucking the Earth dry of everything it has.
No one says
you have actually made a claim here. Wait. You have made a claim. I've never heard a flat Earth on this server make a claim before. Could you show me, using some sort of empirics or any testable thing, why gas would not be able to stay onto Earth, for example? Could you show me it in practice?
Yes. So this will be attributed to gas laws, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law. You're going to be demonstrating all gas pressure systems within a container. That'll be the volume. You'll demonstrate that with heat.
Wait. You said gas laws. What are these? What does these laws imply? Let's go one step at a time. You mentioned a bunch of laws from a different.
I can give you the formula if you want. We can go through the formula.
Yes, I want the formula.
So PV equals nRT.
Did you write it down? I'm unfamiliar.
You can press my name. It's underneath my thing. So it's PV. Do you want me to tell you what it is? It's not a problem. It's pressure times volume is equal to N, which is the amount of substance in the space, which will be defined as a mole. The gas constant, which is the R, and then the T equals temperature. So we're talking about how gas moves, how energy moves through a system. What's going to happen within that system? That system being a defined, controlled environment. to achieve the gas pressure that we're playing around with, because it's going to be dependent on volume, which is the size of the container the gas occupies, and the energy within the system, the temperature, compared to the amount of stuff. So the pressure bit, what's the definition of gas pressure?
Wait, I'm reading through the theory. 1 second.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, now I'm going to use the flat earth tactical. Can you show me this in practice?
Yeah, get a container, put gas in it, read the pressure.
Because the thing is, right, listen,
okay,
you're implying this onto, no, the thing is, you're implying this onto the entire Earth. Show me an identical setup to Earth, applying this theory, and it not working. A testable experiment is what I want. Otherwise, you can't prove it to me.
What I can do is I can demonstrate without going to the magical idea that no one can achieve.
No, you need an experiment, brother.
Yeah, well, I can do that in the laboratory. I haven't got an Earth-sized laboratory. Is that what you're asking me to do? But we can.
You see how that would be impossible to have an Earth-sized
Can I talk to them for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, so you know what a greenhouse is, right?
Wait, I just want to point something out before we move on, right? I will engage with you in a second. FE.
All right, try to be concise, dude.
Fuck's sake. Remember earlier when you said, I said, we know the size of Jupiter. You said, have you been to Jupiter? You made, you made an unrealistic claim or an unrealistic base of entry saying you need to go to Jupiter to know the size of Jupiter.
No, I didn't
Otherwise
say
you can
that.
make the entire thing up.
Sorry, fourth time, I didn't say that.
What did you say?
That's not what I was getting to. I was talking about a prediction of the size. Didn't mean you had to go there. I was talking about the mass of it. So knowing all the constituent parts of it. I mean, if you want to walk down that path, then yeah, but that's not what I was initially applying.
To be fair, in order to know the geometry of something, you do actually have to directly measure it. I mean, that is literally fucking obvious. But anyway, let's move on from that.
Listen,
let's move on, buddy.
No.
Yeah, no. It is obvious. It's fucking obvious. In order to know the geometric shape of something, you have to measure it, dude.
Then it would be obvious, and you need to demonstrate using an Earth-like model of gas not being needing a container. Otherwise, you can't prove it.
Okay, yeah. Look, we're trying to go on to that subject now. So the question, simple series of questions. So, do you know what a greenhouse is? Yes or no?
No. Never heard
You don't know what a greenhouse is, or you're just playing dumb now?
Of course I know what a greenhouse is.
All right. So you're trying to say that Jedi was making an unfounded, unprecedented claim or something like that. So I'm trying to clear this up for you. I'm talking about observations and demonstrations, not claims here. You follow me so far?
Yes.
All right, so no claims, just observations and demonstrations. So let's say we got a greenhouse. And let's say it's near sea level. Let's say it's 3 stories tall. And let's say it's sealed, so it's airtight, all right? Let's go into the greenhouse. Let's take a barometer. Let's say we have 16 pounds per square inch. We measure that with the barometer on the floor of the first, floor, right at the ground, 16 pounds per square inch. And then we go to the ceiling, and we measure 15.9 psi at the ceiling, 3 stories above that. So here we have demonstrated a container, a closed system, and it has a consistent X value of gas pressure at the bottom and has a pressure gradient above it. All right. Now, as you step out of the greenhouse and you're breathing 14.7 psi and you observe a pressure gradient above your head, what logical reason do you have to assume that you're not inside a container? That's my question to you. Because you just observed.
It makes things stick. For example, you said observation is key. If we can observe something being constant throughout every inch of the universe we've scoured, and we observe the gravitational being constant, if something is constant, then throughout observation it should be true, correct? You made the criteria that
what you said didn't make any sense. That has nothing to do with what I just said.
You made the criteria. You said I can show you an observation, right? You go into a greenhouse, you measure gas pressures, then you go outside, you do the same thing. Why are you not in a container? You have a contained area, and then you have an outside area. Why would they not be equally represented? Because you can observe the phenomenon happening right in front of you. My answer would be we know gravity exists, therefore the gravitational constant would keep things onto the Earth, right? Gases as well.
Okay, so I have a question for you about that. I have a question for you about that. So, quick question.
Yes, but do you accept, right? You said the criteria is observation. We can observe the gravitational constant.
Anyway, so you're going to claim now, you're making a claim. This is not observation. Let's be clear about this. You're making a claim now that the gas pressure on the surface of the Earth outside the greenhouse is contained due to gravity. You're making that claim now, correct?
Not contained, no.
You're trying to say gravity's not containing the air to the surface of the Earth? What are you trying to say? I think you're confused, buddy.
I might be. Like when I speak in English, right? I
operate listen, buddy. I'm just going to bring this to its conclusion. I'm going to bring this to its conclusion. The point I'm trying to make, buddy, is that you have no demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. You have no observation of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. You do have lots of demonstrations and observations of gas pressure inside containers. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Let's run with that process, right? So you're given the criteria, we can observe gas pressure within containers on Earth. We can't observe them at the same scale. Like when I said earlier, right? And to FE, I said, to show me this, you needed a, accurate representation of the Earth itself not being able to withhold the gas without a container.
Stupid.
You said that's a ridiculous criteria because obviously we can't have an Earth-sized experiment on Earth. You're pretty much giving me an ultimate, like you're setting the barrier.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you this: Why would I need an Earth-size? Why would I need an Earth-size experiment to demonstrate that gas pressure requires? Why would I need an Earth-size demonstration to demonstrate that, gas pressure requires containment? I just did it with the greenhouse. Why would I need something bigger than the greenhouse? Tell me logically. Tell me why. Why would I need something other than a car tire or a greenhouse? Tell me.
Because the explanation of why we do not need a container is gravity, but your barrier of entry or your criteria that you're setting for me to disprove you is show it. You want a physical experiment that would need to be the size of the Earth to show, disprove your
No, I wouldn't. I'll tell you. No, I'll tell you why. Stop right there. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly what I would require from you. So let's say we go down to the beach. We're at sea level. We're breathing 14.7 psi together. Let's say we stand 10 feet apart from each other, and then you somehow, some way, with your wisdom or whatever, you manipulate gravity and use gravity to contain in 1 cubic foot of volume in between us. You make it so it's not 14.7 psi. You make it so it's 17 psi or 18 psi. And you use gravity to make that happen, and then we measure it with a barometer, and then I will turn to you and say, "Oh, look! It looks like you demonstrated that gas pressure can be contained by gravity. Yay!" See, that would be a demonstration, but you haven't done that, so it's just empty words. You just have empty words coming out of your mouth. No demonstration to go with the words.
The thing is, it's not empty words, right? I do not have a physical experiment showing you this because a physical experiment would require the size of the Earth, right? I do not have that. I only can refer to the Earth itself, and I can refer to criteria which are mathematically coherent. I can say this is a constant found everywhere throughout the universe. If this is true, right? If the gravitational constant is true, it would perfectly explain why gas stays on Earth. It does not get sucked into space. I given that criteria. I'm looking everywhere in the universe saying this is true here, this is true here. I can't find a single place where this criteria does not apply. And you're saying no. Your math could be wrong. I need a physical experiment. You need to show me in action how you would do that. That's an unrealistic claim. I'm not going to be able to do that. And that because I can't
you do understand an extraordinary claim is.
I understand exactly what you want, and it's an unreasonable criteria. I admit I cannot show you physically that gravity.
Let's talk about what an extraordinary claim is, though. Let's be careful with the words and talk about what an extraordinary claim is. Like, you got to remember, an extraordinary claim is something that is out of the ordinary that someone is claiming to be true, as in something you've never observed to be true, something you've never seen to be true, something you've never known to be true, but they're claiming, but yet nonetheless, someone somewhere is claiming that it's true. So that's an extraordinary claim, as in it's beyond your ordinary experience. So I'm just pointing out that you're making extraordinary claims, multiple extraordinary claims, and you're not providing extraordinary evidence to back up those claims. And those and keep in mind, extraordinary claims that are not backed up by extraordinary evidence should be dismissed.
So if we have let's say this, right? If I make a claim, I have math to support it, and I can show you that it's true throughout the entire universe because the law applies everywhere that we have currently discovered. Would that not be sufficient evidence to you?
No.
What is wrong about that?
No, because math doesn't demonstrate the things that you're claiming to be true. Like numbers on paper don't demonstrate the extraordinary claims that you're claiming, like the radius of the Earth, for instance.
If the numbers on the paper is a reflection of reality, and we can test those numbers time and time, like this has been tested probably we've tested times at this point.
They've been tested, and they've been tested, and they've been found to be incorrect.
Show me one place where it's incorrect.
For a reason.
Show me one place where it's incorrect. One demonstration.
All right, so off the coast of California, we have photographed the horizon as being 9.4 miles away.
I want one instance where the gravitational constant is not correct.
So tell me, what would demonstrate that to you? What would you want from us to demonstrate that? Because I don't even know what you're talking about, really.
If you show me one thing that happens that is not a reflection, where the gravitational constant is not present, show me one experiment, show me one thing, one aspect of reality where the gravitational constant does not apply. Show one thing that.
Do you want me to show you a balloon going up? There, a helium balloon went up. Does that work? I don't understand what you're even asking for.
No, I think he's talking about different elements who would behave differently, which is actually exactly the case, because the equivalence that comes from that does not exist. Every element behaves differently, and making an equation to that, which is 9.8 meters per second or something, the elements drop that have been observed. Why is there a constant required for this?
Do you know what's called the gravitational constant? It's a very simple reasoning behind it, because it's constant wherever we look. I can't disprove it. I mean, I've looked into it a lot. There's nothing in the universe as we know.
It's irrelevant though. Like we're more importantly talking about geometry here. You realize that, right? Geometry.
You said it's been disproven time and time again. I would like you to give me an example.
I don't think I said that. I think I was just saying that you're making extraordinary claims that you're not backing up with evidence.
But I am backing it up. You just don't like the evidence because you like to look at things. You like to stand with your binoculars, look out into the distance, like at a large field, and say, "This does not look curved to me." You don't like the bigger picture because the bigger picture proves you wrong. That's why you have an incoherent worldview. If I asked you, what would the replacement be? Why do things fall at the rate they do? You would not have an answer.
So let me ask you, what's the radius of the globe Earth? Do you even know?
Approximately 40,000 kilometers.
I have a replacement story.
That's the circumference.
Yeah, this is for circumference.
Oh, 7,000 is the radius approximately. It's the circumference divided by pi divided by pi again. They get the radius.
All right, so let's bring this back to geometry. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected the curvature that you speak of? And the method of how they did this?
We've traveled around the Earth. You can easily travel around.
Yeah. We can walk on the surface, dude. We can walk on the surface of a floor, but just walking across the surface of a floor doesn't measure the floor in any way, shape, or form.
No, but how you measure?
So yeah, we can travel over the surface of the Earth. Duh. But has anyone ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and demonstrated convexity?
Yes, we have measured the surface of the Earth.
Who, when, where, and how?
Yeah, sure. I can give you some names.
No, don't give the secret names.
Yeah, you better give a lot more than names, but you give names of materials, methods, places. Like, give us more names.
The method here, the method that would be acquired, right? If you're on a plane, you're going to track how far you have gone. It's a very simple thing to do. If you take a commercial flights, let's say you go from Sweden to America to Australia to Sweden, if you travel in a straight line from all those places, you would get approximately 40,000 kilometers. If you take those, if you can travel around something, for example, you can travel around the globe, you can try it yourself. There are flights you can take. They keep track of how far you've gone with each flight, how long they took.
Yeah, we've all heard this many times. Can I just give you my rebuttal already? Because we've all heard this like many times already. Can I just tell you what's wrong with this?
Understand, if you can travel around the Earth and then you can divide it by pi twice and get the radius, you can calculate the size of the Earth.
Okay, so quick question. Yes or no question, close-ended question. I don't need a speech. I just need a yes or a no. Is a plane, an airplane, an aircraft, is an aircraft a measuring device? Yes or no? No.
You can use it as a measuring device.
Oh, no. But you can't use it as a measuring device because it's not a measuring device. Because, in fact, it's not a measuring device. That's why you can't use it as a measuring device.
Yeah, that's correct.
Have a pedometer, altimeter, whatever they call them, like in a car, I guess. It'd be rough.
You're gonna drag a wheel across the ground. You're gonna drag a wheel across the ground as you fly.
Yeah, like a car doesn't demonstrate convexity either, because you can't use a tire or the speedometer or whatever, or to like.
So even though flights do track how far they've gone, right? They're not an accurate measurement. Like, what would the criteria be? How would you measure Earth according to you? If I say lasers, we can use lasers to measure the size of the Earth. Would that be sufficient to you? Or is lasers not a measuring device? Are they just, a light that tells you a number which isn't measurements because they're not accurate or something?
Well, I'll be honest, where my standard of evidence lies.
There's like 2-meter rulers you have in construction. Do you want me to take one of those and go around the Earth with it?
Well, you wouldn't technically. Hold on, but you just said. Think about the words you just said there for a second. You just literally said the words "take a ruler" and go around the. You do understand that rulers don't bend, right?
You understand that 2 meters, right? Have you ever seen a hill?
I know, but listen, buddy. The point I'm trying to make is that you wouldn't have to go around if the Earth was a globe, if the Earth was a planet. You wouldn't have to, wrap a tape measure around the whole damn thing to know if it's curving or not. You just have to select a section of a couple miles here or there, a few miles, and then directly measure the surface of a few miles with a straight edge.
We have done that, but if I give you one of those experiments, you're going to say, if I give you a laser experiment, we have measured a certain area, you're going to say, well, that's not a measurement around the entire globe. You can't apply that.
Wait, hold on. You're trying to say that what I just described, someone has done that with, an actual straight edge? By all means, man, show it to me, because that's news to me. As far as I know, no one's ever done that. I mean, I know of people that measure the Earth in various ways and over various distances and detect no curvature, but as far as actually with a physical straight edge, like that's the most reliable way. Like, that's where my standard of evidence lies, honestly. Like, a physical straight edge demonstrating curvature of the Earth. That's where my standard of evidence lies. So anything less than that is just irrelevant bullshit to me. Like, I can do nothing with it other than wipe my ass with it.
Wait, what did you say? What's your criteria? I missed it.
A 5-mile stretch, a straight edge, 5 miles long, demonstrating the curvature of the Earth, which over 5 miles would be 60 feet, sticking up out of the ground at the end. So if you made a straight edge, 5 miles long, and it was on a globe Earth that doesn't exist anyway, but whatever, let's pretend it does for a second, then, this straight edge would be 60 feet above the surface of the Earth at one end and be touching the Earth at another end. That would be a straight edge demonstrating curvature of the Earth. But no one's ever going to build it because there's no curvature of the Earth to be demonstrated.
So you're telling me this, right? Me being able to measure the entire circumference of the Earth using airplanes, which are relatively accurate, getting 40,000 kilometers, dividing it by pi twice, getting the radius, and then calculating the mass of the Earth, then using a phenomenon which we can find wherever we look in the universe to authenticate that calculations as being correct because it's accurate to the gravitational constant, that's just something you wipe your ass with. But an experiment of 5 miles showing curvature, that would be the holy grail to you. You can't fathom.
Hold on. Quick question, buddy. Do you? So let me ask you this: if someone were to say that my dining room table, the surface of it is curved, would it make more sense to fly an aircraft over the surface of my dining room table to determine whether it's curved or not, or take a straight edge and press it up against the surface of my dining room table to see if it's curved or not? Which one of those two methods do you think is more reliable to know whether or not the surface is curved or not, my dining room table?
Yeah, because their dining room table is not in the Earth. It's a
answer the question. No. Answer the fucking question. Straight edge
You're
or
being
aircraft?
ridiculous at this point.
No. Answer the question. Straight edge or aircraft? Which one? You have to pick one of the two. Which one's better?
You're being obtuse.
You see, you're being intellectually inconsistent. You see, the straight edge is the more reliable way. Flying an aircraft over a surface to determine the surface is stupid. You know that. You're just not willing to say it out loud.
You're comparing a table to Earth.
There's no problem, dude. It's a simple proposition. Which is the better task to do the table? It's very easily answered.
It's taking something flat and pressing against it, obviously.
Obviously, it's there. So why don't you just answer that obviously then?
Because it has nothing to do with the premise I presented. The Earth and the table has nothing in common. If you have the table, you put something on it. If you have the Earth, there's so much evidence pointing towards it being spherical that it wouldn't, that
you wouldn't even need to bother?
No, we have the evidence, but you just require more and more. You look for certain things. Like your standard of evidence is you're bending it so much that it's...
Your evidence was just assuming that it's a globe and then traveling around it.
No, it's not assuming it's a globe. It's proving that it's a globe.
You didn't do that at any point. You just assumed that there was a circumference to solve for.
Okay, heretic, steelman my position. What's my argumentation? Steelman it right now. Show you've understood what I'm saying.
Yeah, you talked about the distances that you're going to travel over the Earth, and then you're going to solve for the circumference after you have those. So you're just assuming that there is one to solve for.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll do it right now. I'll actually use his methodology. I'm going to use... That's boring. I'm going to use your entire argumentation right now. I'm going to use it in practical reality. So I'm going to pick a fixed point. There it is. I'm outside. Okay, I'm now going to travel... And I'm traveling. I left the point. I'm doing a circular motion. I'm stamping out my feet in the snow. I return to the fixed point. I now have a circle. So now if I divide that using pi appropriately, I can get the circumference, right? The diameter and the radius of this circle. Therefore, my backyard is a globe.
Could you show me that in practice? Because I can show you what I'm doing in practice. I can show you the accurate calculations.
Wow. Can you not imagine what's happening?
No, because it's...
You fix a line and basically walk in a circle.
Yeah, if you can show me it being accurate to reality, if you can make your tracks right now.
No, he's just presenting to you the possibility that you can do that only on a flat surface.
That's not what he was trying to do. He was trying to make the argument sound ridiculous, but he failed because I can show my argumentation in practice. He cannot. If I asked him to show the math behind his argumentation that his backyard is now a sphere, he wouldn't be able to because it's incoherent.
No, I told you I have a circumference. I have a circumference, correct?
What's the circumference?
What do you mean, what's the circumference?
What's the circumference? You said you have a circumference. What's the circumference?
Yeah. 80 steps.
So 80 how long is 80 steps?
Dude, it doesn't matter. You don't know how circles work?
Oh, so it doesn't matter now.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Crazy.
The principle is irrelevant to the metrics, dude. The circuit could be any size.
AI overlord, I have a question to you, actually. You seem to like you're willing to engage, so I'm going to ask you a simple question. Why do things fall down? What's your explanation?
Who cares?
Why do things fall down? If the gravitational constant is not real, why do things fall down?
It doesn't matter, dude. What do you mean by gravitational constant?
I mean 6.6745.
Which is what?
Gravitational constant, something we can observe everywhere.
Okay, what does that mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means that everywhere we look, it's a constant, right? It's a law of the universe as we understand it.
Okay, you're just repeating yourself, saying the term constant over and over again. You're not actually telling me what it means.
It determines how things orbit around other things, what drags what towards what. We can also use it to when we drop things, the gravitational constant is going to be constant there as well. So if you drop something on Earth, you can test it out. It's going to be accurate. It's
what is it? What is it in relationship?
Proven
what is the relationship?
On the Earth.
What's the constant relationship? Is it a singular?
You're trying to dodge the question here.
No, I'm not, dude. Dude, I'm trying to parse out what you mean by this gravitational constant and why it's relevant.
Why do things fall down?
Because they do. It's not relevant.
Why do things fall down?
Dude, you can repeat yourself ad infinitum. Why do things fall down has nothing to do with a circle and a radius.
No, it has something to do with the gravitational constant, actually.
Right. So why don't you tell me what that has to do with the circle and the radius that I traced out on the ground?
Because you didn't provide anything with that circle. You didn't provide any numbers. There's nothing to run through. You just made a bad thought experiment.
Can you apply these constants to every element you can find?
Oh, no, dude. It doesn't matter the size of the circle I make. I can make it 200 steps. I can make it 500 steps.
And how would you make that into a sphere?
It's simple. What you do is you make a circle, right? You get the radius. And then instead of assuming it's a circle, you just assume it's the circumference of a sphere and then just call it a sphere. Problem solved.
Does the gravitational constant apply?
Oh my goodness. Does the gravitational concept apply to a circle? Good grief, dude.
To your hypothetical sphere.
Like one of those dolls with the string in the back that you pull it and it goes gravitational constant.
Yeah, the gravitational constant's 14.7 psi. If you don't have that, water flies away.
Redwin, why do things fall down?
Dude, air pressure.
What creates air pressure?
A container.
Could you show
the more
the
appropriate
container?
question? The more appropriate question.
Air pressure making things fall down.
Dude, things falling down is irrelevant.
No, the thing is, just now I tried with something. Show me air pressure being the thing that makes things fall.
Yeah, well, look, bro. He fell for it, but I didn't.
What do you mean fell for it? He genuinely believes air pressure makes things fall.
No, dude. No, you are executing a red herring away from the point, and you're attempting to bait other people to try to switch the burden of proof, right? So that you can talk about something that's not relevant.
It's not a bait. I provided the evidence that I have from my position. You don't believe in it. That's fine. You don't need to believe in it.
Dude, what evidence? What evidence? A gravitational constant? Who cares?
Because I've showed you the relationship between the gravitational constant and the Earth being spherical. If you don't accept it, you don't understand it, or you don't believe it, that's not my problem.
Listen, friend, you haven't parsed out what a gravitational constant is yet and why it's relevant. You're just saying it.
You haven't understood
it. For example...
Listen,
hey, listen,
dude. Understood it at this point.
No, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Thank you. You have not parsed out the relationship between the A and the B. So the constant is between something and something else.
Air pressure.
Oh, dude.
Show me that's happening.
Wow, good job for taking his bait. Now he's out of the game. Wow. Okay, let's be clear, friends. Things falling down has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Period. Anytime someone takes that bait, right, this is what happens. He never parses out his terms, and he makes it on you to make counterclaims, right, about phenomenon that everybody already agrees on.
I can't hear you. You're on 10%, my brother in Christ.
Uh-oh. Oh, so too low? Too low volume?
How do things fall down because of air pressure? You made a claim. That's very rare. Someone that believes the Earth is flat making a claim is very rare because they can't back it up. Now back up your claim.
Water, for example, if I remove the air pressure from water, it floats away. Gravity didn't hold it down.
Could you show me that?
I've done it 2 times in here live and one other time. And no, I'm not going to do it today.
Could you refer to any sort of math, any sort of experiments, or anything to authenticate your point?
Dude, if you put water at the bottom of a vacuum chamber that's 10 meters tall and evacuate the chamber,
to someone else doing it, and I will look at it and see what it says.
Bro, if you put water at the bottom of a vacuum chamber,
so you can't just use a vacuum chamber because that's gradual removal of the air pressure. Like if you just put a piece of water in space, it won't just evaporate. It'll either freeze solid instantly or just disappear. Like you can't just use a vacuum chamber as a good experiment. I'm not lying. I mean, I can't demonstrate it to you right now, but that is how.
Yeah, this is why you actually
can't just expect water to evaporate away on its own. It doesn't work that way.
Are you saying that because you saw it on a movie?
No, no one's ever seen it before. That's just science. We know black holes exist, but we've never seen them before, have we? No. And we know how they work. We know what they are, right?
Okay, then let me tell you about the experiment. Then you have a container, you put vacuum in it, and in the vacuum is water. In the time, the water starts to boil, but it's only for a certain time. Then it becomes to a 0 point where it does nothing. And over time, it starts to freeze. It's not in an instant or something like that. It's a procedure.
Right, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. By the way, when you see someone like in the movies get covered with liquid nitrogen and they get frozen to the core, that's also not realistic. It actually takes time for it to freeze things all the way through. You can only do that with stuff like a flour or something thin.
So the big question would be actually, why is the Earth not in a giant ice ball right now?
Because we're close to the sun. The sun radiates heat.
In some parts of the world we have icy lakes.
Also, there's 2 parts of the world that don't get much sunlight, and they're covered in ice.
Dude, are you ever going to explain
the ice planet?
I do, actually.
Hold up. Equation guy, can you please increase the volume of AI again? Otherwise, you're going to cause audio chaos. Please don't reduce him to 10%.
Can who brought up the ice planet thing, please?
That was me.
Wait, what's your username?
Not right now. Not right now.
I just want to know who it is.
His name is Ripcord.
Thank you.
Anyway, Homeboy failed to parse out what he meant by gravitational constant. He didn't talk about the relationship between the A and the B and where it even comes from.
He
just repeated it ad infinitum. No, you didn't, dude. I listened the entire time.
So
you just repeated it.
Steelman, my position. What did I say?
Your position is gravitational constant exists. We see it everywhere. Therefore, it exists. That was your entire position. You never actually parsed the relationship out.
Yeah. We can
Look, I'll be clear to you, bro.
of the gravitational constant throughout experimentation.
Who cares? Who cares, dude? You never explained what it is.
It's a force.
You just keep repeating it ad infinitum. What is it?
A force. That's
constant. What is it, dude? Whatever, dude. What is it?
Like, what's the answer you're looking for? Do you want me to explain? Do you want me to put a bit of gravity in a jar and show it to you?
Dude, I don't know why it's so complicated.
Because you can't see
your argument.
Gravity.
It's your argument. You should be able to explain what it is.
It's a force.
What is the gravitational constant? What does you mean by that?
It's a force that we can see. We can observe the force happening wherever we look. It's not like I can catch a fairy, which is the cause of gravity. put it in a jar and
Bro.
show it to you.
Okay, what's the gravitational constant on Earth then? Let's at least get somewhere.
What did you say?
What do you mean by the gravitational constant, dude? For goodness sakes, you're literally defining a thing with yourself, bro.
So it's a force we see everywhere we look, and we can test it on Earth. Every mass has the gravitational constant being applied to it. There's no exception of mass that is not affected by the gravitational constant.
Yep, great. All that you've done is just say the same word over and over again. It's like going to a dictionary to find the meaning of a word, and all it does is list the word over and over again in different examples, rather than tell you what it means.
Right, but what do you mean with what it means? It's a force that's constant. What more can I explain about it? Like, what are you looking for? What's the answer you want?
That's like saying love is a force that's constant. Jealousy is a force that's constant. Hope is a force that's constant. Dude, you tell me. I'm asking you. I'm asking you to parse out your term, and you're not doing it.
Love is a chemical which is not constant.
No, love isn't a chemical, bro.
The reason you feel
if you think love
reaction in your brain.
Okay, feelings aren't chemicals, Holmes. Feelings could be induced by chemicals, but they aren't chemicals in themselves. No, feelings do not have chemical structure. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh, so are you telling me you're a physicalist who thinks all things are physical and nothing metaphysical exists?
I just don't understand what you want me to answer. You're asking what is the gravitational constant. I'm saying it's a force that we can observe everywhere we look, and every mass has the gravitational constant applied to it. And you're asking the same question. What is the gravitational constant?
Yeah, what is it, dude? Yeah, I know you don't because you're too dumb.
So explain.
Dude, I want you, instead of just tautologically appealing to the thing itself, to actually explain what it is in practical reality. Instead of just saying it's here, it's there, tell me what it is.
It's a force.
Oh my goodness, dude.
It is a force. You said in practical reality, it is a force.
And can you apply this force to any element?
Any mass.
Oh, it's mass only. So gas doesn't exist.
Dude, for example, you might say the gravitational constant is a force that between two masses attracts a mass to another mass based on the density of one mass relative to its range from the mass at a particular rate of acceleration, which constant is measured on Earth as being 9.8 meters per second squared, or something along those lines, instead of just repeating the same thing over and over, which doesn't elucidate what it actually is.
By the way, to the other guy, gas has mass. It is affected by the gravitational constant.
Dude.
Wait, what did you say by 9.8 meters?
You tell me, bro. What's 9.8 meters per second squared, bro?
I don't know. You tell me. You brought it up. Explain it to me like I don't know. Like I have zero idea what it is.
Oh my goodness, dude, you're literally retarded, bro.
I don't think you grasp a simple concept.
No, you lack the ability to explain yourself. You're just claiming terms as if they're self-evident of what they are. When asked to explain what they are, you can't do it.
It's a force.
Wow.
I don't know what.
So here's his claim. Here's his stupid ass claim broken down. The gravitational constant is a force that's constant, therefore the Earth is a globe. What a retard.
No, the reason I think the Earth is a globe because of it is because if we take the circumference of the globe, 40,000 kilometers approximately, we divide it by pi twice, we get approximately 7,000 kilometers radius. We can use the radius to calculate the mass of the Earth. Using that calculation, we can then apply the gravitational constant to the end result.
Dude,
and we can see if it's accurate.
How can you say what the mass is from the radius alone? How can you say what the mass is from the radius alone? Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll give you that 1 second.
Yes, you need the gravitational constant in the first instance, which is assumed to be based on mass, right? So it's circular.
You don't use the gravitational constant to...
The fuck? dude. Do you honestly think that you can decide the mass of an object simply by its physical dimensions? Are you retarded? Clinically? You're telling me that by the radius of a sphere, of any size, permutation, or composition, you, with the radius alone, could determine the mass of the object? No, dude. That is stone cold retarded. There's a piece of information that you're leaving out. That's like saying to yourself, when Amazon delivers boxes in back of my house, right? I see that they're all different shapes. And based on the shape alone, I can tell how much they weigh and how hard it is going to be for me to lift them. That's stupid. That's so infantilely stupid, dude. Even a child understands that he doesn't know how heavy something is until he actually picks it up. He can't look at the dimension of it unless he already knows the exact composition.
So
I mean, this is just child's play.
So the only way to prove something is physical demonstration.
Yep.
Hey, listen, retard. We're not even talking about that right now. We're talking about from the dimensions of an object alone. Dimensions alone. You can tell me what the mass is. That is stone cold retard level, dude.
I mean, if I have the dimensions of a basketball, then yes.
Hey, listen, friend.
I can show
unless
you.
you already know. Listen. Bro, dude, whatever, dude.
No,
so he's saying that if you have a basketball that's the size of a bowling ball and they both look about the same size, they look the same color, they must weigh the same. Surely, because they're the same size.
Yep, that's what he said.
Yeah. So, or you take a bowling ball, and you get one made of lead, and then you get one made of a hollow plastic. And he's saying from the exterior dimensions alone, he could tell you which one has more mass.
Do you know what weight is? You refer to weight.
That's why he failed at his argument.
Hey, dumbass.
What is that?
It's irrelevant what weight is at this point.
It's a force, or it's the weight is reliant on gravitational constant. You used the word weight. You said if you have a basketball and a bowling ball, would they weigh the same because they're the same size? If you're going to use the word weight, the definition is according to gravitational constant. So you're using gravity in the argument.
Dude, you haven't defined what it is yet, dude. I tried helping you, but you didn't take any of the help I gave you, and you're still talking out your ass.
Yes, because it's a force.
Dude, just saying it's a force has no meaning.
It does, because we can prove its
No,
authenticity.
it doesn't.
It's constant.
What does the force do, Holmes? What does it do?
What's the alternative? What is the alternative?
Irrelevant.
Oh, so you can't answer it because you don't know.
No, dude. Whether I can answer it or not at this point doesn't matter.
Because
An alternative is irrelevant. I don't need to. That's the point. Logically, I don't need to. No, I don't need to.
You can't.
I don't need to. I don't need to.
You can not.
Yes. Listen, dude. It doesn't matter. You haven't parsed out what a gravitational constant is.
Yeah, I'm going to explain it. This is literally the last time I'm going to say it. The gravitational constant
It is the last time you're going to say it because I'm bored of you.
It's a force we can observe everywhere.
That does what?
Pull things together.
What?
Pull things together.
Pulls things together. So your claim is that the gravitational constant
together. If I drop something on Earth,
there you go.
we can use the gravitational constant to see how fast it will fall. How strong is the gravity of the Earth?
How?
By testing
Go
it.
ahead. How, dude?
So if you drop something on Earth and calculate the speed it falls, and you take variables into account, the gravitational constant is going to be accurate. If you look in space,
oh my goodness,
you look at
dude. You're not even capable. You're not even capable of making your own argument, dude. It's pretty sad. So let me help you. Let me help you again, since you're clearly stone cold clinically retarded. Okay, what you're trying to say is that you drop an object and it moves towards the Earth, and you measure its speed and/or acceleration. you notice that it's accelerating towards the Earth. Since acceleration is defined as force, you then assume there must be a force moving this thing. But the number you get when you measure it is approximately 9.8 meters per second squared. So that is the quote-unquote acceleration towards the Earth on the Earth.
They're using an oversimplification. That's not the gravitational constant, brother.
Dude, hey, dumbtard. I'm clearly building blocks, bro. You don't start with the end, bro. You begin at the beginning and then you reason yourself to the end. You clearly are too stupid to understand that concept, but that's not my problem.
I think you don't know what the gravitational constant is. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think you understand that.
Hey, dumbtard. Hey, fucktard. Hey, retard.
You're using insults because you're pissed off.
No, I'm using it. Yes, I am pissed off, but you're too stupid. Dude, you're wasting my time. I'm not emotional at all. I'm actually stone cold calm right now.
You see, I mean, you're throwing a lot of insults.
Oh yeah, of course I am, because you're wasting my time, dude. You're literally interrupting
an emotional response. So you need to calm down.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Whatever.
Have a civil discussion without insulting.
Hey, listen, friend. You tell me how you can arrive at the gravitational constant without the measure of the acceleration of alleged down on Earth. Go ahead. Good luck. Yep. I'm waiting. Without that piece of information as the beginning of the ladder of thought that leads to the conclusion in the end, how do you arrive at it? Yep, I'm waiting. Go ahead. Yeah, that's what I thought, dude. You're stupid.
No. Here we go. You're unmuted. Okay. The strength of gravity is not constant. The strength of gravity is affected by the size of the object. 9.5 or 9.8 meters is the strength of gravity on Earth. It is not the gravitational constant.
No duh, dude. Now, you were asked to reason to the gravitational constant without that first measurement as being the foundation of the reasoning. So you can go ahead, bro, and get us to the gravitational constant without that measurement first. Go ahead. Do it.
Okay, yeah, sure. So we're excluding the Earth completely from this, right? So if we look at the moon and we look at how it revolves around the Earth, and applying the gravitational constant, we can accurately predict its location. We can see that this time the moon is going to be there.
Wrong. You just said using the gravitational constant, which means you already possess it. I told you to reason to it without the measurement on the Earth in the first instance. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you try something several times and it's consistent.
Like what? What? Like dropping
This bro doesn't understand. This bro doesn't understand that the ladder of this information all began with the Earth. Frickin' homeboy is bricked, bro.
Does he want to throw Galileo under the bus and Newton and Cavendish and all them guys? Boyd?
Just doing it on purpose, just to be a time waster. That's what he's doing.
No, I don't. Look, I'm not going to give him malicious intent. I honestly think he's not that intelligent, and that's fair. That's called Hanlon's razor, by the way.
That's called Cavendish.
No, it's called Hanlon's razor. It's never a tribute to malice. It can be fully accounted for by incompetence.
It's Cavendish.
Okay, what did Cavendish do?
The Cavendish experiment, showing gravitational constant, first time.
Okay, how'd he do it? Yep, how'd he do it? What was his experimental setup? What was his naturally observed phenomena? What was his hypothesis? How did he test it? Please. Can you at least tell us the hypothesis from the experiment, please?
Yes, I will give it to you. Actually, I will do one better.
What do you mean? Why don't you just tell me? I thought you knew it. It's your argument.
There you go.
Oh, what'd you do, bro? There I go. What, did you just download a packet of information to my brain via the telekinesis? I don't know, dude. I asked you a question. I'm not getting any answers. It's kind of boring. What did Cavendish measure? What was his hypothesis? What was his phenomenon observed? What was the setup? Let's go, bro.
The setup was a wooden rod suspended in the air with thin wire. What he tried to prove was the mass of the Earth. Or the density, I should say. Using Newton's laws of gravity. In the process of doing that, he came across the gravitational constant.
Wow, dude. You really suck at explaining your points, bro.
I mean, is that not what he did?
Shit from what he said.
So I guess hanging balls by wooden sticks, I guess that was just air pressure pushing those things around, huh?
Could you show how it was air pressure?
Dude, you never made a claim about what it was in the first place. You never reasoned through his setup to the conclusion, bro. You just said, in the process of doing what he did, he found the gravitational constant. I mean, dude, that's just stone cold level simplistic nonsense. Why don't you actually try explaining
it? It could determine the gravitational force between the larger and smaller weights.
Dude, by what? By tickling his own balls? I mean, dude, you suck at explaining things. What did the balls do? I mean, why do I have to ask so many questions, dude? You should be able to reason this from the procedure through to the conclusion. It's your claim.
I mean, I'm looking at Cavendish right now. I'm reading.
I know you are. That's the problem. I know, dude. That's the problem. Why don't you go research it and then come back when you're done and then talk about it?
Yeah, I'm currently researching it.
I know, dude. That's the problem. Hey, don't get me wrong, dude. I'm quite satisfied with understanding that this is practically the first time you researched it and just took it as a given in the past.
No, I take the gravitational constant as a given.
I know that, dude. Sure it does. Oh man, anybody else actually done their research already that wants to answer for him?
What was the question?
The general question is, what is a gravitational constant? And why does he think that it necessarily proves the Earth is a globe?
Well, I can't answer the second part. The first one is just the force at which gravity acts on mass, isn't it? Gravitational constant?
What? What's gravity?
The attraction of massive bodies?
What's attraction?
The tendency towards.
Okay, so the claim would then be bodies have a tendency to move towards each other. Right?
Something like that, yeah.
But
okay, then well,
what was
that?
Hello?
He said, but do they?
Oh. Yeah. They seem to if they have mass.
Which ones? Which examples exist?
Anything that has mass will be attracted to other things that have mass.
Well, that's great. That's an assertion. You were asked for an example.
An example of a thing with mass?
No, an example of a thing by virtue of mass being attracted to another object by virtue of mass.
Anything and the earth.
Anything in the earth is the examples, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe give us more of a fleshing out of what you mean by that.
Well,
yeah, you ever seen it happen?
Yeah. So if you drop something, what you're witnessing is a thing that has mass.
It is
being attracted to the mass of the earth.
How do we reach that conclusion without the danger of, committing something like an affirming the consequent form of logic, fallacy, or circular reasoning?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Well,
you don't want to just make a bare assertion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, something would have to be done. Some steps would have to be taken. A method followed.
Yeah, that's what Cavendish did.
What? What did he do?
The gravitational constant.
Oh my goodness. So Cavendish did the gravitational constant. Was the gravitational constant a nickname for his mistress?
No. He discovered the gravitational constant. He calculated it, figured out that's the attraction rate at which mass attracts mass.
Okay, what is it?
It's the rate at which mass attracts mass. The number, you mean? What's the number?
What's the rate? What's the qualities? Like A is equal to 0.75 B or whatever, something along those lines.
I don't remember offhand. 6.674 times 10 to the negative 11 newtons per meter squared per kilogram square.
So per meter square per kilogram square? So it's a compounding of density based on area and mass within the area?
No, newtons times times mass square over meter square kilogram square. Yeah.
What's a newton?
Newton is a unit of work, I believe. Or is that joules?
It's just like a Jerry on a sphere.
Yeah, so that isn't well, yeah, I mean, it all comes down to, how you're defining force and motion, right?
Yeah.
Force requires motion.
Force requires motion.
Well, I mean, it's defined as acceleration, right?
Well, force causes acceleration.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. Force is what causes things to move. So
okay, so if something's not right, so the equation is that force and acceleration are simultaneously present, right?
At force and acceleration, generally speaking, yes. I'd have to think if I can conjure up exceptions, but I think so. Yeah.
And mass. F equals ma.
Yeah, yeah. Right. So if you do that with some balls in your shed, and you say this ball moved, and I know it's quote unquote weight, and using the kilogram method, I know it's quote unquote mass because that's how I defined mass. And you say it moved, therefore it moved this much. Therefore, I can extrapolate this constant about what force is present. Call it a gravitational constant based on the mass of the ball that I have, and then apply it to the Earth based on the acceleration, what I see as being approximately 9.8 meters per second of things falling down when they do fall down, right? That's how it would go.
Something like that.
Okay, let's say that's all true. What does that have to do with the dude's initial claim? That because this constant is put everywhere. Now keep in mind, all that you're doing is retroactively extrapolating from a perceived acceleration on the Earth what the mass of the Earth is based on what this other thing did when it moved. You're not actually proving the causation of why it moved.
Well, do we ever actually prove the causation? Like all we do is build up more and more evidence for something, right?
Dude, that's the claim, dude. The claim is that these causes are ubiquitous throughout the universe.
They are.
That's what this homeboy said. He said that when we look out in the universe, we see these things happening.
Everywhere we look, the gravitational constant is, constant. We haven't found a singular thing in the universe where it is not constant. It applies literally everywhere we have looked. And if you can show me, point out one thing where it's not constant.
Perfect. So you tell me an example of that being applied to something observed in the universe, please. Go ahead.
The moon. If we apply the gravitational constant to the moon, we can predict exactly its position. We can pinpoint it down to the exact coordinates of in 1 hour, using the gravitational constant as the method of which we predict where the moon is going to be in 1 hour. It's going to be exactly at that location. Same thing with every planet we've ever observed. Same thing with everything
like we didn't already
on
know.
Earth. We can observe it.
So how come during the Stellanilian eclipse you guys claim refraction? You don't know where the moon's at.
During the what eclipse now?
Stellanilian.
Lunar eclipse, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we do know where the moon is, and that's why we know it's refracted.
Whoa. So you say the moon's somewhere else and you're just seeing it in the sky?
Something like that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Refraction.
Didn't already know where the moon was going to be until we had this so-called constant.
Would you agree,
Then
right, that you can see things? For example, if you look up at a lake, a very large body of water, depending on temperature, things will appear to either be slightly elevated or very elevated because of refraction. If you see something with your naked eye, it does not represent the physical location of the object you're seeing. It doesn't need to do that. And we would still know where the actual moon is, just because it appears at a place. Doesn't mean it's actually there, does it?
Before the gravitational constant, did we not know where the moon was going to be at a particular time?
Can you show me that?
I'm asking you, did we not know?
I don't know. I'm gonna look it up.
Couldn't we tell where the moon was going to be before that? Everyone just walked around in blank stare, didn't know shit, didn't farm, say, based on the moon's activity.
I posted something that was found from 2,000 years ago that knows where the moon would be. They didn't have anything to do with gravity. It's a clock.
Yeah, but it also applies to planets as well. Did people know where Jupiter
Yeah,
was going to
and
be?
it also has Earth in the center, so deal with it.
By the way, any motion of an object, right? It's inferred its mass based on trying to shoehorn it into this formula. So all you have to do is just scale its mass until it fits, and then you say, "Aha, that's the mass," right? Which all stems from the Earth in the first place.
Can you scale a mass of observable objects? If I hold a bowling ball and I apply the gravitational constant to it, I show that it applies. Can I then say, can you then make the argument that no, you change the mass
Dude,
until it
you
works?
can't do that. You cannot do that, dude.
Because your argument is because we
No,
haven't been
you're
to Jupiter.
you're missing a piece of information, dude. You can't look at a stationary object and infer from its circumference its mass. Can't be done. Okay, the fact that you haven't conceded this point yet is pretty telling.
Wait, what? You can't get circumference from mass. I never said you can get the circumference from mass.
Dude, is that what I said?
Yes.
I said you cannot look at a stationary object alone and based on its dimensions, tell me what its mass is. Can't be done.
You can measure it though.
How?
I never claimed you could look at Jupiter and from its. Obviously, I already explained that you use the gravitational constant to know things. If you look at a planet.
Oh my goodness, dude. What do you apply the constant to? What do you apply the constant to? For goodness sakes.
The planet.
How, dude?
Okay, we have the constant. We apply it to a planet. We see how fast.
Wow. Repeat yourself.
Wow.
Okay, hold on. Let him finish that sentence. Let him finish that sentence. He might have been getting to the point. Go ahead, bro.
No, yes, it affirms itself.
Dude. Okay, so this is what you said. If we have a gravitational constant and we apply it to a planet, then what?
Yes, because the thing is, right?
Oh,
when we're looking, I understand what you're saying. In space, you use the gravitational constant to justify the size of a planet, right?
What? How?
You apply the gravitational constant, see how fast it moves.
I think he's looking for like a formula or something.
Oh my goodness, dude, it's painful, dude. This is almost as bad as the astrophysicist who specialized in finding exoplanets that we interviewed. That's how bad this is.
What are you on about? What do you want from me?
Yes, friend. We routinely in our main server have people who are credentialed in astrophysics and all other types of fields come in and explain how they do things, and they're no smarter than you. In fact, they're dumber sometimes.
I don't even think you understand what they're doing. All you say is no.
No, I understand what they're doing quite well. So when I asked the homeboy, right, what is the cosmic distance ladder based on, he couldn't answer. Yet he's supposed to be finding exoplanets.
Who did you bring on?
So let me help you, friend, since you're clearly lost. How they do it is they have multiple objects that they look at. Not one object, multiple objects. And they look at what appears to be the motions of the objects relative to each other, and they then assign values to them. Okay?
Of course.
And if they don't fit, they just keep genagering them until they do fit.
So you think it's made up? You think they apply gravitational constant and then even if it doesn't fit, they make it fit?
They have to, dude. What else could they do?
Though. You could make that argument if the gravitational constant, like this is what if I've made up, you pretty much made the explanation, right? You can look at the entire solar system and you can look how the objects correlate with each other. The moon is affected by both the sun and the earth, right? To put it perfectly. So if you only look at things which you can't verify, then this would be credible, right? You could say, we cannot know that it's authentic just because we can verify it. Like they can modify the numbers if we only look at things we can't verify. But we can also, it applies on Earth itself. objects on Earth are affected by the gravitational constant.
Except for water. Except for water. Say that.
What is water a mass?
Is it?
It's affected by gravitational constant.
Except for when it's in a vacuum chamber.
How is it not affected by gravitational constant in a vacuum
It
chamber?
turns into a gas and leaves and flies away into the air and doesn't sit on the bottom.
Is gas is a mass, and gas is accepted.
So air pressure must be the reason. Air pressure must be the reason why water lays down flat.
It doesn't. But if anyways, fuck's sake, you're going away from the point. Let me finish this.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I'm taking you away from your imagination, just going back to reality, dummy.
No, because just because gas can go upwards, right? So air can press gas upwards.
Air presses in all directions, period.
That does not mean it's not affected by gravity.
It's not.
Air is a gas? Oh.
That is also true. But the thing, AI Overlord, we can test the phenomenon on Earth. We can make empirical tests on objects on Earth, and we use the same value. And then we can look and verify it in space. You can test something on Earth and verify it in space. So your argument would make sense if you only verified things in space.
Is there anyone else to talk to? God, the fuck.
Yeah, this guy's a vegetable. Can you tell us how the constant is applied to the planets to predict their motions and so forth? One more chance, because this is getting really boring.
In 10 words or less.
And then, without the ultimate conclusion, how that necessarily proves the Earth is a sphere in itself. That's the point that you're supposed to be getting to. Okay, we hear this all the time. Just hold on a second. We hear this all the time. Gravity proves the Earth is a sphere. Okay, go ahead and prove it.
Because if you have a flat plane, gravity would not work. The gravitational constant would not apply.
That wasn't the question.
That's how we can verify that it's a
That wasn't the question.
Object. It's the answer to the question. If the Earth was not spherical, not measured as we have measured it.
No one measured it.
If the Earth were, we not measured the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, what? With aeroplanes, he's still on that, are you?
Dude, circular reasoning again, man. AI asked you how gravity proves the Earth is a sphere. Are you going to, we already know it's a sphere?
Listen, if that's not satisfactory to your standard of proof, fair enough. What's the counter proof? What makes things fall down?
Burden reversal, dude.
Okay. Yep. The counterproof is that there are published papers that demonstrate that you don't need a sphere and you could still have the same apparent field lines of gravity with down and all these vectors. Okay. So there you go.
Show me one of those papers.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So, like I said when I began, gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, dude. The shape of the Earth has to do with the shape of the Earth.
GM, I sent you some things in your DMs. You can respond to me in DMs if you want.
Good luck.
You say you're very low.
I said I sent you some things in your DMs. You can apply to me in DMs if you want.
Yeah, sure, I will. Also, I have a separate question, actually. This is the most simple point and look that you could ever get to. I want to know how you would explain it. If you go to the southern hemisphere, you look up into the sky rotates.
Why don't you answer the question that's on the table first?
What question?
How does gravity prove the Earth is a ball?
Because of the effect, the observed effect.
I posted the simulation that was done. I have the text here somewhere. Anyway, yeah, in the simulation, gravity doesn't form into a ball.
In fact, gravity's claimed to be the effect of uneven distribution of mass.
He didn't say anything. He just said because of the observed effect, didn't tell you what that is. Nothing. There's no substance to anything this guy says. Just words.
I mean, on a flat Earth, gravity would not be directed downwards to the center, and would
Wrong.
pull at... Okay.
You're wrong, sir. What are you assuming? A flat plane with no depth and no differential permutation of mass distribution and shape?
Is the gravitational pull... Listen. Is the gravitational pull even? Yes or no?
Hey, dude. I'm going to make it very clear to you. If you have a differential of density distribution and shape, then you can get the exact same effect we have local to our surface area of the effect of down. Okay? It's not that complicated.
Did you post it anywhere?
Oh yeah, I'm going to post that one shortly, but it doesn't even matter. I don't need to post it. You could just reason that in your own mind rather quickly. It's not hard.
Gravity is even, dragging towards the center of a spherical Earth. If Earth was
Why
not
is it
a
even?
sphere,
It's
gravity...
not a. But it's not a sphere. It's not claimed to be a sphere.
It is even.
No.
Why is it even then?
What did you say?
Oh my goodness. It's not even, dude. It's not even at all. Even in the heliocentric model, the Earth is not said to have a ubiquitous center.
I'm not saying like absolutely smooth even. It's a slightly oval shape, but it's still even.
Hey, did you know? Did you know that if you take a point center of a mass, that point center itself has no mass. So how could everything be attracted to a massless point center?
Dun, dun, dun.
You basically have to put the entire mass of the Earth in the center. What do you not understand? That when you're in the center of the Earth, then the outside of the Earth would be pulling you back towards it against the force of the center pull, even if you describe it as a pull. So your claim is false, bro.
Wait,
The fact that you can't listen, bro.
Point center does not exist.
Think for yourself. You can't even think for yourself to figure that one out, dude. That is so simple.
Wait, what did a point set? Did you say a point center does not have mass? Was that a statement you made?
Dude, that's the truth, bro.
That's not how anything works.
Yeah, that is how it works.
No.
Just because you put
Yeah, that's
something
exactly how
together
it works.
doesn't make it more powerful.
Listen, Fred, it's very simple. Let's just say it has one part of mass, whatever you describe one part as, and the rest of the Earth has the rest of the Earth's mass. Then that means that the center itself possesses an infinitesimal portion of the overall mass. So how can the center be attracting anything? It's literally retarded, dude.
The center is attracting that minimal amount that is justified by its minute mass. The rest of the Earth is attracting everything towards the center of that mass distribution. The center is just a reference point. It's not a massless body with all the mass at the center.
Now you're getting somewhere.
I would have thought that was obvious.
Okay, explain to me.
It wasn't obvious. It wasn't obvious to that other bro.
Explain to me then how a huge giant boulder of stone doesn't attract any sandcom that lies nearby.
It does.
Just hold on, friend. Hold on. Before we go on, I just want to point out that what this dude is basically describing is a center of mass based on distribution and equal forces canceling each other out in certain areas. Now, you don't need a sphere to do that. You can have an infinite permutation of shape with differential mass distribution and still get a center of mass. For goodness sakes.
Could you show that in practice or a theoretical?
Dude, you honestly believe that only a sphere can have a center of mass? Are you kidding me?
I mean, I can show a model of a sphere having center of mass. Could you show
Dude,
one that's according
have you
to
ever
your
seen
idea?
have you ever seen a rotational object?
Listen, you made a claim. Can you make it authentic or not? Can you prove it to me?
Dude, I am proving it right now. Have you ever seen a rotational object that's rotating?
Show me a model using a system that you described earlier with several points of masses, making it, infinitely large. Whatever the fuck you said.
No, I said infinite permutation of shape can have a center of mass. It doesn't have to be a sphere.
Show that to me.
Dude, I could just throw a hammer.
Show it to me.
I could throw a hammer, I could throw a knife, I could throw a trapezoid. They'll all spin around their center of mass, proving that all these different shapes have a center of mass. For goodness sakes, dude, how complicated is this? Anyway, what's your name so I can ping you with this thing? Well, whatever, I'll just post it. So no, you don't need a sphere. You just need a particular distribution of mass to where the essential field lines in the local area are experienced by us as horizontal and vertical. That's it. And that's assuming that the thing you claim is radial in the first instance, right? I gotta make a call. I'll be back.
Did I miss what he posted? Or did he not post anything?
That's the exercise on Gauss' law for gravitation. The PDF.
I have a question for Timbo Slice if he's still here.
Yeah, this is Timbo Slice. Go ahead.
I was wondering how Timbo Slice measured curves.
What are you talking about?
How do you measure just like a simple curve, like the curve of a basketball? How would you measure its curve?
You get the radius, yeah?
How would you get the radius of a
Well, if
curve?
you're measuring a basketball, just get a textile measuring tape and fucking wrap it around it.
Wrap
if you want,
and that would see how long and how
Yeah.
how would that show? Wouldn't that just show you?
Yeah,
the
here
circumference,
you
though?
go, here you go, here you go.
Yeah, that'll give you the circumference, and then yeah.
So how do you get the radius from the circumference?
Stick it between two boards, and then squeeze it just touching the boards, and then measure the distance between the two boards. That'll give you the diameter, and divide that by 2. That'll give you the radius.
Wait a minute.
So measure the diameter.
So how do you measure?
Next, machining 101 question. Step right up.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. That was a lot of. I didn't quite catch all of that at once, and then two people started talking. So you're doing for like a basketball, you would get the tape measure out, and that measures the inches going around the basketball. So that's the circumference. So
Nope.
where do you get the radius for that?
Didn't say do that.
Or like, where's the and what's the?
Didn't say do that. Did
No,
I?
but I'm talking to Timbo Slice. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Okay, so Timbo can take over then.
Sorry, thanks.
Yeah, I'm busy right now, man.
Oh, sorry.
So there you go.
That's all right.
Go to your doctor's office, and when he says, "Here, step up here, I'm going to measure your height," put the basketball there and measure that, and then divide that by 2. Gives you the radius. How's that?
Well, you're just saying this that too fast. I can't understand what you're saying.
Well, you're going to have to. There's a slow learner's room in here somewhere, I think. The Globe Earth room.
Okay. It's fine. I mean, everybody
They
can
can
learn.
explain to you how to measure the diameter of a ball. You can't Google that?
Well, no, I'm just trying, how would you, measure how curved something is?
You asked, how do you measure the radius? I told you.
I said, no, he said radius. I said, how do you measure a curve?
You need the radius.
Okay. You need a radius for a curve?
That's assuming.
Because...
That's assuming a curve in the first instance.
Wait, well, measure something that is not straight. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how else to explain a shape of curved shape other than saying curve. So, I mean, I was just wondering, how you guys deal with curved shapes in reality.
All arcs have a radius. You may never have drawn in your life, but they do.
Right, but in order to know that, you'd have to measure. Hold on, you'd have to measure the arc first, and then get the radius from the measurement.
So you'd have to assume the radius from the measurement?
No, you don't assume. Look, if you have an arc, right, which you would then define as a that you could theoretically turn that back into a circle, right? If it was an arc that was part of a circle, not necessarily, because it could be a hyperbola, right? And that would still be curved, would it not?
Right. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it could go halfway and then change. Okay. So you just have to assume it's a circle.
Exactly. Just because you have a curve doesn't mean you have a portion of a circle, right?
Right. You would have to figure out, you'd have to assume that it was a globe just to keep it evenly, because even though it could be a football shape.
Correct. So you measure a portion, you then assume a 360-degree arc, and then you apply it to it. If there's any variance, you just, squash it out with, calling it an error or something. Like my measurement wasn't perfect, so that's why I have a hyperbolic shape or a parabola or all these things. So I'll just assume it's a sphere and wrap it around a sphere, and then I'll say that's what I got.
That's the only way that you can measure the arc curve. What's the difference between an arc and a curve? I guess nothing.
Well, they have a different rate of change.
Arc versus curve. I want to Google that.
Right. So you're aware of a graph like you did in grade school, right? Where you have an X and a Y axis, and then you can plot points on that, and you can plot diagonal lines. You can plot parabolas. You can even get formulas or functions to plot different shapes, right? So a circle has a
Arc
particular
is
rate of change.
portion of a circle. Okay. Basically, part of is basically a part of the circumference. Arc is a part of a curve. So if you had a curve, the arc. So is like arc almost like the verb of a curve, like a curve. Like to explain what a curve does is to arc by like going from one point to another.
Arc is a section of a circle. Period.
Yes.
Arc is a section of a circle.
Right.
That's
so
it.
all arcs
That's
are
all it is.
curved.
That's all it is.
Yes.
That's why I said every arc has a radius.
Yep. Perfect.
And you would
so,
do that
yes,
by
but-
assuming a full circle with only a partial arc.
Correct.
And that gives us circumference.
But you
And
also,
then,
have,
what's
to,
the
you also
degree?
have to claim. You also have to claim it's an arc because remember we already decided that you could do an imprecise measurement and end up with an arc, not an arc, but a curve that isn't an arc, but it's approximate to an arc, and then you assume it's an arc, and then wrap it around an assumed circle. You see? In other words, all curved lines are not necessarily arcs. Arcs are particular types of curves.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. Because curve is like an adjective shape, whereas an arc is a geometric.
Go look up a French
shape.
curve.
French curve? I can look it up.
Oh, yeah, me likey.
Curve. What's a French curve? Ooh, those are fancy.
Yeah.
I'll give you whatever radius you need drawing with paper.
Those are that's like every curve in existence. So okay, so the degrees of curvature is the radius value. Because the bigger a circle is, the more radius it has. That's degrees.
Curvature is rate of change of slope.
Right. Oh, I see.
Okay, so if you have a slope, right?
If it was a straight slope, it would be a straight line. But a curve is sloping, but it's not a straight slope. Right? Or are curves sloping?
You might need to go back to like 10th grade or 7th grade.
No, it's cool. I mean, I'm a caregiver. I'm not like slamming all that. No, yeah, you can just say yeah.
I don't understand how you don't know what it is.
Because I don't use this kind of stuff every day in my mind, so I just want to hear how you guys talk about it. You gotta remember, you gotta treat me like a person that's just been like trapped in a box for 20 years.
I gotta treat you like a person who wanted our room shut down.
Oh, you guys keep just I'm just from the left room. I don't care if you guys get shut down or not. I'm not that person though. I'm from the same room that they got all hot and bothered.
By the way, for anyone that gives a shit, AI Overlord, the PDF is sent. In the calculation, it also uses the gravitational constant. It's doing the same thing that I'm doing, it's just applying it differently.
There you go. So it works everywhere, so you lose.
No, because the theory does not work in practice.
Just for you. That's for your imagination. In my imagination, it works fine.
Yeah. Show me it.
Show me.
I can show you. I can show you the invisible unicorn in my garage named Gravity, and he talks, and he will tell you all about it. And I can prove he's there because he's not invisible, and you can't see him.
And the theory that he presented does not disprove a spherical Earth.
I already showed you. I already showed you. Here, I'll post it again. You can read all this, and I'll give you the simulation that was done, which doesn't turn. Gravity doesn't turn anything into balls. Here's the text.
Exactly. I
Here's
believe you about the
here's
garage
the
thing.
simulation. Yeah, no ball. The fish that I posted is going to turn. That one is going to turn into a squirrel as it gets older.
That just got me, dude. That's fucking funny as hell. It reminds me of that where there's like a walleye, someone who's ice fishing, they pull a walleye up and it's like, go grandpa, go.
Yeah, I like that one.
I turned into a squirrel.
I like the one where they tell you that what happened to dinosaurs. They evolved into chickens. What the fuck? What?
I like the part where I'm 90% banana related. Did you guys know we are 90% related to bananas? It must be real because it sounds so bananas. Stop watering it, bro.
No, we're more closer to fungus than plants.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I believe you.
I'm closer to human than you are.
It's mostly just multicellular part. We're just mostly just because we're both multicellular organisms.
So there, you have no consequences. Basically, you can do anything you want.
That doesn't sound right.
Reminds me of Zerg eating the hippie, getting high.
it's actually kind of scary to think about that there's people who think there's no consequences for actions. Or like imagine hugging your parents and thinking in your brain, oh, this is just all chemical reactions. None of this is real. My brain is telling me illusions made by chemicals. Or
awesome chemicals.
You marry your girlfriend or you tell her you love her. It's actually just chemical reactions in your brain. Nothing more. How beautiful, how romantic. What a life to live. Where there's no spiritual things. Amazing.
Turns out it's still flat, guys.
Yep. And the Earth is not a ball.
It's actually quite easy to convince yourself of that.
What?
I agree. It's crazy to convince yourself you live in a ball.
Yeah, you were easily convinced by nothing, having listened to you for like the last 2 hours.
Steelman, my argument.
Oh,
Okay.
Gravity. We have a constant rate of falling. There you go.
Yeah,
That's your argument.
here's your argument. Why do things fall down? And then you say gravitational constant, and we can apply it, and then you can't elaborate. There you go.
If something is constant, what more is there to elaborate? If you observe something everywhere you look.
You observe a gravitational constant everywhere you look?
Every mass is affected by gravitational constant, yes.
What mass?
Except when it's not.
I'm looking at some masses. I'm not seeing any gravitational constant affecting them. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't see gravity physically. You don't see it as a force.
Oh, it's a force? So there's no solar system then?
It is. You
Yeah.
can see the solar system, can't you?
Oh, so Einstein's wrong. So it's a force, so there must not be a solar system.
How do you come to that conclusion?
Well, because your gravitational constant, if it's a force, doesn't apply to the solar system, doesn't actually account for the orbit of Mercury. So, I don't know.
does
I guess you're
apply
going to have
to
to
the
figure this
solar
out.
system.
Oh, really? Can you show that?
Yes. That's how we calculate where planets will be. We calculate their exact positions.
Is that why that didn't work for Mercury? And then you had to replace that whole shitty idea with Einstein's bending and warping of space-time?
What did you say? So you're saying that Mercury is not affected by the gravitational constant?
No, that's not what I said at all.
You say what did you say then?
He just kind of hears what he wants to, I think. He doesn't really hear what you say.
What did he say then? He said it didn't work on Mercury, so you needed to replace it.
Right.
What did I need to? Did I need to replace the gravitational constant because it didn't apply to Mercury?
The idea.
Right.
I mean, there's many things you can replace it with. First of all, you have to know what mass and density is. You're describing everything in mass, which is totally different from density, so you can start there.
But mass is everything physical.
No, that's matter.
Gas is mass.
Mass
No, it's
implies
not,
the
it's
amount of matter contained in an object, and density alludes to the concentration of matter in an object.
Please never say the word concentration in a German accent. I'm triggered. I'm joking.
It's okay, so just say in German then Konzentration.
Yes.
Just say the word, it's constant, and it's always constant, and just keep repeating constant, and therefore the Earth's a ball.
Can you define constant in this context, please?
Something being applied regardless of circumstance. Wherever you look, it's applied.
Okay.
There's no what would you say? We have not found
no
a place where it
exception?
does not apply.
So how
No
is it?
exceptions.
Is it applied physically or mathematically?
Mathematically, we can apply it to things and then prove its authenticity by looking at physical phenomenon.
So the math is verifying itself, but that doesn't mean that the idea behind the maths is true.
Yes, you can't grab the math, put it in a jar, and show it to someone.
No, but
it's a theoretical concept. Yes.
So if I take the gravitational constant, remove it from the formula, put in a capital M, and call it the magic constant, the maths would still work.
If you show its effect being accurate and corresponding with reality.
Yeah, exactly. So I've got all the same effects you do. I've just taken the G out, put a capital M in, and now it's the magical constant. And now we know that magic causes all of these things.
So you would use the formula for the gravitational constant, but you would exchange G for M with no value change whatsoever.
Yeah, because now because I'm asserting that it is the magical constant. It's magic that causes all of this.
If you want to call it the magical constant, fair enough.
Yeah, so then it is magic, right? So then it's not gravity, it's magic.
I mean, it's equivalent with the gravitational constant. So if you want to call it magical, if you want to call gravity magic, because we don't know the source of gravity, we can't, physically see what gravity is and put it in a jar, as I've said. If you want to call that magic, then fair enough. You're allowed to do that.
I'm not calling gravity magic. I'm saying that it is magic that causes all of this stuff and that gravity doesn't exist. What's wrong with that argument?
I never said there's something wrong with it. You can call it whatever you want. If you want to refer to magic to explain it, fair enough, brother.
Fair enough, then. I guess magic is causing everything we see in the sky.
If that's your explanation, sure.
Well, it's as good as yours.
If you want to ascribe the gravitational constant to a magical phenomenon, then fair enough.
Yeah, it's as good as yours. And I've got the maths to back it up because I just throw a capital M in the formula. I'm all good.
I mean, as long as you stay true to the numbers and you can show they're accurate with reality.
But the numbers wouldn't be any different for me or you, would they?
Exactly. So you can call it whatever you want. It's still go. I'm gonna refer to it as the gravitational constant.
So is it magic that does this then?
I couldn't tell. I couldn't say. Do you think it's magic? I don't know what causes. I don't know the fundamental cause of gravity. I didn't claim to know that, did I?
It must be magic because there's an M in the formula.
I can only observe its effect.
The same. And then when I try and work it out mathematically, I put a capital M in the formula to represent the magical constant, and that's how I know it's magic.
If you want to call it magic, go for it.
No, it's not I'm calling it magic, is that it is magic because there's a formula.
Show me the formula.
It's the same as yours. You just replace the G with an M.
So what's the formula?
It's the same as yours. You just replace the G with an M.
Yes. So do you know what the formula is?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Are you listening at all?
Yes, I'm hearing what he's saying. He's saying it's identical to mine. I just want to see if he knows what the formula is. He doesn't know the formula.
Why are you using formula for magic for gravity? That's a magic formula.
What did you say?
Why are you using magic formula for the gravity?
I'm not using it. He did.
You are using it because Crypto explaining to you that it's not a gravity, it's a magic doing that, and he explained it to you properly. And now you're using the gravity name for the magic.
But if you want to say that, fair enough.
No, if you want to say that it is doing that.
Is math magic?
He's a magic denier.
He's magic denier, yeah. You don't believe in magic? You think that magic doesn't exist?
I mean, you could refer to math as magic if you want to.
If magic doesn't exist, how come we're not all flying around?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, if you want to call math magic, fair enough. That's actually a very common concept to intertwine the two.
Okay, so is that it? You're just going to reply with truisms?
You didn't get it.
I've just joined the party. I presume you've already presented your globe proof.
It was planets.
Oh. Planets. How did they prove the globe?
Because they go around the Earth and in a cycle.
Huh. Didn't that happen over a flat surface?
Yeah, 2-3 hours of this, he just keeps chanting gravitational constant. And he just says that over and over again, and he never ties it to his conclusion that the Earth is a globe.
And when you ask him about it, he says planets. And then he says gravitational constant. Then when you say, what does it do? Planets. And then you ask him about it, he says gravitational constant. It's a circle thing.
Well, I walked around my kitchen table. Therefore, the surface of my table is spherical.
And he's using magic equation for gravity.
Says you can apply it to everything. We ask him how you apply it. He doesn't know the answer to that either.
I do.
Heretic, you gave him an example.
Matter. Or everything that's
no.
Mass is a representation.
Heretic gave you an example. Heretic gave you an example of Mercury. Ignored it.
Yeah, and then when you point out things that are actually wrong with his mental construct here, he just ignores that and then repeats the same claim that he made before. That's now been shown wrong. This guy's kind of a vegetable.
The gravitational constant applies to Mercury.
I think for him,
that's why it was superseded, because it didn't apply, right? Just keep chanting.
Could you show me that? I've never heard of that before.
How gravitational constant apply to Bolivian Salt Lake?
You mean
he knows what he's doing. He's persevering to annoy the room, so enough with him.
Yeah, let's get a real Globian. One who doesn't deny magic.
So for him, you insert anything in a math equation, therefore that thing is real. So 1 unicorn plus 1 unicorn equal 2 unicorns, and therefore the unicorns are real.
Yeah, do they really teach you that in math class in university? Like do they really? If you say a mathematical equation, that mathematical equation ipso facto being an equation corresponds to some concrete entity, or it even causes the entity that it's supposedly correlated to begin existing. Is that what they teach you?
No, it's only if the math works. Then it's real.
Yeah, because we can use it to predict where the moon's going to be, and it works.
Yep. Works. There you go.
If something has predictive power, is it wrong? If something accurately predicts everything that you try it on.
To suppose that it has predictive power presupposes that it's concretely real.
But if you presuppose something, you test it over 1,000 times, and it proves to be consistent throughout every experiment you can throw at it. You have a concept, right?
It's not, and you haven't given us even one example. We've given you examples where it's not within your paradigm. That's why they had to replace that idea of gravity as a force with Einstein's bending and warping of space-time. You just ignore that, then continue to chant your claim that you can't provide any backing for. It's getting tedious.
Replace the
yes, they did.
It's not enough.
Just shut up. It's been 3 hours of this trash.
It's not enough to just say that valid logic sequence. That's not enough. So you began that logic sequence with the word if, which makes this logic sequence a hypothetical. Now you have to substantiate it. You've yet to do that, like Heretic has already explained to you. Therefore, it's merely valid and not known to be true.
This guy's bricked. We need somebody else.
Yeah, who else we got? I've tried, so I can't look. Can any of the Globers tell me why they think that the Earth is going around the sun?
No.
Nope. We don't know why we think the Earth's going around the sun.
Has anyone ever heard of any, like, a doctoral physicist trying to come into here or to some social media platform and debate a flat earther.
They would,
Not knowingly.
that would not be a wise move.
Yeah, that Wakey Wakey guy managed to get that exoplanet expert on an interview, but she didn't know she was speaking to a flat earther at the time.
Because you know
normally
that's
they don't
what,
do that.
yeah, because you know that's what many anti-flat earth globe earthers still presume in the back of their head. Well, even if I don't have the answers to these dumbass flat earthers, there's still this whole host of a magisterium of wise doctoral physicists that are more than well enough equipped to refute these stupid flat earthers. Like, you know, they're just incessantly presuming that in the back of their head. But I want to see it happen.
Yeah, the Magi will handle it.
I mean, look, I'm not ridiculing the idea that there's nothing fallacious about an idea of a wise council. In fact, there needs to be a wise council in the world. But the question is, are they truly wise? You know, or do they really know? That's my focus.
What are you talking about, council?
Well, you people like to call them the consensus of, you know, professional experts and you know, all this peer review stuff. You don't like to talk with the same terms as the theists that you despise, but it's obviously equivalent.
I mean, yeah, you know, they work in tandem.
What do you say?
The theists and the National Science Foundation both work together.
Okay. Was that it? I mean, what was the point?
You make it seem like scientific theory and religious explanation can go together, but
No,
they
I didn't.
do.
Heard it. My point was that the wannabe atheist scientists have, at least what they believe, to be a council of experts, just like every other ideology in every other institution.
Well, you know, they're not above making mistakes.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that's our point, though, is that you guys kind of trust them blindly, even though they could be.
And it's not even it's not even a particular distinct identifiable group. It's just this nebulous, vague idea of this college of experts, just this multitude of experts that cooperate in ascertaining truth.
That nobody can seem to find.
Yeah, I mean, unlike the Roman Catholic Church, like the Roman Catholic Church has a more plausible and trustworthy council of wise men than these atheist scientists. Like, you can actually identify the magisterium, like they're there in Vatican City, you know. But you can't do any such thing with these atheist scientists.
Well, there's not like a concrete hierarchy when it comes to panels of experts of scientists outside of their own organizations.
Yeah. Yeah. So, with that being said, there is no reason for any of the enthusiasts, the scientist enthusiasts, who aren't these undergrad or graduate students or doctoral professionals, to presume that there's just this college of atheist scientist experts that just have it all figured out or have a whole lot figured out. It isn't the case.
Yeah, and it's funny.
It's a phantom magisterium.
Yeah, and it's funny because the one that the mainstream promotes, arguably the heaviest, in Neil deGrasse Tyson, is one that the Globies on Discord all tell us is an idiot. We shouldn't listen to it. So then I wonder who it is that they're going to for their expert opinion on the heliocentric model. And it's usually another random Discord user.
You can go to like Chat GPT or Google to find whatever answers you're looking for. You don't really need to go to a scholar or whatever.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, you just go to a search engine a search engine is going to bring you up a whole list of different sources, and then you'll be going into sources. Google itself isn't a source. And what, you're just going to hand your brain over to an AI and say you're the smartest?
Yeah, Jarvis.
I love you.
Jarvis. Yeah.
Chat GPT loaded 2021.
Yeah, like it's a good tool, but don't trust everything with it.
So how would ChatGPT know if the sun is 93 million miles away, for example? Because someone programmed it in him? Or because it's taking in sources from the internet that say that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's true, though, does it?
Well, no, it's not. You don't just trust it.
Well, this is what we mean. So,
Okay, so
who are we
then
trusting?
why appeal to it?
Heliocentric model. Who's the source of this heliocentric paradigm and all the numbers and all the claims and the stories? Who's the source of all that? Who should we trust? Is there a known person or person?
I don't think it's just one person, but they're like contributors. They say people who
See, this is what Greg's
contribute
talking
to the idea.
Yeah, it's like this nebulous, unidentifiable amalgamation of ideas that no one really seems to know who to attribute it to. But they're out there in the shadows telling us how far away the sun is.
Right. And they also use electronic instruments to measure these things.
Are you trying to reason? Like, do you not hear how flagrantly vague your responses are? Like, are you trying to make sense?
No, they use electronic instruments, bro. Like keyboards, walkie-talkies.
I mean, sometimes I just struggle with I just struggle trying to accept how people present themselves. Like his answers just then in the past 5 minutes. Like, those are obviously woefully insufficient. They're just vague ideas, right? There's no sufficient specificity. There's no, you haven't even specifically identified who supposedly knows. I mean, if there is no person, then there is no one knowing. Okay.
I don't know.
Am I tripping? Like, dude, these are obviously logically woefully insufficient.
Might as well just say they did stuff.
No, I mean, they don't have to believe it. I mean, no one's forcing this idea. It's just a dominant theory.
Well,
we don't need that truism. That's not the focus.
It is being taught to like every child in school as absolute truth, though, isn't it?
Well, just because school teaches it doesn't make it true.
Well, just because they're brainwashing all the children into this idea that I've just said isn't necessarily true. Yeah, that's a bit of a big deal.
I mean, Cam, you're just digressing the focus away from the subject at this rate. Like, we don't need to hear these truisms. We know full and well these truisms that you just said. The focus right now is that these scientists, these enthusiasts, have a habit of presuming that there is this magisterium, this council of wise, educated physicists that have a whole lot more figured out than everyone else, when they haven't even identified them. And every time we ask them, they never successfully identify them. It's just silence, or just some more truisms that we don't need to hear, or some vague retort like what you've given us. Just an answer that is obviously insufficient. So there is no good reason for the enthusiast scientist to think that there is this magisterium of expert doctoral physicists who have so much figured out. That's the point.
So what do you suppose we do?
Critical consideration and self-scrutiny.
So just like critical thinking?
Question the story.
Actually attempt to seek knowledge. Right? Critical consideration of whatever they have to say in their defense, and self-scrutiny.
I would argue that if you do that, you're just accepting something else from some other vague source.
No.
That is non sequitur.
That wouldn't
That's
be at
just
all what
non
we said.
sequitur. I literally just said critical consideration. So of course,
Yeah,
if
we
it's
didn't say-
vague, right? If it's vague and we accept it, then we didn't do the task of critically considering it. So no.
Yeah, he didn't say critically consider it and question the story and then just make up a new belief. That's not part of it.
So, but all these theories are they're not proven.
What is proven?
Okay, that's our point.
So, no one like
Can I add something? Can I add something real quick? So the theories are well supported with evidence, as close to fact as you can get. That's what a scientific theory is. Sorry.
Oh boy, here we go. Yay!
Well,
Which
theory doesn't only mean it's true, right? Theory means explanation. That's all it means.
Is it supported by evidence?
Globe theory is well supported.
All
Is that what
theories,
you were
all
saying?
scientific theories are scientific theories are well supported with evidence.
Okay, would you consider the globe theory to be well supported with evidence?
Of course. Because we got
Why?
pictures.
Okay, what would the best
for one thing,
evidence
we got pictures.
Do we?
Oh, the pictures.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
I don't care
you
that you.
think those pictures.
I don't
and
care
you
that you
believe those
think this.
pictures are real.
I don't care that you think that space doesn't exist and NASA is lying. They don't lie. We have rovers on Mars. We have a satellite from the sun.
That's not an argument, bro. Bro, that's not an argument. Come on, that's not an argument. You have like
Donald, I asked you to prove it.
You saying
on Mars.
Like a true zealot.
And you saying nuh-uh is not an argument either.
Donald,
Donald,
I asked you to prove it.
What?
I asked you, it's very simple. Moving forward, we asked you prove it.
Prove what?
That we actually have photos of the sphere that we supposedly live on.
I mean, there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of them, dude.
Okay, there you are saying it again. Prove it.
Which
Just
one did you
Google
verify?
photos of Earth. It's not that hard.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to do your work for you.
Okay, show us the one that you verified to be true, like a real photograph.
So here is a link to.
I just sent in the chat photographic evidence of unicorn.
Well, unicorns don't exist.
And then tell us how you verified the image is a real photo of all there.
I would love to
know
know
they can
why.
make anything.
Tell me why I
Make
should
an
doubt
image
it.
of anything, right?
No,
Well, you could make an image of anything.
Well, then
If I
show
showed
me
you
an image.
of Bigfoot, if I showed you an
then
image of
sh-
Bigfoot,
hey,
would you say,
hey.
tell me why I could doubt it?
Show me an image of the flat Earth, of the entire flat Earth.
What if I show you
I'm not claiming to have
No,
it.
not turn the tables of scrutiny. We're still scrutinizing you. No.
Yeah, so what if we give you an
I
entire
have
picture of
presented my evidence.
Bigfoot?
I gave you an entire page of photos of Earth.
I can give you
No,
an
we're
entire
not
picture
done
of
scrutinizing
Bigfoot.
you. No.
Well, here, scrutinize that. That's an entire page
Well,
filled with photos of Earth.
which image is the real one?
All of them are real.
All of them. Okay, so you could you
them are
pick
real.
one and tell us what your method was to verify its authenticity?
I could run it through a photo analysis, any one of them, but I don't
which
have
one
to.
did you do that for? Which one did you?
I
do
don't
that
have.
for?
I don't have to disprove. I don't have to disprove for you.
So
Would
you
you
haven't
mind?
run any of them through an image.
Do you have any understanding of how conversation
Just
works?
to be clear, you didn't run any of them through an image software.
Me personally, no, but it has been done, so I don't care. It has been done.
Okay.
I
Okay,
actually
so you
did
say.
personally. I'm about to
Okay,
share
so
it
you
with you.
say, Donald.
Hang on. Just because
Yeah,
I didn't.
so you
know
say.
Hang on.
Obviously,
Hang on.
after you say it,
Dude,
you
may
say
I?
it, we're going to
May I?
ask you to prove
May
it.
I speak? What is wrong with you people? Okay, so just because I did it personally.
Dude,
I was in the middle of.
no, you're not going to dominate the VC with just reiterating your opinion.
I didn't realize it was Donald.
I'm not reiterating my opinion. Just because I didn't personally do it does not make it invalid. It makes it perfectly valid if somebody
Okay,
else
so
did
you
it.
haven't done the task of proving your position, period.
It
That's the
has
focus.
been done. It has been
And you
done.
haven't proven that.
It has been done.
Incessantly saying it has been done doesn't prove your position. That's not a valid reply.
So the thing is that the thing is,
Stop. It sounds fucking
you don't know
ridiculous.
how to
Jenna already posted your picture, and it's just made up.
It's not made up. Just because it's multiple images doesn't make it not an image.
It's not a photo, dude.
It is.
It's a CGI composite.
Multiple images.
CGI is not making up a globe. CGI is
Donald,
images.
I personally went through the effort of overexposing the blue marble image to find that it has a faint square hue around that frickin' ball, because that's what happens when images are not authentic. They're not real photos. I did that.
Did you do that?
I went through the trouble to go and see it for myself. And clearly, as you can see, I'm sharing that with you, and you're having a bit of a like freak out, right?
I'm not freaking out.
Yeah,
So,
you are
Daza,
freaking
You do
out.
that from the
You
original.
are
and
freaking
everything.
out. Your
just trying
whole
to ask you a question.
entire
That's called JPEG
entire
compression.
paradigm that existed before this is falling apart, and I understand.
Did you use a forensics program?
It's JPEG compression.
Daza,
Burden of
did
proof
you use a
reversal.
forensics analysis program?
And now the burden's on us to
Did you
prove
use
they're not
something like
real.
Photoshop, which doesn't have that capability?
Oh my goodness.
Dude, stop trying to dominate the voice channel. Shut up.
We know what it is. It's
Trying to ask-
JPEG compression.
Jesus, I'm trying to ask Daza a question. So, Daza, did you use a forensics analysis program or did you use like Photoshop?
I don't know. I was asking the question. Was it Jenna that was talking? I'm not sure. Did she?
Holy shit! I'm right in the middle of the conversation.
Did she analyze the original film image, or did she use a digital copy of it? Because it matters, right? Any digital copy will have artifacts.
No, it's JPEG compression.
Yes,
you can
that's
make
right,
the
yeah.
image. You can make the. You can draw a little cartoon if you want on Thingo. Compress it, resize it, and that's it. Exact same
Okay,
here.
cool story. Right. So, are you agreeing, Donald? Are you agreeing that because Jedi was saying it's a composite image, CGI? Are you agreeing that it's CGI?
Well, I mean, you have
Or
to
is it
define
like
what
a
you
real
understand.
photo?
You have to define what you understand.
Taken from a camera,
Jesus
or
Christ, man! You asked me a question. Allow me to answer the question.
Let him finish his question. Shut up.
He
Yeah, we're
finished
still
the question.
talking,
There was a
but
question mark at the
I
end,
was
and then
actually
he.
still talking.
Dude, just shut up.
All right, hold on, because you guys can't.
It's okay, Donald.
Yeah. So, Donald, this is like a courtroom. You're going to get asked questions, and then they're going to stop, and then you're going to wait, and then you're going to talk.
Yeah. Wait for a pause.
So I did
just
wait
to
for a pause.
clarify.
He did pause.
He's
Just to
pausing because you
clarify,
keep
it's
cutting
not
him
like
off.
yeah, it's not like you're saying this is a photograph just taken from a camera. It's gone through some processing. Is that right?
Motherfuckers, if you mute me again, I just leave.
Okay.
Just leave then.
No one cares.
The fuck?
Take a deep breath, Donald. It's okay, buddy. Did he leave? Aw. He couldn't handle it.
Donald.
Yeah,
Or
he
Glober.
wants to control the room.
People get so mad when they get muted. I don't know why.
Donald just gets mad. Period.
Yeah, for real.
He is an oppositor. Anything you say at the opposite, he can come up with the answer for.
You people need to ask yourself the question. You want to be atheist scientists. Why are you devout to this worldview? Why?
No,
He's like the guy. He's like the guy. The numbers, the figures.
God, man.
Yeah, what from Only Sunny in Philadelphia, wherever it's called.
Yeah, that's who he sounds like.
No, you can't.
I like how he said you can't turn the exposure up in Photoshop.
The
Point is so
what?
simple. It's not a photo, it's a CGI composite. It's not a photo. It isn't as though this is an image that is a result of pointing the camera at the Earth, being far enough away to have the entire sphere within its field of view, press the button, come back to Earth, show the public. That's not what happened.
It depends. There's different blue marbles. You are aware of that.
Well,
the
the
ones from the
earlier.
moon are exactly that. They're not composites.
Oh, right, the ones from the moon. So that would be a claim because those could be photographs.
Here's a
those could
picture
be.
of the
Hold on,
JPEG
dude. You got the
in
same problem
question.
Donald does, dude. You can't.
It's compression.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
Someone
mute you
just
too.
made.
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute you too because you're just as bad as Donald. You can't control yourself. So yeah, the ones allegedly from the moon could just be photographs of paintings.
What is it with you people talking through the
just
reply?
saying.
Like
So in the
talking
side
through the
chat, you can
reply
see the
doesn't make it
compression
true, as you
image,
continue to
right?
do it with me.
It's just a drawing
This
on
is what you want to do.
Photoshop.
He doesn't want
It
to have a
produces that
dialogue.
same hue.
Still
So the
doing
bitch
it.
she was talking before doesn't have a clue. It's just JPEG
Well, he's
compression.
doing it.
well,
He
he's-
knows he can hear me.
Anyone can do it.
He's called Hillary was right, so I expect he's going to have some good opinions and well thought out positions. What was I just thinking of? Yeah, it was funny how Donald led in with, well, it doesn't matter if you doubt the photographs because we have rovers on Mars and we're going to space.
So the next time he does that, like, just mute him. It's ridiculous. Hillary was right.
Well,
Like,
yeah.
talking to people doesn't refute them.
I did mute him because it was impossible to get my point out. He was triggered instantly and then had to talk over it. Just had to. So, whatever was done to create those images, it wasn't a photograph taken from space of the thing that we're living on because it's showing curved water and the physics of water debunk those so-called photographs. Water doesn't do that, doesn't behave that way, doesn't take a curved surface when at rest, obviously. So, whatever your picture is, it ain't a photograph of the Earth.
I mean, these people
The
just
physics
refuse
of water
to.
is not all physics, right? Though.
Yeah, these folks just refuse to do the logical analysis of this cosmological doctrine, right? Appealing to the supposed moon landing missions presupposes the cosmic paradigm in question. So if you haven't proven and cannot prove that you live on a sphere flying around in a cosmic vacuum in the first place, surrounded by other humongous solid, liquid, or gas balls, then it cannot be true that we went to the moon.
Yeah, water would have to curve in that case at the very least.
So I have a question for Gregory in terms of the moon landing. What do you say about the fact that the entire planet was watching when it happened live on a television signal?
Yeah, they watched
explain
a deceptive operation being performed as they deceived them. So what?
So you're saying that
You've never seen television before?
But it was just a signal from the moon. Like, how do you you can't? How could they have
pitiful
faked?
deception then?
How can they have faked the signal that everybody got to watch? Like everybody just watched it all at once.
Stop, dummy, stop. You think a signal was broadcast from the moon to your TV set?
Yeah, that's what the video image was. Everybody watching.
Sorry, dude. That's not even what
It was
they said,
being
bro.
signaled. Like Russia could see it. Everybody could see the radio signals coming from the moon.
They were like projecting it
see
on
the
a wall in a NASA office.
Yeah, we had a radio. Like everybody could
We're
just hear
filming it off of a
all the
wall.
signals coming from the moon because we sent a radio there.
Wow, Talon.
How are there all these radio signals coming from the moon?
Dude, shut up and let people reply to the fucking question. You people are infuriating.
Yeah, it's just retarded. If they weren't on the moon, how did we get the signals from the moon? The signals were coming from the moon.
So, what about the signals from the moon? As you presuppose that in the question, that it came from the moon. So folks listened on their radios. Great.
Yep. So like radios can catch signals, and you can also gauge where radio signals come from.
Dude, stop
so
lying or I'm going to mute you.
There's a specific radio signal coming from Earth or from the moon.
And you know it's from the moon. How?
Had to utilize the Parkes radio telescope in Australia.
If signal is coming,
He thinks television stations that you have to tune into the channel to receive. They had a special moon. They had a special moon channel that you can turn your TV to, and the moon appeared that day. He's a fucking retard.
If signal is coming from the moon, that means that water is curving.
Oh man, Talon's been here for 6 months and he's going in with, if this isn't real, how come folk watched it on TV?
Yeah, like we don't present fictitious illustrations. Like dude.
I mean, it was just a television camera on the moon.
And was it really?
Did you find the ball in the first place? Did you find the supposed humongous rock flying around the humongous water ball in the first place? Like, just incessantly presuppose this cosmological paradigm. That's your fallacy.
What, the moon?
Talon, if they were able to film from the moon back like 50 years ago, how come they can't do that now? How come they can't do it now?
What they're saying about moon? There is a signal or not, or they are saying something about surface of the earth.
Let's hear Talon's excuse for why they can no longer go and broadcast TV specials from the moon. What's happened with the technology over 50 years? It's progressed or what?
Yeah, it's going backwards.
So
now we can land. Well, now we've. I'm sorry. Today we've landed rovers on Mars. We have live video of that as well.
Oh my freaking gosh, dude! Engage the critique. I'm not gonna let off of it just because you keep ignoring it. You have to prove. You have to prove you live on a ball in the first place.
Okay.
We know he can't do that.
So
when you appeal to the supposed narrative, the historical doctrine of moon landing and going to other humongous balls of solid, liquid, or gas in the cosmic vacuum that presupposes the cosmic paradigm in question.
Okay. Well, what are you standing on, my dude?
I'm standing on Earth.
Okay. What is the shape of the Earth that you're standing on?
Wait a minute. Why are you asking me questions?
Well, because you're telling
I'm
me.
asking you questions for you to prove your cosmological paradigm.
So, well, I mean, because I mean, the shape of the Earth has already been determined.
No longer go back to the. Why can't NASA get back to the moon, bro?
Just because I mean, whatever you believe doesn't really matter, Greg. Like that was determined, by the way. So once we determine that, and we see the moon, we went to the moon after we did the.
You know how to argue.
What Gregory believe? Can you tell me what Gregory believes?
I mean, you're telling me that we have to prove that the Earth is a globe. Okay, done. And then we have to go to the moon.
Dude, just because you say it's done doesn't mean it actually was done. You have to actually do it now.
Broadcast.
Do it now.
Television.
Gregory, he said whatever you believe.
Because I mean, I was just asking, like, if you had an explanation, Gregory, for the signal that was.
No, not turn the tables of scrutiny. Just stop trying to deflect from my line of critique. Okay. Just stop.
Okay. Well, I mean, what
we're not done with you in your position. We're not done with you in your position. You're not going to come up here and presume that you're going to sit in your seat of scorn and scrutinize everyone else. No, we're going to scrutinize you. Just because you say it's been proven doesn't mean it actually has been proven. Obviously, saying that reply begs the fucking question. So give the argument as to how you know the Earth is a ball.
From the evidence and observations that were made. And the calculations that were made.
Such as what? With that vague ass report.
Well, there's no reason to yell. There were scientific observations and measurements that were done to determine the figure of the Earth.
Such as what?
Such as geodesic surveys. And,
boys and girls, can you spell specificity?
Gravitational experimentation, physics experiments.
What?
Okay. So what did you say? What was the first thing you just said in that list?
Geodesic surveys.
Explain that.
So geodesic surveys are ways to measure vast distances of Earth's surface and what the figure is in great detail.
And how do they do this?
That's what that is. Mm-hmm.
What is the procedure, step by step? What are the steps they did in the procedure to ascertain the knowledge, supposedly, that the Earth is a sphere? What did they do?
Well, so if you wanted to know the measurement of the surface of the Earth, we'd have to go step by step and measure the deviations in elevation from a baseline.
Okay, I'm waiting for you to say all of it.
So once you find that baseline, you measure the deviations in elevation over distances, and then you basically form a grid from north, south, and east, west, and then using those deviations and doing different trigonomic functions and correcting for things like refraction, you can determine the shape of the Earth.
Okay. You do realize that logically, deviations from level don't equal convex curvature.
Prove it.
I mean, that's something
No,
that you're
that's not a
saying. I
logical
don't
statement.
have any like.
Yeah.
I don't have any need for what you just said. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
That reply is moot. It's directly relevant to what you just said. I'm replying to
Okay, that's
directly
cool.
what you just said.
So I mean, whether or not what you said is true doesn't really matter to me. I'm just talking about how we measured the
Okay,
Earth.
it's true, and it's a critique that applies to your logic sequence, whether you want to acknowledge it or not.
Well, you're not critiquing me. There's nothing to critique
But I
about what I'm
am.
saying.
But I am.
What do you just because something can or cannot happen doesn't critique what I just explained.
Okay, that's not even what I said to you, so you don't even know or remember what I just said to you because you're not listening well because you don't want to, evidently. So I'm going to say it
No,
again.
you just started
Don't
talking
interrupt
about
me.
convex.
Don't interrupt me.
Measurements.
Don't interrupt me. Right? So, deviation from level does not logically equal, it does not necessarily equal convex curvature. Okay, you're saying deviation from level, insinuating that it's equal to convex curvature. It's not. You can
I
have a
didn't say that it
topographical plane, right? You can have a topographical plane that isn't absolutely ideally flat with absolutely no deviations on its surface. You have undulations up and down on a topographical plane. So deviation from level doesn't equal convex curvature. That's not a sufficient appeal.
I didn't say that. You're just making stuff up. I said from a baseline, they measure deviations in elevation from a baseline, and then they can.
Okay, what you
go
just said is what I
over-
just quoted you saying. So yes, it is what
No,
you just
You
said.
said a bunch of different other stuff. I did not talk. I did not say anything
Okay,
about
a bunch
all
of
those
different other stuff that was
logical
in relevance to my quotation of you. So my critique
realities.
is right.
Well, your critique has nothing to do with whether the thing that I just
But
explained.
it's
'cause what I
directly
said-
relevant to what you just said. It's
Well, what
not
I just
irrelevant,
explained
it's
is what
relevant.
happened. No, but what I explained already happened, Gregory. It already happened.
Right, which does not
So
equal.
you're too late.
Right?
So you're
Your
too late
non
to
sequitur
critique.
conclusion. Stop talking through the critique. You're just trying to distract and deflect from the critique. You telling me that them doing geodesic surveys, trying to ascertain deviation from level, does not equal convex curvature. Period. It's a non sequitur.
Okay,
it's not
cool.
a sufficient appeal.
That's what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, I'm talking about what you're talking about. We're talking about the same subject. Thank you for the
Can you even
truism.
tell me what I'm talking about?
You're talking about geodetic surveillance and them trying to ascertain deviation from supposed level. I'm
No, I said
telling you
deviation from
that
the
key
baseline.
phrase in your logic sequence, deviation from level, does not equal convex curvature, which is your concluding premise. Your premises that you said to lead up to your concluding premise that they ascertain that we know that we live on a convex curvature surface of the earth is not following.
Well, I know it doesn't follow.
You can't
for
distract
but...
with me.
What? Why do you keep saying convex?
Is that not your concluding premise, yes or no?
No. That's what I keep trying to tell you.
So you're not even attempting to
confusing.
prove that the Earth is a sphere. So you just abandoned the initial premise. Is that it? Yes or no?
No. I'm telling you how they
Okay,
measure
so you're
the
contradicting
curvature.
yourself. So you're not
No,
trying
you're
to
interrupting
prove
me
that the Earth is convex in the first place, but that was what you were trying to prove in the first place?
No, I was never trying to prove that the Earth was convex. That's
Okay,
you.
so then you're not
That's
trying
your
to prove that the Earth is a sphere, so you failed. You're not talking about the subject.
No, you're constantly changing what I'm talking about.
No, I didn't change a damn thing. Roll
What
the
was I
tape
talking
back.
about? What was I talking about?
Yeah, stop telling me the question. What was I talking about? We all heard you. It's on tape. Rewind those live stream back. We all heard you. You just contradicted yourself. So you're simultaneously, you can't even make up your mind whether you're trying to prove the Earth is a sphere or not. So figure that
I'm not
out
trying
first.
to prove that the Earth, for the 14th time, Greg. I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is a sphere. So why do you keep talking to me like I am?
Okay, so what the fuck are you trying to prove then?
Oh, thank you. You finally admitted that you don't know what I was talking about.
No,
You
I
completely
do
forgot.
know. I'm asking you a
Okay.
scrutinizing question to finally untangle your self-contradictory bullshit. What the fuck is your point?
So I'm talking about the people that actually surveyed the figure of the Earth and determined that there was a great arc.
A great arc of what?
Yeah, of surface Earth, of the Earth's
Did
surface.
they
It was a
really?
great arc, yes.
Yeah, show me how they did this. Show us this process.
All right.
Oh no, here we go. The polygon.
I mean, we've done this before, but I want to see how you react to the thing that proved the Earth is a curve. Earth has curvature. You're going to freak out on the correction section, I'm sure.
Shut
'cause it
up with
says
narrative building. Just show the
it corrects
argument.
the Earth curve.
Shut up with the narrative building. I want to keep interrupting you. Shut up with the narrative building.
They did the Great Trigonomic Survey. I also have the North American one as well as the Great Britain one. If you
I don't want
like
a freaking body of text. I said show us.
Yeah, click. So now click. So please click the link, the picture of the link, and it will bring up a picture of India. Do you see that picture of India, Gregory?
Just a moment. Okay.
You don't even have to click on like the link. You can just click on the picture itself, and it will pull up in Discord, and it'll show you a picture of India.
It's a map of India.
Right, a map of India. Do you see the little blue line, all the blue lines, squigglies, and then the big red lines? They're all making triangles.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the Great Trigonometric Survey of India. They wanted to determine the very specific shape of the Earth. And so they started, I can't remember where they started. They started on a beach where
of India,
which they created a baseline of India.
Good,
and so they started a specific spot, and then they created a baseline, and then they measured, they used triangulation to measure triangles over the surface to triangulate exactly what the figure of the Earth was, and they found a great arc. And so they found the curvature of the Earth
India,
with great detail.
India,
not only that, but they also found
India.
Because they went, please, why are you talking over me, sir? I'm trying to explain.
Because you keep saying the Earth. They didn't survey
the Earth is a ball.
India.
So this is a partial section. This is a partial arc of the globe, because that's what you do with globes that are this big when you only have a portion of the globe. We have this great arc of India. So can you explain why the continental section of land of India is curved? They also found the great arc. They also found the same arc in North America as well as on Great Britain.
Okay, so say the logic sequence.
So every time anybody goes and does,
actually connect to the concluding premise.
So the logic is that throughout history, people have gone and done very detailed land surveys to determine the figure of the Earth. And they have determined every single time that they do this, that they find a long, great curve over a long distance with a very.
Okay, so you say we haven't seen it. You haven't shown us that. You showed us a map with colorful lines, and you keep telling us, "Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me." You showed us a map, okay, with colorful squiggly lines. Right. Obviously, that's not the Earth. Right? Let's not reify maps. So you haven't shown us. Stop talking to me. So you haven't shown us the Earth being curved. You haven't even shown us them actually doing the process.
That picture that you're looking at is the process that they did.
So they wrote down squiggly lines on a map. Therefore, that is an instance of them detecting the Earth to be a ball.
So if you look closely, you'll see that the blue grid is actually a sequence of triangles, and all those triangles are chained together, and they all connect to the baseline. And so they can tell you within exceedingly accurate detail how curved and arced the land is over the north and south distance and the east and west distance. It's so detailed that these guys were able to determine that the globe was not perfectly round all the way around. That in fact was an oblate spheroid that kind of expanded out at the equator. So when they were going north to south and they were triangulating
transfer points. Those triangles
positions
are transfer points, so they know what the fuck they're doing.
Let me say this. He said a key phrase. Did you catch it? Baseline. What is the baseline supposed to be correspondent to concerning the Earth?
What? Just like a reference point.
They were transferring the baseline.
A reference point.
Transferring the baseline.
They wanted to
points.
Wait, hang on.
They needed a baseline at sea level, so they were right at the beach where the sea met the land. So they knew that was like the most accurate spot that they could start with, and then they.
Dude, obviously my question is being interrupted. Okay, you just said the word baseline. What concerning the Earth is that supposed to correspond to? The surface of the Earth?
Yeah, the baseline is on the surface of the Earth, Gregory.
Okay, so the baseline is the surface of the Earth, yes or no?
I mean, all of this stuff is the surface of the Earth, Gregory. I don't understand. That's what we're
Okay, so
talking
the
about. How do
surface
you
of the
not
Earth
know
is a
that?
baseline, right? A
No, the
horizontal
baseline
line,
is
not a curved
no.
line,
Oh my god.
right?
No,
Not a
Gregory,
circle.
that's
It's a
sea level.
baseline. The only baseline I've ever seen is straight, not curving.
All of those little triangles are straight lines, my dude.
So my point.
Elevation are you determining when you go down to the water's edge? You said water's edge. Why there?
Because that's where they wanted the baseline to be. They wanted the baseline to be really accurate.
Okay, so baseline being 0 altitude above sea level, right?
Right.
Okay. Sorry, Gregory.
What? Don't be sorry. He's obviously not going to acknowledge that this is obviously self-contradictory on its face. If it's a baseline, but it's not a curved surface. When's the last time you saw a baseline be curved?
Each of the lines are straight, but the angles that the lines form over the distance create a curve.
Yeah, no shit.
Angles.
Measuring hills and mountains. Wow.
No.
Congratulations.
No, they obviously correct. I mean, obviously they were above all that stuff, and they had to. They did. That's what the trigonometry was for. It was for all of the mountains,
Triangulation.
like refraction and all the corrections.
Triangulation
Monkey
in
Ball's doing it.
surveying. Triangulation in surveying is to do with measurements. So what they do is if they know one point A to B, then they can triangulate and get the other distances. That's the only thing that triangulation is in surveying.
That's why there's triangles everywhere. That's how they could get from point to point to point accurately and measure it.
No, these guys.
That's why it's very accurate.
And why they do it is so that they do not have to continue taking measurements. They do it at a base, and then they get the first measurement, and then they triangulate on a coordinate map, and then they work it out from there. They don't take all those thousands of measurements. They take one measurement, and then they triangulate the rest based on a map.
No, that's not true. They took them 7 years to go through and do all that.
Okay, how many
That's lie.
How many measurements did they take in that survey?
You can literally see it. You can see all those thousands of measurements that they took.
Yeah.
So,
So
at
can
the
I
end
ask,
of the wiki,
make a comment
it
here?
says it's got a section that says correcting deviation. To achieve the highest accuracy, a number of corrections were applied to all distances calculated from simple trigonometry, curvature of the Earth. So what does that mean, Talon?
That means that in order to get the highest accuracy of measurement, that you would want to make sure to correct for deviations in your measurements, because things like refraction, when you go the more distance that you add to a measurement, the more the calculus.
He didn't say anything about refraction. What he just read to you, he didn't say anything about refraction.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not hearing the connection to the concluding
Excuse me,
premise
but
at
I
all.
already know about my own
wait.
citation, so I know that's one of the corrections.
Okay. So how did they perform the correction on the distance calculated from simple trigonometry?
Well, bro, that's
What
the.
was
I mean, that's.
correction look like?
What do you mean? You just answered the question yourself. They correct it with simple trigonometry.
So what does that mean? They just add it in mathematically?
No, I mean, I don't know how the sausage is made, bro, but that's how it's made. Like, I don't know the fucking math.
Basically.
I want people. That's what their job was to do. Is they did all the trig to make sure that it was
So they do
of
trig,
the
which is
highest
triangles.
accuracy.
How
do
did they
trig, which is
calculate the refraction?
triangles.
I mean, you can
Say
go read
again,
about it.
Jedi?
It's all very boring.
But yeah, how did they measure the atmosphere between the points, or did they just apply a standard refraction model, or use a bunch of
They
models?
do it from both directions. So
Yeah,
if
that's great.
you take a shot from one end and then do it from the other end, the effects of refraction are more or less eliminated in terms of measuring that angle.
Okay, is that what Talon's talking about? That's why I'm asking him. He's brought
Yeah,
these
that's
up.
what when they do geodesic survey, they do that. So this is not someone made a comment about using triangles as baselines. These guys established these triangles. They went from nothing. They went out and they did all this work, established the triangles.
So
and it's geodesic.
Mathematically curve it all around a ball.
Wait, they climbed to each summit?
They didn't care what they were going to find. They just wanted to find out what the shape was, and they found an arc.
They literally
why would
walked
they
one
have
end
to
of
correct
the
the
other.
curve?
They went up on the
first-
Himalayas and.
I'll put the
they?
blog post in that explains it.
Okay, sorry, I do apologise, gentlemen. So the first established point was to establish mean sea level, right? That was the first one you mentioned earlier. Okay, so but did they measure down the coast and measure different points of sea level along the way? You're saying this is India, right? So you would have imagined that they would have done that. Instead of just going inland and measuring an elevation to a mountain or something, did they build these triangles with lines down the coastline, measuring the sea level the whole way?
Yeah, you can see the map. You can literally see them doing that.
So where the sea was, where they measured, did they measure curvature of the water?
They did.
Interesting. I want to see this.
Yep. And that's the whole idea, right? So this is where Gregory was coming from, talking about level being straight. So that's Gregory's assertion that he needs to
How
prove.
did they measure that curvature of water? What was the method?
By doing the trigonometry. So they did the trig of all of these points. They had MSL at various locations established accurately.
The land. On the land, right?
This is the logic sequence that I'm hearing from them. They did trigonometry, therefore they know the Earth is a sphere. Like, what is the connection?
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, what is the actual connection? It doesn't actually seem to follow.
So when you do math and you've taken measurements and then you do trig, you can learn things from just having parts of the puzzle. That's the whole point of trigonometry, is learning the height of a flagpole just by its shadow. Because you can't
guess what?
you can't
Yeah, that's not
instead of like taking a measurement.
It's not spherical geometry like you guys claim. Those are just
let me give
triangles, and triangles equal 180 degrees, or else their measurement is wrong and they have to do it again.
So let me just give an analogy, please. So in terms of like explaining how trigonometry works, because you could physically try to climb up the flagpole and put a ruler up there and get your tape measure long enough and then measure the flagpole, even though it's 40 feet up in the air. So that's called working hard. And so we as humans have brains, and so we do these things called working smart. And so we know, because we're smart and we have big brains, that we can take the shadow of a flagpole and we can do trigonometry
like
and
fuck
learn the
all
height that
that.
way.
Like,
Without having
no,
to ever climb
shut the fuck up.
Oh, don't be mad.
And we also need a flat baseline to
work.
do that, not a curved Earth.
You just told me to shut up because I explained trigonometry.
Yeah, shut the fuck up with your condescending bullshit.
You explained it on a flat table.
Hell, extra no. This is why people don't fucking like you. This is why people don't give a fuck about what you scientists say. Thinking you so superior because you can count a little bit.
Above all that, you use a flat baseline, not a curve adjacent.
No, you don't use a flat baseline. You just measure relative to the level.
They take angles.
All the measurements are taken relative to those level points.
So,
use your baseline level.
Shut up.
They measure angles. Sorry, go on.
Shut up. Okay, thanks.
Now, trigonometry, triangle. I've never seen a triangle with curved lines. Has anyone? So how the fuck does this apply to a sphere?
You measure the triangles in free space.
Shut up! I was yielding to Jedi there for a sec. I was just hoping to hear from Jedi for a sec.
It's not a triangle if it's got curved lines.
I mean, am I shipping Jedi? Am I wrong here? Am I missing something, Jedi?
No, it's fine. He's saying it's relative to a level. So what distance is relative to? It's all leveled, or what distance? What level you establishing? So it's all relative.
So the survey.
Yeah.
Sorry, you go.
No, fine. I finished, man.
Yeah. So the survey reverses have a number of level points established, more than one, against MSL, right? They use straight trig to measure all of these triangles relative to MSL and relative to each other. So you start off at a known point, you traverse along, you do all the trigonometry, measuring your triangles, proper ordinary triangles with 180 degrees. And when you get to the next level, they should all join up, right? But the thing is that if you do these traverses and join up your levels, so levels, all these are relative to a level, that the triangles don't join up. They will not join up. Let me rephrase that. The lines that you draw with the triangles that follow level and are calculated from those levels do not form a straight line.
Oh, you better reshoot those and make sure you're making 180 degrees or you don't have a triangle.
Now, they're triangles, all right, So can you
the only way you confirm that. The only way that you can confirm that you have a triangle is the inside adds up to 180 degrees.
You've got proper triangles here. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, so like,
that the level is not a straight line. So you make all these joined up proper perfect triangles, and the proper perfect triangles show that the level is not a straight line.
So the non-curving lines of the triangle show a curved surface? Like, how does that make sense to you?
So at each point from that level line, you have a
series of premises is nonsense.
At what distance?
No. What distance?
Yes.
Which distance for what?
Between each level.
I'm not sure how often their levels were, but I'm guessing they try and have them relatively frequently.
Yeah, so you understand that the two horizontal points on the triangle, how far apart are they?
Oh, the triangles themselves are relatively small.
Okay.
So you can accurately measure them.
Okay, so with regards to the size of the Earth, relatively small, what, a few miles? Or are you talking a few meters or tens of meters or what?
The triangles are typically, we can see them here in this map. They look like they're kilometers or tens of kilometers. I'm not quite sure, but the end-to-end linkage of triangles is hundreds or thousands of kilometers. So one individual triangle, is relatively small, but the sum of all the triangles spans a long distance.
I get that idea. I just wanted the distance between the points. That was all. Cheers.
Yep.
Obviously, with further distance, then that's where the refraction starts coming into, right?
Yeah, that's it. And you won't be able to see.
So how do these premises get to the?
So this has led me back to my first question: which refraction model was used?
I'm not sure what refraction model was used, but I know that if you do the shots from both directions, that the effect of refraction is minimized, right?
Okay. So you get an average between the two lines to say what's straight.
Yeah. So you measure the angle from both directions, and you get an angle measurement that is relatively independent of refraction.
Okay.
Okay, can someone make sense, please? How does this get you to the conclusion the Earth is a sphere?
So
I don't hear the connection.
Yeah. So if you plot, if you were to get a bit of graph paper out, right, and measure the distance from your triangles relative to a straight line, it forms an arc. The line that is level along the MSL points with all of these triangles linking them together is not a straight line. The line of level is shown to be a curve.
That's a lie.
That doesn't make any sense. Show me what you're talking about.
It only makes no sense if you cannot conceive that the level line may not be a straight line.
Yeah, so you're just making
call it level? Is it curving or not?
So level, right, is equal elevation, right, from some reference. So level on a flat plane is a plane. Level on a curved surface is a curve. And one of those is correct.
But the points on a curved surface are not level with one another.
Are they all at the same elevation? Is the sea level at the same elevation?
No.
So sea level's not all at the same elevation.
What the hell?
From the surface.
Like the circle, the line, if you trace the surface of a sphere, is not going to be level. The conceptual points, however many you want to conceive ad infinitum even, they're deviating from the same elevation. That's what a circular line around a sphere is.
What angles were being measured, in the vertical or the horizontal?
They do both in these ones. They're looking at it.
So
it's not just a
right.
Yeah.
But these angles on the map that you're saying indicate a curve, right? Are they triangles in the horizontal or vertical?
They're represented here in the horizontal plane, but the measurements all have a vertical component. They're not just measuring horizontal components.
Right. So what horizontal? What level line are you talking about? Might be curved.
So the reference,
the line assumed. Right. So the line assumed to measure an angle in the vertical is what
no.
you're saying
So
would be the curve.
The line of level is mean sea level, right? So I think we're all in agreement that
To
mean
begin
sea
making
level
an angle
is level.
measurement, you'd need what? To begin making a vertical angle measurement, you would do what?
Yeah, they establish a vertical.
To begin using your theodolite, because they obviously would have used theodolites, right?
Yeah, theodolite gets level.
From your sea, for your point of sea level, right? You got your theodolite. Then what do? The next step.
It needs to be aligned with vertical.
You got vertical and horizontal, right?
Yeah, which at that point are perpendicular to each other.
So then you're going to make an angle measurement.
Yep.
For what?
They do it either relative to the vertical or something. I'm not sure which reference they would use depending on their instrument, but they measure the angle from them to the thing they're measuring using either the horizontal baseline or the vertical baseline as the angle measurement from where they establish the instrument setup.
I mean, I just keep hearing a continual series of words. Like, is the argument completed? Like, I'm still not hearing a connection to the concluding premise.
Right. Because the horizontal, right? The horizontal reference, right, is assuming that the distance to the base of what you're going to measure the angle to the vertical in is established. Well, you've established a distance to that, right?
Yeah, they measure distances as well. Yeah.
Right. So then you can then get the elevation to a summit. Right? Elevation angle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Calculate the height.
Yeah.
So
this fundamental principles here are the same as Peter's experiment. Yeah, you're measuring a straight line, but you make another one and another one and another one, and you move along. And all of those measurements, the baseline should remain a straight line if you go along the level, right? But you join all your triangles up, and as you move away from your initial point, the line of level is not straight.
What sense does that make? That don't make no sense. How do you get a bunch of triangles together to make a curved line?
Yep. So at each point the triangle passes through on that baseline that you've established. So you draw your triangles joining up your points of level, and each time you pass through a point of level, you'll have a triangular point there, and those points do not form a straight line.
Is the baseline curved or straight?
Which baseline are you talking about here? The one that
you just mentioned.
So the baseline of mean sea level.
Is it curved or straight?
Yeah, so the baseline of mean sea level turns out to be curved.
But we don't see the sea curving.
You don't see it because the curvature is large. They just measure.
Okay, so you have a dilemma. Okay, so you have a dilemma. Ships go over the curve, and you can't see the curve from the surface.
Yeah, but you can't see your own butthole, right? That doesn't mean it's not there.
Pick one. not that false equivalency with that analogy. No, pick one.
Pick one of what were the options again?
I mean, when you look into the
ships
distance,
go over
you
the
pretend to be
curve.
seeing a curve, but if you look at the side, left and right, there is no slope.
No, because we think about looking at a circle. If you were standing on a sphere and looking at the horizon would be like a disc, wouldn't it?
You're still whistling past the dilemma. Pick one.
Yeah.
Ships go over the curve, or it's too big to see the curve from the surface.
Yeah, so
they cannot simultaneously be true.
So here's the interesting thing, right? So when you look at the surface, there is not enough, I guess you call it topography or texture to be able to identify that there is a curve there, because the curve is very large. But a ship is big enough that you can see the impact of the curve on the ship.
So ships go over the curve. Is that your choice?
You can see
Yep,
the
ships
impact
go
of
over
the
the
curve.
curve.
Like, can you I do apologise. Can you explain what you meant by you can see the impact of the curve on the ship? What do you mean by that?
So the ship gives you a point of reference that allows you to see the curvature. So if there's no other point of reference, all you've got is a line and the sky. You've got the water, the horizon line, and the sky. It's really hard to judge anything about the shape of that, other than that you might be able to deduce that the horizon is equally distant from you in all directions. So we're looking at water here, right? Because that's the only place with a good horizon.
Well, yeah, it's where a ship is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, but the dilemma still stands, okay? When we look at the ships on the water, we can zoom in onto them and see that when they disappear from our field of view with our naked eye, supposedly going over the curvature of the Earth, they really didn't. So no, the sea is not a curving baseline.
You know, I think you'll find that if you've got a large ship, not a small boat, that it's very clear what happens. Yeah. You can choose the evidence you like, but that's fine.
What did he say?
If you've got a large ship, the impact of it moving across the horizon is obvious. You don't need, so you can clearly see the top of the ship with your naked eye, right? You can make out details. The bottom of the ship is not visible.
And that's because.
And so what?
That's because.
So it's because of a number of things, Jedi, right? It's because of curvature and it's because of refraction.
Okay, so, but not actually physical curvature because it's refracted curvature.
No, it's physical curvature.
But it's in a refracted position.
A slightly refracted position, yeah. Yep.
So not the.
So it isn't the curvature itself. It's a magnification.
Yeah. No. It's both things.
But yeah, okay,
no, it's not.
No, I get what you're saying.
You're just sustaining that controlling premise.
Both of those phenomena impact what you see.
But you didn't actually see the curve. That's the problem.
That's why I said
you can see the impact of the curve. And these dudes.
No, that's just your interpretation of seeing it cut off.
The impact.
You didn't actually see the curve. You're just seeing the object being cut off.
Refraction alone cannot do the bottom down occlusion.
Why? Do you mean refraction? What about diffraction?
Well, of course, you can't just have refraction without, concrete entities. Yeah. So what?
Can you imagine, right? Can you draw up a possible refraction scenario where the light from the bottom of the ship doesn't reach your... And so we're talking about conditions here where everything is clear, right? Not extreme refraction, where you can clearly make out things in an undistorted manner.
Temperature gradient. We've demonstrated this quite a lot over the recent months, right? People have brought forward demonstrations where if you heat a surface, then you will and will not be able to see more or less beyond that flat heated surface because of the temperature in the atmosphere.
Yeah, but they're pretty poor experiments, right? They're not well controlled.
Not poor experiments.
But we demonstrate that it.
A subjective premise cannot refute anything. His point stands.
Skunk Bay footage.
Yeah. Temperature gradients. There you go.
Yeah. But
you say that refraction temperature gradients, so it does all of this stuff. According to the Earth being a ball, we can see more beyond the curvature of the Earth, and actually, because of refraction, project the curvature backwards. Well, with refraction, we can also demonstrate that if something's close to a surface that's got temperature to it, and that temperature is gradiated away, then refraction, and you lose the ability to resolve things that are close to the surface where the heat is being dispersed from.
So we can eliminate those variables, right, by making our observations from places where those things have minimal impact. So we get off the surface of the water, because the surface of the water can act like a waveguide.
Sorry, again, with the surface of water, because of evaporation, there's more water, so more refractive qualities. That's one of the reasons why, So
we make these observations off the surface.
Sorry. The reason why we can't see the bottom of objects is not just limited, but I'm going to point it out. Refraction. You explain it for a lot of stuff in your model. Surely you get this. I mean, you said to me, it's a lot of things, Jedi. You said a lot of things. You said it's a lot of things, Jedi. Refraction and earth curvature. Okay, so if it isn't physical obstruction, it's what, refraction? Okay. That's
I didn't say that. I said it's earth curvature and refraction.
Oh, okay. But if we've got a surface that the atmosphere is on and the temperature gradient is moving away from that surface, then we can demonstrate that you can lose the ability to see the bottom of an object that's on that surface. So
No, I don't think refraction alone would give us.
Yeah. You don't think refraction
in such a precise way
alone? Refraction's your argument for seeing further around the curvature of the Earth alone.
That's just flagrantly hypocritical. It's okay when you appeal to refraction, but not us.
No, you're claiming refraction alone. I'm saying that refraction alone cannot explain it because we can measure it, right?
No, that's why I said diffraction as well. So
diffraction.
Optics, yes.
How does diffraction come into this?
I've shown this. Would you like me to show the picture looking down the corridor with the camera on the floor and then a couple of inches up? So on a demonstrated flat surface, you would begin to lose the ability at distance of things on that surface because they've gone past the angle of resolution.
No, that's a poor experiment. You need to control it. You need to measure it.
That subjective retort cannot refute anything. His point stands. God, stop doing that.
So demonstratable. Both of these things are demonstratable. The first thing, refraction, temperature gradient from a surface. You use it.
So the angular size of the bottom of a ship and the top of the ship is about the same, right?
Okay, but we're on a surface.
It's not a change in angular size that's causing it.
It's when something is moving away from you in 3 space, like an aeroplane, for example, or a balloon or whatever, it's going to disappear inwards into a point. It's going to get smaller from all points, right? When you've got something on a surface, you've got to remember that you are using an optic along a surface. You can't resolve all along that flat surface. It's like trying to look across a chessboard. With distance, you can't resolve the difference between the black and the white squares. The same with vertical altitude above that surface. If you're on that surface and something's protruding from that surface, you've got an angle there. And when with distance, your optic is low to the surface and you've got an observation at distance, then it's going to merge with that surface. That's an angle still. It's like me pushing a brick away from you on a flat surface and you can't see the brick anymore when you phone me and say, hey, Jedi, I can't see the brick. It's too small for me to see at that distance. And then I build a wall. And then you've got to a point where you can't see it. You phone me up and say, Jedi, I can't see the brick. It's too far away for me to see. And then I build a wall for you, or a house, or a cathedral. You will be able to resolve the bigger angle of the thing that I've built at a bigger angle, but you lost the ability to resolve the brick. You called
What
me
if I
and
can
told
still
me
resolve the brick?
No, but what's the point? I'm asking.
No, this is the point, right? I can resolve the
No,
top
you're
of the
deflecting
ship.
from
I can't
Jedi's
resolve
point.
the
Stop
bottom.
it.
I'm asking you to give me a call, right, or signal to me somehow when you can't see the brick anymore. It's like I'm going to kick this football away. You tell me when you can't resolve it. That aeroplane in the sky, tell me when it's too far away for you to see.
Yeah, when the angular size is too small.
Yeah. So when that's happened.
No, but this is not happening, right? Because we're looking at something in the vertical plane.
We're on the floor. I've moved the brick away. Right, you're the camera that's laying down on the corridor. All right,
The camera's got to be above the floor, so you're not
Dude, interrupting him cannot refute him. Stop.
Jesus, dude. You understand what I'm trying to demonstrate? All I want to do is build a wall for you and demonstrate to you that with a bigger angle you can see the wall, but you lost the ability to resolve the bottom brick. You called me and told me so.
Yep. I can see the house, but not the bricks, right?
Yep. You can't see the bottom of the wall.
What if I can see the bricks? What if I can see the bricks on the house you built?
Great. Then there's no point in us having this conversation because I want you to tell me when you don't see the brick.
Yeah, so that's not my point either, right? So
my point is... You just deflected from his point with that irrelevant retort. I'm not going to allow that. No.
What if you can't see the bottom of the ship?
Irrelevant to my point.
You can't.
We're talking about why you don't see the thing.
Yeah. The bottom of the ship.
But I'm telling him that is not the scenario the ship.
Fuck. Okay.
Because we can see the
bottom.
ship, right? We can see the bricks that make up the ship.
Why can't you see the bottom of the wall I've just built for you? The ship. The thing on the surface. The ship that's on the surface. The bottom of it that's on the surface. Why can't you see it?
You just told me yourself that we've gone so far away that we cannot resolve the individual bricks.
Yes.
Right. No need to say that the surface is curving.
Okay, so, but when in the case of the ship, we haven't got there because we can resolve the ship. We can see the superstructure. We can see the cranes. We can see the containers.
Yeah, you can see
we can see what we can see. Right. We can see what we can see because it's in our field of view. We can't see the entire ship because it's not in our field of view. No need for curvature. That's the point.
Why can't I see the bottom of the ship when I can clearly make out the top?
Any loopers in chat?
Because the angle is too steep. The light reflects off it.
The angle is the
distinguish
same.
the difference. You can't distinguish the difference of the details at that angle between the bottom and the surface that it's sitting on. Right.
Like
So
this
if
isn't
there was just
difficult.
that
Relative.
one tiny section of the ship. If there was that one tiny section of the ship cut out, like the size of the brick, right, you would not be able to distinguish it between the surface and that. It would blend in.
Yeah, give you a very simple experiment.
Can I give you a
that can
concrete
make.
example then?
Get a glass of water, stand it before you, and if you're looking at a monitor, for example, just place it there and angle your eyesight more and more until you see the reflection, and then tell me if you can see anything else beyond that.
Yeah, so we're talking about refraction there, right?
No, I'm not talking you seeing through the water. I'm talking about
that's
the
refraction.
reflection.
That is refraction.
Let me speak. The reflection of the water that you see. We are talking about the reflection right now. That is happening because of a steeper angle that is happening over a longer distance.
I can't visualize what you're describing. I'm sorry.
It's such a simple reply. Everything that Jedi just told you. It's so simple. You don't need curvature for things to be cut off partially out of your field of view. It's just too far away out of your field of view, given the property of your eyesight, given the property of the objects that you're trying to see. You don't need. It's not necessary. This is the problem. You think it's like this deductive argument, as though it's necessary for there to be curvature for you to cut off a portion of an object in the distance. No, it's not. When you see a plane take off, it's going in the air on a clear day. If it goes far away enough, it'll become too small in its angular size, right? Its angular acuity will decrease so small that it will become invisible. But there's nothing in between you and the plane. It just moved away out of your field of view. It's the same thing that happens with the boat.
I have no argument with angular size making things difficult to see or impossible to see. So can I?
Okay, so it's accounted for. Like that's the end.
Can I give you a specific scenario? So we've got our 300-meter container ship sitting off the shore. The superstructure is 50 meters off the water. The hull is 25 meters off the water. It's got letters up the side.
My God, this is just frustrating. You're just moving past the conclusion.
No,
right?
No,
we just talked about an example,
right? Because
we just talked about an example. We don't need another one. We're just going to recycle the debate. It applies to your example that you're trying to say here. Dude, it applies to the example you're trying to say here. It applies to every example that we've ever talked about throughout the history of this controversy in this world. It's the same thing. We just reached the conclusion. I hate when people talk past the conclusion.
Wrong conclusion.
And he's managed to reverse the burden, right, as well. He's managed to do that. We're now in the realm of trying to prove it's not, that there's other explanations for it. No, he just has to try and prove that his claim about it being due to the curvature of the Earth.
I mean, we just accounted for it, T-Dub. Like, we reached the conclusion. Curvature is not necessary to cut off the boat. No, it's not.
No.
I just talked about an example where there's nothing in between you and the plane except the air, right? The plane takes off, it goes away in the distance. It's nothing between you and the plane. There's no solid, non-transparent object between you and the plane in your field of view. You're just looking at the plane and eventually it becomes too small because it's going too far away to be resolved in your field of view. Same thing with the boat.
It's not the same with the boat because I can resolve the boat in my field of view.
Bro, dude, it's the same thing with the boat. Like, stop talking about the instances where you see the boat. I'm talking about the instance where you don't see the boat. Whatever part you don't see and not seeing the entire boat. That's why.
Okay, this is getting a bit redundant.
That's
guys.
good. I'm glad you clarified that. That makes a lot of sense now. I understand where you're coming from. If I can't see the boat, then maybe something else is going on. But if I can see the boat, if I can see it with my own
a portion
naked
of the boat, the same thing. It's the same thing. God, dude, your field of view is limited. And then the air, the way it behaves with the light is diffracted, whatever the fuck, right?
Can you give me a citation?
It doesn't need curvature for you to cut off the bottom part of the object. No, it doesn't.
Dazer, are you in the chat right now? Do you see?
There's no way. There's an actual flat believer here.
I want you to scroll up a little bit where Super Monkey Ball has posted a video, and I want you to watch this video. You have a perfectly straight corridor.
Can I ask a question?
Leveled.
Oh, yeah, I've seen the corridor one. It's you need to be pretty careful about how you measure things there and how you align camera lenses.
It's just a camera on the ground, just zooming in. More's nothing done.
Yeah. So when you move zoom, you change your point of perspective, and other things happen. But I'll look at those videos.
No, the change of perspective would happen if you move the camera up and down.
Right. Well,
it doesn't happen.
Those videos. While he goes and looks at those videos, we're going to move it on. So there was someone else who was saying they've got a question.
Well, yeah. Why? Why is every other planet that you can observe yourself with like a telescope, every other planet is round, but ours is flat? Can you explain that? Like why ours is different?
Why?
Like, so you believe in God?
Round is an equal sphere. Listen to the answer now. You asked the question. Listen to the answer. Okay. Round is an equal spherical.
Fair. So how does that answer the question?
Okay. That's the problem. Your question is poorly said.
Well, okay, so every other planet has the exact same shape, right? Or pretty much the exact same shape, except for size maybe, but they all have the exact same shape. Why would the Earth have a drastically different size or shape?
Right, bro, we get it. Jedi's going to answer you.
Because it's observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane, so not curving and moving. Yes, the things in the sky look like balls and they move, but the Earth is measured not to be like those things. It's not used like what you would think a curved surface would be used as. It's used as horizontal and stationary.
Okay, so
let's hang on. Let's add this. Let's really appreciate the question to answer it thoroughly. In addition to what Jedi just said, people like you asked the question saying the word why. Okay, are you saying the word why in the sense of purpose or cause?
So both, because I'm trying to understand, right?
Okay.
Let's just. The premise of my question is that you guys are essentially I don't know if you believe this or not, but are going against like essentially all of science and all of observable science, right? And so the only way I can sort of understand your point of view is if you were to tell me, like, because we observe science, so we can see all the other planets and the fact that they're all round, and that's not really how we found out that the Earth is round, by the way. Like we could do that before with other observations, but still, I'm still trying to understand how you can come to that conclusion. You would have to assume that we are so special that there's no other planet that we can observe that has the
Okay, so let's answer now. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the problem. This is the mental obstacle you people face. You have this presumption that there is no exception to anything. There is no uniqueness to anything. You have this metaphysical idea that the Earth and everything on it is not special. Okay? Is not unique, is not deliberately distinct. Okay? You have to justify that. Right? And for Wolf, yeah. So just to fairly answer the question, I mean, you asked the question, so I hope you listen to the answer. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just give you a very quick additional thing, right? I would maybe double check your assumption that what you are observing is definitely spheres. I mean, from our perspective, we can see
They're not
circles and
exact spheres.
glowing
I don't care about
blobs
that.
of light. So, and also, even if they were spheres, that's like saying that if you go into your bedroom and you look at the light in your ceiling and it's curved, then the floor of your bedroom must be curved. The two don't necessarily logically follow one from the other.
Okay, no.
Like these lights in the sky.
We are observing them with telescopes that are so powerful that from the Earth, by the way, like I'm not talking about, because I know you're going to say they're all fake pictures if we go in space, right? But we're observing them from the Earth where they're spinning. We can see them spinning, so we can see the entire. So that proves that they're
you can see
spherical,
what
right?
might be. You can see what you might interpret as a rotation, but there's actually no way that you can verify that that's what's going on based on
That's
just
not
that
true.
observation.
That's not true.
Yeah, you would have to go to these things and travel around them to verify a 3D sphere.
Yeah, you need a sufficiently close perspective to verify it.
No.
Yeah, you're only seeing
So
a 3D
wait,
image.
I'll give you an example, right?
So you can verify it with an insufficiently close
Jupiter.
perspective?
Doesn't matter.
So your
Doesn't matter.
perspective is it's contradictory, right? Because
Hang
you're
on,
saying
just listen, because
okay,
you talk to the answers. Hang on.
Keep going.
Okay, hang on. To answer your question, you need a sufficiently close perspective to verify. Why would you deny that?
Okay. So wait. Okay, I'll answer with a comment there. So bacteria don't exist, right? Because you can't see them with the naked eye, right? Unless you're using a like a something to see them, right?
Yeah, unless you have a sufficiently close perspective.
Okay, well,
that's literally an example of my point.
No, so wait. The difference, the distance between you and your bacteria on your microscope and you on a planet based on like the differences in size is very similar. The size of a bacteria compared to the size of a planet. So
it sounds like the total opposite.
No. So you're saying if you're making the argument if you can't observe it, it's not true because again,
no, that's not what we said.
Well, how close?
Listen
How close
to
can you
the
get
answer.
to a bacteria?
Just pause again, because you're just pushing pedal to the metal. You're not listening, right? Your example and your comment is illustrative of my point. You can't see the bacteria until you had a sufficiently close perspective, aided by tech.
Yep.
Okay, so you don't have a sufficiently close perspective to verify that the lights in the sky are humongous spheres.
Why?
Even if you did,
the tools we're using are the same. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me finish. I just explained that to you. The microscope is expanding the bacteria in a very similar fashion than your telescope is the planet. And let's say we were to scale them up, it would be somewhat similar in terms of like how far you are actually from the maybe not. It's quite bigger the bacteria, sure. But what about the atoms?
Nowhere in that.
Yeah.
Nowhere in that did you see a humongous ball of solid, liquid, or gas, orders of magnitude in size greater than you.
Hold on, Gregory. Let's let Jedi get in because he's been trying to get in. Jedi, you're a little bit quiet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, buddy. I do apologise. We don't need to go spiraling off into atoms. Look, we can give you that these things in the sky, they might be balls. We don't have to sit here for half an hour debating that. The question's the surface of the Earth and whether that is like those things. You can't just stand on the surface of the Earth and declare with absolute knowledge that the Earth is like those things until you test the Earth to be like those things, right?
Okay.
Yeah, good. So when I said the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat horizontal plane, that's what I meant. It's not measured like those things.
It is though, because so for example, right? If you were to measure, let's say Jupiter, whatever planet you want, like even the moon.
Not the Earth.
Let's say the moon, okay? And you were to go on the surface of the moon, and you know how how things work. So you would also agree, right, that if you go on the surface of the moon, either side of you would be thousands of kilometers of somewhat flat surface.
He just told you it's about the surface of the Earth. Why are you?
I know. I'm explaining to him that. So the observation
talk about measurement of the surface of Earth, bro. That's what we're interested in.
So
wait,
how is that
to be a ball?
Sorry, go ahead. What did you say?
Yeah, I'm saying who measured
it's a red herring appeal. Like
Gregory, wait. I'm saying who measured the surface of Earth to be a ball? Not speculated on
everyone, scientists. You could do it with a stick if you want to. By the way, I mean, you could do it like.
How could we do that with a stick, please?
You put a stick. You go to the and right now we have cell phones, so we can call each other, right? So the angle at which the sun will hit the stick will show you that it is not, it is essentially a circular, not circular, but a sphere.
How does the shadow being cast from a stick tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Because the sun is so far away that it's essentially vertically the same everywhere else. So if you're going to claim that the sun is like really close to the Earth, right?
Well, I wouldn't claim a distance. I don't know how you're assuming you would know a distance of the sun.
I mean, we can. Okay, wait. I'll go. I can tell you that, and we can actually calculate the speed of light in laboratory. Like we can actually do that, right?
So walk me through it. You see this. Yeah, we're talking about the curvature of the Earth. Let's stick to that. So you put a stick in the ground. You see a shadow.
Well, multiple sticks. Yeah. So multiple sticks, right? Multiple sticks, right? So and then the shadow is not going to be the same in. So if it was a flat plane, right, like you're claiming, and the sun was like above us, whether you put a stick. Well, I don't know how you even explain time zone.
Yeah. It's the same. It would be the same thing, right? Because if the sun's
why is it dark in South America?
Hold on.
Daytime and nighttime. Hold on. Shadow. You are halfway there. So you put a stick in the floor underneath the sun. What happens?
Okay, then you go to a further.
No, sorry. The observation of the shadow underneath the sun. Is there a shadow?
If there's no shadow, it's directly above you.
Good. And then you go somewhere else, not underneath the sun, and what happens?
Then it's no longer under you. But if it was flat, it would still be under you actually, because it's far enough.
Dude. So with regards to Eratosthenes, right? At a certain time of year, down the well, he could see the reflection of the sun, no shadows on the side. Like putting a stick on the floor and no shadow being cast by the light that's directly above. Cool. I've got a light above me. I'm lifting up my feet. There's a shadow, no shadow either side of me. Eratosthenes or his mate goes 500 stades away, puts a stick in the floor and measures a shadow because he's not directly underneath the sun, right? That's why it was done at this known time of year, because in the first instance at the well, he was directly under the light source. I move away from being underneath a light source, put a stick in the ground, and I get a shadow.
Okay, explain to me. So I put a stick in the ground in Montreal, where I live right now, right? In Canada. And I go down, I take a plane. Let's say I could fast travel to Florida, which is like a 4-hour plane. I put a stick in the ground. It's going to be the exact same. The shadow's going to be the exact same place. I could go down my. It will be, yes. Yes. If I go left or right.
Sorry. The further south that you go, the closer that you get to the equator, where you will have no shadow, you don't have a shadow change. What? The further you get away from the light source, from being directly underneath it, where having no shadow, we'll call that
east and west. East and west. If you go north, south, if you go to the same time zones, the sun is going to be at the exact same spot in the sky.
Dude, we're talking about Eratosthenes, right? Cyrene and Alexandria.
Yeah, but he didn't go. He went. I don't know.
North.
Did he go east?
North. He went north. So not directly underneath the sun.
You could do the test today. I tell you, this is how time zones work.
Nice, dude. We're not on time zones yet. You're supposed to be demonstrating that the surface of the Earth is curved with a shadow.
I just told you.
No.
Okay, wait. How do you explain? Yeah, I don't care about the example they gave you. I don't care about the example. If you go down 4 hours to the south, the sun is going to be at the exact same place. If you do it instantaneously, you're going to be able to prove that it's 2 o'clock here and it's 2 o'clock there.
I'm not listening.
Why not? But if I go 4 hours right, it's not going to be there.
Because we were talking about sticks and shadows.
Yes, I'm doing the same thing. Sticks and shadows, north, south, and east and west.
Why are you talking through me? We're talking about sticks and shadows. We're talking about Eratosthenes and how you can demonstrate this on a flat surface. We need to get to the logical conclusion before you can start asking other questions about other things, even though they might seem related. So you understand, because I took a minute or two to try and explain to you that you can demonstrate this on a flat surface. This is why you kept saying that you flat earthers.
You can't. You
Yes,
can't.
you can. I can do it in my living room. I can stand underneath the light and then go over there and watch the shadow increase.
That only works if the light is close enough.
Okay, so how do you know the light is where?
I told you already. We could
How did How did Aristophanes know that?
So he couldn't know that, but he still got it right. I mean, actually, hold on. That's not. I don't know how. Wait. I'm pretty sure he did have an understanding that like the stars were not that close because initially.
Okay, what distance did he say? And what did he say about the light?
No idea what distance he said.
Okay, so he said it was an infinite distance away. That's interesting.
Fair
and
enough.
that the light rays were parallel. But you can demonstrate this as you keep trying to avoid with a more local light if those light rays are divergent. We observe divergent rays on the Earth, by the way. They're called crepuscular rays. This is what we observe.
Okay, but at a certain distance, right? It's pretty much the same as being infinite. Like okay. So, and I can prove this to you in a certain way, right? Because if you're driving, right, and you can see, let's say you can see. Well, I'm trying to give you an example. You can see the moon, right? And you can see, I don't know, a mountain really far away, right? You can see a mountain like for 100 kilometers away. You're driving towards the mountain, right? Or even the sun. The sun is not even going to change in size or distance, but the mountain is going to slowly. So that can give you an idea of how far away something is if their size doesn't move. If you're moving like lots of distances and their size doesn't move, that's a good indication of how that you can prove that. Also, what I'm trying to ask you is why, if you do it right now, right? You have a cell phone. Everybody's got a cell phone. You put a stick in the ground now, and I don't care about what they did back then and how they got to that conclusion because I don't know the exact details. You can put it now in Montreal on a north to south line that's on the same time zone. It's going to give you a result. Why, if you go west or east or in like 2 hours, not even the same amount of distance, you're going to get a drastically different result. That cannot be a flat surface. That shows you that's a round surface because otherwise it would be the same in every direction, right? You cannot go north and south and get a different answer than west and east. That's not possible.
Weird. It's like you've never played around with light and shadows before. Okay.
Yes, I mean I haven't played with a flashlight when I was a kid, but you know you cannot. You're trying to deny that the sun is far away. I give you an answer as to why it is, and you're trying to
deny why the sun is far away.
Well, so I don't care how they did it back then. I'll just give you that answer. I know that how we do it now, and we can prove it in a science. Like we can actually replicate the speed of light.
Okay, dude, you don't need to speak so fast. Take a breath and slow down. Right,
I apologize, but I'm not trying to because I'm trying to show you why you're wrong. So I thought this fucking thing was a meme here, but I guess not.
Yeah, it's not. I want you to understand that just very quickly with Aristophanes and his things that you don't understand. This can be done on either surface. People like Neil deGrasse Tyson have come out and said this. And also the Chinese have done this with a flat surface and just got the circular motion of the sun at 24,000, whatever the equator is going to be. So it can be done on a flat surface. If you want to talk about time zones, that's fine. You've at least got to slow down a bit, I would suggest, and follow things through to the natural conclusion. Instead of trying to scattergun to all these points, dude. You might learn a little bit more as well.
I will definitely not learn, but I'll let you talk about your crazy points that you have. It's very interesting. I mean, so just another question. Do you think all the footage we have in space is all fake, right? So has
to be.
Okay, so have you ever I've been to a rocket launch myself, and I've seen it go into space with my own eyes. So is that fake as well? Or is like, did the rocket that went into space with people on it, by the way, that I saw go into the cockpit when I was a kid, so these people went, and so where do they go after that? Like, are they secretly went left or right? And then
I want you to say that again and maybe think about what you said. You went to a rocket launch and you saw a rocket go.
No, I saw people go into the rocket with my own eyes.
Okay, and trying to help. All right. Not worried about the people. I'm worried about what you saw with regards to the rocket, where it went.
Yep.
You said you watched a rocket leave the surface of the Earth and go into space. Is that really what happened?
So I saw it leave, at least as far as I could tell. With like yes, I saw it leave and to the point where I couldn't see anymore. And by the way, if you're looking at planes in the sky, you can still see them. Even if they're at 40,000 feet, so they went way, way, way beyond that.
Okay. Okay, so your better phrasing would be, I saw a rocket go away till I couldn't see
How
it.
can a rocket go away?
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
these people are going to hell, bro.
I saw a rocket
They're
go
going to
away.
hell,
Yeah.
bro.
Okay. So explain that to me. So explain how that
saw a
how that
rocket
works.
go away. You saw a
Okay,
rocket go
and how do the humans come back? We can
Because
film out also the come back.
the rocket came back. It's the point of invoking the space bit. That's the more interesting point. You said it went to space, space being the vacuum of.
Yeah.
I don't think you saw a rocket go to the vacuum of space. I think you saw a rocket go away until you couldn't see it anymore.
I did.
And then turns on the TV and they told you what happened when they got to the vacuum of space bit. Because
Okay.
obviously you couldn't see that.
No, I'll answer that to you because this is something you can prove yourself if you have a little bit of budget, right? So ever look at those balloons that they use to go to the, basically the not the space, but pretty much as high as the balloons can go, right? You've seen those.
Yeah.
Okay. So, here's my little trick for your question for you, right? We can easily and very statistically and scientifically calculate how fast those balloons are going up, right? You agree with me there, right? You can do it yourself. You get a balloon, maybe costs a few $100s, whatever it costs. You can how fast is that going up, and how long does it take to get to the edge of space where it basically it cannot go higher and it pops, right? Then do the math at how fast that rocket is going and how long it's going up for, and you can very quickly determine that rocket actually went to space because that balloon was going way slower and it took, I don't know, an hour, and then that rocket for 30 minutes, I could see it go up. You can do the math there and actually determine that it went to space. That's another math that you can do yourself. Also, I'm wondering, where do you think those humans are going? Like once they disappear into the sky, they just like jump off in a parachute. Like what's going on there?
Yeah, it's every time that you talk about space, I'm more interested, not the rocket bit. You say that they're going to the vacuum of space. I'm more interested in that.
Okay.
How do you have an atmosphere without a container? Why is the gas not fucking off?
So gravity.
Okay. What's that then?
I mean, we could observe it again. Going back to observing, we could observe it ourselves. Like there's bigger planets. Yeah, they have.
Okay. Without begging the question about planets.
Okay. So particles have a weight, right? And so they also get stuck by. I mean, I know you don't want to hear the scientific answer because that. But
No,
yeah,
I do. I know where you're going, but I'm trying to
Okay.
ask you a question, and every time I try and do so, you just start talking.
You're telling me that you can't have an atmosphere because it's air. That's
You
stupid as
said,
fuck.
you said gravity, and you said that you can demonstrate this easily. Okay, how can you demonstrate that gas is affected by gravity? How do you do that? I'll give you gravity. Okay,
Okay.
you've got it.
So
show me on gas.
Okay, fair enough. There's multiple ways to do that, but everything we see, everything we observe, even with our own eyes, has gravity affect them, right? So when we look at the smallest, why would the smallest particles not be affected by gravity? First of all, that's a question. But we can also prove that they are affected by gravity because even light is affected by gravity, which we've observed on black holes and gravitational.
It's a lot of what, dude? This is a lot of waffle. I want you to point to somewhere in reality where gravity is affecting gas.
Okay. Okay. Well, there you go. How about Jupiter?
No, where I am, not Jupiter.
That's so fucking stupid, though. You can't do that. You can't. If gravity. Come on, man.
Hello. Right. I'll explain to you why I'm asking you this question and why I don't want you to beg the question when you point to Jupiter. Because that's the very thing that's in contention, that you can have gas pressure form a sphere because there's lots of gas and not keep expanding into a space. To have gas pressure, you require a container for the gas in a fixed volume to press upon. The size of the volume, the amount of gas pressing on that container.
Yep.
So you get gas pressure, right?
Okay. Yep.
If you keep increasing the volume, the gas is just going to keep chasing the inside of the container, filling that space, right?
Which becomes a sun.
If you remove the container, the gas is free to disperse into space, correct?
No.
No. So.
Well, yes, on Earth, but that's not how it works in a vacuum.
So that's where we are. So we're on Earth in a vacuum. Out there,
we're not in a vacuum on Earth. We have.
Excuse me. Out there where the rockets go is a vacuum, 10 to negative 17 torr.
Yep.
We're breathing gas pressure. No physical boundary between the two. Gas pressure is defined as the force the gas exerts upon the walls of the container, there's no container to achieve the consequent of gas pressure, and by consequent of not having a container, the gas will fuck off into the space.
Okay, hold on. Are you talking about? Are we still talking about rockets or planets here?
We're talking about the gas not going into space.
Okay, gas not going to space. So I mean, so you don't believe in gravity, essentially, is what you're saying.
Well, at the moment, I've asked you to point to where gravity is affecting gas. I've given it to you.
Okay. Well, hold. This is I don't. So the problem with your question, right, is that we can observe with our own eyes what's going on. So you're essentially claiming, which is a funny claim, that all the laws of the universe they're essentially all different than what we have here on Earth. So
no, I'm saying
yes.
the laws of the universe apply universally. This is
okay.
This is gas law.
Yep.
Right. This is the common gas law, ideal gas law, PV equals nRT, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law, all requiring a container, an amount of gas at a temperature.
What's a container for you? You understand gravity is a container in space.
This is the thing that you keep trying to tell me. A container for me and the ideal gas laws and non-ideal gas laws is a physical container so the gas can achieve a pressure in a fixed volume. We've got gas pressure here that doesn't have a container and isn't dispersing into space whilst apparently being pressurized. Now, you're saying that I don't believe in gravity for the third time now. I'm asking you to show me where gravity is affecting gas.
Okay. Oh wait. Okay, I can prove this. Oh wait, hold on. I'm trying to fucking get you there. But yes, so there are some gases that are actually heavier than air. So that heavier than what you don't believe exists, and so you could actually make a paper float on top of. Wait. You can make a paper float in a science experiment on top of nothing. So that to me proves that some gas is heavier, which means that it goes towards gravity on the Earth. Oh wait, did you never seen that? I'll show you a video.
I'm not being rude.
You just say there are gases that are heavier than air, and my mind is just like
yes,
ow,
and oxygen.
ow, ow.
Oxygen, yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. All right, I'm not being rude.
You're not understanding. The air consists of various gases. So
yeah, I do understand that, but there are gases that are not in air. Oh my God, please. You understand? There's there are some really toxic gases that are not in the air. Okay, hold on. I'll let you talk, Jedi, because you're way smarter than Jenna.
Okay, don't need to be rude. All right, you said that there are some gases that are heavier. When you say heavier, that's going to be in relation to something that's lighter. So when you have a relationship between gases, some will rise that are less dense and some will fall that are more dense.
Why is that?
Fine. That's because of relationship between the gases.
No, it's not. It's not. It's relationship between the air resistance that it has, which is why in a vacuum, if you drop a fucking elephant in a feather, they're going to fall at the same rate. That's why.
Good.
The only difference.
What happens? I'm glad you went to the vacuum chamber and you dropped shit. Good, you dropped something. When you uncontain gas in a vacuum chamber, let's say we've got a container of gas inside a vacuum chamber. We press a button and it opens. Which way does the gas go?
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat that? I was not listening. I was reading something.
Inside a vacuum chamber, we've got another smaller container. It contains gas. I can press a button and open the container of gas. Which way does the gas go?
It'll go outwards.
It will go in all directions, correct?
Yeah, just like you do if you're in space and you open the door, or on a plane and you open the door. The difference in pressure is different.
Okay. So we can do that with any gas, whether it be quote unquote a heavy gas or a lighter gas. When we uncontain this fictional container in a vacuum, that gas, denser, heavier, whatever, will disperse freely randomly in all directions. The thing is, when we do this on the Earth, where all the gravity isn't observably affecting the gas. The gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions.
Okay. Do you know why gas is more heavy than other gas? It's because it has more particles attached to it, right? If you look at its composition, in molecules-wise or even atom-wise, there's more molecules attached to it. There's more atoms attached to it. So it has more mass, and so it is affected by our own, the air, the atmosphere, which is why I can prove to you that gas has impact or can be impacted by gravity. I just proved it to you. Not all gas is equal. So if you can have a heavier gas or lighter gas
compared to other gases, but when you put the heavier gas or the lighter gas in the fictional container that we just opened in a vacuum, it goes freely and randomly in all directions, as described in kinetic molecular theory.
Okay. Yes. Just as so. Wait. I'll answer this. Just as a human, if you're a human in space, you will. You're going to say we can't prove that, but you're going to float around aimlessly until you get pulled by gravitational force. So, which is why
this is a story.
Why is it a story? Wait, actually, we could prove this to you.
Can we? At the moment,
so why? Okay, why do the balloons? Wait. Why do the balloons? Wait. No. Explain this. Why do the balloons that we send in space crash down, and don't keep going up? They don't keep going up.
Because they reach equilibrium according to what they are filled in.
No. It's because there's more pressure on the bottom of it going towards the Earth, and then they get into...
Which is what I'm talking about. Which is the equilibrium of the element that is reaching.
Also incorrect, what you just said.
All right. I got to go pee, though, but I'll be right back. But this is great conversation, dude. I love it. This is absolutely amazing.
You need to slow down as well.
I broke down? I did not. I just got to go pee because it's been...
Slow down. Fuck me. Stop speaking so fast.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
That's fantastic.
Where are we at? Talking about... So yeah, can you explain the balloon thing to me, though? Because I guess you're getting stuck on the gas. You're saying gas can't be affected by gravity, and I don't understand why that is not. I just proved it to you. It can't.
Because I've just showed... No, you haven't proved anything. I've just showed you that free gas in free space moves freely and randomly in all directions. Doesn't go down like...
But we already knew that. That doesn't prove anything. That we already knew that.
And you agreed.
I agree that... Yes, I agree with you. In a vacuum, gas is going to be released in all directions, which is why the only reason that gas gets stuck somewhere is because of gravity of a massive object that pulls it into itself, which is why Mars doesn't have an atmosphere anymore because it can't hold it. Yeah, go ahead, sorry. So
the vacuum chamber's on the Earth where all the gravity is. So when we put the gas back into the vacuum chamber, the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, where all the gravity is.
That do you understand what a vacuum chamber is?
Yes, it hasn't got any gas in it. So when we put the gas back into it, we describe the motion as observed as freely and randomly in all directions. It presses upwards on the inside of the container and presses down on the floor, isn't attracted by the mass of the floor or the sides or the top of the container.
Mm-hmm.
It moves freely and randomly in all directions.
Well, that's not really... No,
on Earth where all the gravity is.
So it doesn't get affected by resistance is what happens, by air resistance. That's what vacuum does, right? We can't create like no gravity on Earth. That's not possible. What we can do is remove air friction. So that's not the same thing. We can remove air friction. That's what a vacuum is. A vacuum removes all air friction. So that means that things. Yeah,
So
go ahead.
when I put the gas, when I open the tap or the door, and the gas goes back into that space, the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions.
No, it won't. It won't. If it's not, if it's the same gas, it will not. It will not. It won't move. It'll just be
It's
affected.
vacuum. There's no same gas.
So, well, okay. Let's see. He was making the argument: if there's a small box within a bigger box that isn't a vacuum, right? Let's say you put the same exact gas that has the same, properties, same mass. It won't just spread out once you open the box, unless the box in the middle doesn't have it. If the one in the middle is not pressurized, sure, yes.
Dude, hello.
Did you say it was pressurized? Both of them are pressurized or no?
I need to do this again for you. You have a vacuum chamber. Inside the vacuum chamber is a small container of gas. When I press the button and open the container, the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. When the situation is equalized, the gas is pressing upwards, downwards, and outwards against the limitation of its container. Gas is described as moving freely and randomly in all directions.
Okay, yes.
It's not affected by gravity.
It is affected by gravity, actually, yes.
Where? Because I've just shown
everything
you
on
gas.
Earth is affected by gravity. So
I've just shown you the gas not being.
No, it is affected by gravity. So you're saying it's randomly. That's not true. So if you have
Ease up, man. Ease up. All right. Just stop for a minute. Just think of the analogy that was just given. All right.
Yes, but they're both under vacuum, right?
But the gravity didn't stop it from expanding out into the next available volume. Is what Jedi's trying to present.
I'll
to you.
Google that. Is it actually expanding? I'll look for it.
No, he's talking about two containers. So the other container that is still containing the first container has no effect on the outside surrounding. So it's still contained. So an actual experiment.
So I thought he was saying that both
he gave you gravity. He didn't have to, but he gave you your gravity, even though there's no scientific evidence for it. But that's another story, right? But at the moment, he's given you your gravity, and he's opened the little tiny container that's full of gas inside the larger container that has no gas in it. It's a vacuum. And the gas inside the little chamber expanded out into the bigger available volume of the next chamber. Gravity didn't stop it doing that, did it?
Okay, so because this is a very specific example, and I need to refer to a scientist for this, because you're giving me some fucking random example. It says gas expanding.
We can show you. We can show you a physicist doing this. We can show you a physicist giving you an example of a volume of gas, of bromine, right, in one side of a chamber, and on the other side, it's separated by a valve, and there's on the other side is a vacuum, and he opens the valve, and the gas expands from its containment, where it was physically contained, into the next available volume it is exposed to.
Yes, because so I get it. The other gas is not in a vacuum. Right? It is not in a vacuum, right? The second container.
It's a volume. It's a container of gas under pressure inside a fixed volume. Correct.
Okay, well there you go. Of course it's going to do that. Open an airplane door at 20,000 feet. You're going to get the same fucking result.
Yeah, high pressure moves to low pressure. That's the whole point.
Like, wait.
Right?
I thought the whole time you were arguing that it was
pressure.
Yeah, low pressure, high pressure
moves to low pressure, right? High pressure moves to low pressure. Yeah.
Gravity has nothing to do with that. Well, it does, but
yeah, it does. Well, you can imagine it does or it doesn't, but that's what occurs. High pressure moves to low pressure. That's what's being spoken about. Yeah, you agree with that?
Yes.
Right, and the air on the Earth's surface is moving omnidirectionally, right, in all directions.
More or less, yes, I guess, but yes.
Yes, so the air is also going up. high pressure moves to low pressure. Unless you were to physically stop that occurring in some kind of physical container, equilibrium is going to occur.
No.
You get
Wait,
that?
how? Wait, how? So, okay, wait. Are you
Because
arguing
high pressure moves
that?
to low pressure?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Wait.
the high pressure of Earth would be moving to the lower pressure that surrounds it.
That's not how it
And
works.
you just said gravity doesn't do anything about that.
Wait. That's not how it works. So you can have.
Mhm.
So you're talking about
High pressure moving to low pressure is how it works.
Yes, and we're talking about in a vacuum. We're talking about which is
We're talking about high pressure. We're talking about high pressure next to low pressure.
Okay, but then let's
And
remove
when
vacuum
there's
then.
When there's no physical divide between the two, the high
Mhm.
pressure will move into the low pressure, right? Regardless of what direction the low pressure is in. It will go up, down, sideways. It will move into that available space. Yeah?
Sure.
Nothing is pulling it down and keeping it in the bottom. It's moving. The same would be occurring on Earth unless you have a physical
pressure
barrier.
isn't impacted by gravity and also impacted by where you are. So like if you were to do the same test and take that vacuum chamber up to the Mount Everest, like the top of Mount Everest, the pressure there would not be the same, which is why you actually have, like, if you go to the bottom of the ocean and you do the same experiment,
gas pressure requires
you could equalize that. You could equalize that. So that the pressure does
the
have
gas pressure requires containment to begin with. The pressure.
Yes, but the containment is the gravity.
No. That's not what a container is.
It is.
Could you Google the definition of a container?
Yes. How do you guys think like the atmosphere exists? That is a containment.
Does it say gravity in that different definition for container? Does it say gravity?
Well, I'm probably not going to say gravity, but let's see. Okay, so a container is a standard unit of software or package that all its dependencies. So the applications. That's not good. Receptacle or enclosure for holding a product used in storage, packaging, transportation. Okay, container.
Right, so a physical container.
Receptacle or enclosure. Let's use the word enclosure.
Yeah.
Right.
So a physical enclosure.
Enclosure. Yeah.
Yeah. So a physical enclosure.
Okay, so I'll give you an example that I'm curious what you think about. So if I drop a rock in the ocean, it's going to go all the way to the bottom, right? And it's going to stay there, right? So, and if I drop something that is buoyant, it's going to stay all the way to the top. So that same material, that same thing is going to actually act as a container because it's going to keep the rock all the way to the bottom, and it's going to act a different way with something that is not buoyant. It's going to go all the way to the top, right? So that contains, if you drop it in the water, it's going to contain the rock to the bottom. It's never, ever going to go to the top.
We're talking about gas pressure.
Well, it's the exact same thing, right? Gases act the same way.
States of matter. They're different states of matter, so they behave differently. Gas will go up.
Yeah, no, not all gas goes up. Gas only can go up. Gas can only go up based on the atmospheric pressure. So if the reason why we have oxygen and like the reason we have our composition of wait, guys, come on, okay. If you go up a mountain, right? There's less oxygen at the top because oxygen is a lighter gas. So it's not a lighter gas. Sorry, it's a heavier gas. So it stays close because it has more molecules on it. More molecules.
So why is there a gas pressure gradient, do you think?
Why is that?
Why do you think there's a gas pressure gradient? You go up to Everest and there's less pressure. Why do you think that's happening?
I mean, there's more pressure on top or the bottom, right?
No, there's less.
Less
it's
pressure?
the other way around.
Wait, if you go to the bottom of the ocean, right?
I'm not talking about the ocean. We're talking about.
Yeah, I know, but they're similar in the way they act. But yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Why?
I'm just repeating the question because I want you to think about it and answer it.
Okay, I'll answer this. So, the reason why, how this works, is because some particles have a property where they the gravity of the Earth is not enough to keep them on the floor, right? You have certain gases like that, hydrogen or helium, that are so light that even the gravitational pressure of the Earth is not enough to keep them within our, let's say, breathable air, or very limited to our breathable air. So they go up and up and up and up until they're essentially pushed down as well by our atmosphere, so they can't escape the atmosphere. So it just goes up.
No. Wait a minute. Okay, so they go up, and then what you're talking about is the atmosphere. So you can't say the atmosphere turns them back round. If you're claiming something is pulling them back down, well, it's not going to be gravity because that's strongest towards the surface of Earth, which you've just said they've left. So gravity's not pulling them back down.
Okay,
so how are they being pulled back down?
How it's being pulled back down is because when they're going up, right? So it's okay. This is a very good example. If you're in space and you're a human, you could go and fucking wander in space for infinity until you get into the gravitational pull of a planet. So no, we're talking about the we're talking about the difference in pressure between the difference in pressure.
The gravity isn't pulling them down. You just said the gravity isn't pulling them down.
Okay. Here's why. Okay, wait. So this is why my water example was good, right? So what you guys don't realize, or you're not really
talking about the gas.
I know. Let me just give you. I gave an example earlier of a heavy gas that could make something float on it, even here down on Earth. So my point is, what you guys don't realize is that the air that we're breathing is acting like water because it is dense and it is somewhat dense, and it is not like we're not. The air that you're breathing is. Wait. I am answering the question. It's going to go up all the way to the point where air, the pressure of the air that we breathe, the oxygen, is no longer acting on it. And then when there's nothing else, when there's only vacuum and that between it, it has to go back down. So this is the exact. It is the same.
Space. It would go into the available space like the other gases we just spoke about in the vacuum chambers, right? They go towards the low pressure. You just said this.
There is no.
That's the whole point we are making.
There's no pressure in space. Well, there is.
Yeah,
but
so the pressure
not really,
on Earth would be going that way because the gravity isn't pulling it back down, like you said.
It is pulling it back down. Okay,
no, you said it wasn't. You said it left the surface where it would be strongest. So how could it be pulling it back down further up where it's weakest?
Supposedly your model is an open container.
Hold on. He needs to think about this.
I'm explaining to you.
No, listen again. The gravity is supposed to be strongest on the surface of the Earth, and you're saying it's not pulling them down. But when it gets to a higher point in altitude,
buoyancy. Have you ever heard of that word?
Where the gravity is weaker, you're saying it's now pulling them down. Is that correct?
Because of buoyancy.
How does that work? So the gravity where it's weaker is pulling them down, but the gravity where it's strongest can't.
Yes. Okay. So the buoyancy is a factor of both water and air. Okay. I know you guys don't want to talk about water because. Yeah, I am answering your question, okay? If you go down, the lower you go down into water, the more pressure there is on you, right? So you could have something. So there are some objects that have, you can put, I'll just use that as an example. You can put them in water. They're going to drop, and then they're actually going to go back up, right? They're at a point where the buoyancy hits their, or the opposite, might happen, where you put them lower, they will just sink. And if you put them higher up when there's less pressure, they're going to go up. That's the same thing that happens with air molecules. If you put them on Earth, right? So like helium on the surface of the Earth, right? So usually will just go up because the buoyancy is lower. Like, so again, think of air as water, right? They're going to go up. But then when they get out of the water, so when they get out of the oxygen layer, then the buoyancy over them is lower. So they get pushed back down towards the Earth. So they're like,
where did you hear that?
It's like when you take a fucking balloon below the surface and then you release it. It's gonna go back up, but then it's not gonna float. Wait, it's not gonna float. Okay, so this is the best example I can think.
Where did you even get?
Wait. Take a balloon, put it below water. It's gonna float, and then it's not gonna start flying away, right? If it's oxygen, because then equilibrium. It reaches its equilibrium, so it stays on top of the water surface instead of keeping floating. Go ahead,
relative to the medium,
but I just made my point.
That's density relative to the medium they're in. It's not gravity. You just agree that gravity isn't holding down the gas.
That's not the. No, it's not. It's the buoyancy.
So nothing to do with the gravity.
It is the gravity. Gravity.
You already agreed that the high pressure would move into low pressure, and gravity won't affect that.
It will affect it.
You already said the gas is lifting off the surface. It's not being pulled down where the gravity is strongest. So where it's not pulling them down.
If you bring that same experience you did to the top of the Mount Everest or the bottom of the ocean, it's not going to act the same way because the pressure is not the same. Like, you understand how buoyancy works.
Really responding. You're just kind of saying words. You're not really responding to what
I am. Gravity is okay. Gravity is a force. Okay, how can I explain this better to you? Holy shit.
Gravity, where it's strongest, isn't keeping it down.
What is your explanation as to why balloons pop? Then, like, I don't understand what is your explanation.
That's not what we're trying to explain.
It is, because that's the exact point I'm making.
Containment. No, it's gas pressure requires containment. That's the point.
Explain why helium balloon explodes after a while. The only way
because the tension and surface pressure and temperature is way too high for the containment to actually happening. That is why they pop.
Okay, why is the pressure higher there if it's supposed to go to like your hypothetical like equilibrium that doesn't exist?
Because this is why I asked you earlier about your Everest shit. With regards to the ideal gas law, the reason why there's a gradient within a contained system is because of temperature and gas production. The surface of the Earth is where the gas is produced in cycles, chemical and biological. There's also a temperature gradient with altitude. According to the ideal gas law and the heliocentric model, the reason why there's a gradient is because of temperature. But you can only have gas pressure within a container. That's the volume.
And the material they used, which is a containment, the balloon itself, in which the gas is held, overstates its welcome basically and pops because of the tension that it experiences of the temperature, and therefore it pops.
No, that's not why it pops. It is partly why it pops, but the reason why it pops is because it's when it gets to that top where there's essentially all the heavy gases are not gone, but very close to gone. It gets pulled down again. It starts getting pulled down towards the earth because there's no more buoyancy on the top. So, like, if you could imagine, for example, if you had this is a decent example. If you had a balloon and you put it in the ocean with a rock at the bottom, and then you make it go like up the top, and when it reaches the top, it's gonna start getting pulled down because again it reaches the top and there's no more buoyancy, and at one point it's going to explode because it's getting pulled towards the bottom and then pushed towards the top, and so that's the stretching motion that makes it explode. Also, why do you guys? So you guys all agree that warm? Yes.
I don't know. I really don't.
Why do you guys believe that warm air goes up and then cool, like, or warm water goes up? And then cold water or cold air goes down. Like, how do you explain those phenomenons as well? They're the same. They're same phenomenons. They're very similar.
Yeah, you're talking about convection.
I mean, I don't even know how we got here. Like, honestly, I thought you guys were showing that you guys are real. It's funny as fuck.
It's because of this. You're trying to demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a container and stop gas in increasing in entropy and dispersing into available spaces. With a claim that you keep saying is gravity, which is a force according to you. We've asked you to show gas having the vector changed by gravity, as in gravity affecting gas and pulling it to the surface of the Earth. You just keep bringing up denser gases. We put the denser gas into a vacuum chamber.
Wait.
Excuse me. You put the heavy gas into a chamber, and you notice that the gas is pressing in all directions according and as described within the ideal gas law. Volume is very important when we deal with gases. The amount of substance in that space will be able to define or start defining the pressure of that environment. You require the container to achieve pressure. You don't have the observation of gravity, and I've given it to you affecting gas. The reason in your model why we have a gas pressure gradient is because of where the gas is produced on and within the surface of the Earth, and radiant heat from the surface of the Earth because of the energy imparted on it by the sun. We live in a dynamic system. But you've still failed to demonstrate how you can violate the second law of thermodynamics, the ideal gas laws, kinetic molecular theory, by demonstrating you can have the gas pressure without a container.
Again, it is a container. The definition of it. Okay, well, let's just talk about this. How do you explain? I'm really curious now that I've talked way too much. I want to hear you talk more instead of like just responding to my point. How do you explain that helium balloons go up if there's no effect on gases from gravity?
How do I explain something going up?
Yeah, how do the helium balloons essentially fly?
When gravity is just a vector downwards.
Yeah. How do you explain that?
It's lighter than the atmosphere around it. It's a light gas.
Okay. Well, so how come if we put anything that's heavier than essentially what a vacuum will allow? So nothing else flies. Put anything in a vacuum. You can't fly in a vacuum. You can put a human in a vacuum. It's not going to fly.
This is going to go over the place. I'll try and get it down to you as quickly as I can. All we can do scientifically is demonstrate when we vary and manipulate the object and the medium, then we will get a directionality vector, up or down. You drop a rock in the atmosphere or in the water, like you kept pointing out, it will go down, right? If you were to vary and manipulate the density of water, you will have buoyancy. Some things that were on the bottom may start to rise.
Yep.
If you keep increasing the density. So
like oil.
Scientifically, being that's as all we can vary and manipulate, then that is the reason why there is a directionally up and down. There's no scientific experiment to prove it. You keep saying gravity, which is the cause for your vector, but you don't have a scientific experiment to prove it. You just have the observation of a phenomena and establish or assert a cause.
Okay, so first of all, we do have it. So my problem with you,
can I have that then?
I'll give you the point, but here's the thing, right? The problem is, right? So when you're talking about scientific experiments, you want to observe them, right? So a certain thing acts a different way in a vacuum. So meaning that if we can put a duck in a vacuum, and it's not going to start floating, right? It's not going to start, it's not going to start just floating randomly, right? So the vacuum is not, it doesn't prove the experiment. Like, it is not showing that like gravity has no effect. So why is it that these different things have a different effect based on like the vacuum is not changing that? Also, my problem with you is we have done experiments in space, and then you don't want to accept those. So like the only way you're going to accept that's true is if you go there yourself, and then I just disagree with you.
That's right. Go to Palestine. It's flat because they're terrorists, so we bomb.
That's awesome. You actually now need to provide me with the experiment. I've provided you with the ability to. I've just given you gravity. Now give me the experiment. Give me the hypothesis that I can test.
Okay, I just gave it to you like earlier. Why is it? So wait. This is a three-step process. Wait. No, sorry, I'm not gonna say why is it. Three-step process.
Hello.
Yes.
I've asked you for a scientific hypothesis that I can test in an experiment. That's all I need from you now.
Yeah.
Cool. So what's the hypothesis? Do you want me to help you?
Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Helium balloons. They sink in a vacuum. Explain that one.
That's the rubber around the helium balloon. You'll notice that the helium balloon inside the balloon has actually expanded because there's not a lot of pressure, because it's inside a vacuum meeting the outside of the balloon, so it's not met with an equal force. The balloon, the rubber, because it's a solid, will fall, but the gas is pressing in all directions on the balloon and making it expand. Until the balloon expands, the gas leaves and then disperses into the vacuum, making it not a vacuum anymore, and pressing in all directions on the walls of its container. Outwards, upwards, downwards.
Not true. I can't put a picture in here, but it's
Yes,
clear.
it is true.
Google it. Watch this. This is not in every direction. This is clearly pulling on the. If it was in every direction, it would go a perfect sphere, actually, which you guys don't believe in. And now it is pulled towards the bottom way more. That's clearly not what's going on there. This is not pulled in all directions. If you want to tell me that you believe that balloon is being pulled in all directions, then I will stop arguing with you, because then we're done. Because that balloon is not being pulled in all directions. Clearly, the fucking bottom of the balloon is touching the thing. So yeah, guys, I don't care.
Hello, is the balloon expanding?
Let's look at a picture before. No, it's not. It's not.
Hello, it's not expanding inside the vacuum chamber.
It's being pulled down.
Oh my God, it's like you didn't listen. Literally explained it very clearly to you. You've just given me a.
Say expanding. I mean, you could read the fucking thing that they did here. Like, honestly,
I've just got a picture.
It's not smart enough to fucking. I'm not smart enough to read all this thing.
Hello, I've just got a picture. What writing are you talking about?
Where?
Why do you think the helium balloon has fallen in the vacuum?
Air pressure, no buoyancy.
Okay, so the solid balloon has gone down.
No, because if you put any other gas in there, it would act differently. So you have to admit
Which way is the gas pressing inside the balloon?
So in a vacuum, it would be going. In a vacuum, it'd be going down. It'd be going down.
Excuse me. In which direction is the gas pressing in the balloon?
Towards the Earth. And well, okay, of course, on its sides, because it's also contained within. Contained within
Which
the
way
balloon.
is the gas pressing in the balloon? We've got to downwards and to the sides. Any other direction?
Okay, wait. No. You guys are fucking good at this. I love it. When there is no vacuum. Wait, there's no vacuum. It's perfectly spherical and it's going up and then it's floating, right? So the pressure in the balloon is equal on all sides because that's how the balloons work. If you remove a vacuum, the reason why it looks like a fucking football is because now it's going downwards.
Which way is the gas pressing inside the balloon?
Downwards. Towards the Earth, towards gravity.
So it's not pressing upwards then, inside the balloon.
Certainly, it is. Yes, a little bit.
Okay, a little bit.
Yes, yes.
So the gas is inside the container, pressing in all directions of the limitation of its container.
Mostly downwards, but also up for sure.
Mostly downwards.
Yeah, you can see it. I mean, when
the balloon's at rest on the floor, which way is the gas pressing inside the balloon?
I would argue it is both. I mean, it's at equilibrium now.
Which way? So inside the balloon.
Yep, it's both sides. It's pressuring as much towards the downside to the up, which is why it's staying stable on the exact bottom of the balloon. It is staying stable at the bottom, which is equilibrium. Hey, we just proved our point. Equilibrium.
You seem to want to run away from this point. What would happen if I burst the balloon?
Nothing. It would do the same. There would be.
Excuse me. What would happen to the gas inside the balloon if I was to pop the balloon?
Some of the gas would be pressured downwards. Some of the gas would be pressured upwards, and it would create, very likely, and I don't know how we can observe. It would create an equilibrium in the vacuum chamber.
So we've got gas pressing in all directions. We had the gas inside the balloon pressing in all directions, whilst the solid balloon went to the floor with the gas inside it. Lovely.
Not in all directions. So
not in all directions. So when we pop the balloon and the gas disperses in all directions and fills the limitation of its new volume, the gas is pressing equally in all directions.
I don't know exactly how helium itself works, because I'm sure different gases work differently. But I would assume that it would almost end up being a net, pressure. Let's say on the sides of it, it would probably concentrate, and the pressure would be very similar on. It would be mostly towards the bottom, though.
Just let me solve the puzzle for you. It would burst in all directions, seek equilibrium, and would stay on the bottom, just like any other gas would.
Yeah, it would probably stay on the bottom. Yeah, go ahead. You probably know this better than me, so.
I mean, you could make the same example with water and wood. The wood would go also in the same manner.
Like if you remove buoyancy, the wood would sink, I guess, is what you're saying?
Yeah, until it reaches the surface.
Right. Hey, Ponscom, the Earth is not flat, but good on you if you want to believe that. I love it.
I mean, it's measured that way. We haven't even got onto that yet. We've been sticking around with you trying to demonstrate that with inside these containers that you keep showing me that you can have gas pressure without a container.
Well, because a container is a very human concept. Like a container is anything that contains something, right? So wait, okay. What a planet is a container. A planet is a container, right?
Right, that's gas. You said this.
No, wait, no. Mars is not gas. Mars is not gas.
Jupiter, gas.
Yeah, but fuck Jupiter. How about
biologic.
Mars? Why is everything on Mars staying there? Why is it staying there?
Biologic, anything.
Why is
Our
the
planet's
sand
an open container?
Why is the sand on Mars not just flying into space? Why is it sticking together as a globe or as a planet?
You're so far off the point, dude. You're now pointing to what
No,
you think.
answer the question.
Hello?
It is a container.
You keep
Hello.
Dude, you keep doing this, and I'm now starting to lose my patience.
I am as well.
All you're going to do is repeat a story to us about what you've been told Mars is. That's all you're going to do from this point, and say, according to the story that I've been told, the atmosphere isn't dispersing into the vacuum. Jupiter, that's a giant ball of gas, according to the story that you've been told, which violates laws of nature, by the way, as we keep trying to point out to you.
How?
Isn't just
I got a telescope, buddy. Like, come on, you guys are. You're kidding, man. You're joking with me.
Gas not dispersing into a vacuum. You think? We've tried to show you that that's what that happens.
I just showed you the opposite. Like, you can't even answer. Come on,
dickhead. You've now tasted my patience. We've shown you what happens according to the second law of thermodynamics. High pressure goes to low. You open the door of the vacuum container and watch the gas rush inside. That's entropy, that is. We've shown you what happens that when you put gas inside a container, by consequent, it is now pressurized. We've shown you the ideal gas law. We've demonstrated to you that to have pressure, you require a container. You're supposed to be showing us.
I'll ask you a question, please.
No.
Because you know, I really am curious. Because okay, wait. So if you were put on a spaceship and then flown into space and proven with your own eyes that it is round, how would you react? I'm really curious.
I mean, that would be interesting because you'd have violated the second law. I'd be in a vacuum, and if you were to hypothetically show me a ball, then hypothetically I would see a ball.
Have you ever been on? Wait, Jedi. Have you ever been on a plane that went for at least 10 or 12 hours?
Dude, I'd ask you the same question.
I'm asking you a question, please, because you can go on your phone and look at the altitude, right? So, how do you explain a plane going 12 hours in one direction, keeping the same altitude, so it's not like dipping, you know, and then landing at its destination if the Earth is not round? How do you explain? And you can do that with your own phone, and maybe you don't trust your phone either. Maybe it's like that's fucking big conspiracy. Like the problem with that, like every example I can give you that's proven, like fuck, we have pictures of the Earth.
Why do you need to do? Excuse me. Why do you need to keep doing this? It's a tactical.
Because you are doing it. I'm saying we can observe it. You're saying you can't because you can't trust your own eyes.
Excuse me. I haven't said that at all to you. Not once have I said you cannot trust your own eyes.
You did.
Now what you're starting to do is build a straw man. You're also using a coping tactic. It's called poison the well, where you make a point and then you start casting aspersions. I know that you won't believe you're a flat earther, blah, blah, blah. It's weird that you keep doing it.
I've been on planes. I've seen it myself. Like,
okay, let's do this. So maybe we can. Hello, don't interrupt me again.
Yeah,
I'm trying to help you walk through step by step your fucking claim now. So we get in an aeroplane. Now what?
Okay, so let's say you fly in a direction for a
what direction?
Let's say east, right?
Okay,
east. You can go east for I don't know how long it takes, and then you could come back around and get to the same place. So let's say you were able to do that in your lifetime, which I think will probably be possible. Would you agree that that would prove to you that it's not flat, right?
No, because you've gone east, which is a circle around north.
Oh, God.
That's not. Excuse me. That's not proof. That's not proof of a globe Earth.
They think the compass is orchestrated by a magnet in the middle of the North Pole.
Yeah.
On a flat.
Well, look.
I mean, argument stupid people is hard.
Listen. That whole idea is the same on the globe Earth as well. You do understand that, right? You're laughing at it, but that's what happens on the globe too.
How?
There's only one place on the globe that you can travel east and circle around back without turning, and that's on the equator.
If you are at all 1 degree above or 1 degree below the equator, you are making a left hand circle as you go east anytime you're north of the equator. You're making a right hand turn anytime you are even 1 degree south of the equator, going, same thing. You're making a circle. You have to correct in a circle following the compass in order to do so.
Right. Wasn't there an experiment with like flat earthers that went on like the ocean trying to prove that a laser was not gonna, and then it did? Like they failed themselves.
That's great. You understand the point that's just been brought to you again, running off onto other things without.
No, I'm just saying the reason I'm running onto you are doing that. You are doing that. That is your entire prerogative.
You going in circles, dude. I'm trying to bring you back to you going in circles.
No, you want me to argue your points that are not good.
Hey, this is getting harder. All right, you understand that in the globe Earth, as Lou just pointed out, it's just a circle. You don't need the surface to be a ball to go in a circle. Do you understand that point? Do you want to rebut to that point?
Yeah, I will rebut. I'll rebut that point, because then you would have to have the wing, like, slightly. You would have to have an angle change on your wing. So if you have on your phone, you can prove whether the plane is tilting left, right, whatever. You can do that yourself with your own experiments. If the plane is going straight without tilting right, and if you've been in a plane, when they're tilting left and right, and they're not moving that way. So yes, if they're going in a circle where they're moving the fucking, what do you mean?
No one flies like that. You'll fly to
of course. At the end, they will. Yeah, sure.
You'll fly to waypoints. You'll fly in a straight line, change your bearing, and then fly to another waypoint. You'll try to keep going east by following waypoints, which will be straight lines.
Okay.
And also, just like in sailing, you're always making micro corrections to stay on course. Like it would be very small amounts at a time, but you would always adjust to your compass. Like you would.
Okay. Let's go to the big points then, because I'm tired to play. I was playing around with you guys with all the scientific arguments. So how about every physical evidence that we have by every country in the world that has been to space, like China, Russia, Canada, the U.S., all of that is fake. Is that what you're saying? Because we have evidence, right? They have been in space. They have done studies. They have shown those things, like actually done it physically. What is your rebuttal to that? Can you explain that to me? Because you're asking for evidence. That is evidence to me. They've done it. I've seen it. How is that a fallacy? Explain that to me. So all of it is fake, right?
No, your question is fallacious.
No. Because so the problem is, right? All of us live. The flat Earth is just one problem of this whole movement, right? I have not learned thermodynamics. I did not know that, you could run a car by, exploding an engine and like having pistons work, but I still work. I still have my car work, and all the things that I do in life, my computer works, the internet works, right? Because we have satellites that I can actually observe with my own eyes. I can see satellites without even using a telescope. How do these work, right?
Maybe it's a spiral.
You guys are making a really bad faith argument.
Make a point that we can respond to, because right now you're all over the place.
Okay. Well, my question to you is that, like, how does any of that work? And is everyone in on the conspiracy? If so, why?
Rephrase that in a coherent way, please, before we respond.
Okay. I have not in my life observed atoms. I have not in my life made a car. I have not in my life made a computer. They still work, and I can still trust the learnings that we've made from people that did them. So my question to you is, if the only evidence that we can have in terms of space travel, because of how expensive it is, it can either be scientific, but also we can have pictures and all that. Why don't you trust those? And why in other aspects of your life, I'm sure you do trust pictures. So why is it that specifically that aspect of it you don't trust? Like that. You
made an equally convoluted statement here, and didn't even ask a question other than why.
Yes. I mean, you guys all have like really bad answers to all the questions I've been asking. Like,
people invented computers. What does that have to do with black holes?
How does it? So you can observe a satellite, right? So you're gonna claim a satellite's going in circles. Like how does can you explain how that works? Like how does the science of a satellite going in circles work? Given what we know about everything. So wait, the funny thing is, I'm sure now you're gonna you're going to relate to the what we can see with planets. Okay, go ahead. I'm curious about that.
Go ahead on what? You haven't even said anything.
Wait. You can see satellites, right? When you go out, you can see them, right, with your own eyes. I can see them without even using my telescope. How do they work?
Okay, what's a satellite to you?
A satellite is a fucking, piece of tech that goes in either low gravity or constant gravity around the Earth by constantly falling down. That makes sense mathematically, and it's relaying information from one point to the other. So there's multiple satellites, they connect to each other, and then we can have connections between us here in the US, wherever you are, and then across the world, which is a globe, without having to, we can't have a connect direction with light. So we have to have satellites that are directing that information to another satellite that's going to relay that back to the Earth. So that's why they exist. Otherwise, we wouldn't need them if the Earth was flat, actually.
Which is just by the means of radio frequency, but continue.
Okay, so you've seen a satellite, right, in your life? You've seen them, right?
Only on television.
No, wait, you've never seen them in real life? Come on, if you're looking at the sky,
no, just on television.
There's only one that I could say maybe I've seen, and that's a light in the sky they call the ISS. The rest, no. How the fuck would you see one?
I mean, you can see them with your own by a telescope, and then you can see with your own eyes.
You can't track moving objects with a telescope.
You can, dude. The newest telescope, very, very easily as well.
No.
Yes.
Dude, for as many as they say are up there, it would be a constant parade of them. Yes,
there is.
I've seen lights in the sky, but to act like there's all these, there's a constant parade of satellites.
When they get released, yes. Have you seen those
when they get released? Technically speaking,
I've seen the Starlinks go over my house before. I've seen
Thank
that
you.
Yeah, and those look like flares.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you've got a story monorail.
Guys, I'm sorry.
You've yet to realize it's embedded in your psyche.
Yeah, I can't argue with people that are incapable of having any sort of thought process of their own. It's
projection noted.
You just highly freaking demonstrated what your thought process is like over the last 5 minutes. You were all over the place.
Anytime someone brings an actual argument, it's that's not admissible.
That's not an argument.
Do it with you said that yourself. You can't even see the gas in your own argument.
Lights is not an argument.
I can see the satellite with my own fucking telescope. I have a good telescope, $3,000 telescope. I can see it well. I can track it
right now. Post them.
Okay, ISS. Let's do it.
Nope, satellite.
Okay, I mean, you have 20 to 30 minutes to give us actual good photos.
Satellites, not the ISS.
The bait and switch monorail. What is going on, dude?
I mean, I don't fucking take pictures with my satellite, so I don't have pictures of my own. What I don't see. I mean, I'll take one that someone's done.
I want to be really clear. Are you observing the physical satellites so you can distinguish the?
I mean, I can't even post them, by the way. But yes, I can.
My fucking goodness me! So, are you going to post an image if you can of a physical satellite, so the solar panels on it, or is it going to be an observation at night time where you just observe a light go across the sky? Which one?
Not the ISS either.
That's not the ISS.
Okay, so you're going to be giving us a light across the sky or a very definite image?
I just sent it to you.
Fuck's sake, dude.
I can't post it in chat because
yes or no would have been good enough.
That is a satellite, and there's multiple videos of these. But it's still my problem with you guys. Anytime you
still haven't got any.
I sent it to you in DMs. I can't send
You're
it
saying
anywhere.
Ammonia's bullshit's pretty played out.
It's anytime there's evidence. So wait. If I had a clear picture, of a satellite, you would say it's fake. I know you guys. You would do that.
No.
Okay. Well, we have clear videos of the Earth, and we can see actual shit going on the Earth from satellites every day. There's live feeds. How are they?
All right.
How are they faking all that?
I'm just going to tell you, all right, the image that you said that you sent me, I haven't received. Maybe there's a problem. Maybe you should send it to someone else so we can all see it. I want to be very clear with what you think.
I can't send it in the chat.
So
but then
send
also,
it to someone else.
Okay, I'll send it to someone else. I'm also curious. How do you guys think Google Earth works? How do they have pictures of your house from the top?
That's obvious. They've got
algorithm that reconverts.
Google has
They got
Google has
what?
a fleet of drones and airplanes. That take,
Dude, hold on.
You
Hold
laughing
on.
about that? You got
Why are you
airplanes.
laughing? They go over my house once a month in the same pattern, taking pictures all the time. Just an airplane. It's a little Cessna in the same pattern, up and down in a grid.
Why do you think? Actually, Google Earth is better at this, but 5, maybe it was 6, 7 years ago, on Google Earth, there was a very clear distinction. Like when you went from the Earth and you zoomed back, like you would get to a certain altitude above the Earth, and you would see clear squares of individual pictures that got put together to create the larger Earth. And then you would go a little further back and it would turn completely into a CGI. Okay. But now they made that a smoother transition, so it's harder to tell. But you should know this. You should have seen this.
Yeah, he already left. It was too much. He tapped out.
Google Earth is just CGI.
Well, there's someone who's not going to be sleeping tonight.
So no picture of a satellite taken with this $3,000 telescope?
Yes, no.
I mean, a $3,000 telescope should have some USB port, you know?
Yeah, fool.
No, that's the $4,000 version of the $3,000 one has the USB port.
Jedi, there? Is anyone here ready for globe proof?
Yes.
You're not a flat earther. I'm asking for a flat earther.
I am.
Sure. We're always waiting for globe proof. Yeah, like hit us up.
I am a flat earther.
All right. Look at the side chat. Ready. All right. Okay. Need the image. All right.
Roll Team 6. Let's go, Yui.
Here's an image taken. Would you say that shows Earth curvature or no?
It looks like the bottom of a frying pan.
Okay. Well, it's not a bottom of a frying pan. Here's a demonstration of the curve. Very slight curve.
I don't believe it shows curvature.
Well, there you go. It's shown in the second image. There's a very slight degree of curvature there. You see that?
I'm having a difficult time seeing it.
Is that because you don't want to see it?
All right, now here's a question I've got for you. So, could that be an artifact of the lens? Like, for example, I was just on a flight about 2 weeks ago, and this was shortly after takeoff. You see that? You see that beautiful picture that I took from the window of an airplane with my cell phone?
Yeah.
You see how it appears to have a little bit of curvature, just a little bit, like about equal to what your picture is showing?
Well, you could say
debunked.
you could say it could be an artifact of a lens, but this is a very antiquated camera, right? It's not like your modern day fisheye lens cameras, right?
I mean, based on the picture, what is measured is the clouds.
That was quick. Lou,
No, it's not.
fast.
Well, look, you can't just say could it be, therefore it is. That doesn't follow.
Oh yeah, it's already So you can't use your picture. Lou just said that his was basically after takeoff. So unless the Earth curves when you stand on top of your house, I don't know what to tell you.
I recognise this image.
I'm going to appeal to the idea that slight curve is not demonstrable of a fisheye lens because it's quite an antiquated camera.
I didn't say it was. You can't
demonstrate it through. Yeah, but you're making the claim that it's due to a curvature.
What you're showing me in your image, is a very pronounced, obviously fisheye lens.
What image?
This is a Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra No fisheye effect. Like this is just looking through a plain window. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking through a window.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's advance it to the.
And what do you know about the window?
Oh, that's another thing.
What
I'm not,
image?
look,
Your camera is totally okay.
This image wasn't taken.
Those who
from
look, I'm not arguing this is his case. What I'm pointing out is
This
that the
that
curvature
image
that's
wasn't
not found in my
taken.
picture.
The image I posted wasn't taken from a window, but his might have been.
Oh, that's the story. Yeah, the story it's taken from a rocket, Yui. Come on, dude.
Yes, it's taken from a rocket. You don't believe it's taken from a rocket?
And it looks an awful lot like what it looks like out a window.
Yeah, and
All right, let me show
also,
you-
also, do they just mount cameras on the outside of rockets and let them fly through the air?
Well,
yeah, or do they
you
have
know,
some
it's
kind
funny.
of like
It's
cover
funny
over
that you
them?
say that.
Yeah.
It's funny that you say that. And let me just show you the full footage of them using a V2 rocket to launch that camera hanging on the side of the V2 rocket into upper atmosphere, which
Yeah,
is posting
so right
any
there,
second
you just
now.
lost. You just lost it. You just threw
Why?
the rocket off balance.
It threw the rocket off balance
already.
What's
And-
that got to do
And
with anything?
Yui, to say that you've got a picture of a rocket with a camera attached to it taking off and then saying this picture is from that, it's dude, you're losing
Yeah,
it.
look at the video.
Can I ask an actual relevant question? How high did the rocket go?
It went up, I think, 50 miles.
That's claimed to be 105 kilometers according to the story.
stratosphere. 50 miles. There's some other images as well, just to like hammer it home. So you have the video. You were mocking it, like how could they attach a camera to a rocket? How silly! You know, do you think it came from a rocket? And I sure it came from a rocket, and yet no one's
Where's the
wondering
video?
what's going on so far.
Sorry,
There's some
I
other
can't find
The
the video.
camera is also a fisheye lens.
Is there a video?
I posted the video.
Okay,
There's
sorry, I
gonna
can't find it, dude.
I'm going to advance it a little bit further, though. I want to show you some more things.
At exactly 44 seconds, you see the fisheye effect.
Here's stitching. Yeah, of course, it's only fisheye when you want it to be fisheye. You know, when it's looking horizontal. I mean, like this is just the best part, right? Like flat earthers were using this exact image to justify flat Earth. If I show you this,
Yeah, because the Earth is flat.
well, they were showing a cropped image of that same photograph, saying, "Aha, it's flat, no fisheye lens." But then you would widen it a little bit, suddenly, oh, no, that doesn't count anymore. That's not evidence anymore, right? What? Wouldn't you be concerned that people were cropping images to make the Earth look flatter?
I like the way that you're standing on your toes when you say this, mate.
What makes you concerned that people are? What's your proof that people are cropping images to make the Earth look flat?
Oh, that image was taken from a flat Earth community of them trying to demonstrate that the Earth looks flat from the
I
image,
guarantee
the
you.
image
Look, I
taken
guarantee
in
you,
46.
there are certain people who are willing to go to be a little bit dishonest in their shit to try to argue
Yeah.
with people like you, like on both sides. On both sides. In fact, on your side, it's an incredible amount of dishonesty. This is why we can't accept like photographs and shit like this. Okay,
So yeah, Lou, we're not going to accept that flat
10
earthers
years
sponsor
before
anything in
NASA.
here.
10 years before NASA, not run by the government, run by a university, just firing something up there and seeing what they could see. And also, a fun thing about
Another
that video,
indoctrination station.
my favorite thing about the video is that there's no container, no visible. They go right up there, they see a lot of space, a lot of vacuum, no container. Weird, you know?
It's just getting a bit weird. You've been hanging out with boys for too long. Where's this fucking video?
Look, I've got to, you know, be able to provide evidence sometimes, right?
I got to find this video. Can you
Just
post it
search
again?
V2 rocket V2 rocket launched into the stratosphere in, I think it's 46. Is that the 46 or 48? It's one of those two.
Okay,
It's
the
at
one that's
the-
posted at 8 minutes past the hour.
Yes.
Thank you. So I fucking wanted for the
And-
last one.
Wait, so were you saying that the image was cropped because it came from a flat Earth community?
Oh yeah, I think the flat earthers copped that image.
Okay. So I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a flat earther, I'm a glober. But I think you should have, like, you can't base your whole argument off of well, it came from the flat Earth community, so obviously it's edited. I mean, what's your proof of that? Like, you're just like at this point,
I've
you're
shown you the full image.
Hey, I'm going to post the image of the camera they strapped to the side of a rocket. That box right there, that aerodynamic box.
Can you say that again?
Script over.
To those claiming fisheye at 1 minute 11, where it's way off to the edge of the frame, that's not convexing.
I haven't heard anybody so far, other than Globers, mention the words fisheye
Someone
in this
just
conversation
earlier.
But look, yeah, no. Sometimes, okay, some pictures are clearly used with a fisheye lens. Like the Red Bull space jump is a good example. Some of the stuff from the ISS that looks like it might be a type of a fisheye because it shows extreme curvature. Like
every NASA live footage is fisheye.
You know, it's not NASA. It's not NASA who did this. It was 10 years before NASA was made. It was made just with a V2 rocket, World War II rocket.
Hate to ruin your day.
German,
hate
right?
to ruin your day. So as I'm watching it, they didn't show him mounting a camera on the thing. All they did was show a little rocket taking off, and a couple seconds later they said, "Look, here's a picture from the rocket as it's flying away." So we got more bullshit again.
You're really just lying now, aren't you? You didn't even watch the video.
Yeah, it's 1 minute and
Yeah, you don't
19
see them
seconds
put the
long.
camera on it, but you see from landing, takeoff, and the full ascent.
No,
of that
you
rocket.
don't. You see way back, and then the rocket goes up into the air. The rocket goes up into the air.
You're lying. Oh
Do
my
you see the
lord!
footage from the air?
Oh my god! I've never seen you just lie like that. That's crazy.
Dude, I watched it. You don't see any
Yeah,
camera
everyone
on the
can
side
see
of
the
it.
video. You can't
don't
lie when
see a
everyone can
camera
watch it.
mounted on the side of it like you said there was.
Everyone in this room can watch the video. They can see the ascent, the full ascent of the rocket. Why would you lie to them? Do you think they're stupid? Do you think they didn't check?
If it's not mounted and we don't see it, then it didn't happen.
The picture isn't the white rocket that took off.
Got to agree with him on this stage. I mean, right from beginning to end, you see them fuddling around the camera, and then you see a rocket. You don't see the camera on the rocket. The rocket fucks off. You never see the camera on the rocket. I've got to be honest. We don't see a camera on the rocket.
So
now it might be on the other side of the rocket, but he is correct when he says that we don't see the camera on the rocket.
Like, look, even if you can't make out the camera on the rocket, that's fine, right? What's important here is the fact that you can see the ascent, right? You can see, you can find the source for this. It was taken in the 40s, before CGI, before models.
The Wizard of Oz was made. It was made a decade before this, Huey.
It's an artifact of lenses. It doesn't require it to be a fisheye for it to create an artificial curve through the curvature of the lens. All lenses are curved.
Who? The university?
Just watching the video through, and I've done it twice now, so I'll expand on the point that I've just made. So you see through another camera's point of view the rocket take off, and you see the rocket, and then you get the camera's quote-unquote perspective of what's going on. But you don't see the rocket on the camera. So, yeah, you don't see the camera on the rocket. There's a cut scene, right?
Yeah, for all we know, they're just hanging it out the bottom of a plane.
From the look, even if it's at the bottom of a plane,
there's no real way
somehow getting to that altitude.
There's no way.
Come on, guys! Like, what is this? A desperation?
Hello. There's no way at this moment, and I'm being honest because I watched the video twice. There's no way to verify that the camera's on the rocket.
Okay, that's fine. Let's say we
Hey, Yui.
take that into consideration. You can't see the camera being put onto the rocket physically.
And that leather camera isn't going to handle anything. That leather camera's a piece of shit.
You can see the rocket make a vertical ascent, which planes don't do, right? Especially from the ground. You can see it going very high up. You can see looking down back at Earth. So whether or not they you can see the camera stuck onto the rocket. You'll see everything you need to see to come to a conclusion.
It was a very nice try. We'll give you that, but yeah, that doesn't work. Sorry.
Well done, Yui. We're proud of you. TD6 for life.
It's not a come on.
Yui.
Seriously, it's not like a gotcha. It's like a suitable standard to stand from. There is no way of verifying the cameras on the rocket.
The video. The video shows the camera
Dude,
pointing
if I
down,
went
landing
and
on
I
the...
posted a video today that I said I've shot with me taking a picture that I sent a camera up in a rocket, and I showed you a picture of me launching a rocket, and then I cut to here's a picture of the rocket in the air, and it's flat and there's unicorns around. You're gonna say I'm lying.
Yeah, so it's CGI in the 40s. Yeah, is that when CGI was made?
No,
NASA in the 40s.
nobody said that, dummy. You think they didn't have movies back in the 1920s?
So you agree the video itself, the actual ascent of the rocket, that's legit, right? You agree with that?
Yeah, there were movies that were computer generated.
Camera trickery's been around as long as cameras, first of all. But I'm not even saying that I'm not even saying that that anybody was necessarily trying to do camera trickery. Like it, I mean,
I am because they mention in the words. They mention in the words around the planet and the planet. So the whole thing was designed to talk about the planet.
Right. No, so it was used more psychologically to trick you. I would say than through like altering the image. The camera itself, the lens itself, has curvature to it, and I think that it's the artifact of the lens itself that gives an artificial curve. Now they use that to their advantage while psychologically tricking you.
Wouldn't I would say that when it looks horizontal, no one's complaining up until the point you see that curve, and you're like, okay, now it's suddenly got problems. Everything's going wrong, and it's the camera was wrong anyway. But
Yeah,
why was it
like you
not
said,
showing that
his
kind of
picture from
distortion
the
earlier on?
airplane. Just like you said, his picture from the airplane was no good because it had curve.
There's another thing, right? I just want to hinge on another point that was in the video, which was no container. Where does the container go? Why does it look like there's a vacuum?
I don't even know why you're bringing that into the argument, dude.
Yeah, and how do you even know where that camera was going?
But to
how do I know it's going up? You can see it make a vertical ascent. You don't need me to tell you that. You can see
All
that.
right, okay. Next question. How was altitude verified? Is that in the video as well? Was there an altitude meter?
First of all, a V2 rocket can go up to I think 100 miles up, 120 miles up, or kilometers it might be, and that was only 50 miles. So, yeah.
How do you know it was only 50 miles?
Yeah, how do you know, dude?
Well, that's what they claimed.
Okay. How did they
I'm guessing
demonstrate
it's from
that
the timing.
How did they measure that?
How did they measure it?
Yeah, how did they know what altitude?
Well, it was
Why does it
designed to go
matter?
that far. They would have set it to say this is how far we're going to send up that rocket.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you because somebody spoke through asking why it matters. I'm asking you very simply how they know the altitude was, and I'm not saying they can't. I want to know how.
Well, with a V2 rocket, you can control for how far up the ascent, because you're going to aim it, right? You're sending that, how they would aim it at London. It would always hit London. When they aimed it towards London, they knew what altitude they needed to get to send it to London. In the same way, they didn't need to go 120 kilometers up to send it around to the other part of the United States. They just need to send it vertical.
Just want to know how we've confirmed altitude, dude.
Well, I couldn't tell you how they did it, but it was what was claimed. Either way, the actual image in the video is what's important here, right?
I've watched the video, so this is why I'm asking this question. How do we know the claimed altitude is true? Is it because they've just claimed it, or is there backing evidence?
Well, I feel like that would be a part of the university. You could ask the university. I think it was, what's it called again?
This is your information.
John Hopkins.
And it's about altitude above the surface of the Earth showing curvature. So
right, I'll email the university. I'll ask them to give me some records on how they worked out the altitude of the rocket.
Don't necessarily
but you and I agree that a V2 rocket can be controlled for altitude,
right? Don't need to be facetious. I'm asking you a reasonable question.
I don't think it's reasonable.
I do. I just want to know how they confirmed altitude.
Okay,
that's all.
I'm going to tell you why it's not reasonable. It's not a reasonable question because one, if you see the ascent, right, you see the everything you need to see in the video. So like the curve, the lack of container, the void, and so on. That's all. That's all I need to like show. How far it went up. 50 miles for a V2 rocket. It's half its capacity.
How do you know?
We knew that because they were firing them from Calais to London.
That's great. I still want to know how they confirmed the altitude.
I mean, do you think V2 rockets can't go to 50 miles?
No.
What if it reached half of its capacity in its flight time, and maybe that's how they determined it because they know the speed that it travels.
That's what I'm guessing.
There's another thing that I want to see confirmed, which is how you know that that's the physical curve of the Earth that you're showing.
Well, I trust my eyes. I don't like when people tell me not to trust.
But yeah, you don't know what it is.
See it flying then.
Effect, lens effect, optical effect, some sort of refraction. Who knows what? So how do you know it's the physical curve of the Earth?
Well, it can't be refraction because it's already way up.
Yeah, okay, can't be that. Roll that one out. So how do you know what it is?
I think I now concede on one point, right? There could be some sort of weird lensing that's making it curve sometimes and not other times, right? That could. I don't know how that would work.
It doesn't help you establish
with your
that it's
eyes.
curved.
Where's your lens then?
That does not be established that it's curved. So are there like measurements of the surface that would support the claim that that's physical curve of the Earth?
Sorry, what did you say?
Measurements of the surface to verify this claim that that's physical curve that we're seeing.
Well, I don't. I think that's a. I mean, for me, it's a separate point. But I don't think that would.
Same point. This at this point is just a blind assertion about something that we're seeing. Could be an
It's an
optical effect.
observation, right?
I mean, it could be a movie, basically. It could be some sort of production trickery or whatever.
Hey,
who knows?
Listen,
verify
you know what it is, Heretic? It's one of those clips you would see in the movie theaters way back when, like they show nowadays. Before the movie starts, they show the little trailers in between or little snippets about the war or what's going on around the world. Movie
1946.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, there you go. So that's what they show. They used to show all kinds of propaganda at the beginning of movies.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this was done by a university. It's not done by a studio.
Doesn't matter who it's done by.
Before NASA, before they had the big production for space, you know, and V2 rockets, we knew they went up high because they had to go across the channel.
They didn't have space movies before 1970.
As for the measurement thing, though, and I think it's a fair point, right, to say, look, you know, you've seen a bit of curve, right? You know, whatever. And you've seen that there's no container. I mean, it's just a video, right? I mean,
why would there be a container if we don't know where that movie was filmed?
If you start with the
Why
idea,
would there be a container if we don't know where the movie is filmed?
If you start with the idea that there's this idea of like, oh, well, there's some obstruction here and there, but sometimes it's not there. So is the Earth curved or not? And I send up a rocket and I say, look, right, there's no container, so the gas pressure problem is already
didn't
solved.
send up a rocket.
There is slight curve, very slight curve.
Jumping around between gas pressure and then back to curve and back to gas.
I think they're both relevant in that video, right? I think they're both part of the whole thing.
Spending too much time with these people, it's kind of scary.
Well, you know, maybe Peter's rubbed off on me a little bit, but all I'm saying is that video. Oh, I mean, the only fair objection is like, okay, well, let's bring it back down to earth. That's fine. That's for me something that will be like either a pre-investigation, post-investigation. I'd say it's not really relevant to the video itself. But I've heard things like that it's an airplane, but it's going up vertically. So, like, why would you just make up things on the spot? I don't understand why you can't think about what it probably is.
Why would you tell us there's a camera mounted on the side of a rocket when we clearly see there's not?
Did you see the ascent?
We don't see it's not. We don't see it is. That's not the same as seeing it's not.
Yeah. So at this point, we've got to kind of trust it at face value. All right, there doesn't appear to be a camera on it, but we're told that this camera image is on that rocket. That's what we got to do. We got to follow along.
Not. I mean, take it at face value, but also to say that look, right, you do watch the ascent, and there is a camera attached to a V2 rocket. You can clearly see it go vertical.
You watch an ascent, yeah, and I'll grant you, it doesn't have to be an aeroplane, as somebody may or may not have brought up earlier. It could have been on another rocket. And I don't mean to be horrible, but it could have been a different rocket on a different fucking day, because you have that cutscene from the camera observing the rocket go away, then the cutscene to what is observed.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's I mean that cut between the V2 rocket taking off and then the cut to the actual streaming of the rocket or the recording of the rocket. Yeah, that I mean, obviously between those two cuts, they could have switched it around, switched their rockets. I don't know what the point of that would be, because at the end of the day, you're still seeing it go up quite a significant altitude.
To show you propaganda, that would be the point of it.
Well, no, the point would be to get like it is feasible that they took like some B-roll of other rockets going up, so they could splice that in and give you like a more televisual sort of view of it. But we do still see the footage from something going very, very high up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no one's denying that we see the footage of something going very, very high up. And so then we get down to how high did they go? And we're told, right? So this is why I asked how was this measured, the altitude?
Yeah, well, I mean, like someone said, someone gave you a few ideas about how you would calculate. I'm no aerospace engineer. I'm just going to go with what I can see, right? But there's a few things. There's a few things we need to be clear about. One, yeah, they could have switched the rocket, but it's not really about the idea of which rocket it's on. It's just about the idea that it's on a rocket, right? The rockets were around in the 1946, and then the camera. We had cameras. We could attach it to a rocket. We could watch a vertical ascent of a rocket. Fine.
How do we confirm that what it's showing is Earth curve?
Well, that's yeah. So in the actual video itself, right? There's periods in the video where you can see some level sort of Earth, right? But as it starts to gain altitude, it starts to look a little bit, very slightly curved. Now, in one of the images I sent you, which was, I think it was this one. 1 second, I'm going to post it. There's a model right next to an image taken from the ascent. Now, that model on the right is what you would expect to see at the altitude claimed by the rocket. It's not like it's an interpretation. It's, at that altitude, that's what you'd expect to see. And it's eerily similar to the image you've just seen there in the video. That was a still image of it. Like, it's, I don't even think they would have been able to calculate that.
Yeah,
at the
but
time,
the
right?
curvature is eerily similar to the same thing that I saw right after I took off, like a couple of weeks ago.
What, you have a model to show you how much curve you should be able to see at 35,000 feet?
That purple one. And he was just after takeoff. So, wow, it really is small. It's a small world.
Yeah, look, I anticipated the small world. It's a very slight curvature at 50 miles up.
You don't know how high it was. Stop giving it a height.
Look, I could lie to you and say it was 100 miles up, because we all know V2 rocket can do that,
I wouldn't
right?
believe that either.
Why would I downsize that total max altitude of a V2 rocket when I could lie to you?
And there was some little.
Why would they do that? Why would they say 50 miles if they could have said 100 miles?
This is weird.
It's not weird. It's like one of those moments where it's like that video obviously is showing Earth curve, right? It's obviously showing no container in a void, right? And then you're looking at it and like, I know it's an airplane. It's not the same rocket, how many miles? 50 miles? Oh, it's more like that,
No,
right?
This is at the moment, dude. This isn't cope. I'm just trying to walk through the logical steps of evaluating what you've given. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, photograph, video confirming it was not just like a made-up image, model to show what you'd expect to see at altitude.
That's cool.
Next to the actual image.
That's cool. I've been given, because obviously a lot of people listen to this show, or it's live streaming. I've been given a few images by a few people about this 1947 photograph or sections of photograph that have been overlapped and put together, and the measurements of a horizon. I hear what you were saying earlier, so give me 10 minutes. I'll look more into it. It's got a little bit of information to go through.
Okay, no worries. I mean, I'm defensive of it because I don't want people to like faff around with like it's an airplane, it's a different rocket, or like I want something a bit more concrete.
Very slight, the curvature, isn't it?
Well, if it is the physical curvature of the Earth, then that must be on the surface. It must be measurable and observable from the surface, I would imagine, too.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, if I would say, look, there's some ambiguity. Maybe the camera was dodgy, right? Well, let's look at the Earth curve.
Screenshot in for you. I put another screenshot in for you. No curve.
Yeah. So look at that. Look at that when you look at that and you say, "Oh, no curve," right? And then you look at a different shot, a bit further up, a different angle, and you're seeing a little bit more curve, and you're going like, "Okay, that one's fake and that one's real."
The lens,
Sorted.
huh?
Yeah, like it can't be a lens problem if you're just finding in one frame, which is a very very narrow frame for this kind of camera, by the way. There's not much room to have distortion. Very narrow frame.
Super small Earth.
Yeah, it's a narrow frame, and you're picking one where it's like, okay,
Super
fine,
tiny
okay, that's
Earth, yeah.
horizontal,
What
and
you're
you pick
saying.
another one, you're like, oh, that's not quite horizontal, so that one's where you have the distortion, right? It's like you're picking and choosing when you want to have your cake, right? Like, look at this, exactly what the globe would predict.
To Lunatic's point, though, when he's talking about like some lens effect, if it were curving the surface of the Earth, that should go the opposite way when it's to the other side of the frame, and that's something I'm not seeing. So the same as like a fisheye, if it goes below the midline, it'll tend to concave. That's
so
not seeming to happen here.
if I get what you're saying right, a horizontal line, if there was curvature, depending on the angle of the lens towards that horizontal line, it'll curve one way or another, concave or convex, depending on that angle. I've got it.
Yeah.
And I think it's also quite dishonest to say, "Oh, you've already lost" before you've even watched the full video, right? Like not you, Jedi, but the other guy. I think it's like you decided it was wrong before you evaluated
lost.
everything.
I watched it. That's how I said you lost.
You said I lost before I even posted the video, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I scrolled back up as you were talking about it, watched it, and then came back and said, "By the way, yeah, you lied. There was no camera mounted on the side.
I posted an image first
on the side."
And I posted an image first. Remember, 2 images actually. By that point, you told me I lied. You know, and then someone said, "Oh, it's obviously. How do you know it's a rocket?" And I was like, "All right, here's your rocket, right?" But this is why I'm saying, like, it feels like sometimes, not all of you, some of you, are like jumping to figure out why you think it's fake, rather than actually engaging with it. You know, I mean, Heretic and Jedi are the only two people who are actually engaging with it seriously, and actually thinking about it.
What is fake?
I posted a bunch of still shots. Go ahead and point to the camera mounted on the rocket.
Because you could say it's real, but you want to
that
confirm
leather,
it, right?
floppy, dirty camera.
When this rocket's flying through the sky, when we observe it, is it rotating around that horizontal axis? Do we get to see the other sides of the rocket? I'm scrolling up to find the video again because I lost it. So I think we see multiple sides of that rocket as it's flying, right? Can't remember.
I wouldn't say so.
And you know how it's a German V2 rocket? Because it's spray painted on the side. German V2 rocket. Oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah, it would say that, wouldn't it? That's what, because we know that in 1946, you know, everyone was having V2 rockets. You know, it wasn't like it was a German invention or anything.
That is just ridiculous. You fall for anything, dude.
Well, you try to falsify it. Look, again, it's like you look at the video, you're like, oh, no. You know, like I'd say take the video for what it is, right? Trust your eyes. Stop telling me to not trust my eyes, you know?
Is that how they launch V2 rockets in war? They just have a string connected to it and they launch off a launch pad straight up in the air and then they fly to their destination?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, this is 10 years before NASA, by the way. So I don't know what motivation this guy had, like, to do this experiment.
What if we launch a rocket from the Bolivia Salt Lake?
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
Here we go.
That's irrelevant. How? We launched the rocket. We launched the rocket. We launched the rocket from the Bolivian Salt Lake. We watched the rocket, how it's flying up, and we watched the surface of the Bolivian Salt Lake.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But are you going to engage with the video?
Then we watched the rocket going to the space, and still Salt Lake Bolivian is still flat.
Yeah, still flat. Yep. But for me, Mr. Sasha, right? Yep. I'd say that there's two observations: there's obstruction, and there's sometimes not obstruction, right? So, now which one? What's the real what is the fake one? And what's the real one? Right?
For me, 4,000 miles square.
I say if I can find a video that predates NASA.
I will tell you something. For me and for every human being, 4,000 miles squared with changing elevation 1 meter, it's flat.
Yeah, so I'd say if you have those two observations,
flat, you know,
you have those two observations, and you send a V2 rocket up there. The very early ballistics, right? It moved like a ballistic missile. That's how its trajectory went over England, right? So you know that whatever's up there is quite thin atmosphere, very thin. And secondly, the video itself shows that there is no container. There is slight Earth curvature, just exactly what a model would predict you'd be able to see at the altitude. Weirdly accurate, right?
That's why I'm pointing Bolivia, you know, because if everything that's true, that means that Bolivian Salt Lake must curved also.
I think it means that when you see obstruction, that's the actual reality.
But there is no obstruction. There is 4,000 miles squared flat.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but we've gone over why. Like, you pick the most reflected place on Earth, and you see,
for example,
in the background, islands of mountains.
I will move it. I will move it. Suez Canal. It's opposite size of the Bolivia.
You from topic to topic, don't you?
We can launch the rocket from the Suez Canal, and Suez Canal will
Bolivian
flat
again.
2 minutes ago. Yeah, we can launch the rocket from Holland. Holland is under the sea level.
Holland? We're at Suez and Bolivia. Now we're in Holland. The hell?
Yeah, Holland is under the sea level. You know, there is no curvature in Holland. We can launch a rocket
I can't
from
keep up with
Holland
you.
and watch how Holland is flat.
I just want to talk about the video.
When's the next Moon movie coming out, man? It's been like 50 years for the sequel here.
Okay. Do apologise. So, watching the video again a couple of times, I'm going to go back to this point of not seeing a camera on the rocket, because as you watch the rocket go away, I say that you at least see 2/3 of the surface of the rocket as it starts to rotate. You don't see the camera on the 2/3 surface of that rocket. If anybody wants to have another look, see how much of the surface of the rocket you see as it starts going away, how much it rotates. I don't see a camera on it. And now I'm giving it every opportunity because it's rotating, so we see more of the surface.
As an engineer, I would not put a camera on the outside of a rocket. I would put a clear side in the rocket and put it in there.
1 second. So, at that distance, with a camera that size, how clearly would you be able to resolve it, do you think?
I don't see it.
Yeah, well, I don't mind if you don't see it. I'm more concerned with the rocket actually ascending, but I mean, like, are you just saying that they switched out the rockets? Is that where we're at?
No, dude, I'm just looking at the information available and the surface that we see of the rocket as it moves away. As it begins to rotate, I say we see about 2/3 of that surface, and on that 2/3 of that surface, I don't see a camera. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, if...
Why are you showing us black and white footage? Why don't you got some color pictures, some up-to-date shit?
Oh, this was in 1946, right? So,
yeah.
This is the reason why I showed this one is because it was 10 plus years before NASA, right? It's quite antiquated. Probably the people who did it weren't even thinking globe. They're just like, oh, send that one up, right? See what the atmosphere is like, right?
So we know it bends both ways, dude. Like, what's your argument, man?
Well, if there's Earth curve, then, that's adding credence to
Through a
globe.
lens of a camera, we know how it works.
Okay, all right. So it's just the camera lens, as usual, I'm sure. But you see there's no container up there, right? So let's say it's flat, there's no container.
How do you know where the container is, Yui?
How far away does it have to be before you...
I don't know. How do you know?
I'm asking, you're already
where'd you get this knowledge of where the container is?
Because for me, the point of the container is to say you can't, like, the gas will move in all directions. The further up you go, so maybe the container's there to create gas pressure.
About it,
but then when you look, you're seeing a lot of void, and you're not seeing any container. So, like, wouldn't the gas just move into the void anyway?
Look, you see, you say there's a curve, but we don't see that either, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the container right now, just because we know, like, the lens thing.
Where's the curve, dude?
Why? You can't even prove where the fuck that's done at.
Yeah. Okay. So
you can't see the curve, but you can see the container.
The whole point of you can't have gas pressure without a container is to say that
so all of a sudden you're trusting your eyes again, right? Fuck me.
Next to. Well, I mean, like, what do you want me to say? You saying deny your eyes? Like, what's going on?
Well, that's what you're telling me to do when I look out and fucking there's no curve.
Well, just put this curve because we know the camera lens is going to be a stickler point.
When I can see for 20 miles, dude, you're telling me I can't see that, man. So now all of a sudden you're telling me you can't see a fucking container because your eyes are lying to you?
Well, I'm just saying that. I'm saying the eyes are telling the truth, right? Because when you look at that video, you're not seeing.
I'm saying the eyes are telling the truth too, dude. There's no.
And I'm seeing a void. Right?
Also, who's the we you just mentioned? We knew that lens was going to be an issue.
We is in myself. I think we is in everyone here, right? Like everyone here predicted.
Your cheerleader was already in here cheering you on.
Of course, right? But we already knew. Like everyone in here knew that it's just going to be a matter of like, I don't trust the lens. Whatever, fine. But there's no container. Certainly not in that video.
Yeah. So what was that a video of anyway?
Going up to the stratosphere.
No, it's not. You can't tell me anything about it except that there's the shot of the spinning thing.
Just going up very high, then, shall we say.
I understand a lot of flat earthers in the past have said things about domes, and they still do. But what would you need a dome or a container to separate you from if outer space doesn't exist?
What would you define outer space as? Because I think that looks eerily close to what they describe outer space as. Just nothing. A near vacuum.
We don't believe in the vacuum.
If there is no outer space, no vacuum.
Why you gotta say it like that, dude? You're being dishonest.
So, do you think like this V2 rocket actually is a double whammy, right? For like the lower pressure as you get higher up in altitude, because as it gets higher up in altitude, it also flies like a ballistic rocket, right? It's
So
how
rockets
it moves
go
through
up
the
in
sky.
Airport Globe.
No, it's just to say that ballistic rockets don't need good aerodynamics, let's say, right? When they move through the upper atmosphere.
Ballistic rockets work in a vacuum.
They don't need that very good aerodynamics. That's what I said.
About weight distribution as well.
I'm going to guess this is probably the camera the guy was holding in its leather case.
Yes, let's all figure out what we
Well, it has to be a movie camera, right?
Do you mean
yeah, well, all cameras are movie cameras, I guess, in your mind, yeah.
It had to be a movie camera, right?
Well, it was recording, so if that's a movie camera, sure. It's described as a motion picture camera. I'd rather use their terms. It's more quaint.
I like it as a movie studio camera.
A movie studio?
Yeah,
what CGI do you think they had in 1946?
You can film movies with it.
Yeah, very good CGI in 1946, wasn't there? Yeah.
Why do you
like Avatar?
Why do you? Is that because you only know CGI? That's the only thing you know, huh?
Okay, what other trickeries are they doing with it then? They're doing models.
How would you know? You're like 25 years old.
Oh, you're seeing it ascend. Like, what do you want? I can't believe that you're watching that go up, and you're just going, "Nah, I was in the studio." Like, what?
How high did it go?
What the fuck?
It didn't go to the moon, that's for sure.
How high did it go?
It didn't go to the moon.
How
I
high
agree.
did it go?
50 miles, half the total.
How do you know that?
If they wanted to lie to you and say it went 100 miles,
Yeah,
they would have.
It was a clip that they show before a movie starts in a movie theater.
Yeah, but bro, listen, a V2 rocket can go higher than 50 miles.
They're there to entertain you. It's entertainment, like you said.
I don't understand. What's your critique, Mr. Redwin? Like, what do you think has gone wrong here? Because you're saying it's a studio, you're saying it's an airplane.
Yeah,
like, what is it? What's the actual problem?
Production. That's all. It's just a production. Propaganda.
Okay, it's a production. Yeah, it's
propaganda piece. Propaganda piece.
Doesn't mean it's fake.
Yes,
propaganda.
Propaganda piece. That's all.
Yeah, some propaganda can be true, you know.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, portions. Yeah, all lies are like hidden, like disguised with some truth. But propaganda overall is meant to misdirect you and to to alter your perception of reality.
Well, listen, it has to be real because it was a real German V2 rocket. You know how I know? It was spray painted on the side.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, it's an airplane. You said it was done in a movie studio. You said everything. Like you don't know why you think it's fake. You're just throwing things out there, like word vomit, right?
It has to be.
'Cause if it's an airplane, it's not done in a studio. So which one is it?
I'd like to hear an example of true propaganda, like where a country like threw leaflets down on the ground.
So, for instance, propaganda in war, right? Propaganda in war. There was a poster of the British Empire and all of them.
We
soldiers.
typically call like truthful propaganda. Like that wouldn't be called propaganda. That would just be news.
No, it was a Okay, you can then if all propaganda to you is lies, then it's not propaganda. But I think propaganda is just meant to galvanize nationalist spirit, right? That's all it does.
No, propaganda is meant. Propaganda was designed from the start. First time propaganda was ever used, it's as a psyop, a psychological operation to alter your freaking view on reality itself.
Yeah, galvanized nationalist sort of sentiment. Yeah, it's meant to make you think nationalist.
You're saying something completely different from what I'm saying, but yet agreeing with me. So yeah.
Trying not to agree with you. He's trying not to at all.
I'm agreeing with him because when he says it's meant to like alter your mind, yeah. For what end? To what end? To make you support your nation. Usually a war.
To make you know the truth, trying to lie to you to teach you the truth,
or to help you. Well, look, if you're at war, right, you don't want to lose. So what you do is you get your country all together, they're ready to fight the war.
Everybody lies.
And then you can then commit to the war, right? Come on, bro. Like, what's going on? When Nazi Germany was, when Britain declared war on Nazi Germany, the Nazis made propaganda pieces saying, "Oh, we need to defeat our enemy," but they were declared war upon, right? They made that to encourage that people to continue fighting, and Britain did the same.
You think it's just an advertising campaign? That's all.
Advertising is a part of propaganda, yes.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. What happens when we show images from a higher height that show no curvature?
So it's a bit of a misleading idea. It's like the Neil deGrasse Tyson misleading idea, right? Which is that there's a specific height where, okay, now you can see the Earth curve, right? It's actually more of like a continuum, right? Sometimes you can see Earth curve at lower altitude, sometimes you can see it at higher altitude, sometimes not in between, right? Depends on a lot of different things, like your perspective, the angle, the camera, and so on. Your eyeballs.
Okay, I'm just asking.
The air.
If we've got images that are higher than this rocket, but they show no Earth curvature, where would we go from there?
Oh, sorry, what did you say?
If we were to have images from higher altitude than you're supposed, 50 miles above the surface of the Earth, that show the horizon not to be curving at the rate that we are supposed to believe in this, what do we do then?
I don't think there's anything to be done with that, because I don't think it's like, oh, now you can suddenly see Earth curve, right? I think it's a gradual sort of thing, and it depends on a lot of different factors.
Okay.
There's things with the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing, where he says like that stuff is flat.
Right? Why do you keep bringing up Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Because that's like the thing that I usually anticipate with these sorts of things. But okay, here's another example, right?
It's not going there. It's not going there. I'll try to explain it again. So you get to 50 miles above the surface of the Earth and show curvature, and then we go higher and there's no curvature. What's the problem then? Because there's images and videos and stuff being posted in the live track of higher observations, but no curvature.
I've seen those before, and usually they are paused. Well, sometimes they are genuinely, you can't see the curvature. That's fine. There's lots of different reasons why you can't. And then sometimes there are videos that are paused where they're horizontal, and if you press play, you can see the Earth curve, right? So, we'd have to dissect each one individually, right?
Yeah.
But I think seeing no curve higher up doesn't prove that video did not display Earth curve.
What would be the reasons why you wouldn't see Earth curvature at higher altitudes?
I listed them before, so it could be to do with perspective, angle, camera, eyes.
So perspective, what do you mean by that?
Well, when you see that that image of the globe, right, and you see like that very blown up image of America, or blown up image of I think once the Red Sea. And everyone's like, oh, like that's not the Earth. The Red Sea's not that big. Well,
no,
in a similar sort
horizon. No. We're looking at the horizon with the camera that's been sent up to altitude to see the horizon curving. With regards to perspective, how are you addressing my argument? You're talking about
Well, I
something
was just
else.
about to say that at a certain angle, you probably would just look at like the video. I'm just describing the video where it looks horizontal. You press play and you see curve, right? That is just a perspective of that camera at that point in time at that angle, right?
Oh, you mean the orientation of the camera, so it's angle up above the horizon as opposed to okay.
And then you press play and then suddenly you see curve again. Like it's neither
okay. So that's by us. That's not necessarily perspective. That's your angle to the horizon.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's why I'm asking these questions, dude. You don't have to get shitty.
No, I'm not. I'm just Redwin's fired me up with his like, oh, you're lying, really early on.
Okay, but that weren't me.
Yeah, sure. It's not perspective. It's just what do you say, angular resolution or whatever. I don't know.
You're lying. Not angular resolution. Angle to the horizon. So,
yeah, that's one.
Yeah, convex and concave, making a straight line curve because of the convexity of the lens. Okay, cool. What else? So we've gone through.
I don't know much about optics. What did you say?
You've gone through your perspective thing. What else was on the list?
Your eyes, obviously. Whatever you're looking in through, like a window, your camera. Lots of different things.
A camera going up in altitude. We're doing the same thing, right? And so we're looking for is a camera at altitude. You said perspective. Okay, the orientation of the camera with regards to horizontal, and looking through your eye. We've got a camera. So what else is going to change?
No, it's one of those things where if you're looking at a picture of it, so let's say there is curve there, right? What's meant by eyeball is to say that I can't distinguish. I mean, look, here we go. I'll just demonstrate it with this because I think I did it earlier and someone said it's not curving. So in the left image, when you eyeball that, you might say it's actually horizontal and flat. But when you look at the model, the predicted model, you look at the straight horizontal line, it's not horizontal, the slanted line, you can see that actually, okay, there is curve there, right? And then when you look back at the other image, you're like, okay, now I can see it, right? When your eyes don't always immediately want to see curve, especially if you're a flat earther and you're looking for horizontalness all the time. I can't determine a photo frame is curved or not. Well, it's not curved or slanted or not, rather, right? Where it's perfectly horizontal. So it's not an unreasonable expectation to say your eyes are going to deceive you sometimes when you're trying to find a curve or not.
Okay, I can accept that.
Yeah, so there's several things that could influence it. I think because you can actually see Earth curve lower than what that altitude was in the V2 rocket, but atmosphere can impact a lot of that. Light can impact a lot of it as well. I searched it, and I think it's 50,000 feet is the minimum to see Earth curve.
50,000 feet.
I would contest that.
I wrote some expected critiques. 1 second. I knew what was going to happen. I said they're going to. What is it? What they're going to debate me on? It was Neil deGrasse Tyson said, "You live on a miniature Earth." That one came up. The second one, fisheye lens or a distorted lens. I got 2 out of 3.
Who brought up Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No, that's the one that didn't go broad. That was the 2 out of 3 was distorted lens and a miniature Earth. Those are the 2 that brought up.
Okay.
So, Jedi, are you not sold on that video then?
Sold? Not sold, man, but I keep looking at it. I'm definitely interested. I haven't just thrown it away. It's like a logic puzzle I've got to try and solve.
It's a pretty neat video. I'm very interested in ballistics in World War II, so.
Learn what happens when you fire a rocket in the air.
What do you mean? It just goes up?
Apparently that one didn't.
Looked like it went up vertically.
You said it just goes up.
Oh yeah, it comes back down eventually. But that rocket didn't have a warhead in it, so if you're asking why it didn't explode.
No, I don't ask dumb questions like that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, probably a dumb question. This camera's a recording camera, yeah? It's not sending.
Yeah, motion picture camera.
It's on film, right?
Yeah, motion picture, yeah.
Cool. How did they retrieve the camera after the rocket came down? Was the rocket on a parachute?
Oh, I don't know that detail.
Okay.
I can find it though. If you want.
So rocket comes back down to Earth with a camera strapped to the outside of it, and the camera film doesn't get damaged. What was the camera in? Because it wasn't in the rocket, right?
The camera, I think it was on the rocket. I'm going to say it was on the rocket. There was no windows on the rocket, so it certainly has to be on it, right?
Yeah, so it's on the outside of the rocket. So I'm assuming the rocket came back down to the Earth.
Or I mean, either that or because it was in a box. It's in a very hefty box, and because there was no warhead on it, it wouldn't have exploded.
No,
I can imagine it could have just retrieved the.
But you understand the impact of the rocket as it comes down to Earth.
Yeah, and there's also going to be shrapnel from that rocket.
So the rocket exploded. The rocket went into bits when it hit the floor.
I'm saying that the camera was sealed in a box, right?
Yes.
So I think the camera, the actual recording, would have been maybe the camera was total, but the recording might not have been. This is just me speculating. The second idea is that maybe they parachuted it out. One of the two, either's fine, but it can't have been free. This is the point. It was 1946.
Interesting to retrieve the camera, dude. That's all.
Saying they didn't have camera tricks or rockets in 1946.
That's a pretty neat camera trick. I don't know what kind of camera trick you're trying to describe, but
at the moment, I just want to know how they retrieved the camera footage from the rocket that came crashing into the floor.
Well, it was in a leather bag. You see him holding it. It's got a little side door on it, so you can get the film.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because at the moment, I don't even know what the camera's supposed to be in. That leather packet.
So I posted a picture of what I thought the camera looked like. Did you get to see that one?
I'm going to take these queries. I'm going to email the university, and they'll give me more details.
It should be a Kodak, a Cine Kodak magazine camera. It loads in from the side, and the camera lens is offset in the center. It's a long rectangle.
Don't you think that's a reasonable line of inquiry? How did you see footage from the rocket?
Well, I think it's not a defeater. It's a reasonable question. Obviously, it's something I would like to know. But it's not nothing we couldn't figure out with just using a bit of maybe that it was sealed quite securely in a box that wouldn't get total when it came back down. Maybe it was released. There's lots of different.
So there are release cables and shit running down that rocket. Then got it.
Well, the camera doesn't have to survive. The recording has to survive, right? You don't need the camera there.
Yeah. So the camera that we're shown has got the film inside the camera. We're showing the camera, right? Are we saying that the film is not in the camera? The film is actually in the rocket. The camera's placed outside in a box, but there's a hole in the side of the rocket so the image can be put onto the film. No, it's got to be contained. It's got to be contained within the camera device itself.
It has to be contained in some material that could survive being totaled. That's all it has to do.
Yeah. So when you've got a protrusion on the side of a cylinder, when that impacts the floor, and I'm assuming it's just coming back down to the floor, I don't know how it's being brought back down to the surface of the Earth. It might even be on a parachute. But if you've got something on the outside of a cylindrical surface and it's impacting the floor, that's going to get damaged.
Well, possibly. We don't know exactly what they did, though, do we?
Yeah, unless there's a parachute, but still there'd be potential for damage.
I think possibly. I mean, like, the tape survives, so obviously it didn't happen. But I don't understand if you think it was made in a movie theater or something. I don't know.
No, I'm not saying that. I just haven't seen it, and they're only small points. But if the camera is on the outside of the rocket, one, I don't see a camera on the outside of the rocket, and two, how did they retrieve the film after the camera come back down to the surface of the Earth? How did it not get damaged? That's just perfectly reasonable.
It's an interesting question, but I don't know. I don't know what the answer would be to that one.
What I found is that they modified the rocket, which was supposed to have like a warhead in it, and they used the space for 8 movie cameras with the hope that at least some of the cameras on exposed film might be recovered.
Wow, you guys just made that up in another room, didn't you? Anyway, at 9:02, I posted at 9:02. Yeah, 9:02. I posted a picture of the curve of the Earth. Can you tell me what that white thing is that's fading away?
What is? Sorry.
At 2 minutes after the hour.
2 minutes after the hour. Okay, let me look. Sorry, there's no image that's relating to anything I've posted 2 minutes after the hour.
It's a space shot.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with what we're doing here.
No, it doesn't. In 1968, Stanley Kubrick made this movie, and it looks better than yours.
20 years later. Wait, 30 years later.
All right. Do apologise to interrupt. Manufactotum, did you say they removed the warhead so inside the cone of the rocket, that's where the cameras were?
To modify the rocket for scientific research, replace the space. Just says the space in the rocket that would have held an explosive warhead.
That would be the cone of the rocket then. That's where the warhead's kept.
Don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, V2 rocket warheads in the top of the rocket.
So now looking at it when it's launching, then not looking down. Okay, so that's out.
What? What? Look how quickly you're like jumping to. What's wrong with you?
All right, can somebody do me a favour? Can you post that video again? Otherwise, I've got to scroll back for another friggin' hour. Would that be possible, please?
Yeah, I'm posting it. I accidentally posted a cropped version, so don't watch the cropped version because obviously you can't see the full. As I said, it's a narrow camera anyway, so better to watch the full wide version.
That's fine. And look, I don't mind fucking reasonable answers to my questions. If the answers are actually out there, that's fine. I'd like to know.
Your questions are reasonable, right? This is how I was expecting it would go, but Radwin's questions are like, oh, it's an aeroplane. Like, what the fuck is that? It just doesn't make any sense.
They had jets back then.
Yeah, not going up vertically. You know what happens to an airplane that went up vertically? It stalled and you'd fall to earth.
Goes up vertically, then they stall and they fall back down and then they restart again. Have you ever been to an air show? Fuck, dude.
You've seen a 1945, it would have been a 1945 jet, go up vertically, like lift off vertically. Can you show me what jet that is?
Test pilots, what they did.
I posted the video. No, Radwin. Jets in 1945 were not taking off vertically.
You don't know what they were doing.
You kidding me?
He's trolling.
All right, you see the when we watch the video, they open up the camera, they open up the box that the camera's in. You see the film inside the camera. If they're saying that they removed the warhead from the rocket, I don't think the image is clear enough to see whether the tippy top of the rocket is made of some kind of perspex or glass or something. I can't tell now.
So what Manufactotum said was that they had a few of them and were hoping one of them would survive.
Okay, that's cool. So there were multiple of these cameras in the warhead, or sorry, in the room where the. Okay, so. Okay.
Well, the guy doesn't say he had multiples because I'm reviewing what he said. He just had the one camera in a box that he sent up to study. Now somebody's coming up with new information that the guy never said.
I'll post the link if you want to take a look.
Is it in the movie?
No.
Oh, yeah, no, never mind.
Not that I heard.
Never mind.
Well, that's fine because in the movie, the guy's pointing to the camera that he's using. He's going to put into the rocket, opens it up, puts it back together, and then you see the rocket. And the paperwork that Manufactotum's pointed out saying there were multiple cameras inside the rocket, not the one that this guy is talking about. There are more than this one.
Okay. So we're also looking at, he's opening that up. It looks like after, quote, it happened, and he's showing you the camera. Then they cut to the rockets taking off, and here's the footage. That's what it looks like to me.
Okay, Jedi, may I ask you a question? Because I'm a bit confused about where we are right now.
In the 40s, they had multiple cameras, and we still only have like 1 or 2 views. And when they send up rockets today, that's amazing.
Yeah. Let's just figure this out, right? So, are we going down the route of, and I just want to be clear which angle you think is probably the angle you're more leaning towards, that it never actually happened, it never went up, or 2, there is no Earth curve, it's just distortion, or 3, that this was made in a theater and like a movie set or something. Which one do you think is more your lane?
At the moment, I'm struggling. It might be a combination of all three. It's really intriguing. I don't know. And I'm struggling with the camera actually being on the rocket. But I can forego that if it's in where the warhead is. Like I said, you don't need a huge opening to let the lens poke out of the side or whatever. I guess that's
a small lens.
Yeah. I guess that's fine. The cutscenes are a little bit worrying, just because of that continuity, and that line of continuity breaks every single time there's a cutscene. That's just what happens when we have cutscenes and continuity. It gets ruined by a cutscene. What's actually been seen? It could be a lens artifact. It could be a refraction artifact. Again, I'm still looking through these still shots that have been cut, and we see a broader picture, as in, what's the word I'm looking for? The panoramic type of view, the wider lens shots.
Yeah, there's this one I'm posting in chat. Obviously, they're stitched together. It's not meant to represent the exact curvature, but it's meant to more demonstrate that there's...
So yeah, it's not sitting in a nose cone looking out the side. This, whatever this is mounted on the outside of this thing. Here's the picture looking down at the ground, and there's the side of whatever it's on.
Yeah, I think we concluded that. That's fine. I was not expecting people to ask me where the camera was.
Sticking out in the picture that's being launched. We've concluded that.
That's interesting.
Wait, you said the camera's sticking out where, sorry? Wait, what did Redburn say?
Hey, Yui, this is Peter. Sorry, I was offline. So, is the number one line of defense right now that it's fake?
Yes, obviously, but we don't know which kind of fake it is. Yeah, Radwin thinks it's an airplane.
I just want to point out logically, even if the camera was shown on the rocket, it could still be fake, right? We can fake a box attached to a rocket also.
Of course.
So once we assume it's fake, then, nitpicking whether camera is glued to the rocket or not is kind of pointless because we could fake or not fake all those things, right?
Yeah, anyway, so what we're looking at is one shot. What we're looking at is one shot of a guy on the ground. Next shot is a rocket lifting off. The next cut is something else from somebody else's shit off the side of something, looking
and I'm
down.
still making your point.
You can see
I'm trying to still
on
make your
the
point.
outside of it, looking down, and that's it.
Right. I'm still making your point. Even if it was a continuous shot,
I don't need you to.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the garlic bread that went up to space from Tom Scott?
I think there's I would say there's a few things that I'm going to lend credence to my idea. Right, this is not a forgery or whatever. One, flat earthers use this image to defend flat Earth, and so I think that if a flat earther can agree that this actually happened, and then when we find out that actually the whole shot shows a bit of curve, then you suddenly dismiss it. I mean, it doesn't seem like an honest thing, right? To me, at least. The second thing is that it's 10 years before NASA, so I don't know what motive a university professor has in these sorts of things, but that seems to lend credence to the idea as well that it's actually genuine. And yeah.
All right. I just want this. I just want this question answered. Where is the camera situated?
So I found another video.
I think. Sorry, go on.
Same video. We're not going to look at a separate video. We're not watching something different.
Well, just answer the question. I think it's approximating near the warhead, where the warhead would be. I think that's what I read earlier, but I forgot it. So
okay, so when we watch the video, and we go from them showing us the camera, and then we show them showing us the rocket, and then we get a view out of the camera. Which way is the camera facing?
Well, the camera's facing downwards.
Yes.
And if you look at the very end of the video, the V2 rocket doesn't go completely, but once it gets to a certain altitude, it stops going vertical, starts going in hoops.
There's a reason. All right, from what Manufactotum has just read out, he said that the cameras were placed in the warhead. Which way does the warhead face? And why is the camera facing down?
That's big boom.
So it's not in the warhead like the documentation that Manufactotum's pointing out. I'm not blaming Manufactotum, that's the information. He says it's in the space where the warhead was. But the camera footage is facing down towards the floor, so not in the warhead.
Where's the warhead on a V2 rocket, Jedi?
On the top of it.
It's in the
nose
of the rocket.
So it can look down, it can look forward, it can look up, right? 3 directions.
No,
because the warhead because you'd have to come outside of the warhead, turn the camera around, and look down at the floor.
It's not in the warhead. It's on the outside of the rocket.
This is the point. My fucking hell! It's like people are joining the conversation late. In the documentation, they say it's in the warhead.
It might just be a phonetical differentiation between it's in the warhead versus it's on the warhead.
We don't play that in this room.
If it was in the warhead, it would be inside. There would be no observation of the outside world. It would be just, hey.
Mate, shut up, right? I talked to Manufactotum and we brought this up. All right? I don't know if you just joined in the conversation. We've been talking about this for an hour, and now you're just making no sense.
Okay,
so
great.
within the documentation, it says that the warhead's removed and the cameras and film are put inside the warhead. That's what the documentation says. I hope I'm paraphrasing this right, Manufactotum. If I'm wrong, then please tell me. If we see the ground, which we do in the video, then how can the camera be in the warhead without protruding out from it and turning round and looking at the floor? Is the camera actually outside of the rocket?
Oh my god.
Couldn't it just be looking down from the warhead?
It wouldn't be in the warhead then.
They're all in here now.
This is just ridiculous.
Okay, I'm sure that you don't understand. That's fine. If you want to call it ridiculous, that's great. We've got, at the moment, you guys have joined late. We've got one guy in the video saying we chucked it on the outside of the rocket. We've got documentation saying that the cameras were actually inside the nose cone. When we look at the video, the camera's facing the floor.
You don't think it can be facing the floor while being in the nose cone?
So when you say facing the floor, what do you mean? Floor of the rocket or floor facing the Earth getting smaller and smaller and smaller?
Yeah, so you see the flame of the rocket coming out the bottom of it because the camera's facing that direction.
No, you're right. I just joined this, so I haven't watched videos, I haven't seen anything. In a 2-second explanation, is it facing the Earth? Is it facing the instruments of the rocket?
Watch the video, dude. Maybe
it takes
up.
It
I hate it when people come in late to conversations. Watch the video and get back to me, yeah?
Like, you are the...
Shut up.
It appears that it is actually in the northern part of the rocket, just looking down from the nose cone.
So attached to the outside of the nose cone or in the cavity of the nose cone itself?
Probably in the cavity, looking through a peephole.
Okay, so the peephole would be facing what direction?
Probably down.
Probably down, even though the rocket's facing up, and that's where the top of the rocket.
I've got an image of an example Jedi for you.
Do I need to draw a picture for you? Are you like that visual of a learner?
Look at these two images. Look at the peephole.
Jedi posted the actual camera. If you want to look at it, you try mounting that so it points down the side of the rocket without being able to see it at liftoff.
Look at the peephole, Jedi. There's a little flap that's leaning towards the bottom of the rocket.
Thank you. At least somebody's done something for me. Appreciate that, man.
And they're going to expose the film to the outside part where the air pressure is at? I don't think so.
Yeah, sure. So whatever you say.
Look at that, dude. Look. Wow.
Yeah, I see it now.
There.
The thing I've been asking for. Thank you for showing me the thing I've been asking for.
Damn,
God's
you
sake,
use your imagination to think it up.
No, I just needed to be shown it. Because there's supposed to be because there's supposed to be multiple cameras inside this rocket. Now the question remains, how the fuck did they retrieve the camera?
I'm guessing when the bitch crashed, they went and grabbed it out?
So when the bitch crashed, the rocket was intact and everything inside.
Or when they parachuted, who knows, dude?
Yeah, exactly. Who knows? So these are questions
the
asking the last fucking hour. How did they retrieve the camera? You said it just crashed into the floor. Well, that's lucky then. So this camera wasn't destroyed when the rocket that went up 50 miles into the sky came back down to the floor.
I don't know, probably the same method that they used to retrieve cameras of like the model rockets they shoot up all the time.
I mean, it's still going to reach max velocity pretty quickly. 50 miles doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it says the camera was destroyed, but the film inside was in a specially designed 1-inch armor-plated canister, and it was fine.
I knew it. Sorry.
See, this is why I ask questions. Thank you for at least responding to them.
Mm-hmm.
Did you expect me to just fucking blindly believe things and not ask questions?
No. I think you're being you're the only reasonable person so far, Jedi. At least you're engaging. So
cool. So everybody else who's joined the conversation in the last fucking 5 minutes, shut up.
But yes, so we've addressed the peephole, we've addressed the warhead, we've addressed the camera. What else we got?
You got nothing left.
Done. I'm stuck.
There's some evidence they use parachutes as well.
It was fun though. Made good for YouTube. More good YouTube content. Thanks, guys. And you guys keep this room. We're gonna have to buy you guys pizza or something. You guys are keeping our numbers just going through the roof.
Yeah. So had lots of fun with the TT6s, right? So we got our globe proof.
Keeping you guys parked in here, keeping our hours up, making us number one. Who could ask for anything better?
I think that's just all the AFK people you'll have come in and out of here from the other server that fluff up your numbers.
I mean, a lot of us just like coming and listen to it. It actually is entertaining, believe it or not.
Gives us more exposure, doesn't it?
Well, I kind of obviously knew that this was not going to work, but it was fun anyway.
You guys should have talked about it first and said, you know what? Yeah, this ain't gonna fucking work. So let's just throw this one out.
It wasn't. What my goal really wasn't to say like at the end of it, you're all going to be like, oh fuck, we've got it. Like there's the globe, right? Obviously there's curve there, and obviously not. It was more to see because I was doing it step by step. I wanted to see how you would change your excuses as time went on, right? So like for instance, Radwin, you said it. You said, "Oh, that can't be true because of X, Y, and Z." You said it's an airplane thing. You said it's a movie theater, and then you said
whatever. I said that isn't true because that's not what we're looking at. That rocket going up.
Only people.
You posted something that was edited together. I said that right from the beginning, and I was right.
Yeah, the only people who were honest about this entire thing.
Can anyone hear me?
You just don't like when
you just make it up as you went along. You didn't know why
right away and just ruin your surprise.
Well, you were wrong most of. None of your objections.
You don't like when I ruin your surprise.
Yes, well, none of them flew with me, unfortunately. A vertical flying jet. Remember that one, Redwood?
I think I found it.
What did you find, mate?
Hold on.
Damn it. No, he's got secrets. Where'd he go?
For new guys coming in saying, "Hey, unmute me. I want to debate flat earthers." You're just going to have to wait your turn. We're in the middle of something. Hey.
All right. I posted it at the timestamp. It shows them putting the camera. It shows the placement of the camera.
Cool. Thank you, mate.
Yeah. Jekyll, Yui, fucking
yes.
What year was it?
Okay, 47. I'm
That's a different rocket.
47 or 46. It's one of those two.
Okay,
I think it's
yeah,
47.
this is from
47 is the one that we're referencing, right?
Yeah.
Is it
I know they
47?
acquired it in 46, but I don't know when they sent it up. It might have been a year later for all I know.
Because this one's 46, and I thought I heard you say 44, so I wasn't sure if it was the same one or
Yes, I think there might have been. I think there might have been a series of them from 46 to 48 because I've seen one from 48, one from 47, and one from 46. But they're all in the 40s. So.
Okay. Well, this is the same camera at least, so I suspect.
Yeah, same principle. You know, like we could, as long as we can show that it can be demonstrated, right? That's the key thing there.
Yeah, that's fine. So the camera's inside the rocket. The film's in a 1-inch thick fucking kryptonite fucking container. I guess we can just get back onto fucking looking at what they show us then, right?
No, I'm no delusion that anyone's going to say anything other than it's a distorted image, and I'll accept that. Sure, it's distorted.
So 1950, they already had on TV Captain Video and his Video Rangers, and that was only a few years after. So they must have decided they lived on a ball then with that rocket and said, "We are on a ball," and they started making movies, right?
I do think, even if it's a distorted image of the curve, right? If I grant that, no fucking container, that's for sure.
How high did he go?
High enough to the point where you see all the atmosphere below you.
How do you know? How do you know where you're supposed to see things
at? It flies like a ballistic.
How do you know where you are supposed to see things at?
Because a ballistic missile does not traverse the sky in the same way an aeroplane does.
Dude, you just said all the atmosphere was below you. That's not true. Come on.
Okay, well, obviously not. Most of the thick atmosphere is below you.
The Kármán line's just been moved down to 50 miles above the surface of the Earth. That's not. That's where quote unquote space now starts. But there's still gas and atmosphere above this rocket.
I agree. Obviously, there's atmosphere around the rocket, but it's so thin to the point where it flies like a ballistic missile.
Oh yeah, the ballistic missile. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But to say that
So what happened to the globe proof about air pressure? Peter was going to demonstrate air pressure without a container.
How can we do that now, please, Peter?
Well, I'm driving home. I'm gonna get some delicious brisket barbecue, and after that, I'm all yours.
Oh,
how long is that going to be?
Probably an hour tops.
Okay, mate, no worries. I'll stick around for a bit. I did come back. Yeah, sorry, I did come back when I said I was going to, but there was a conversation going on and we didn't get the chance to talk. So,
okay, if not, then I'll stay. Look, Jedi, if not, then I'll stay up at night until you wake up, and we'll do it then.
So adorable.
I'll tell you what.
Because Jedi is. Seriously, Jedi's the only guy with whom you can actually have a back and forth. All right, everybody else is just out of their meds or something.
Wow.
Are you going to come in on Friday, Peter, and come and speak to Nathan locally?
Oh, I would love to. Yeah, I would love to.
Implementing Jedi like that, you're gonna make him public enemy number one of his own team.
What time? What time is What time is the Nathan Oakley disaster?
He starts streaming at 2 p.m. I think our time, my time.
Oh, yeah, that's early.
Yeah, you're usually asleep
Yeah,
by
this-
then. So.
About 8 o'clock in the morning for you, 9 o'clock, something like that.
Nah, more like 6, I guess.
The fuck?
8 hours. I'm 8 hours.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
You're on the West Coast, aren't you?
Yeah. But anyways, when I get home, this thing I have for you with the gas, it's going to be a nice change of pace because it's a super cool experiment, super expensive experiment, and
Did you say super cool?
It,
You're going to be
super
very in the
cool, like because it has so many things going on for it, like, and it's a complete kind of coincidence that it's useful for our debate here. But
are you doing it in a container?
Oh no, that's the best part. Oh my god, that's the best part. There's no
So he's already
container.
starting to talk about it, but he needs to
Anyway.
postpone again. Okay, so if you have the
Well,
time
no,
to sit and give us the preview, yeah, no, shut up, you little spastic. If you have the time to give us the preview, but you're not going to
I'm
go into it
driving,
now,
Joe. I'm driving.
hey, can
He
you
said he's
control your
driving.
voice?
He said he's
Control your
driving.
voice, or I'll control it for you.
He said he's
but
driving and he's gonna.
Yeah, but he's been jerking us off about this for 2 days,
Oh.
so I'm just going to ban him if he doesn't want to do it now for good.
Uh-oh.
Well, we'll do it somewhere else. We'll do it on Bev's server, Jedi.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah,
I'm not there.
you're never coming back here.
It's a complicated thing to discuss, right? You need time, images. You can't do it when you're driving.
Yeah, he always has an excuse, and I'm kind of tired.
I thought he was going to do a very expensive experiment live.
Was
No,
he
he's
going to
not.
do?
He's going to give you endless foreplay.
My favorite type.
Endless foreplay.
One tease for another.
Yo, Timbo.
Yeah, it says it doesn't have anything to actually give you, so you just has to build it up and build it up. That's all there is.
No,
Timbo.
This is the evidence that we're all waiting for.
I want to correct an earlier statement, by the way. The range was a few hundred miles, whereas the height is 60 miles for a V2 rocket. So it was not 100 miles; it's 60 miles.
So how did they get the film back?
We've gone over that.
Do you know how they broadcast like television to your?
Is that what they did? They broadcast a signal from the rocket.
I mean, what are we talking about? Was this like, broadcast television was like a thing in by World War II, was it not?
Yeah, I mean, but the documentation doesn't make mention of any receivers or transmitters.
No, it's because
it's not that. It's got film in the box.
Yeah, it was a film camera.
The guy's holding the film in his hand.
Like I said, it goes into a kryptonite fucking container. Oh, it goes
Timbo.
It goes into a box.
Has anyone ever told you sound like Owen Benjamin, bro?
It was a really good one.
Yeah, fucking cooked, bro. It wasn't really a joke. He does. He sounds a lot like him.
Well, obviously, it wasn't a joke. Nobody laughed, right?
Wasn't joking.
No, it was clearly I was explaining to you. That's obviously the case.
Yikes.
Damn, alive as always. What a thriving community.
It sounds like we've got a few minutes before Peter comes. Can I ask a question about something related to the previous conversation about photo evidence?
Yeah,
I think you guys might have discussed it before and I missed it, but you were talking about the Himawari 8 images. And I was wondering where that ended up. And if you want to have a chat about anything around it. Because
I went to their website and I was doing screen captures of it. It gets drawn in quarters. So how do you draw a ball in quarters?
So I can explain that for you. So the way the camera works is that it It's a scanning camera, so they take tiles of images, so it scans backwards and forwards every 10 minutes across all the different spectrums, and it assembles the image from that. So it's not taking a single image, it's taking a bunch of tiles that it stitches together. Then when you go to the website...
What's it using for a 0 point to line those images up?
Sorry, what was the question?
What's it using for a 0 point to line all those images up?
I don't know what the mechanics of the camera are, but it's a very precise instrument, right?
You can't just pick a spot, an arbitrary spot, and say, "There's my spot. I'm going to stitch these together." You have to know where it's at.
Oh yeah, so the camera will know where it's facing to.
No,
to
the ball's moving. Remember, the ball's moving one way, the thing's moving the other way. It doesn't work like that.
It's a geosynchronous satellite, so the satellite is relatively, for all practical purposes, in a fixed point above the Earth. It's always in the same position, moving in synchronous motion with the Earth. So it's not like the ISS where it passes across and scans.
So it's fixed in one spot and hovers?
Yeah, so you know how if you get
so it's not falling like every other thing in the world?
Well, it kind of is, but we won't go into that right now because the whole thing about how orbits work.
It is or it is?
Yeah. Okay. I'll give you a two. I don't want to get sidetracked. I want to talk about the images more than
tell me how it works. Because we're going to get sidetracked too. You're talking bullshit.
He's fucking trying, bro.
Okay. So you imagine you get a tennis ball on a string, right? You can spin it above your head and it stays out there. That's more or less the mechanism of an orbit, right? Something is pulling the satellite in towards the middle. Now, if you spin with the ball, you could always be facing the ball.
Where's the center of the orbit for that satellite?
It's the center of the Earth.
Uh-oh. You have a problem now.
A symmetric Earth or an asymmetric Earth?
It doesn't matter what shape the Earth is.
Oh, sure it does. To find the center point.
It's orbiting around the center of mass of the Earth.
So you're defining the zero of it.
Actually, they orbit around each other's center of mass.
How does the satellite determine the 0 point of the center of the Earth to be able to know to do that?
They launched it and placed it there. But anyway...
No, not then anyway. It doesn't work like that.
I was wanted to talk about the images rather than...
Sorry, you haven't figured out how the thing works yet to tell me that images come from it.
Okay, so the satellite is inserted into a geosynchronous orbit. Satellite doesn't know how to do that.
When I was 5 years old.